LA Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Wing back left goes in motion as a lead blocker. The ball is out, but it's fallen on by Matt Ryan.
Unbelievable. Oh, that was
No,
so
the Steelers say they have it, and so do the officials.
And that right there was the play of the game. If you were tuning into Monday Night Football to scout the Indianapolis Colts for the Cowboys this Sunday night. Good morning, Metroplex. It's a Tolo Tuesday with Sean and Bobby Belt. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back here on DFW Sports Station. The human jinx that I am kicked in again. As I tweeted at halftime, I can't watch Indy anymore. I cannot watch Matt Ryan attempt to play football weighing 125 pounds with his weak arm and no offensive line, and Jonathan Taylor disappointing me on my fantasy team. It was 16-3 Pittsburgh at halftime. Indianapolis comes storming back in the third quarter, Bobby. They score 14. It's a 14-0 quarter. Pittsburgh hangs on to beat the Colts. Both teams 4-7.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think you were wrong, though. I can't watch them. That was awful. It's awful football, awful teams. With Chop last night tweeting where he was like, I think this is the moment that Buck and Aikman realized we should have never left Fox. Like, it's been bad all year. And the NFL tried to help
Monday
it out.
night has been bad all year?
Yeah, Monday night and Thursday. But they tried to help Monday Night Football out this year a little bit, getting them some better games, getting them some more premier stuff. But man, it's just that's tough to watch. And I know I said it last night, like 9 points isn't enough on that spread for Dallas and Indy, which according to Action Network this morning, it's at minus 10 now for Dallas.
What can we take from the Colts in watching that game to get ready for this Sunday?
They're really bad. That's what you can take from it. I mean, look, can Jonathan Taylor finally go back to being the guy he was last year? If he can do that, then Dallas has problems. And Dallas has had trouble, against the run consistently this year. But man, other than that, I don't see a way that the Colts can keep this close.
Jonathan Taylor since week one has had 54, 71, 42, 58, 76. He had a $147 against the Raiders and then 84 and 86. And last night, it looked like he was going into the end zone, except the fumbled, botched handoff with Matt Ryan looked like he recovered. As Steelers radio said, nope, Pittsburgh has it. And there you have your W as Mike Tomlin continues to be incredible on Monday Night Football as they try to figure out whether they have their answer in Kenny Pickett.
Yeah, look, I think for the Colts, if they wouldn't have hired Jeff Saturday, they win. Clearly, that's or maybe they needed to add Dan Orlovsky to their coaching staff. That's a big part of this too. Now it's good. I'm Kenny Pickett looked fine. It's a.
He looks like Trubisky to me.
It's similar. It's not.
There. It's like
I don't know that it's any better. Now they lose part of this yesterday. This probably gets even uglier if Najee Harris is able to actually finish the game. Like I don't know that this becomes the game that it does, but not that Najee Harris has been great this year. He's another running back that's struggled, but man, it was just it's brutal old school, like stick in the mud football. It's like yesterday, Matt Ryan 22 of 34, 199 yards. Kenny Pickett 20 of 28, 174 yards. I don't think anybody wants to see a game where when you have 62 combined attempts, you got fewer than 200 yards passing from both teams.
And that Colts offensive line looks ripe.
Oh yeah,
for Micah. I mean, Quentin Nelson and everyone, and Chris Ballard, the perfect general manager that everyone throughout the entire league loves, does not have it going up front, man, because Matt Ryan continues to take beatings and suffer a lot of pressure in the pocket, and we know that's the Cowboys' specialty on defense.
Yeah, look, I mean, Quentin Nelson is a great player, but man, they are struggling at tackle right now, and so I mean, Micah, this will be game number 7 probably. where he gets 2 sacks in a game? Like if there's some sort of prop bet on that, on Micah getting 2 sacks again this week, I'd take it, just because they're going to fall down early. They're going to have to pass, and they can't protect very well. And Matt Ryan's lost his pocket awareness. And I mean, gosh, we saw last year how well Dan Quinn knows Matt Ryan and what he can scheme up. I mean, they destroyed Atlanta last year and had Matt Ryan's head spinning. So I imagine this weekend's going to be pretty rough for the Colts.
And now you can feel even better, even though it doesn't seem like it's been tested much this year, in Mike McCarthy and the Cowboys' game management. Because at the end of this one, the Colts have 3 timeouts, and they're down 7 trying to drive. And Buck and Aikman are like, are you going to use a timeout? You're getting down to 30 seconds. And yes, I think that's enough time. They weren't at the 5 or the 10 either. Yes, that's probably enough time for that one drive. But if you're counting on turning it over on downs, burning your 3 timeouts in order to get the ball back for a last-second desperation or Hail Mary, start burning the timeouts. A lot of people were making the case on that final drive, your team may need a reset. You may need to go ahead and huddle up or get on over to the sideline. Like, take a breath. Jeff Saturday did not do it. He was asked about clock management after.
I thought we had plenty of time. I wasn't really concerned. We still had timeouts. I really wanted, when he was going down, I couldn't tell where they were going to start him from going down, right? Like if he was going to get the first down. I expect us to get on the ball and have another play a little bit quicker than that. But again, this wasn't a press for time. We just didn't make enough plays.
Okay. I mean, this is... Look, I thought the overreaction to Jeff Saturday was way too intense.
Why did you think it was an overreaction?
Because you're talking about a guy who, like the and I know we talked about this last week a little bit, the inference that the guy should have rejected the job on principle was stupid.
That's stupid, yes.
He absolutely should have taken it. He's not like a dummy. Like he played the game. He was considered one of the higher IQ offensive linemen in the league for a long time. And a guy who, as an offensive lineman, is already a guy who's going to be required to have a high IQ and understand the game from all levels and all different angles. So I don't have a problem with it as a finish out the season thing, especially if you're going to blow out all the assistants at the end. It's fine. But, man, it's when you see tough clock management like that, you can understand some people being frustrated with the hire and his expertise, and it speaks to, again, I guess, the Jerry point that he's come on here and told you guys for forever. Everybody's bad at clock management. Everybody across the league.
Were people that you spoke with throughout the league outraged over Saturday?
I felt like that was more a national talking show point than anything. I think a lot of people just kind of went, okay, it's Irsay, and they're clearly just gonna fire everybody, and so they figure bring somebody in, give them a shot, see what you have.
Scott Wedgwood with the surprise start in goal for the Dallas Stars. He made 23 saves, and Wyatt Johnson broke a scoreless tie. Second period goal. The Stars beat the Blues 4-1 last night in St. Louis. They continue to lead the Central Division. Jason Robertson extended his point streak to 16 games with a goal that made it 3-1. Heiskanen added an empty netter, so a nice dominant victory for the Dallas Stars with 3 goals in the third period.
Yeah, big hockey expert. I am hockey insider Bobby Belt here. No, actually,
It's supposed to be RJ Choppy with the season tickets.
I know. He was at that one the other night. Who were they playing when they had that crazy comeback with the 5 goals in the final
period? That was the Chicago Blackhawks.
Yeah, the Chicago who?
Blackhawks.
Oh, okay, Blackhawks. Yeah, no, it's I mean, we've got this is why we needed Joey here instead of Peyton.
Oh, really?
Was to give us all the expertise on.
I can talk hockey.
Can you?
Stick that to you.
All right, breakdown last night.
Oh man, well, start off with Wyatt Johnston gets the goal to start off, and you beat down the Blues 4-1. You get 2 more points. I think the Stars got roughed up in Colorado 2 nights ago with the 4-1 loss, and now they're back still in first place.
Did I say Johnson or Johnston?
I think you said Johnson.
Okay.
But yeah, you throw the T in there at the end.
Yeah, Johnston. I don't know if that qualified as a Barry Melrose breakdown, but I believe Peyton is going to be at the AAC himself tonight for Warriors and Mavericks to troll some Golden State fans.
Yeah, we're trying to figure that out now. Which is the better angle here, Sean? Is it to quiz them about old school stuff, see how good of an old school fan they are, or is it to prove they're really not fans at all and quiz them about current stuff? That like, hey, who's the starting center? Do you know it's Kevon Looney? What city do the Warriors play in?
I kind of like killer crossover and see if they can answer it, or left-handed jumper and see if they can say it's Chris Mullin, or underhanded free throw, or homophobic comments. Slide all those things in there and see if they can know which Golden State Warrior it is.
Yeah, just give them a buzzword and say, who is that? What Warrior is that?
Take 2 or 3 of Hardaway Sr.'s offensive comments and see if they know. That'd be actually pretty funny to go ahead and get their comment on.
See, I didn't even know you were talking about Tim Hardaway. I thought you were talking about Mark Jackson. You could name either one of these guys.
Okay. Jerry Jones has moved to 7:30 this morning. So it's usually 8:30. Jerry's coming on at 7:30. We have the big match, the do or die for the United States men's national team. We also have a soccer controversy before their big match at 1 p.m. today. Kristaps making us angry, even much more angrier at the Dallas Mavericks. And the Texas Rangers are honing in on this pitcher, and it's not Jake DeGrom. It's a Tolo Tuesday with Sean and Bobby. Just getting started. Glad you're waking up with us on The Fan.
Coming up in the next.
Stay with Jerry Jones live at 7:30 on your home of America's team and Texas Rangers baseball, where yesterday 1053thefan.com published the inside report that the Rangers are more confident about landing Carlos Rodon than they are Jacob deGrom, Bobby. And I think that is a universal thumbs up from everybody in this radio station. I was on with the KMC Peace-a-thon, Mike Bassick, Derek Holland, and they were all saying, go and get Rodon and more bodies. Chris Young realizes that I was equating it to me shopping for house furniture versus Derek Holland, right? Derek Holland can go and just get that one masterpiece painting of Rob Schneider above his fireplace. Just that one piece he's looking for. I need a lot of pieces for cheap. I need quantity over quality. That's what I feel about the Texas Rangers pitching staff, and this report says they agree.
Rodon would be great. And I understand the reservations about Jacob deGrom because he'll be 35 in June. Ooh. And you're talking about a guy who has had a lot of trouble staying healthy. When he's out there, he's still been a really effective pitcher. His fielding independent percentage,
let me say the RJ line for the 900th time. Oh, you want someone who's going to throw 40 innings? Oh, you want someone who's going to throw 35 innings? All right, there you go.
I mean, isn't that all starting pitchers in Major League Baseball these days? Like, let's get him 40 innings this year because God forbid, we have him actually pitch a full game and go through the lineup.
It'd be a good 35 though.
It would.
It'd be a good 4 or 5 wins
on a non-contender.
Yep.
Well, come on. Look, there's a chance at least. Sean,
of what?
Of them competing. 500? You gonna throw water on a season that hasn't even begun yet? You're gonna hear from John Blake. You've got Jacob deGrom, who has been really excellent. You look at just his fielding independent percentage over the last couple years. 226, 124, 213. He's incredible. It's just during that time, that's 3 seasons, he pitched a combined, about 200 innings over 3 years. And so I understand why you wouldn't want to mess with deGrom. Rodon is very good. He led, the NL in FIP last year. But my only concern with Rodon is I always have some reservation about the guys who suddenly click late in their career.
Lance Lynn.
Less like I'm thinking you remember Jake Arrieta. When Arrieta became a stud in Chicago, and Arrieta had a nice little run. It wasn't just a 1 year and then he disappeared.
Yeah.
But Arrieta was good for 3-4 years, and then it fell off again. And Rodon is...
Yeah, Rodon for 5 or 6 straight years to begin his career he had an ERA over 4. And now these last 2 seasons, he's at a 2.37 and a 2.88. So it's first 6 years over 4, last 2 years under 3. Let's sign you for big time money.
Well, and that's the thing. His fielding independent percentage over the first 6 years of his career is 2 runs higher than it has been combined over the last 2 years. And so that's just something that I always just have a little reservation when you see guys click like that. You remember Esteban Loaiza was a guy who couldn't make it happen. Then all of a sudden he was a 20-game winner and the All-Star game starter, I think, 1 year. And then it fell apart really quickly. So I don't see anything. When you look at some of the peripheral numbers on Rodon, it doesn't seem to spell out that sort of trouble. He could be more like the pitching version of Adrian Beltre. I remember that was a concern for people with Beltre when he came to Texas, was the idea of he's a contract year performer. He's somebody who has, he's great defensively, he has not been this consistent stud hitter that you saw in Boston or that 1 year in LA. And but then he came here and he was able to maintain it at 32 years old, and Rodon being 30 next year, I think it should be fine. It's just that's one little reservation I always have.
Ken Rosenthal says the Rangers seem more confident about their chances of signing the Giants lefty or the Japanese right-hander Kodai Senga than they are about deGrom or Justin Verlander. SNY in New York saying the Rangers are a sleeper team to watch in the Senga sweepstakes. So this is the latest version of Yu Darvish and Shohei Ohtani same league that produced those two, had a 1.94 ERA, but some of the Senga insiders are saying he wants to go play for a contender. So we'll see how it all plays out for the Rangers in this offseason.
You and Senga like both just dumping on the 2023 season before it's even started. We have we got
Mike Maddox back to make them all perfect.
That's what I'm saying. Like you're just ignoring the Mike Maddox acquisition, the Dayton Moore acquisition. Do that at your own peril, Sean.
And Mike Maddox will be on with KNC Masterpiece today.
What a tease.
10:20.
What time?
10:20, I believe.
10:20 for Mike Maddox.
That's right.
I love it. How many people do you think have asked Mike Maddox to massage their necks? It's kind of like the boxing version around here of, hey, there's Tyson, there's De La Hoya, do the fist. Do the fist in the face.
Let me take a picture of yeah.
Right? And it's got to be Mike Maddox massaging the neck.
When people ask you for photos out and about when you're running around uptown, do they go up to you and are they like, hey, Sean, can I get a picture? And then are they like, and hold a microphone in front of their face?
No, it's the hand comparison.
Oh,
so you thought you were being a little smart ass with your joke, but there is actually something
I wasn't being a smart ass.
And they hold up their hand and go, can I really see? Can I
really
see if it's true?
Can I see? Here, let's hold on.
Lord.
No, I need it. Hold on. I gotta go to Sean's side so that look at that.
Look at that.
Turn your hand around, Sean. You gotta turn.
The top tips of all of Bobby's fingers are clear of my fingernails.
Just the tips, though.
Very unfortunate. Guys are judged by shoe size, not hand size anyway.
Well, I'm a 13, so.
Okay, let's move on. You're a 13?
Yeah, that's big.
Oh, what
I'm 12.
Ogre. You're 12?
12.
I think I'm 11.
Okay.
Depends on the shoe
big.
fit. That's not bad. Not bad.
I'll take it.
877. Yeah, you will. 877-881-1053. Chartmark.com text line. All right, Bobby. A lot of controversy surrounding the United States men's national team. I asked you guys to read up on this. We got a flag controversy with Iran with the big match today at 1 p.m. for the U.S. to win and advance. What'd you gather from this one?
Yeah, what is it? It's Iran. They cleared that up yesterday.
Don't say that word.
No, is it Iran or Iran? Which one did they give him?
let's hear Tyler Adams. He's the United States captain. What a random press conference this was, and here's just a piece.
You say you support the Iranian people, but you're pronouncing our country's name wrong. Our country is named Iran, not Iran. Please, once and for all, let's get this clear. Second of all, are you okay to be representing a country that has so much discrimination against black people in its own borders? And we saw the Black Lives Matter movement over the past few years.
My apologies on the mispronunciation of your country. That being said, there's discrimination everywhere you go. One thing that I've learned, especially from living abroad in the past years and having to fit in different cultures, is that in the U.S. we're continuing to make progress every single day. I grew up in a white family with obviously an African American heritage and background as well. So I had a little bit of different cultures, and I was very, very easily able to assimilate in different cultures. So not everyone has that ease and the ability to do that, and obviously it takes longer to understand. And through education, I think it's super important. Like you just educated me now on the pronunciation of your country.
Maybe that reporter should focus a little bit on their own backyard with the female who people are wearing on their jerseys, the 22-year-old who was killed in police custody because she didn't dress properly according to their morality police. Maybe you should go ahead and check out your glass house before throwing stones at the United States captain. But it did feel like the U.S. screwed up on social media the other day.
Where they, in order to show solidarity with this, the United States Soccer Federation changed Iran's flag on their social media posting and took the emblem off the flag.
Scrubbed it.
Yeah, and so it was just the the flag with the colors in it, but it didn't have the emblem on it. And now Iran wants them kicked out. Wants them gone.
10-game suspension.
Wants them tossed out. But I think you're right. Like, you're focusing on the wrong thing. Look, you're gonna focus on the wrong thing. I think when your state media or whatever else for Iran. But like, this has been an issue for.
Where's the John Blake where's the Scott Agolnik of the presser? yanking press passes. See, they know nothing's going to happen to them like that, questioning the United States with where they are. So just go right for the jugular.
Just go for it. No, it's one of those things that, I mean, I still to this day, I think about every June, Neda Sultan, who was somebody she was killed during the Green Revolution protests, 13 years ago. So this has been something in Iran that's been going on for a long time. And a lot of controversies, and it's just, the latest rallying issue. But again, I understand protesting or speaking out against or whatever else, you start altering their flag. I at least understand why they're upset.
Absolutely. We're live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. So the United States going to try to move on today with the big match at 1 p.m. We know that Brad Sham is going to be watching. Fallout from Lamar Jackson's tweet. Was it homosexual hatred? That became a story with a reporter who Lamar went after. Was it anti-gay? Stephen A. had to apologize for his take on it. Are the Broncos truly screwed with Russ? And someone says we'll never see this quarterback wearing that ugly green again. 6 a.m. headlines on a Tolo Tuesday. Jerry Jones at 7:30. Next on The Fan.
LA Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Shout out to the 6 a.m. club. It's Sean and Bobby Belt. Choppy will be back tomorrow. RJ been very, very interested in what's going on with the radio show. More so than I can ever remember on his days off over the past 11 years. Said he finally sent a restaurant dish back. We were very, very proud of him.
Wow, I've never done that.
Never?
I will not do it.
Why?
Because I'd rather like.
You think they're gonna spit in it?
No. I get more angry and put out, and I don't even want to deal with them at that point.
What if you ordered chicken and they give you fish?
I will just go, okay, I'm gonna sit here, we're gonna wait out dinner, and I'll be annoyed the whole time.
Why can't you just say, I'm sorry, I ordered different protein. I ordered an entirely different animal.
I don't know. I probably should. My wife always pesters me to do it, but it's not like it happens all the time. But like my issues have more been, I clearly said like no pickles or none of this,
right.
and like it came with it, and then I'm just like, all right, I guess I'm just not eating.
You can't scrape it off?
No, if it touched that part, I can't eat it. Like certain things, pickles, tomatoes, things like that.
You're a food toucher. Everything's separate on the plate.
Yep. Yeah. Anything that touches gets scooped out.
What is that?
I don't know. Is that OCD?
I don't know. Maybe.
It's just a refined palate that understands those things don't touch.
I think refined palate. I think Choppy got half a burger. Like somehow he ordered a burger and they gave him half a patty. And he said finally he had to say something and he felt the weight of the world lift off of his shoulders. So RJ Choppy checking in on the way that the show has been running. He's all over social media. Chop will be back and will be at full power tomorrow for the Hump Day edition.
Hump Day
on Sean and RJ. Jerry Jones at 7:30, by the way. Jerry Jones at 7:30 this morning. It's usually 8:30. Okay, some Lamar Jackson fallout. So John Harbaugh, I really like John Harbaugh. Do you?
Yeah, he's good. I prefer Jim, but John's good too.
No, you don't.
No, I 100% do prefer Jim. Jim Harbaugh's who I wanted them to hire when they hired Mike McCarthy.
You don't think Jim Harbaugh's kook?
I think Jim Harbaugh knows how to push teams over the edge. Like
Okay.
what he's done throughout his career, I think is. I understand Michigan took a little while.
Yeah.
But when you have a talented team, I think he's one of these guys who you bring in as a hired gun to come in and push you over the edge.
So Lamar sent out this tweet, then deleted it after. You would have thought the Ravens are 4-7. You would have thought the Ravens and Lamar are the Broncos and Russ.
Yeah.
With the way he lashed out. Like he's not just sitting on this brand new contract that he could collect at any moment. Boy, STFU, y'all be capping too much on this app. MF never smelt a football field, never did S, but eat D. That was the tweet. He erased it. Ravens head coach John Harbaugh was asked about it.
Just talk to these guys. We talk a lot. We talk a lot about football, but we also talk a little bit about that stuff too. You know, what goes on in terms of the media and everything. And really, you know, it just beg guys not to get into the Twitter world right after the game, especially after a loss. It's never going to be positive. It's not going to be a nice place, you know. And I think that's kind of reflected in Lamar's response, because what he said was just so out of character for him. That's not the way he speaks. It's not the way he talks. It's not the words he ever uses. I've never heard him say things like that before. But like you said, Bo, he wants to win. You know, I'm sure he's frustrated, just like we all are. And that's just a place you just don't want to live right after a game.
So Jamison Hensley, who's like the Todd Archer of the Ravens with Baltimore beat reporting, put on ESPN that this was, this was an anti-gay phrase.
Disagree.
Okay. Lamar disagreed as well. He tweeted the reporter, "This is defamation of my character because not once have I ever mentioned or disrespected anyone's sexuality, sexual orientation, gender, religion, or race. You are reaching." So that was Lamar back to the reporter. Again, the last sentence of the tweet was, MF never smelt a football field, never did S, but eat blank. I could see it.
I can't. You can see that as being.
You've never done anything in your life except for eat blank. Am I calling you a homosexual? Am I making an insulting statement?
But I mean, if you say I think that if that could have been, if that's a woman saying it to them, he thinks it's an equal insult. That's just regardless of who you are. I think he's saying.
Is it changed at all if I say this is a saying that people drop? Bobby, go eat a blank.
No, I don't think that's a problem. I mean, it's vulgar.
Yeah.
And it's but in terms of I don't think that's discriminatory or anything.
So Lamar went after Jamison Hensley, the Ravens reporter, for that. What I really didn't understand is Stephen A. Smith having to apologize as Stephen A. used the term homosexual to discuss this story. He later apologized on First Take, saying, I should have used the word gay. So, not allowed to say homosexual versus gay? I don't know. He said the LGBTQ community prefers that over other words because other words are believed to be derogatory in their eyes. So as a result of that, my apologies. I should have used the word gay, not homosexual.
I mean, on the list of words we're not allowed to use anymore, I didn't know this was one of them.
I did not either.
I'll be honest. I had no idea this was considered. I don't know. I'm getting caught up on these things usually 5 years after the fact. It's like you with pop culture.
That's good for radio.
It's like, it's you with pop culture is me with words we're not allowed to say anymore. I find out years later that, oh, okay, that's a thing. But
why is Lamar so frustrated? Is it just losing to Jacksonville?
I think it's the third time they've lost a multi-score lead in the fourth quarter this year. They can't finish. They look, the label for them right now is a team, and I don't even mean this directed at Lamar. I totally understand Lamar's frustration. The label for them as a team right now is they choke. That's what they do. They like even being a winning football team right now and being honestly one of the better teams in the league. They're not top 5, but they're one of the better teams in the league. It certainly would be frustrating. I mean, I think we'd all be really frustrated here in Dallas if they had lost 3 games like that.
Yeah, they're scoring 25 a game. That's tied for 8th best in the league. It was a frustrating offensive performance as people continue to try to figure out if the Ravens are a true contender or not. We brought up Russ and the Broncos. You did a little digging on how and when they can get out of this.
Yeah, they're screwed. It's funny because we had talked about this yesterday, and Over the Cap had a story about this. Jason Fitzgerald over there at Over the Cap, who does a really good job, had a large outline, and I'll tweet it so you guys can go see it here in a few minutes. But had this really large breakdown of when can the Broncos realistically get out of this. And he says Wilson's contract was very aggressive from the start. They fully guaranteed him $124 million at signing. That's the highest level of any contract in the NFL other than Deshaun Watson. And about $21 million more than Kyler Murray's $103 guaranteed at signing. And there are more guarantees that he can unlock based on his roster status on certain days in the offseason. So you remember we've talked about Odell Beckham and trying to get him here, and that one of the ways you can find a common ground is guarantee 2024 and then have a trigger before the 2024 season or before the 2023 season to guarantee 2024. And that's the kind of triggers that they have in place on Russell Wilson's contract. So Jason Fitzgerald says the real decision point for the Broncos is going to come in 2024. If Wilson's on the roster on the 5th day of the league year in 2024, then his entire 2025 salary becomes fully guaranteed at $37 million.
Woo!
And this is why bringing in some competition for Wilson in 2023 makes sense, because if Wilson struggles again, the team should bench him if only to protect themselves. Because here's the dead money this offseason, $107 million. Dead money the following offseason, $85 million.
Oh.
Dead money in 2024, if he hits that 5th day trigger, is 86.6.
Oh!
It gets worse. So they're stuck. And if they do any restructures, they're going to be that 85, that 86.6. Those become even bigger numbers into the future. They have put themselves in a really bad situation. And Jason Fitzgerald finishes it up, says no trade scenarios that he can think of that a logical team would try to trade for Russell Wilson anytime in the next 2 years. So they're stuck with him. This is their guy.
Ryan Clark on ESPN says this is the last we've seen of Zach Wilson in a Jets uniform. This is what I was debating Bassick over during Peace-a-thon. I'm like, there's no way. There's no way this is the total complete end of Zach Wilson unless this Mike White thing is for real, which turned out not to be for real last year. He balled out on Sunday against the Chicago Bears, who did not have Justin Fields. End of Zach Wilson? Are you buying or selling that as a Jet?
I think it could be the end of Zach Wilson for this season. Like I think there's a decent chance they just roll the rest of the year. But in terms of never playing again, man, that feels like a little bit much. I think that you can't just give up on the guy, especially when the reports have come out. I know we've had this discussion a lot lately with Maxi Kleba, but especially when the points have come out, reporting over the weekend said there's a belief that like Zach Wilson just has the yips. Like it's completely sailing throws and missing things that there's really no explanation for it. It's not even like missing a read or anything else. He feels broken right now with his delivery. And so I think that if you can find a good what are those, the sports psychologists or the mental coaches, then it's worth investing because he's incredibly talented. He's got really great arm talent. Yeah, there are times even that he's been with the Jets that you'll see him deliver throws sometimes that are just jaw dropping.
Yeah,
it's just he's got to find that consistency. You know, stay committed to it the way the Bills did with Josh Allen. I don't think the Jets would want to just completely bail on it right now.
The Tampa Bay Buccaneers would match up against the Cowboys if the playoffs started today. Ravaged up front with the offensive line. That's been the case with them since game one. Tristan Wirfs, their all-world tackle, is going to miss multiple weeks now. So he got hurt in their loss against the Cleveland Browns. 9th offensive lineman since 1990 to be named a first-team All-Pro in his first 2 years. So they've lost their Pro Bowl center in training camp. They lost their Pro Bowl left guard to retirement. Their right guard, who was a Pro Bowl alternate last year, left in free agency. So now Tristan Wirfs is going to be missing, and they're screwed up front.
Boy, that's tough, especially when you got a quarterback who's a statue. Like, I mean, when you've got, problems along the offensive line, that's really tough when you've got a guy who now Tom Brady, while he doesn't run, he is very adept at like subtle movements in the pocket. That's where he's made his career. Is not being mobile, but being able to finesse things in the pocket with just a well-timed step here or there. He's difficult to bring down, but there reaches a point where it doesn't matter how savvy you are in the pocket when your offensive line is as damaged as Tampa.
And Melvin Gordon is expected to sign with the Chiefs after he got released. So the 2-time Pro Bowl running back, a kind of friend of RJ Choppy on Twitter, released by Denver, should be active soon for Kansas City.
Boy, he misplayed his cards around the same time that Zeke played him right.
Yep.
I mean, he tried to. It's funny. They were really hoping Zeke would not buckle, and he didn't. But in terms of they were concerned, I know internally that his team was worried Zeke was going to buckle at the time on his contract and just show up without a new deal. And they were worried that was going to do major damage to them. But ultimately, what did damage to them was he tried to get paid like Zeke without Zeke's resume, and that's what did him in.
So there it is around the NFL here on Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt in Choppy's chair today and tomorrow. Yesterday and today. Jerry Jones has moved to 7:30 this morning on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. What did you take from the Colts last night? What, if anything, worries you about Indianapolis as the Cowboys are about 9-point favorites? And we're going to do some Cowboys overreaction or not. The penalties will never get fixed. CeeDee Lamb has proven to be this team's number one. Michael Gallup is back. The run defense is fixed. Are these Cowboy realities or not? After you got to look at their next opponent last night on Monday Night Football. That's all next on 105.3 The Fan. But first, let me get you on over.
Injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. Frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. Visit truckwreck.com or call them 214-333-3333.
And the Pittsburgh Steelers pull off the mild upset. That's the end of the game here in Indianapolis with the final score, Pittsburgh 24, the Colts 17.
The absolute only reason I watched was because the Cowboys are taking on Indianapolis next, and I tried to shut it off at halftime when Pittsburgh was blowing them out at Indy. Sean and RJ, Bobby Belt is in Choppy's chair today. RJ will be back tomorrow. It'll be all three of us, along with Peyton and Ryan here on DFW Sports Station. Indianapolis came back. They had a huge fumble at the goal line. Pittsburgh hangs on, and Jeff Saturday has his time management being questioned. Man, it's hard to hype up anything about the Colts except for Jonathan Taylor, and that's just going back to Jonathan Taylor's season last year, not even this year, in what he's doing. It's tough.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason this is a team that ended up having to fire their head coach in the middle of the year. Like, I mean, it's just, it looks like that kind of a team when you watch them. They're not very good.
I can't stand watching Matt Ryan play football anymore. He was done last year.
It's pretty brutal. And I mean, gosh, you go back to the two games they lost at the end of last year. They're 4-9-1 now in their last 14. And it's nuts because they were the team, the Colts, I believe, last year had the most Pro Bowlers selected.
Wow.
They had like 7. Now that may have partially been a Hard Knocks factor, just exposure and you know, getting attention that way. But man, they have completely fallen off this year.
Mike McCarthy yesterday at his presser said Tyron Smith looks great, but has not been cleared yet for a practice return. His workouts have been very impressive. He is getting close. Dan Quinn said they only had 2 missed tackles against the Giants. That's down from 9 in the previous game against the Minnesota Vikings.
No, 9 from the previous game against the Giants.
Oh, 9 from the previous game against the Giants.
Yes, back in September where they had a lot of problems tackling.
Okay, my bad. I was like, man, they missed that many tackles in the dominant win against Minnesota. All right, let's get to some Cowboy overreactions or not with our station insider, Bobby Belt. The run defense has been fixed. Saquon Barkley, Daniel Jones, we know what they're capable of. Saquon has been leading the league in rushing. Daniel Jones can hurt you with his legs, of course. The Cowboys go and limit them and basically shut them down. Saquon had 39 yards. The Giants had 90. They had 90 total on the ground, and Daniel Jones had 14 yards rushing after the first meeting, in which he ran 7 times for a first down. The Cowboys' run defense has been fixed. It's not this Achilles heel concern anymore. Overreaction or not?
That's an overreaction, I think. It's improved. It's looked better. But you got to remember, like against Minnesota, they were still they weren't totally efficient with it. We're talking about being just 9 days removed from that. I get they did a good job against the Giants. They weren't able to do a whole lot in terms of being efficient with the running game. And the Giants have been a fairly efficient team this year. They're 12th in the NFL in run game efficiency. And so, I mean, I feel like a lot of it was they were just trying to attack through the air. I think they thought there was some susceptibility with Anthony Brown, thought they were going to be able to do some stuff with misdirection, boots, waggles, things like that. And so there wasn't a need to lean on the running game like they would. But, yeah, I mean, it looked good. It looked good on Thanksgiving, and it's good to see it on a short week like that. But I wouldn't go as far as to say it's fixed yet. Let me see it a little bit more first.
I agree. Number 2, these Cowboys will never fix the penalty issue. It's not going to get fixed. 13 penalties against the Giants. You had the penalty debacle the previous Thanksgiving against the Raiders. First 2 quarters, the Cowboys were called for 7 penalties. They came into Thursday's game 5th most penalized team in the NFL. After Thursday's game, they were tied with the Broncos for number 1 most penalized at 83 flags thrown on them. The penalties are just not going to get fixed. Overreaction or not?
That's not an overreaction. I think that's accurate. I think that you're looking at a team that's probably always going to deal with these things. And then even still, so right now they are second in the league in flags against with 83. There have been some that have been declined. So when you talk about total flags, including the decline, they're second in the NFL behind Denver at 95. And so it's been something that they've gotten gashed with it, and it's put them in some really bad situations. And so, yeah, I think it's one of those things where as much as focus and attention that it has been given to it, you're just not going to be able to fix it, I don't think, before this season's up. So not an overreaction. I think you're dealing with penalties for the rest of this year.
Stephen Jones was on yesterday with a KMC masterpiece, and they asked Stephen, are the flags starting to drive all you guys a little bit crazy?
Yeah, I think anytime you're up there at the top in penalties, that's not good. I think it's a testament to how well we're playing that we're overcoming a lot of that. But that catches up to you when you get to playoff football and you're playing against teams playing at a very high level. That's hard to overcome. Certainly, we got to clean that up, and get that in a place, that it needs to be. But certainly the game against the Giants, it was, certainly not at a level that's acceptable. I know Coach McCarthy is all over it. When you got some of your best players getting the penalties, that adds to some of the frustration, which we did, during this game. But, I just really feel like we can clean this up. And if we want to get to where we want to get to, we're going to have to clean it up.
So that was Steven. I agree. It is what they are. It takes Dak Prescott on 3rd and long to bail them out, as he did in the second half against New York, and that is a dangerous, dangerous world to live in.
Yeah, no, but I also understand. I think they need. I think if you were to get them, isolated or away from the cameras, I think they would tell you what we're saying, which is they have an understanding this is probably going to be a problem for them. They're always going to have to dig out of this hole. But I also get why that's not what Steven can say. And Steven's got to, hold up the standard of we got to fix it.
Yeah.
And it's not acceptable to just say this is a problem that we're just always going to have to deal with. No, it needs to be addressed. And that's the standard they should be pushing and they should be expecting.
But it is being addressed, right? Like the age-old question, is it players or coaches? Is Mike McCarthy not saying anything when they have their penalty session behind closed doors? Of course he is. It just comes down to individual moments in games, right?
Yeah, I think that I don't think this is just something they're completely neglecting. This was a big focus for them in the offseason. It's been a focus for them during the season. Mike McCarthy we've seen him get out of some of these games. Remember the Green Bay game, how he said it was very, very, very frustrating talking about the penalties. And so they're very irritated by it. They're trying their best to address it. I don't know that there's a fix for it this year. I think it's also, as Mike McCarthy pointed out yesterday, you want to fix some of those things, but you also don't want to, in the process, potentially neutralize your team's aggressiveness, because that's a check in their favor.
I think of Sam Williams when you make that statement.
Yes, that's 100%
living on the edge.
Type of player you're talking about.
All right, next one, overreaction or not, here on Sean and RJ. Cowboys insider Bobby Belt answering the questions. The receivers have answered all the questions. The receivers have silenced the doubters. You tweeted yesterday, CeeDee Lamb, don't look now, ranked 2nd in the NFC in receiving yards. He's on pace for 1,300 yards with 6 games left. Michael Gallup seems to have turned a corner. His hands on full display on Thanksgiving. He said, honestly, I just feel like I'm getting back to MG. Took me a little bit, but just playing the ball. Quit thinking about everything. Quit thinking about my injury and stuff like that. Just playing ball. The receivers have silenced the doubters.
This one's tough. This is yes and no for me. I think that this is still a team that needs, not just could use, I think still needs a player like Odell Beckham. And so I don't know that they've silenced enough in that sense, but Michael Gallup is looking more like himself. That's encouraging. You're seeing CeeDee Lamb do something that we hadn't seen from him a lot last year, which is when he gets down early, when he gets frustrated early, he bounces back.
Yes.
And he's in a better frame of mind. He's able to put it behind him and make big plays in the second half. So I think CeeDee Lamb has has shown what he can be, and at a point where we can say he's answered his questions. In fact, the 5 games since Dak's been back, 31 receptions, 448 yards, 3 touchdowns. That's a 17-game pace of 105 receptions and 1,500 yards. You would take that all day long.
Has he proven? What has he proven this year? That he can bounce back, that he has resolve?
I think he's showing that he has the mental toughness to bounce back from errors. You still want to see him clean up some of those errors. And I think he's shown, especially in recent weeks, a more of a willingness to make some of these tough catches and make some of these plays in traffic. And so I think that's a big check in his favor. Now, Michael Gallup has been really good in recent weeks, but it's also come almost exclusively, it feels like, in the first half of games. Like all of his production against Chicago, the 4 catches, 49 yards, and all of his production this past week, the 5 catches for 63 yards, all of that came in the first half. He had no second half receptions. On the year, he has, where was it? On the year, he's got 17 receptions for 204 yards in the first half, 7 receptions for 70 yards in the second half. So if you can, if you can find a good balance where Michael Gallup's getting going early, and then CeeDee Lamb's kind of there to finish things up in the second half, along with Dalton Schultz, if that works for you, lean into that.
100-yard games in 2 out of CeeDee Lamb's last 3. 150 and 106 against the Giants. He's averaging 13.5 yards per catch with 5 touchdowns on the season. Every game he does have a reception basically for 20 yards or more. Steven was asked by KMC about the other receiver in the news. That little plane incident with Odell Beckham change y'all's plans?
Well, you get the information, but at the end of the day, we've kind of said what we're going to say about Odell. Certainly, it's getting to that point where this thing's going to get very competitive, and probably the less said, the better. Until we know what that outcome is going to be in terms of where he's going to suit up.
So that's Steven not wanting to give an inch. Jerry will probably give a little bit more at 7:30 this morning.
You would hope so. Steven had said that similarly last week.
What else can we ask? This thing's been dragging out now for over a month.
Well, the plane is something to ask about. But last Monday, Steven said something similar. And then, Jerry came out on Thursday and was like, yeah, I talked to him today. And so Jerry's clearly not fully done talking about it, I
think
guess,
the other question is, does the order of visits, he's going to say no. It's just another way to ask about Beckham. Does the order of his visits worry you? Because, a basic generic thinking that I have is, first team doesn't let him out of the building.
Right.
Doesn't matter. If you have the third visit, you're screwed, right? He can just be convinced right there on the dotted line. We're not going to let him out of here and go visit with the Cowboys because it's Giants first on Thursday, then the Cowboys supposedly on Monday, and then Buffalo. Does the order concern Jerry? And he's going to say no.
Yeah, he'll say no. But it would.
He'll be like, what order? We got him first. I already talked to him.
It would probably concern other teams if Dallas was first. So, in that sense, maybe it should. But he'll say no.
How about his initial impressions of Odell as a person from his conversation? He could go into that.
Yeah, he could.
Could give us something there.
Yeah, see, this is why you're the top interviewer in the market, Sean. You got
it. So there it is. Inside the Star with some overreactions or not on the home of the Dallas Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan. I'm sitting there over the weekend. I'm chilling with my lovely, beautiful wife. I'm caught up in the atmosphere of the World Cup, and I see a freaking tweet from Bobby Belt saying, why are you watching something that is not a sport? Bobby goes after soccer and the World Cup. A Sean and RJ argument next.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation.
Tuesday here on Sean and Bobby. Choppy will be back tomorrow. This is your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. The United States is going to be taking on Iran today at 1 p.m.
What is that, cricket?
That is not cricket, but Bobby Belt setting off many tolos as he's prone to do. I'm sitting there out and about watching Mexico versus Messi, Argentina, day drinking it up with Jared Sandler and my lovely wife, and people are saying, why aren't you watching Ohio State, Michigan? And I was like, I am. I'm at a bar. I'm going out in Bishop Arts. You know, I'm trying. I'm trying. Yes. I'm trying to check out multiple screens, and I get this tweet from Bobby Belt, basically saying soccer isn't a sport.
Yeah, not a sport.
Okay, please explain.
I mean, it's ballet with a checkered ball as their.
Is hockey a sport?
Sure.
How do you define a sport? This is usually reserved for NASCAR. This conversation, or bowling.
What trolls people the most is the way that I define a sport.
Because you can't argue it's not a sport.
Look,
I'm
obviously it is a sport. That's an internet meme, of course, is just the reply back of not a sport. Like whenever you see anybody like Woj will tweet about NBA, you will see 100 replies in there of somebody going, not a sport, like to the NBA.
Okay.
So I'm doing that bit a little bit, but I don't like it.
Okay.
It's boring. It's like Bassick said last week. He understands why people don't like baseball now after watching soccer. Where it's just he felt like people who complain about baseball being boring, that's how he felt.
But you love
watching
baseball.
Soccer. I do love baseball.
And you're wearing a PGA Tour hat.
I don't like golf though. I'm great at it, but I don't like it.
Great.
Is golf boring?
To my untrained eye, here's what I hate. Here's what I don't want to do, or what I'd like to try to avoid.
Because I would like to try to avoid alienating. This is a business show.
Sure.
Okay. So I'm not going to let you alienate the top 3, the ratings that came out yesterday. England, USA, top local markets in the country. New York 1, LA 2, DFW 3. That's impressive.
Yes, it is.
The Metroplex and the state of Texas, because Austin was thrown into these rankings at number 10. They're loving themselves some World Cup. So we need to talk about it a little bit.
That's fine. Again, I don't. I understand there are a lot of soccer fans here. Again, what I want to avoid is not. It's clearly a bit to say it's not a sport. And here's the thing that's tough.
You just think it's boring.
You can't say it's boring without somebody like acting like you just said, like I drowned kittens or something. Like the people who enjoy it think it's like a personal affront when you say I find it boring.
Yeah.
I find it boring. I'm not saying it's objectively boring. I'm saying for my terrible attention span, watching a ball just consistently go bam, 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 and like no, again, my untrained eye, the feeling of like no rhythm to what I'm seeing is just, it's incredibly frustrating to watch.
It's one of those you have to go to like enjoy. Like golf, like I can't really enjoy it unless like I'm there watching it.
But Sean's watching it on TV and enjoying it.
No, but like in person, like you got to be in the action. You got to be there with the crowd in person.
But let me give you my official stance. I'm not going to be, fake soccer fan with my Umbros and Sambas on. I'm only involved in it. It's like an Olympic following. Okay, I don't love any of the Olympic sports like Choppy. Like he can break down, cross country skiing, and he knows all the participants and ice dancing. He loves all that stuff. I'm just
the ice dancing kegger.
Yes, I am a bandwagon national fan.
Sure.
That's it. Today at 1 p.m., I can't break down. I can't tell you about the players. It's like, okay, go USA. We got the drama with the flag. Iran's not happy. We hate them. They hate us. Let's go ahead. It's an event. I would like to go out. I'm watching it at a bar. You say going to a game. Yes, that's Electric FC Dallas. You go to any of the games in Arlington. I'm not sitting at home watching any soccer outside of this. It's only because it's the USA and we all want to feel like we're a part of the bandwagon. I'm a drive-by soccer fan for this only.
I get it. So like you're saying, like, yeah, okay, Michigan, Ohio State, that's a great rivalry, but have you ever thrown geopolitical tension and human rights into the to the sport?
Yes.
When you throw that in, the stakes become much higher. Look, here's where I understand. This is my olive branch to you soccer lovers and fake soccer lovers like Sean here.
I am a fake soccer lover.
You are. Is that I totally understand how it would get super irritating over time to just hear, like, it's such low-hanging fruit of kicking the sport here in the U.S. and talking about it like it's super boring. I totally understand how just frustrating that would get. That the only time you hear a sport you love mentioned is for people to just say it sucks.
Yeah.
So I get that. I'm just saying, for me personally, I can't sell me on it. Sell me on the entertainment of the sport, because I can't get into it.
Okay.
I wish I could. I honestly wish I could. And I wish I had the bandwidth to be able to follow, like, you know, the EPL or like follow. I mean, I can sort of keep up with the NHL, but like, again, that's more about
league straight.
That's more about time than anything with the NHL. I enjoy hockey when I watch it. I don't have the bandwidth to keep up with it. I've liked. There are periods of time where I get interested in NASCAR, or where I've gotten interested in tennis and followed tennis for a while. Like, I enjoy watching these sports. Soccer's just the one that, even when I really try, I can't. And I think it's just got to do with, just the rhythm of the game is so difficult. I feel like there's, anytime you're like, oh, something's happening, it's like, oh, okay, it immediately stops.
And baseball entertainment value for you right now? You still love baseball?
Yeah, so I don't have an issue with my issue. Those are two different types of complaints, I think. Like, somebody who says soccer's boring and somebody who says baseball's boring, I think they're saying they're boring for different reasons. Like, for baseball, it's so methodical and like, I understand why each play is drawn out. Whereas with soccer, they're constantly going,
but nothing's happening.
But it feels like there's no rhythm to it. Again, to the untrained eye, because I know that there are soccer fans who will say there was a lot that happened in that nothing game the other day.
Right.
And I respect your view on that, and I appreciate your thoughts on that. I'm just saying, as a total rube over here, I don't get it.
But it is a sport.
It is a sport.
Yes,
it's a sport. It's the old, like I said, it's the old social media bit where if you like find Ian Rappaport or somebody else, somebody is always replying to that, just going, not a sport, and triggering people in there, which is hilarious. I understand that with soccer, it's going to sound more realistic when you say that, because there are so many people that hate on it. So that's probably where I erred.
Well, you sound like a guy that hasn't played soccer or won't play soccer. You know, did you ever play soccer as a kid?
Playing soccer's worse.
Because I feel like baseball and
so much
soccer, golf, like you have to have played it in your childhood life, to like enjoy it more.
And did your kids play?
No, my kids have not played. I played
not in the cardiovascular realm of vape of vape son.
No, so he did track for a little bit.
Oh,
so he did run, but
Vlade Divac of high school track.
Yeah. He's like the old
Banging
John Belushi Little Chocolate Donuts skit where he's smoking cigarettes and eating chocolate donuts while he runs track. No, I played a little bit of soccer, but I mean, I was really young, and I remember specifically, I'll never forget it. I was in second grade, and there was one kid who was really into soccer and was losing his damn mind while we were playing, because he kept going they are offsides. And he's calling everything out. And then one of the coaches is just let them play. Ryan, just be quiet. Let them play.
Yeah.
And he's but this is they're breaking the rules. How are we supposed to play here? And this little kid was getting super frustrated because he understood the game.
And the flopping doesn't help either. It's like having 7 Lucas out there.
Yeah, that doesn't help. But I mean, that exists again. We know also in basketball. And
I'd like to find the international superstar who doesn't like soccer. Because it seems like every single international megastar, like a Luka Doncic, right, loves soccer. Argentina, Mexico match averaged 8.9 million viewers on Telemundo's platforms and Peacock. That was a Spanish group stage record. We're getting a lot of TV records as of late.
Oh, everywhere.
Cowboys, Giants, record. Highest watched regular season game ever. Michigan, Ohio State broke the record for college, and then Argentina, Mexico, and there's DFW, number 3 in the country in terms of viewership for the United States and England. And today, was USA England? That was during the weekend. That was an off day, one of the holidays. So today probably won't be as high because it's 1 p.m. with everyone going back to work. What is the truckwork.com text line saying to you? There's going to be a lot of agreement.
No. There's not, because this is the type of thing that's going to just get a lot of soccer fans angry. Which again, I totally own up to the fact that it's my own ignorance. Like, I'm dumb. Like, this is what, like, I understand, like, that I can't see the poetry in the game, whatever else. I totally understand.
Beautiful game.
I get it. I'm dead serious. I get it. 214. Bobby sounds like the angry Ken mad at football because he could never play it and never got picked to play. 469. Soccer games matter more than any other sport. You can get kicked out of leagues. 225. There's a soccer game today. Who knew? What else do we have here? 214. My son plays soccer. Does not like watching it. 360. Track is not a sport, you dip ass. Yeah, I didn't say it was. I just said he ran track.
A sport as well.
Yeah, what do you want me to do?
If you run and it's gonna burn your chest, that's a sport automatically.
Yeah, I mean, look, again, I'm kidding when I say soccer is not a sport.
Yeah.
It very clearly is, and
I
it
meant
takes
for track.
And no, I know, but I'm saying, like, this whole not a sport thing is like. Now, if you want to say that about NASCAR, I agree. Like, I mean, you're like, take one look at golf and soccer. Golf is a sport, but when you look at John Daly and you look at some of the guys who have driven in NASCAR, it's hard to say they're athletes. I'm sorry.
Canelo Alvarez with the overreaction of the week, saying that Messi better pray to God that Canelo doesn't find him after a little video of the Argentina locker room surfaced, and like Messi was kicking off his cleat and the Mexican flag was apparently on the ground and his foot like barely brushed it. Canelo thought that he was wiping the floor and cleaning up the Gatorade with the Mexican flag, and Canelo lost his mind on social media threatening Messi. Dude, relax. You're overreacting. I got a DM from Atolo yesterday saying, man, Canelo's making us Mexicans look bad with his stupidity and his overreaction with Messi barely brushing the flag as he was trying to take off one of his cleats. So that story blew up because you have two mega stars in the news on social media.
I wouldn't want to make Canelo mad.
No. But did you see the video? Messi wasn't being disrespectful.
No, it was a misunderstanding. It was fine. I think this is a good point, by the way, on the soccer thing from 254. This is a cultural thing for a lot of us. Most of us been taught that a tie is bad since we were like 5, and so that's just hard to change overnight. And so, yeah, when you see like a bunch of celebration of a nothing tie, that culturally, there's a lot of people who have problems with that. And again, that's my own ignorance, and I totally own up to that.
You can tie in football.
Huh?
American football.
Yeah, and we all laugh about it.
We hate it.
Yeah.
Jerry Jones is at 7:30, not 8:30 this morning. He has moved to 7:30. We'll ask him about the win over the Giants, the Jeff Saturday controversy, and the Odell plane incident. So JJ at 7:30 this morning, the Mavs are going to be taking on the Golden State Warriors. The big World Cup game at 1 p.m. The Rangers are honing in on this pitcher over that one. And all the latest college football rankings that are coming out tonight. Highest rated segment of the show, headlines, next on The Fan. But first.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Najee gets the call. Najee threw a crack down to the goal line. Touchdown, Pittsburgh. For Najee Harris, number 4 on the year. And you hear the Steelers fans, and you see the terrible towel a-twirling.
A-twirling. Steelers radio with the call. Pittsburgh hangs on. They almost blew a big lead that they had at halftime against the Indianapolis Colts. That is the Cowboys' next opponent. Huge Matt Ryan, Jonathan Taylor fumble on the 1-yard line that cost me my fantasy football matchup, and Pittsburgh hangs on to win. Both teams now are 4-7. Well, sorry, 4-7-1 for Indianapolis and Jeff Saturday.
Yeah, just a brutal football game to watch, though, man. And then this has been the case for them, like on all these Monday night, Thursday night games. They haven't been very good. This was a bad week in general for games.
Yep.
We were talking about that on Sunday, about how it was just there was a lot of boring action going on. All the best games of the week, which the NFL probably loved, were the Thanksgiving games.
Yes.
Like, those were all the best matchups. And so
Buffalo, Minnesota, we haven't even talked about. That was, Minnesota, New England.
Yeah.
That ended up being a really, really good game. Buffalo came back at the very end against the Lions, and then the Cowboys set the record for viewership against the Giants.
So a good Thursday, just followed by some bad games over the weekend. But man, you watched that game last night, and it's hard to see the Colts matching up very well with Dallas. That's going to be I think the spread's up to 10 now this morning after being 9 yesterday. It's just that's a not a very good football team right now. They don't have a good quarterback. Jonathan Taylor is not Superman this year. It's just going to be really, if Dallas were to lose this game, if Dallas were to even struggle in this game, I'd be pretty disappointed.
I agree. And people are going to get mad at us for jinxing it. Brad Sham, saying it's going to be tougher than y'all think.
You're the Shinks.
No, it's not. Sunday Night Football in Arlington. The Cowboys hosting Indianapolis. Order of AFC South concern with these next 3. Is it Jacksonville 1, Indy 2, Houston 3? Is there any way we can get the Colts to 3rd on the worry list?
No, Houston's terrible. So Houston's definitely 3rd, and Jacksonville's definitely 1st. Jacksonville just being a road game. Jacksonville having a positive point differential this year. They've lost some close games. They've been competitive. That would probably be the toughest game for them coming up, will be the Jaguars.
So that was Monday Night Football last night. Jeff Saturday is getting called out for some end-of-clock game management. That's got to be tough for him to have game management under control, just flying from Bristol to Indianapolis on the sidelines, right?
Yeah, I think that's...
what's on the 1, 2, 3 list for Jeff Saturday? Make sure the players have some type of respect for me versus some of the guys that could have been promoted within the building. Learn the players' names. Clock management's way down on the list versus learning. Does Jeff Saturday know all the plays? Does he know everything that's being run offensively and defensively?
It doesn't look at times like the Colts know what's being run offensively and defensively, so it would seem to indicate maybe the coach doesn't. But again, he's a very sharp, bright football mind. But you see him just wasting away the clock last night. It was a little curious.
Jerry Jones is going to join us live at 7:30 this morning here on DFW Sports Station. College football playoff rankings tonight. These are going to be fun. These are going to be juicy. Bobby going to have the college football kegger at 8 a.m.
Yes, we're having a shift because we got Jerry, but this will be an interesting ranking. I can't imagine they would do it, and we can talk about this during the kegger a little bit, but I'm going to be really interested to see if the CFP just shows how much they love Alabama and actually has them above Ohio State.
Saban was trying to make an argument for it.
There's zero argument for it.
You think they could be above who?
Ohio State. I genuinely wonder if the CFP, I anticipate it will be Ohio State at 5. I think 1 loss to 2 losses matter, and it's not like we're talking about, just a random team. This is Ohio State in comparison to Alabama. This is a team with about as much prestige as they have.
Here are the odds in order from Vegas. Bet online. Georgia 1, Michigan 2.
Yes.
USC 3. USC on November 21st was 25-1. But USC number 3, according to Vegas, TCU 4, Ohio State 5. Why are you giving that TCU disrespectful eye roll like RJ does?
Because no,
show some respect.
No, I am showing respect. TCU should be 3. USC should not be like USC. I would probably pick USC over TCU in a game, like on a neutral field.
Yeah.
But TCU has earned it. Like we're talking about an incredible run they went on in October against ranked opponents. Yep. They beat down Iowa State this weekend, a team that there were a lot of people that goes, this is a team that could give them some trouble. Don't just assume TCU is going to beat Iowa State. It's like, in a year where there's been a lot of these top teams that have floundered and shown how flawed they are, they're undefeated. That should matter. That should be one of the top 3 teams in the country.
I will say it would not shock me if Ohio State was at 4. Because if you look at USC's and Ohio State's resume, Ohio State has the better loss because they lost to an undefeated Michigan team.
Ooh, disagree.
USC lost on the road to number 20 Utah.
Disagree. I think Ohio State's loss.
They both have 1 loss.
Ohio State's loss is so much worse than USC.
Why?
Michigan was number 3.
Yeah, Michigan was number 3, and everybody was talking about how Ohio State was going to be an easy win. This was at the Horseshoe. This was a 20-point loss where your DBs looked lost.
Peyton's right.
No, you got run. It was a 1-point loss on the road at Utah on a night they're honoring their dead teammates. Like, that was a huge atmosphere. There's no. This is and there were awful officiating calls late in that USC game. USC has a much more passable loss to me than Ohio State does.
Now, I will say USC playing in the conference championship will help them, because if they win that, then I do see them jump in Ohio State. But tonight, I would not be shocked if Ohio State was 4.
And the Heisman finalist favorite is Caleb Williams right now.
Yep.
Jared
easy.
Sandler. This past weekend when we were out drinking in Bishop Arts was just going crazy. Sean Payton yesterday called him a generational talent. He said, if we ever go to a lottery system, he said, I don't believe in tanking, right? It messes up your locker room. If we ever go to a lottery system, this is the type of kid that you tank for. Humongous high praise for Caleb Williams, making the season of the Oklahoma Sooner fan base even more bitter and hard to swallow.
He's very, very good, and he was really dynamic, really good against Notre Dame the other night. Now there was a little bit of controversy because he had painted some obscenities on his nails.
Yeah,
which is what he did last year against Texas too. And so that'll be. I don't think he's going to be able to keep doing stuff like that if he gets to the NFL. They'll crack down on that pretty hard. But
is he was a Mahomes comp for him? I mean,
no, I don't know.
He runs around a little faster.
A good comp is tough. I don't think he's Mahomes like, but I mean he's very good. He's been incredible, and he had a couple Heisman type moments the other night against Notre Dame. And to me, it's especially after how Ohio State looked with C.J. Stroud and how rough that is. To me, it's Caleb Williams, and I don't think there's really a close second right now.
C.J. Stroud is second. So the college football rankings will come out tonight. Today at 1 p.m., do or die. They want everyone to wear blue throughout the entire country. The United States is going to be taking on Iran. A lot of controversy with flag scrubbing. The U.S. Twitter account trying to show solidarity over some women's rights issues with a 22-year-old that was killed in that part of the world. Well, their head coach, along with Tyler Adams, was at the podium yesterday being asked about the flag disrespect.
We had no idea about what U.S. Soccer put out. The staff, the players had no idea. And for us, it's, again, what Tyler said, our focus is on this match. And, I don't want to sound aloof or not caring by saying that, but, the guys have worked really hard for the last 4 years. We have 72 hours between England and Iran. And we really are just focused on how to get past Iran, that we can go to this knockout stage of the tournament. of course, our thoughts and are with people, the whole country, the whole team, everyone. But our focus is on this match.
Yeah, they didn't post it, but they're having to answer for it. I want to see who steps up and accepts responsibility for removing the central image of Iran's flag. And is there any other country with as little letters that gets mispronounced or butchered as much as them with the pronunciation?
Ooh, good question. I mean, how many countries are there even with fewer letters than that? So, no, probably not. That's probably right at the top.
Qatar has 5. It's not 4 like Iran, but Qatar, Qatar.
But if we're talking, but it's 4. So if we're talking about as few letters and gets,
well, that's why.
Which one gets mispronounced more?
That's true. Yeah, because you get Qatar and Qatar, and I don't know. You get Iran, you get Iran, you get. It seems like there's another one, isn't there, that people always do?
I mean, is it Iraq? Want that kind of be the same thing?
Iraq. Truckcrack.com text line. We'll ask Jerry coming up at 7.
How do you pronounce those?
Yeah, it's Sean and RJ, Bobby, Belt, and Choppy's chair today. RJ will be back, and all of us will be at full force again tomorrow morning here on DFW Sports Station. The Mavs are going to take on the Golden State Warriors tonight at the AAC. The Warriors have been struggling on the road this season. Mavs Twitter is on fire, going off on Jason Kidd. And last night did not help as Kristaps Porzingis went off. He went nuts for the Washington Wizards, having Mavs fans get even more upset over the return that we got for KP. 29 points at halftime, 6 of 8 from 3, 9 of 9 from the free throw line. He was shooting 78%.
3 blocks, finished with his dirt game, his 41 points. Yeah, he looked great. But it wasn't that always Porzingis? Like, he would look great one moment, and you'd be like, oh my gosh, here it is. It's finally clicked into place. And then it's like, hey, he's got to miss the next, week because whatever issue has cramped him this time.
Do you remember when they got back for KP?
Yeah, it was Dinwiddie and Bertans.
Yes. We got our second best player, though.
Yeah, Dinwiddie's been good. I mean, but you need more around them than just Dinwiddie and Luka.
Dallas Stars with a very impressive win to stay on top of the Central Division last night against St. Louis.
Dallas comes back quickly. And now Johnston down the wing, 3-on-2. In front, waiting, shoots, he scores! What a shot by Wyatt Johnston. His 6th, and the Stars lead 1-0.
And the Stars score 3 in the third. Heiskanen with an empty netter, and they take care of the Blues 4-1. Wedgwood with a surprise start in goal. Scott Wedgwood making 23 saves. Stars get the nice W. The Rangers are apparently honing in or more optimistic about getting Carlos Rodon, the left-handed pitcher from the San Francisco Giants, more so than Jacob deGrom, Justin Verlander, according to Ken Rosenthal from The Athletic.
Yeah, and Rodon is somebody that is really good, has been really good for 2 years. It's just my only concern there is, again, I don't want the guy who it clicks for him later on his career. There's always just this worry for me that it's going to fall apart quickly too. But he's been really good in a lot of the peripheral statistics. A lot of the analytics say that he's going to be able to keep that up and maintain it. And obviously 5 years younger than DeGrom, doesn't have the same sort of injury issues that DeGrom does. I think that he's much more preferable than DeGrom at this point.
Headlines on a Tolo Tuesday with Sean and Bobby. Jerry Jones coming up in 15 minutes. Before that, are we all signing off on Tyron over Tyler after the Cowboys-Giants game? Is Zeke totally back, and is there any way to fix Anthony Brown? We'll talk about all of that, plus Jerry Jones live right here on 105.3 The Fan. But is officially meeting the expressway here on Sean and RJ. Bobby Belt and Choppy's chair. We are commercial free to the end of the hour. And then the college football kegger at the top of the hour here on your home of America's team. Jerry is going to be on live at 7:30 this morning. Text us your questions on the truckwreck.com hotline at 877-881-1053, 877-881-1053. Let's talk about the leading voters for the Pro Bowl, Bobby, as Micah Parsons is listed as an outside linebacker on the ballot, leads the NFL in votes at that position. Zach Martin has the most votes among all the guards.
Yeah, and which is interesting because this has been a bit of a down year for Zach Martin. I mean, he's not been bad, but he hasn't played up to his normal like Hall of Fame type of level. But he's, that's what a lot of this ends up being, is name recognition. But that's why it's a little surprising to me. The leading vote getter at corner in the NFC is Tariq Woolen, the rookie corner from Seattle, who had a flurry of interceptions early in the season.
Leading corner?
Yeah, he's the leading vote getter at corner in the NFC is Tariq Woolen.
Where's Diggs?
It's a good question. So it lists only the leaders, but I think I saw something yesterday from John Machota where he said that he is currently at number 3, I believe, in the voting.
Okay.
Yeah, he's third among corners. And so it's just interesting to me that Diggs wouldn't be leading at cornerback with his name recognition and the type of season that he's had. I understand he doesn't have the same sort of, interception numbers that he did, but Tariq Woolen was a guy who really came on strong to open the season and had like 4 interceptions in the first 5 weeks or something like that.
Diggs is, I know you hate the website. I'll bring it up since you and RJ can't fight about it today. We'll save that for tomorrow. Diggs's PFF grade is the same as Zach Martin's. They're both like right at 70.
Yeah, but I think Martin's actually graded higher at his position because a 70 as a guard is generally harder. Like there's not as many guards at 70 as Diggs. Diggs they have as like the 18th ranked corner, but they're idiots, and so they don't know what they're talking about. Diggs has been phenomenal this year. There's really early on there was maybe a game or two where things didn't look as crisp, but man, when you're talking about the last 5-6 weeks or so, he's been absolutely locked down. He's been so good.
And Justin Jefferson is leading the way amongst all vote getters.
Yep, 90,000 votes. This is the second round of balloting that's come out. It's Justin Jefferson, followed by Patrick Mahomes, Travis Kelce, Saquon Barkley, and Tyreek Hill.
Why are we still doing a Pro Bowl ballot?
Why wouldn't we?
Isn't the game dead?
I mean, you still got to have the Pro Bowl
announcement team.
You got to have the because
we're not just going to have all pros.
The all pros are media voted, so the Pro Bowl will be more like fan voted, and so that's where the fans can get their voice.
Okay, a couple of cleanup items from Thanksgiving. Is one game too much of an overreaction to say, Tyler Smith, man, you struggled? It should be Tyron Smith's job at left tackle when he comes back.
I don't think it's an overreaction. I think that
allowed 7 pressures and 3 hits on Dak, both single game highs for him. He was also called for 2 penalties in the game. He leads the team in penalties by a wide margin.
Yeah, it was not great the other day. I kind of wonder if some of that is just, it's the first experience for a young player doing that 3-day turnaround. And that might explain away some of his struggles. But look, I think that you were already there was already confidence from a lot of people that Tyron should go back into the lineup and that you just slide Tyler Smith aside because you deserve to see, could it get better? Could it be better there with Tyron Smith at left tackle? Could you improve? Not that Tyler Smith has been bad by any stretch. He really hasn't, other than the other day. But I think that was already a thought that you needed to see. You needed to see what Tyron Smith could do. The fact that Tyler Smith struggled like he did, I think just reinforces it and confirms, all right, let's bring Tyron Smith back, see what he can do. If it's bad, if it doesn't work out, we can make the change back, but we at least owe it to ourselves to see if we can get a high level of play from Tyron Smith.
Who on the offensive line is not getting enough spotlight?
Probably Tyler Biadasz. I mean, Terrence Steele, I think, has been their most consistent, but I think a lot of people have given him a lot of praise for how he's played. Tyler Biadasz has been really solid. And he's cleaned up a lot of the...
Because we were ready to kick him out of town.
Yeah. And their issues were less about... They saw steady growth from him. They liked that. Their issues were more, I think, at the Cowboys about his ability to read things be the quarterback of the offensive line, essentially, which I know it's really hard coming from Travis Frederick to expect that type of high IQ football player. But I think they were just concerned, how much more growth does he have as the quarterback of the offensive line and some of the stuff that they need him to do, pre-snap and those responsibilities. And I think you've seen him improve there. And Dak Prescott's talked a lot about how the communication's been really great with Biotish and that they've got a really strong relationship. And so probably Biotish. I think Biotish has had a really strong season.
Did Zeke prove that the running back balance is the right formula with him having the better game on Thursday? I think he looked good.
I think Zeke proved that the rest was needed, and that instead of just digging in and trying to tough it out like they did last season, and it cost them, I think they learned from that and realized, let's just get the guy healthy. Let's not have him. This isn't a guy who can play through, hampering injuries the way maybe earlier in his career he could when he was banged up and he was, more athletic. There's a lot of miles on him, and he's, not going to be the same type of player when he's healthy, but certainly not when he's banged up. So you need him at his healthiest to be his most effective. And I think that's what you saw. You just see that even on a quick 3-day turnaround, he looked fresh and he looked rejuvenated and looked ready to go. And so I think that's a big boost for the Cowboys heading down the stretch.
True or false, the current biggest problem, the biggest individual problem on the Dallas Cowboys is the play of Anthony Brown. He's getting roasted on social media every game as he got mossed by Darius Slayton.
That's a good question. It's maybe one of the things I'm most concerned about moving forward. I don't know if it...
Who else could it be? Who else is in the running?
Consistently, like if you want to talk about a performance, the run defense has obviously been concerning this year. The communication between Dak and the receivers sometimes has been concerning. But if you want to talk about just an individual player, he's been very, very concerning, and teams are picking on him. The Giants, who had one of the top running attacks in the NFL, came out and chose, let's do it this way. Let's go after this guy.
Is his confidence gone? What's it like with him in the locker room?
I mean, he's the guy with the literal chip on his shoulder, right? He literally tattooed a chip on his shoulder.
Pringle.
And so was it a Pringle? Looked more like a wavy lay.
Oh, okay.
I think that he's somebody who he's having issues with confidence. He's obviously had the concussion this year. I kind of wonder how healthy he is, because just there's some things when you watch him play that it doesn't look right. It doesn't look like it has in the past, and I just feel like that may be a factor here that we're not aware of.
His PFF grade is a 57.
It's higher than Jordan Lewis and Deron Bland, but he hasn't been better than them, which just speaks to PFF, I think.
All right, Jerry Jones is getting set to join us here on Sean and Bobby. It's DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan, usually 8:30 for JJ. No other media members are going to be up to transcribe this interview as you text them.
I don't think
all?
so. Yeah, I let everybody know we're moving to 7:30, and about half the responses I got back were like, "Oh, that's far too early. I'll have to catch it on the replay."
Wow! On the Babe Laufenberg sleep
it's a Tuesday.
schedule.
It's an off day. It's a media off day for the Star, and so they're usually up and at it Monday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, but Tuesday's the off day, and so I guess this is when most of them sleep in and get their beauty rest.
Live on the Fan Cam, live on Twitch, and live on YouTube as we welcome in the Hall of Fame owner and general manager of your Dallas Cowboys a little bit earlier this morning. Brought to you by Ford. Built for Texas, built for you. It is Jerry Jones here on Sean and Bobby. Good morning, Jerry. How are you?
Well, doing just fine, and sitting here at the getting ready to get on the plane, and got to run up to New York this morning, but I'm glad to be you let me on a little bit early, but good morning to everyone.
What do you do to kill time on the plane? Is it all business calls, or do you play solitaire every once in a while?
No, it's all business calls. These planes are rigged up, if you got them rigged up right, to where you just really can get calls and just operate. But you couldn't have afford to be killing that much time right in the middle of the day. So you can get a lot done on these planes.
When's the last time that Jerry Jones flew commercial?
Oh, I've flown probably about 4 months ago. And so
wow.
I do go when it's just me a lot. I'll go commercial.
Really?
Yes.
Interesting. Jerry, does it feel weird not to have like a game in 24 hours after you guys got through this stretch with a record of 2-1? How are you reflecting with a little bit extra time off after this tough part of the schedule?
Well, I'm obviously proud for the condition of the team relative to getting a little break, getting a little rest. Of course, you can accumulate some nicks during that time that get a chance. But in our particular case, where we had that outbreak of various kinds of I'm not going to call it the bug, but just various kinds of the cold type symptoms, we really did need a break, because there right before we played the other day, I think we had as many as 7 or 8 that were really suspect or not able to play in the game. So it's good to get that behind us and work on that too during this time.
Jerry, when you guys have issues like that, does it become obviously not the same sort of protocols you had during COVID, but do you guys start putting measures in place of like, hey, let's try and tackle this so that we make sure we're not spreading around this bug and putting ourselves in a vulnerable position?
Of course, yes. We know the flu rules. We all abide by that, and that is you don't want to bring that to the workplace, and so they usually isolate that and anything contagious. And these guys are overall in great shape, and they usually can bounce back pretty quickly once they get to the point of identifying it. And so that's good. And by the way, those kinds of symptoms players play with all the time. We all we all have to work through that. But it's shocking sometimes what you can rise to the occasion, even though you feel like you're achy and you don't feel like you can make it work.
Yeah.
Boy, some of the best performances you see are guys that are working out of a achy, cold situation.
And Jerry, you guys feel like you're currently in a pretty good place health-wise with all that sickness?
Well, yes. The answer is a big yes. But in general, just the way we're moving, of course, we know that can change on the next play. But still, just as last year when we got to the playoffs, I've repeated this numerous times, we were in such good health overall, both the players that potentially could contribute in the playoff are the ones that were contributing. So that availability, that health right at playoff time is a big deal. And I'm hopeful this year that we're going to have that. We played a lot of guys this year, played a lot of players. We should, hopefully by rights, we should be in pretty good shape into the playoffs with health.
Jerry Jones here on The Fan. After having, a weekend to reflect and all the film study and the meetings with the coaches, how would you overall summarize that win over the Giants on Thursday?
I thought we can play better. We really we came out as physical as I've ever seen us start a game. And that really set the tone. And that's the way you want to set the tone. And we were able to impose what we wanted to do, especially there on offense in the run game. But defensively, we were strong. And we let the air out of us when we went forward on 4th down and didn't make it. That was a setback. It actually was because we were playing so well that we went forward on 4th down. And but boy, that's the way to start a game, is my point. And if we can start them all like that, we'll have success.
Jerry, when we were watching the game, it seemed like the last couple of weeks, especially Minnesota and New York, it seems like Dak is making a lot of checks and audibles at the line of scrimmage. Is that something that I mean, I know you guys have always empowered him to do that, but is that something that he seems to be taking more control over in recent weeks, is trying to put the offense in the best position possible pre-snap?
Well, I'd say he's at the top of his game of doing that, of making those adjustments. And it's a real plus for us, major plus. His basic, really, if you will, just feel for getting us in the right chance on the next play to make the game. And that's a big payoff. He's excellent at the time he spends working on this. And, of course, he's got the strong arm to back it up, and all of that's good.
Jerry, the receivers have been in the spotlight all year long. CeeDee Lamb, we think, has shown the amazing ability to respond, even if he's had a bad play early in the game. Gallup was showing off the hands the other day. Just talk about your duo of receivers, the way they played the other day, and how they've been progressing throughout the year in Lamb and Gallup.
Well, we just talked about Dak's ability to set it up against how they're defending us, and that has everything to do with these receivers really not only doing their own execution, but getting in a position to make the play. All of that's working together. You work that with what we're doing now with our tight ends and coming out of the backfield with our backs. But then I'm really pleased with where we are. And we've got help on the way here. Well, Washington's got a good chance to be joining us here real soon. Excuse me.
You all right?
Yep. Get me some oxygen. Better still, how about a big shot of Jack? We'll be ready to go this morning.
That's not a bad call. Jerry, we talk about the improvements of the receivers and where they're at, and CeeDee Lamb and the way that he's stepped up. But more specifically, I'm curious, not just as the play, but like we've seen CeeDee Lamb really take a more visible role, at least it feels like, I think, on the media side, in terms of being a leader and being outspoken. Is that something you guys really wanted to see from him heading into this year? Because it seems like it's been a concentrated effort from him to be a more visible face of what's going on in the locker room.
Well, I think that you're emboldened as a player by how you're playing, how well you're playing, and it's hard to be up front when you feel like you're got more to put out there on the field, and he's doing that. And boy, listen, he's a talented receiver. It's all ahead of him. He's improved dramatically, not just into this year, but during this year. And there's no doubt in my mind that he's going to be a big factor for us, and he's going to give these defenses something to really have to adjust for.
Jerry, do we just need to come to terms with this team committing a lot of penalties? That was kind of the thing that Dak touched on right after the game, in which he had an amazing second half. He just talked about, we got to stop putting ourselves in these positions. We've been talking about this now for about a year and a half. Do we just need to come to terms with the Cowboys are going to be highly penalized and just deal with it?
No, absolutely not. That is in our control. That's something that you can focus on. That's something you get better at. Absolutely not. We have got to when we were talking earlier, we hurt ourselves early, and you saw very visibly it taking the starch out of you, and it'll wear on you, boy. It'll take it out of you.
No. We got you, Jerry? Uh-oh.
Well,
let's see if we can get him back on, Peyton. Another coughing fit, possibly. Shot at Jack right there.
I do. This is exactly what you had to expect, though. Steven's given a similar line. It's interesting to hear Jerry give the same line there. They're not going to accept these penalties, even though you and I are.
They're not going to accept them
in terms of we're just saying this is the reality of this team. I'm getting a Jerry moment here, having to clear my throat. When you say this is the reality of this team and that this is what we should probably expect and that you're always going to have these sort of issues,
right?
They're not going to accept that. And so publicly. Publicly. I mean, I think maybe they may realize there's not a lot they can do to fix it, but I think they're still going to demand that we've got to do everything we can. We can't just throw up our arms and say, well, we get penalized a lot. And so I think that that's probably something that they're still, communicating to the coaching staff. It's probably something that is still a major focus for Mike McCarthy is making sure that they've got that situated.
Sorry, Jerry, we lost you as you were commenting on the penalty.
Yeah, I'm sorry we dropped, but we can't compromise that. As a matter of fact, It should be just an additive interest. Just pile it on. We have to. It took the starch out of us right at the start of the game the other day. Our own mistakes, penalties, if you will, really took the momentum away from us. And so we've got to make sure that we're really cognizant of that. Teams have to do that, and they have to do it individually, big time. But then that's got to carry over to the unit.
The Hall of Famer.
No, we've got to improve our penalties. Have to improve our penalties.
Jerry Jones joining us an hour early this morning here on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. As of this morning, every single team in the NFC East would qualify for the playoffs. Just a general football question, Jerry. Would you rather play in the toughest division or the easiest division in the NFL to get you ready for the postseason or to get to the postseason? How do you weigh that?
Well, I'd love to have a great division record. And so, what is tough after the fact, where you look back and you've just about canceled each other out with that kind of competitiveness between teams. I don't like the sound of that. And so I like for everybody to be tough and us be a little tougher. But, no, it's still competitive for me. I just want to get to the top.
Jerry, no, you can't comment too much about it, but did the Odell Beckham plane incident alter y'all's plans or change your thinking about how you want to approach Beckham?
No, it did not. Those are not his overall team compatibility, his judgment, his behavior is not an issue with him. It is with many, but not with him.
What were your impressions of him after speaking with him, without giving away too much? Just what were your general impressions of him as just a young man and a potential fit with your team?
Kid Mira is genuine, very genuine, very competitive, feels confident, feels good about himself. I think he's breeds confidence. But yet very, very just compatible. We think he'd fit in really good with us.
Jerry, we have Michael Irvin on every Wednesday, and Michael said, hey, temper the expectations. If they add Odell, this is more about next year with his health than this year. Do y'all view that the same way?
Well, we have to have this year. It's very important. We've got, the things we do to have him impact this year. So this year has to be a big part of it. Now, this year's, of course, we have 6 regular season games in the playoffs. We've got, in my mind, almost the whole show ahead of us. Mm-hmm. But we've got to have a situation where we can really contribute now.
Jerry, does it ever give you any sort of uneasiness when you've got a guy like Odell Beckham Jr. who you know is going to visit a team before you guys?
Not at all. Not at all. As a matter of fact, if you look at what precedes us before you get here, so to speak, physically coming to visit, I like that. As to other teams, we don't have anything to take a step back on that. And then, of course, I know what this area is. I know what Dallas area is. I know what football means to this area. And I do know that we're the most visible team. And so from that standpoint, there's a lot of interest in it. And everybody likes to be a part of something that is substantive, and that's the Cowboys.
Yes, sir. And last one, Jerry, are you guys still scheduled to meet on Monday?
Yes, we are, and we may have intermittent conversations, but again, our anticipation is to meet as soon as Monday.
Jerry, when it comes to the Colts on Sunday night, I wanted to ask you about the Jeff Saturday story. Some people within the sport were offended. This quick rise, this promotion is an insult to long-term coaches. It's disrespectful to the sport. How did you view the Jeff Saturday story?
Well, again, I shouldn't and won't really address the other team and address his story. I know Jeff and was very involved in the labor negotiation that we had that he led the players during that time. But listen, leadership is a really quite a broad thing, and so we all know that a head coach has to be a leader, and so I know this: he has those qualities in spades.
Jerry, this is 2 straight games now where you guys have been able to hold, running games under 100 yards. Do you guys feel confident that the issues on the run defense are repaired and fixed, or do you think this is still a work in progress?
I feel good about our run defense. I really do. I like the way our big boys are playing inside. But more important than anything, I like the way we're wrapping up. I like the way we're tackling. I like the way the secondary is coming up and making those plays. We've got some very physical safeties, and that'll do as much as anything for your run game. No, I'm as far as where we are relative to where we've been. I like it as well as we've had in our run support, and of course, it always helps to have the balance out there and keep that quarterback on his toes relative to what he can do throwing the ball. But in general, I like our run game defense.
And again, on that defensive side of the ball, the defense has been so strong all year, but it feels like lately there's just been a little bit of maybe offense is targeting Anthony Brown on the other side. Is he still, do you think, trying to bounce back after that concussion a few weeks ago, or do you think he's maybe dealing with some confidence issues, or what's the issue there?
Well, first of all, you're making some very good points about the defense in general. I personally am not as concerned as Brown as Brown gets pointed out. I think if you look at his entire year, you'll see that he's done some very good work out there, and I like the way that we've made our adjustments. We know it's easy at this time of the year for people to have really analyzed you and know where you're giving up areas to get stronger in other areas. But we've got a guy in Dan Quinn, and we've got the athletes out there that can adjust and move it around and keep them off balance. That's the key on defense.
Jerry, last one for you. You addressed it after the game. Just wanted to give you any opportunity to clarify or add any thoughts to the Arkansas photo story if you wanted to, even though you did comment on it on Thursday.
Yeah. Well, I think the key thing is that for me is that it's a misread if you think that I don't recognize how monumental those days were. I think those were years before Martin Luther King even. But and respect the people that were involved in trying to make their, if you will, change things. And I have a lot of respect for that.
Jerry, thank you for the time. Get yourself a little shot to clear things up and have a good flight.
You bet, guys. And I appreciate you tolerating me this morning. This isn't as bad as it
sounds. Jerry Jones, right here, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. Truckwreck.com text line 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up. Nice job, Bobo.
That was good. That was
he sounded like he was willing to answer 5 more about Odell.
Yeah, he took 5 in a row. It's an interesting contrast a lot of times with the way you get the approaches on topics like this with Jerry and Steven.
Yeah, it's not interesting, it's opposite.
Yeah, I mean,
one talking about it, one will talk about it, one doesn't.
Yeah,
you don't got to dance around it on this show. We just say it.
I'm saying it's very interesting. Yesterday it was Steven's approach is clearly he's done taking answers on it, and Jerry's like, yeah, I'll take 5 straight questions. Let's do it.
Man, this is going to be a gut punch if this doesn't happen. A gut punch. He seemed, I don't know, translating Jerry's always dangerous. He seemed to be like, I'm not worried about him meeting with the Giants first.
No, not at all.
That's not a concern at all.
He didn't think that was
a threat.
Any concern, which is very interesting. I don't know. Maybe he.
We should have asked as a follow-up. We should have asked about how often does he feel like the Cowboys get used for leverage?
Yeah, that's an interesting one. That can be a next Monday or next Tuesday.
If he's not signed.
Well, next Tuesday. Yeah, right after. You'll get him the day after the meeting.
Or Friday. Friday, KMC can ask him.
Yeah.
How often does he feel like they get used for leverage? He didn't want to answer or well, let's finish up about Odell. He said they could talk again before Monday.
Yeah.
Could.
Yeah, and I thought he came out very forcefully in favor of they have 0 questions about the character, so the playing issue doesn't concern them at all, that they know what kind of a teammate he is and what kind of a person he is.
That wasn't my favorite answer. My favorite answer was this year.
Well, my favorite answer was that he needs a shot at Jags.
Yeah, that's true. My second favorite answer was it has to be about this year.
Yes.
I'm so impatient, and I'm one of these of, I don't want to go ahead. Like Red Auerbach showed legendary, I guess it wasn't legendary patience. It was just smart when he drafted Bird, and he's like, we'll shelve him. We don't need it right now. We'll shelve him for a year, and then you have an all-time great career. I don't want to be thinking about next year and then impact. I want now. The window is there now. I've been saying that Cowboys are a championship threat and contender, and I need some right now, not just next year.
That's what we were talking about in Crosstalk yesterday with Hagee, where Hagee was like, if this isn't about this year, then I don't know that I want it. And Jerry's saying, no, it's absolutely about this year because I wouldn't want it if it wasn't about this year too. That's the big focus here. They think they're close, and they think this is a very vulnerable conference, a very vulnerable NFL in general, and they saw just a year ago the type of difference that he could make to a team that was trying to get their title in their window, and a team that's now spiraling, in all honesty, this season. And so I think that is... It's easy for Jerry to probably see the leap of the difference that Odell Beckham can make and how tight and competitive the NFC is right now. That's a major move.
He wanted to be very forceful in not accepting the penalty issue, and I don't know. I know he wasn't ready for it, but I was hoping for more of a strong answer on, would you rather play in the easiest division or the toughest division? And I'm not telling you what's happening at the end of the year. I'm just telling you at the beginning of the year, you're going to play in the toughest division or the easiest division in the NFL. It's like the SEC college argument.
He wants all the division victories he can get, Sean. What's wrong with that?
Nice, easy answer.
However they come, if they're against the best or the worst, that's what he wants, Sean.
There's Jerry Jones in the Expressway, commercial free every single morning. On Thursday, we're giving away more tickets to Cowboys Colts with Sunday Night Football. RJ's out. Bobby's taking over the kegger.
Yeah, we're going to talk about why TCU should absolutely be number 3 after their beatdown of Iowa State, and Tolo Mooney gets his revenge on us for Michigan.
Calls out the entire station with a Tolo recording with college football next. But first, set
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
College football! That's the snap. Inside handoff Edwards, and he's got some room to the 30, to the 40, to the 45, to the 50. Can he outrun the Buckeyes? To the 30, to the 20, to the 15, to the 10. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Touchdown, Donovan Edwards.
Yeah, baby.
5 yards.
Oh, my goodness.
And that touchdown run put Michigan up 38-23 in a game that they ultimately win 45-23 in Columbus. A shocker. Like even if you believe in Michigan, which we'll get to Tolo Mooney here in just a second, but even if you believe in Michigan, nobody saw basically them doubling up. You double up Ohio State on the road with Blake Corum leaving the game after the first series.
Yeah.
No, I thought there'd be no chance they're even competitive without Blake Corum.
The Buckeye fans freaking out to the point of wanting Urban Meyer to replace Ryan Day already. Bring back Urban. This Marvin Harrison Jr. storyline in this game.
Yeah, Marvin Harrison Jr. is great. They were without Jackson Smith and Jigba, their receiver. They were without Trey Henderson. But again, Michigan was without Blake Corum. This should not have been. The Ohio State's secondary was lost throughout this whole game. By the way, I got to throw it in there just for Peyton Russell. That was Michigan radio on the call.
Good.
Because Peyton's very insistent on that.
Good job, Peyton. Don't be like Colin Cowherd.
But J.J. McCarthy, not totally efficient. 12 of 24. It looked rough at times early on, but man, they just got this Ohio State secondary all turned around. 12 completions, but 263 yards, 3 touchdowns. Donovan Edwards finishes with 216 rushing yards and 2 touchdowns. It's a little misleading because he breaks off those 2 long runs in the end, a 75-yarder and an 85-yarder. Before that, he wasn't getting much traction at all. And this had been Ohio State's focus for a year, was stop Michigan's running game. And they did that so much that they forgot to, cover the pass.
They planted the flag as well.
Yep.
Baker Mayfield, is this a great exercise in patience, a great lesson in patience? Because, 8 times out of 10, Harbaugh in his situation gets run, or a coach like that. He started in 2015, 10-3, 10-3, 8-5, 10-3, 9-4, 2-4 with the COVID year. Right? Not good enough. Jim Harbaugh, failure. Go and interview with the Minnesota Vikings. Go back to the National Football League. 12-2 last season. 12-0 right now. Back-to-back after Ohio State. And it never could have happened if he got fired or run after 5 or 6 seasons.
Yeah, it goes to show that patience is a virtue. It absolutely is something that is valuable. Now there's
a buyout as a virtue.
Yeah. But no, they're just. It makes you wonder sitting in the same spot. I would imagine that this is what Texas A&M would hold on to, right? This is what they would hold on to for Jimbo Fisher.
Yes.
Is that you'd hope it would click like this? And look, this is not the first time that somebody like Harbaugh, it's fallen into place deep in his. It was Steve Spurrier had a similar run at South Carolina where he was a massive disappointment for 4 or 5 years, and then things finally clicked and they won. They were consistently winning team there for 3 or 4 years in a row. So Jim Harbaugh has turned this around after taking a pay cut this offseason and has infused life back into this rivalry that had honestly become a little stale. It had become
not a little.
It was like
one-sided.
It was like Cowboys Commanders in the NFL. Where Cowboys Commanders is at right now, it felt like Ohio State and Michigan had gotten to that point recently. Now there's a lot of chippiness. There's a lot of anger. There's some more juice to this rivalry again. And I know one guy who really enjoys this juice. And one guy who made sure all of us heard it was our good Tolo Mooney. And Mooney is a big Michigan fan. And he heard RJ Choppy and I last week say that we both thought TCU would beat Michigan by 2 touchdowns. That's the best hope for TCU, is that Michigan beats Ohio State and you can get them in the CFP and you actually have a chance to win a game in the CFP, because you're not beating Ohio State or Georgia, but damn, you could beat Michigan. And I still think TCU would play them competitively. But to his credit, Mooney let us hear about it on Twitter on Saturday.
Hey, what up, y'all? Look here. I'm a Michigan Wolverine fan living in DFW, Fort Worth, Texas. Como stand up. I listen to 105.3 The Fan religiously. Tolo all day long. Bobby Bell, you called us frauds. You and RJ said TCU would beat us. Bobby, you even said that this team from Ohio could sleepwalk and beat us. And RJ Choppy agreed. My partner, Zach Walchuk, the Woolly Bully himself, questioned who we had played, said that Ohio would kill us. But since none of that happened, I got a message for y'all. Come on. Turn it up.
Yeah, Mooney. The mayor on Twitter. The mayor. Mooney channeling his inner Derek Holland to rub it right in your face. Mooney, Holland, and Portnoy. Go Wolverines.
I owe a big apology to Mooney. You were right. They were much better than I thought, and they've got another solid win on their schedule. They beat down Penn State pretty well. But shout out to Mooney on Twitter at Demaire76107. I'll give your Twitter handle too, because you deserve it. And I was wrong, and I look like a clown, and I'll own up to that.
And where are they going to be tonight?
Where's who going to be tonight?
Michigan.
Michigan is, where are they going to be tonight?
With the rankings.
Oh, I thought you meant like I was like, they're not playing tonight. What are you talking about? They'll be 2. There's a case for 1, honestly. That's the most impressive win of the college football season. More than Georgia over Tennessee, more than any of the other ones. Most impressive college win of the season is Michigan over Ohio State this weekend. The worst loss of the college football season, arguably, also occurred on Saturday.
First down, ball game, Aggies. 38-23, they take down number 6 LSU, and Kyle Field is still magical.
That was awful. That is after all this talk about LSU potentially being able to like backdoor into the CFP, and man, what if they beat Georgia, and we're talking about this is one of the best teams in the country. I was irritated last week. We talked about this. I was irritated that they were above USC. I thought that was ridiculous. That I thought USC's resume was much stronger than what LSU had, and LSU goes in and gets honestly beaten down in the second half. A 21-0 run after it was 17-17 in the third quarter. 21-0 run over the next 15 minutes to put the game out of reach. And just an awful loss.
I don't know how much you talk LSU with Brian Broaddus on the Love of the Star podcast, but did he ever give you a feeling throughout the year that he felt like LSU was like really, really legit? Because there are some Tiger fans who are not acting devastated over this loss. Like, hey, we've had a really, really good season. It's like a RJ Choppy Tennessee Volunteer feel. Like not crushed, not outraged. Like good year. Scary start with Brian Kelly. We recovered, and they're not freaking out over this.
Yeah, I think they thought that it was a strong bounce back year from the LSU folks I've talked to. I think Broaddus felt that way. I don't think Broaddus thought they were, a legitimate CFP type of team.
Okay.
But I think the national title recently helps smooth things over a little bit. I will say, I think this loss was like they were happy with the year. This loss, they're not happy with. This is bad. You lose to A&M, who has just been honestly a joke recently. They have been one of the biggest messes in college football this year. Just it's been they're like a top 5 talent type of team that just can't put it together. I mean, we're just talking a few seconds ago.
Talking about Jimbo getting fired, buyouts.
Exactly. And so this is something that, man, this was a brutal loss for LSU. And again, it makes me wonder, when we look at Alabama and the victory over Alabama, is that impressive? If you've got an LSU team that can get run like this by A&M, that one of their other losses, they get beat by 20 in Baton Rouge, like, does that say something about where Alabama's at? Alabama very easily this year could be a 4-loss team, but one of their losses could have been to A&M. And so, I don't know. LSU, though, I'm glad that they showed that USC is a better football team.
Only 3 teams that were ranked in the preseason AP Top 25 ending the season without bowl eligibility. All right, only 3 teams that were ranked. RJ sometimes gets on the preseason rankings that they're worthless, they're useless, they don't matter. 3 teams ranked in the top 25 without bowl eligibility. Miami, Michigan State, A&M.
Yep. Two of those, I mean, Michigan State's a disappointment, but especially Miami and Texas A&M, there were huge expectations for that team. And when Miami went and played at Kyle Field, I think that's when we realized, these are two really bad teams early in the season. But it was nice to see that USC finally proved to everybody that it was ridiculous to have them behind LSU.
Jones in the backfield, need 2 yards for a first down that could ostensibly end the game for USC as a victory. The give is Caleb keeps it. First down and more. First down and touchdown. And game.
38-27 victory for USC. Controlled the game really the whole time. Caleb Williams, he seals up the Heisman.
I really thought when I first saw him for the Sooners, I think it was at the Cotton Bowl, come in against the Longhorns. I was like, a little too overhyped. A little too small. All he does is run. And Jared Sandler and Sean Payton have convinced me now. He's being talked about like the next Mahomes. I'm not saying he is. He's being talked about. Sean Payton calling him a generational talent that you should tank for. And he is like the new it in all of college football.
He's very good, and Lincoln Riley once again showing like, hey, he's the quarterback guru. He gets the
what?
I switched it up. I was trying to say guru, and it merged there. But I mean, you get the Heisman winner in Baker, Kyler Murray. He got Jalen Hurts to New York as a finalist, and now you're in all likelihood going to have Caleb Williams win the Heisman. But for me, USC should be number 4, no question, above Ohio State. You're talking about a single loss on the road, a 1-point loss.
Ohio State has been up there all year long.
And they've had their struggles. They struggled against Northwestern. They struggled for a lot of the game against Penn State. They get beat down at home really bad, just look like a mess. USC, one single loss by a point on the road against Utah on a very emotional night where there were some questionable officiating at the end. And they'll get, this Friday in Vegas, they'll get Utah in the Pac-12 championship. And so they'll get a chance for some revenge. But 2 good wins back-to-back for USC. They've beaten a couple CFP-ranked teams this year, Oregon State, UCLA, now Notre Dame. This is a good run for them.
As a Sooner hater, how much is that influencing you or pushing you to root for the Trojans?
Oh, it's not. It doesn't. But I mean, I'm not a huge Lincoln Riley fan, actually. And so I wouldn't actually cheer for that typically. But I am glad that we did see another one of the college football frauds go down on Saturday.
Rattler wants to go on a corner route. He's got a man there. George Wells goes to 30, 20, trying to run away at the 10. He does so. 5. Touchdown, Carolina. Touchdown, Juice Wells. 72 daggum yards at Memorial Stadium. Are you kidding me? Boom, right back in it.
Best and worst of Spencer Rattler on Saturday.
Now, give me that radio team. Who's that? Give me that credit.
That's South Carolina.
Wow.
That's the other USC team.
That was amazing.
That's the real USC. But Spencer Rattler had a couple bad interceptions this game, but brings them back in the second half, plays really well.
Smoking the Burrow cigar after.
Yeah, he's a little cocky. Clemson's just got to realize DJ Uiagalelei is just a failure at quarterback. 8 of 29, 99 yards, a touchdown, and a pick.
I think his grandmother was like catching strays on social media, going back and forth with people. I saw a headline about that with him getting called out.
Yeah, and so it's been a rough run for Clemson. The golden era of Dabo and quarterbacks is over. And then really quickly, finally, as we wrap up here, can't get out of this without talking about those TCU Horned Frogs.
Max pumps to him, throws in the back of the end zone, and the catch is made. Touchdown, Savion Williams. Able to snag that one.
That is Brian Estridge, RJ Choppy's good friend, Brian Estridge on the call. They absolutely destroyed Iowa State 62-14. Max Duggan 17-24, 212 yards, 3 touchdowns, 0 interceptions. One of 3 undefeated teams remaining. They should be third in the CFP.
The college football kegger with Bobby Belt taking over for Choppy here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We have Cowboys Colts tickets to give away on Thursday for you checking us out every single morning on DFW Sports Station. DeAndre Hopkins wants to get in the boxing ring with this 49er, and Aaron Rodgers wants you to examine some conspiracy theories. We have the audio for you next on The Fan. But first, there's no doubt we're in the midst of a challenging economic environment. We are 14 minutes away exactly from the stock market opening.
33.
Bobby Belt is hosting the watch party at his home for today at 1 o'clock. The United States versus Iran. They have to win in advance to go ahead and move on. All blue. They want everybody to be wearing. Are you wearing blue today, Peyton? Is that a blue shirt?
I am. Now, this is the Texas Rangers because we are the home of the Texas Rangers. But yes, I'm supporting USA today.
Oh, you did it for that reason.
That's right.
Okay. I'm not.
I'm not. I'm wearing red.
Not.
You're wearing close, though.
Blue hat.
Yeah, but we're both wearing red. We're communists today, I guess.
What's Iran's colors?
Green, white, and
orange?
I don't know. Something like that.
The one before we scrubbed their flag on social media and disrespected their country and their religious beliefs. Okay, those are the colors before the United States actually changed it. Yesterday, this press conference, they brought up race with the U.S. players. Tyler Adams is the captain, and he was sitting next to the head coach, Greg Berhalter, and they're bringing up race. They're bringing up inflation. They're bringing up everything, and Tyler Adams is being credited on social media for handling this press conference like a champ.
You say you support the Iranian people, but you're pronouncing our country's name wrong. Our country is named Iran, not Iran. Please, once and for all, let's get this clear. Second of all, are you okay to be representing a country that has so much discrimination against black people in its own borders? And we saw the Black Lives Matter movement over the past few years.
My apologies on the mispronunciation of your country. Yeah, that being said, there's discrimination everywhere you go. One thing that I've learned, especially from living abroad in the past years and having to fit in different cultures, is that in the U.S. we're continuing to make progress every single day. I grew up in a white family with obviously an African American heritage and background as well. So I had a little bit of different cultures, and I was very, very easily able to assimilate in different cultures. So not everyone has that ease and the ability to do that, and obviously it takes longer to understand. And through education, I think it's super important. Like you just educated me now on the pronunciation of your country.
Nice answer. Feels like when you do these press conferences in other countries, we saw this with some of the live reporters, the gloves are off, and they can ask you basically whatever you want, and anything can go.
Yeah, that was handled much better than I think you could hope for with most athletes, and not specific to athletes. It's just handled much better than I think you could expect anybody to take it on.
Maybe why he's the captain.
Very, very likely. But yeah, it is just like you can hear first off, get it right. It's Iran. Second off, are you proud to be representing a country? It's like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
Did that Venmo deposit from the Iranian government hit for you?
Here is the head coach on the actual match that's taking place today at 1 o'clock.
When I think about this match, I know that a lot of other constituents have another feeling towards it. But for us, it's a soccer game against a good team, and it's not much more than that. It's a knockout game. Both teams want to go to the next round. Both teams are desperate to go to the next round, and that's how we're looking at this match. We're very focused on what we could do as a team, as are they, and we think it's going to be a soccer game.
DFW coming in at number 3 in terms of viewership for the United States against England. New York, 1, LA 2, the Metroplex, number 3. So DFW is tuning in big time to the U.S. And their march through the World Cup. Today, 1 o'clock for this game. All right?
I'll be glued to the TV.
Will you?
Mm-hmm. I will. Yeah, I'm gonna be there. I'm gonna be posting from uptown bars just like you. I'm gonna be a true soccer fan just like you.
All right, Deshaun Kaiser sat down for a little podcast. Deshaun Kaiser, is he still playing quarterback for anybody? I don't believe so.
If he is, he's not doing it well. He never has. So yeah, I don't think. No, the last time he was on anybody's team was the Titans in 2021.
Browns drafted him, right?
Yep. And then he got traded to Green Bay after a year. Spent a year there, and then he ended up with the Raiders for a couple years, and then he was on the practice squad for the Titans.
So he sat down for this podcast, and they asked him what it was like being a teammate of Aaron Rodgers.
Shut the door, and the first thing that comes out of Aaron Rodgers' mouth was, "Do you believe in 9/11?" What? Do I believe in 9/11? Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't I? He was like, you should read up on that. Okay. Now we start learning about the playbook and stuff. I'm like, wow, like I don't know where this is going. But what it ended up being was just like a real thought experiment where he wanted me to go back and look into some of the conspiracies around it and provoke a lot of great conversation. And we really bonded over that. And we started sharing some books and talking about some other things and got into history and business and finance.
You have any other conspiracy theories?
Talked about some inner Earth, moon landing.
The moon? Oh, he's probably got some crazy theories on the moon
reptile
landing.
People.
He's so weird.
Which one?
Aaron Rodgers.
And at the end, he's like, y'all are laughing, but it sounded like Deshaun Kaiser was being converted a little bit.
Sounded like he bought in, which we've got a bad history of NFL players and their 9/11 conspiracy theories. Rashard Mendenhall from the Steelers got in trouble for that. Pre-draft Jabril Peppers got in trouble for that.
What did he say?
He had liked a bunch of tweets about like this is bogus, and so he'd gotten in trouble for that. But Rashard Mendenhall went straight out and he's like, I'm sorry, I just don't believe, and like directly said he didn't believe it. But yeah, this sounds about in line with Aaron Rodgers, to be honest.
This is with Adam Brenneman with this sit down with Deshaun Kaiser. My best friend has turned like this.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Everything is a conspiracy theory. Now, I have this internal struggle with it though. The stock market, which is opening in 40 seconds, and politics in general has made me extremely distrustful of the people in charge.
Sure.
And the way things are set up. So I'm like, would I put it past anyone in charge to lie, cover up, save their own ass and rear end? No. How far am I willing to take that? I'm not going to get involved in a 9/11 conspiracy. I think Alex Jones should be wrapped up and thrown away in a closet. Let's let Mike Leach deal with him for a long time. But it does make me like second guess myself and be like, am I just a sheep? Am I just following along blindly and taking everything that's being reported and told to me as truth? That's my internal struggle.
No, there are plenty of things I think that you can have skepticism about and ask questions about. Not that you can't ask questions about 9/11. I'm just saying I think that has been debunked over and over and over again, and that one is such a damn fantasy that like just is really on shaky ground.
But Aaron is my annoying friend. Everything is, and Deshaun Kaiser says go and do your research. I don't trust any research. I don't trust. There's a slant to all the articles. All the news organizations have their own bias that they want to spin on it. So when people come at me with research and numbers, I don't even listen because I don't trust the data and research that can get spun and twisted like EOP and LMNOP in football and baseball and sports. You can manipulate it.
Yeah, or you can just flat out make up the metric yourself, like PFF does.
Right.
But no, I mean, I think that even if you don't, not to get too political, but even if you have certain thoughts about the 9/11 Commission or whatever else, like there's been so much data like poured over and presented that shows like it's absolutely possible to go down the way that it did.
Yeah.
And that as Noam Chomsky, one of the like biggest critics in the history of the world of the administration that was in at the time, has said, he's like, you'd have to believe in a level of competence from the American government that doesn't exist to pull off something like that.
True. Good point. DeAndre Hopkins wants to get in a boxing ring with Travarius Ward. Travarius Ward apparently.
My boy.
Who is Travarius?
Travarius. Mm-hmm.
How so?
I knew him all the way back at Middle Tennessee when he was a sophomore. He was here in Dallas. Yeah, Blue Raiders. He was
Blue Raiders?
Yeah, the Middle Tennessee Blue Raiders. He was here in Dallas. They signed him out of college. Played really well in the preseason. They traded him for Parker Anger at the end of training camp because they had a surplus of corners. They needed offensive line help. Parker Anger never played here. Charvarius Ward went on to start on a Super Bowl team and got paid big bucks this year to play corner for the 49ers.
Well, apparently Ward called DeAndre Hopkins steroid boy.
There we go, movie.
Couldn't come up with anything better than that steroid boy while the Cardinals were taking on San Francisco. And DeAndre afterwards, very calm, very cool. He gives me a, how do I say this nicely without implicating him as a possible hitman? He gives me like a Marvin Harrison feel. I'm like, is DeAndre like a bad man behind the scenes? I don't mean bad man like
no, I get
the
it.
Marvin Harrison, like, you know, it's a respectable bad man. Like, ooh, what's DeAndre capable of? Because he's like calm and cool and collected. It's like, this is very unfortunate to hear. We're a brotherhood, we're a fraternity. And I just like to get him in the ring and see if he's that tough of a guy the way he's talking about me. And I was like, ooh, that's like a scary response.
I'm just telling you, I know, like...
Oh, you know DeAndre Hopkins
No,
too?
I know. I'm just saying, he may not know Charvarius Ward and think like, oh, let's see what he's really made of. Like, Charvarius Ward is about it. Like, you don't want to go up against him.
Oh, really?
Yes. Like, he is a, like... The other thing is, like...
Steroid boy.
DeAndre Hopkins, like, even with steroids, weighs like 160 pounds dripping wet.
Yeah.
Like, the guy is rail thin. Now, I don't know. Maybe he's got a good right hook. He's got reach on Charvarius. He's a good 4 or 5 inches taller, I think. And so, I'm sure it would be... I don't know. Maybe we can set that up as, like, the undercard for... whenever Errol Spence fights.
It's time for Jordan Love. Russell Wilson is the biggest bust acquisition in the history of the league. Hurts should be the MVP front runner, and Ron Rivera maybe coach of the year. NFL overreactions or not with Sean and Bobby next on 105.3 The Fan. But first...
traffic control, or barricade rentals. Byers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event. No matter the size, from start to finish. The Texas Authority and Barricade Rentals at ByersBarricades.com.
If you missed Jerry Jones, he was on at 7:30 this morning. Little change up in schedule. Called us from the plane. What?
You got me in trouble.
With?
My wife.
How?
She said, hosting at your place at 1 p.m. today. She really thought you were teasing some sort of soccer party I was hosting.
I was looking for my invitation.
Yeah, I know.
Good.
So she went into a panic attack.
She finally got belted. As you troll everyone else in the whole city.
She has it. No, that woman has to live with these bits all the time. What are you talking about? She gets it more than anybody else.
Does she still think that your comedy level, how is it worn off over time?
Oh yeah, she early on she just laughed to get in my pants, I think, because now it's like there's no laughing with it now. She's pretty worn out by me.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. We got
your daughters think you're funny?
Oh, my daughters think I'm hilarious, but like I've turned them into trolls, which is not good. Like they were trolling me a couple weeks ago. I was saying something to the wife and I said, I was thinking, and then I kind of paused, and then my 9-year-old goes, "Oh, you were thinking? Good job, Daddy."
Wow.
And then the 6-year-old goes, "Good, you don't think." And it's like, oh, okay, well, this is what I'm raising. Awesome.
So the Bobby Belt soccer party is on at 1 o'clock today.
It's football?
Football.
Yeah, get it right.
Football. For the United States against Iran. 1 o'clock, do or die, as everyone is supposed to be wearing blue. If you missed Jerry talking about Odell, we asked him a follow-up question on the Arkansas photo that we discussed yesterday. Do we just need to accept all the penalties, that they are a reality of this year's team like last year? We'll bring you back what Jerry had to say at 9 a.m. this morning. He was pretty daggone good. I thought he was pretty daggone good. I think the networks have all missed it because I don't see it flashing all over the place with the Odell update. He answered 4 or 5 Beckham questions. Pretty interesting, but I think they're sitting here waiting for him to come on right now, thinking he's 15 minutes late. Too bad.
That's okay. Maybe this is when we should have replayed him. Was 8:30?
Nah, it's about the Tolos.
Yeah, but don't you want the Sean and RJ little credit up there? Come on,
I'm over
man.
it. I'm like your wife. I'm over it. I'm used to it. The fame, it gets a little boring.
I get that.
All right, let's go around the NFL with overreactions or not.
Yep, I got some NFL overreaction for you, and most of these I've picked up from opinions I've seen around the NFL. So these are not just made out of whole cloth. These are ones that I've seen on social media.
Stole them.
No, it's just general thoughts that I've seen people having. So the first one here, Russell Wilson, Denver Broncos quarterback, Mr. Unlimited, is the biggest bust acquisition. Not draft picks, no Ryan Leaf or anything. Biggest bust acquisition in the history of the NFL.
Well, the other candidates.
Deion Sanders to Washington.
A lot of Washington ones. Albert Hainsworth.
Albert Hainsworth was a big one. Brock Osweiler's big contract in Houston. So you've got several of these to consider. But I'll be honest, I don't know that anything compares. Nnamdi Asomugha, when he went to Philly, that was a giant bust. I mean, those are the ones that are in competition. But when you talk about the amount of money and draft capital, right now, the Seahawks are in line to get the 3rd pick in the draft from this trade with Denver, which is unreal. But I think right now you have to say, yes, the answer is yes.
Because the dead money, okay, Hainsworth was 7 for $100.
Which was a lot of money at the time. Still is, but especially back then.
D'Angelo Hall with the Raiders got 7 for $70. Donovan McNabb got 5 for $78 from Washington. Jamarcus Russell, 6 for $68. No, I think this is strongly in contention.
Yeah, because it's draft picks and it's money.
And it doesn't feel like it can get better. It doesn't feel like this is fluky based upon the year that he had in Seattle with the fall off, with the drop off, with weapons there in Lockett and Metcalf.
Man, Pete Carroll needs to do a video like Tolo Mooney did, and give us crap for doubting him on Russell Wilson.
It can be in the mix. Strong contender. Not an overreaction.
So Vegas has Patrick Mahomes as the MVP leader right now, the odds-on favorite. But the thought, after a brilliant performance against the Green Bay Packers in front of a national audience, Jalen Hurts should be the MVP frontrunner again with his performance against the Packers.
No.
That's an overreaction?
The MVP frontrunner?
Yep.
I still think it's Mahomes. Josh Allen has faded out. Mahomes and then Hurts. Is Hurts second on there?
Hurts is second on the odds, which I personally would have Tua second. I mean, Tua's been Miami's entire season because they're undefeated when he plays a whole game and they lose when he doesn't, and he's put up incredible numbers.
And
so to me, that's the one that makes sense.
And Hurts has put up incredible numbers.
He's put up gaudy statistics overall in terms of total yards and some other things, but I don't think he's put up anything in the way of like Tua's passer rating right now is like 119.
Next 3 years, could you argue taking Tua over Hurts as your quarterback?
Yes, I would. I would argue that. I would say
you would take Tua.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I would take Hurts.
I would have reservations about both of them, but I would take Tua.
Okay.
So overreaction for you?
Yes, still Patrick Mahomes.
Okay.
I don't know if it's crazy. I mean, it's not a crazy overreaction. What do you think?
I don't think it's a crazy overreaction to think he just played big in a big primetime game, and is the leader, the best player, or whatever on the top team in the NFL in terms of record. So
not an overreaction.
Mike Vrabel called them the best team in the NFL, the Eagles, which I think is an overreaction. If you've got the Eagles above the Chiefs, I would have a problem with that.
Power rankings tomorrow at 8:00.
Next one here. Regardless of Aaron Rodgers' health, it's time for the Packers to see what they have in Jordan Love.
No, not an overreaction. It is time.
Don't you think you know what Jordan Love is?
No.
Really?
Tell me what Jordan Love is.
Not good.
How? Based on what?
Because of the times that he has had to step in and play, he hasn't looked good.
Didn't Skip Bayless call him? What
Michael Jordan Love. Which I gotta like.
He called him Michael Jordan Love.
The fact that he would say that, like, that's a pretty good Skipism. It's stupid. It doesn't make any sense. But that's a solid line, I think. But no, he threw one slant route to Christian Watson, who ran the other 50 yards. It was a good pass.
Yeah.
But I don't think you saw anything that was incredible from Jordan Love. And while I really did believe in his arm talent coming out, I fall in love with the raw toolsy guys because I loved Josh Allen coming out. I loved Jordan Love. I was big on Mahomes. I was big on Zach Wilson. And so these guys who have these like crazy, ridiculous ability.
Jordan Love has not played enough for us to come up with a conclusion. And maybe more importantly, what's his value around the league? If Jordan Love plays well in 2 or 3 games, then they can go ahead and not maybe have to lose him for nothing. I got to check the contract situation. I think he's in the last year. They got to decide on the option. But you show him off for others around the league. There's no reason for Aaron Rodgers to come back and play.
There you go. There's your credit up there.
Oh, they put us on TV.
Yeah, look at that.
Never mind the fame. It doesn't get old.
It doesn't. You just got a high, like a single tear rolled down his cheek.
Doesn't get old. Yeah.
No, I think that Jordan Love's value right now across the league. Maybe you could twist somebody's arm into giving you a second and buying a lottery ticket.
Second?
Buying a lottery ticket? Maybe.
No.
But overall, I think you're probably looking at like a team would be more likely to give you a third or a fourth.
Yeah.
Maybe a fourth that escalates to a third.
And play him, figure it out. Maybe you should trade Rodgers.
Yeah.
I don't know how manageable that is from a cap standpoint, how much you'd be hit with, but
you can finagle things. You can make anything work other than Russell Wilson's contract.
Think of the haul you could get back for that. That might be the smart
Well, remember,
move.
Peter King suggested go flip Rodgers for Derek Carr and some picks.
Why would they want overrated? He's like my new. I'm not even going to say Eli Manning because Carr has a much better personality, and I dislike Carr a lot.
Carr has a better personality than Eli?
Yeah, Eli doesn't have.
Like, you mean as a player? Because he's been great on these broadcasts.
Yes, as a player,
Okay.
right? Eli was nothing. I didn't want to dislike Eli Manning because I feel like he's a good dude. I don't want to dislike Derek Carr, but RJ's love for Carr makes me dislike him. And this whole, I want to die a Raider, and that's all I care about. I play for free, and he's all just so emotional. I like that, but the cold heart in me rolls my eyes a little bit now at this point. No, I don't want Derek Carr if I'm the Packers whatsoever quarterbacking my team.
Sucker. We will see not one, Sean Sharif, but 2 of the rare one-and-done firings with Denver's Nathaniel Hackett and Houston's Lovie Smith.
Oh!
One and done is so rare. But you could potentially get 2 of them this year. Lovey was always a get you by guy.
I don't know if they can do it 2 years in a row. Do you remember the guy before for a year? Do you remember his name even?
No. I'm blanking on it.
Culley.
Oh yeah. David Culley. Yeah.
David Culley. So I wonder, can they do it for another year? Do you think what's the odds and percentages you're putting on Hackett gone?
Man,
over 50%?
He looks so overwhelmed. I guess I say over 50%. There was a good point brought up.
The Texans are 9-1.
I don't know who. I can't remember where I saw this. So forgive me. I think it was somewhere in the Ringer. But they had made the point that the only thing that might save Nathaniel Hackett is if new ownership just doesn't want to look like they make rash decisions. They don't want to come into the NFL and send a message to teams like, oh, that's what it's like to work for them. They come in and blow people out. And
is there a chance that I was looking at Hackett's resume yesterday, and there was nothing on there. He has failed in multiple stops. Now, he didn't have any quarterbacks.
He gets a lot of credit for the
he was with
rejuvenation of Aaron Rodgers. That's what he gets credit for. I'm just telling you.
Oh, my God. Give me a break. Well, that's a joke. But he was back in Buffalo with E.J. Manuel. Remember that name? The E.J. Manuel days. I thought you were going to say McDaniels as a one and done.
We've talked about them. They're cash poor. They can't do it.
That's right.
They can't move on.
I'll say it's not an overreaction. I don't think Lovey gets fired. I don't think they're going to do 2 straight one and dones.
Fair enough. I think both are gone. If I don't feel great about it. It's more like a 51%, but I think both are gone.
Is there a chance that Hackett? He had to have signed off on Russ, right? Had to have.
You want to be really scared? Think about this, Sean Sharif. Kellen Moore gets a job this offseason. Nathaniel Hackett's out of a job. His old buddy Mike McCarthy's here in Dallas. Needs an offensive coordinator.
Oh, McCarthy's boys a Hackett?
Yeah. What do you think about that?
Well, I don't know how much to blame Hackett for Russ being done. I'll sound like RJ here. I'll borrow Choppy's point. Is it Nathaniel Hackett's fault? Should he be fired that Russell Wilson is finished?
No,
and a tool.
No, but I mean, like you've got to as bad as Russell Wilson is, you can't just keep scoring like 10 points like they're a terrible offense. Final one for you here. If the Commanders make the playoffs in the midst of all their turmoil, which they are a mess and always have been, Ron Rivera has a legitimate case as the Coach of the Year favorite.
No,
really,
overreaction. You cannot make a case for him over Sirianni.
Why?
Because they're 10-1.
But everybody thought that Philadelphia had all this talent and everybody loved them nationally. Washington being above 500, making the playoffs with everything that goes on there?
No, not for Coach of the Year. I'm trying to think if I can get him to 2.
He's not even last betting odds I saw, he was nowhere in the top like 10.
Does he deserve it over McCarthy?
I think McCarthy deserves a lot more credit than Vegas has been giving McCarthy.
What about McDaniel?
Josh McDaniel
what about
or Mike McDaniel?
Mike. What about Saleh?
No, Mike McDaniel doesn't get any credit to me because he loses every game when his quarterback's not there.
Oh my! What about Saleh? Is it Saleh?
Yeah, Robert Saleh. Yeah, Robert Saleh deserves a lot of credit for what they've done in New York and
without
made
Zach,
the gutsy move.
You want to talk about some turmoil there?
Sure.
No, that's an overreaction for Ron Rivera. You disagree?
Yeah, I think that he absolutely should be one of the top 2 or 3 candidates if they make the playoffs.
All right, there you go. NFL overreactions or not here on your home of America's team. If you missed Jerry Jones earlier, all the national shows are now playing it. The latest on Odell Beckham. Jerry was more than happy to talk about whether the plane incident is going to affect them. Are the penalties just going to keep affecting this team? And a follow-up on the Arkansas photo that took over the national news outlets. The highlights from Jerry Jones on Sean and RJ next. But first.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. Turn it on, leave it on with Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Ryan walks into the fade pattern into the end zone. It's a catch. Michael Pittman Jr. Touchdown. I-N-D-Y.
Final hour is fist pump time, as Bobby Belt is doing on the fan cam. I'm Sean Sharif. We got Peyton and Ryan in the back. We're live on Twitch and on YouTube. This is DFW Sports Station. Thank y'all for being Tolos. Choppy will be back tomorrow, and we will all be at full strength on your home of America's team, where Jerry Jones was on the plane getting ready to take off at 7:30 this morning. Dude, I would have lost a lot of money if you told me that Jerry Jones has recently flown commercial. Are you kidding me?
I'm trying to think, have we ever seen any like clips of like, oh look, here's Jerry I saw Jerry on an American Airlines
on
flight or something.
Spirit?
Like it's not going to be Spirit, but it's just, I'm trying to think of that.
No.
I don't think we have.
No.
So that's surprising to me.
Why would you ever get on a commercial flight again? Ever. Flying sucks. It's the worst.
I don't know. He's got a whole ass boat that he can ride around with. He's got his own jet,
Helicopter.
like a helicopter. Like, there's no need to.
Commercial. I even thought it was beneath Odell.
He's an everyman.
And of course, that led us into the Odell Beckham plane incident. Yesterday, we predicted it would have zero effect. Steven did not want to touch it on the KMC Masterpiece. By the way, they're going to have on Mike Maddox, the beloved one, today. The Rangers pitching coach is returning. He'll be on with KMC at 10:20. We asked Jerry, the Odell plane incident, not cited, not charged. Does that make you guys back off wanting to sign him?
No, it did not. Those are not his overall team compatibility. His judgment, his behavior is not an issue with him. It is with many, but not with him.
Okay, so there's Jerry speaking for Odell's character. So we asked, you talked the other day, you told reporters after the Thanksgiving win over the Giants that you guys had met. I thought it was in person. Turned out it was over the phone. Jerry did confirm they're supposed to meet on Monday, as Jay Glazer and others have reported. Said they may have some phone conversations before then. So since you already talked with Odell on the phone, what are your first impressions?
Kid Mira is genuine, very genuine, very competitive, feels confident, feels good about himself. I think he's breeds confidence, but yet very, very just compatible. We think he fit in really good with us.
Man, this just feels inevitable.
He certainly wants it to be. I mean, like we joked about it, but it's he can't help himself, man. He wants to talk about it. He's so excited, and the fact that excitement level is there, I think speaks to the fact that he's going to do everything he can to make it happen. And you know, Steven can say, "Hey, we want to play things close to the vest." Jerry's like, "Give me 5 questions in a row.
Yep,
I'll take 5 more." There was no indication that he was going to resist. I remember you were surprised the day you were out and Choppy and I interviewed him. You were surprised he took 3 in a row.
Yes,
he took 3 questions. Today he did 5.
I know.
A day after Steven said they're done talking about
normally it's a guy. I don't want to get into it. I can't get into it. You know, respect the negotiation. Nope, none of that today. Here's my favorite answer of the entire thing, and Michael Irvin had worried me. I'm not one for patience, but the playmaker came on and said, think of Odell more for next year versus this year. We asked Jerry Jones if he was thinking that way.
Well, we have to have this year. We have to have this year. It's very important. We've got, we will, the things we do to have him impact this year. So this year has to be a big part of it. Now, this year's, of course, we have 6 regular season games in the playoffs. We've got, in my mind, almost the whole show ahead of us.
Mm-hmm.
But we've got to have a situation where we can really contribute now.
So he's like, hey, this is half a season I'm looking at. I'm not looking at the end of the regular season. I'm looking at a 2, 3, 4 playoff game run.
What's been the buzzword, Sean? Meat of the schedule. That's what it is. He wants him back for the meat of the schedule. Look, you don't make this deal just to like, well, we're securing him, but really we just want him for next year. Like, this is when you're a contender like this and you're talking about infusing an unknown into a receiving core that's already had its issues with communication and chemistry with the quarterback at times. You're not risking that, I don't think, just for what you can do in the future. There are other steps you can take this offseason that are more sure than Odell Beckham's knee and Odell Beckham's future.
Was this next one a shot at the New York Giants? We asked Jerry if he was worried about the order. Like on Thursday and Friday, it's supposed to be the Giants. Are they going to let him get out of the building? Are they just going to sweep him off his feet? Are they going to lay down, bam, you want 20? Here's 22. Here's 23. And the Cowboys won't even get their official meeting? Jerry didn't sound worried at all.
Not at all. Not at all. As a matter of fact, if you look at what precedes us before you get here, so to speak, physically coming to visit, I like that. As to other teams, we don't have anything to take a step back on that. And then, of course, I know what this area is. I know what Dallas area is. I know what football means to this area. And I do know that we're the most visible team. And so from that standpoint, there's a lot of interest in it. And everybody likes to be a part of something that is substantive, and that's the Cowboys.
Not worried about the Giants. We know we're the most famous, and we know that you're a superstar, and nothing can magnify that more than DFW.
Makes me wonder, just with that confidence level, do you think something Odell said to him on the phone gave him a feeling like, well, that thing that he said was important to him is a clear advantage, like the weather? Do you think if he said, man, the weather's really important to me, I don't really want to play anywhere that's freezing, that like in Jerry's head, he goes, okay, well, the Giants and Buffalo are going to be cold, and you're in a better spot here. And so it makes me wonder if he got some sort of tip-off from Odell when listing what's important to him, that he says, oh, okay, all right, well, that's a clear advantage for us, so we're good.
And, follow-up we probably could have asked is, how easy is it to tell when you're being used for leverage? There's some people who are saying the Giants aren't a legitimate threat and option. They're being used for leverage with this whole homecoming story right now. And should the Giants does this even fit the Giants' plan of what they should be executing in terms of their rebuild? Adding Odell Beckham for next year, too? At 30, 31?
I mean, when you look at the fact that this is a vulnerable NFC, and we've talked about, well, the Giants could very well make the playoffs, but they're a little fraudulent or whatever else. I mean, you got to think that that'd be a big boost for them if they could add Odell Beckham, like in the short term. It could make them competitive. I mean, if they go into a matchup against...
You have to be able to throw the ball to have him elevate them.
And Anthony Brown's not going to be across from them every week.
Right?
No, I think that... I could see the argument from their perspective why they'd want it. I don't see a realistic argument for why Odell Beckham, though, would pick them over Dallas. Unless...
New York, the city, and
New
the
York,
story.
Going home,
that's it.
The market, maybe the idea of, like, I would be the guy there. Like, CeeDee Lamb's coming on pretty strong. Am I the guy in Dallas?
Yeah.
Or maybe it's attractive to him to not have to be the guy. Maybe it's attractive to him to just be a part of this.
Where was his flight leaving and going to the other
Miami
day?
to LA.
Wasn't Tulsa to...
No, it was not Tulsa to Flagstaff.
To Flagstaff, right?
Yeah.
So keep that in mind. Big city guys, you still want that profile. How does DFW fit that? The thing you do find about local athletes here, once they move, they don't leave. But in your prime lifestyle, compared to those other cities, that could be a reason that the Dallas Mavericks don't sign some guys. So that was Jerry Jones all over Odell Beckham earlier.
Maybe he's not just becoming football old. Maybe he's becoming party old too. And Odell's like, it's time to settle down. I need an uptown Dallas, not a Miami Beach.
Well, why was he flying from, L.A. to Miami, Miami to L.A.?
He was. I'm gonna guess that he was flying from Miami because he's a big fan of the soccer community they have down there, and he was taken in the World Cup.
Jerry, do we just need to accept that this team is going to lead the league in penalties like they have over the last year and a half?
No, absolutely not. That is in our control. That's something that you can focus on. That's something you get better at. Absolutely not. We have got to when we were talking earlier, we hurt ourselves early, and you saw very visibly it taking the starch out of you. And it'll wear on you, boy. It'll take it out of you. We can't compromise that. As a matter of fact, it should be just an additive interest. Just pile it on. We have to. It took the starch out of us right at the start of the game the other day. Our own mistakes, penalties, if you will, really took the momentum away from us. And so we've got to make sure that we're really cognizant of that. Teams have to do that, and they have to do it individually, big time. But then that's got to carry over to the unit.
The Hall of Famer.
No, we've got to improve our penalties. Have to improve our penalties.
So he wanted to be very forceful with that answer, even stepping on my professional radio reset. Jerry Jones here every Tuesday with us with Sean and Bobby on 105.3 The Fan. He was praising Dak Prescott in terms of take us behind the reads and check answers that you asked about.
There's been a ton lately. Minnesota, the Giants, these last couple weeks, he is directing a ton of traffic. And, it's funny, I was sitting in the press box, I was sitting next to Zach Wolchuk, and he had mentioned that, he was like, well, is this Dak, or is this potentially, like, McCarthy or Kellen or somebody in the headset giving him stuff? And it's like, yeah, but the problem is the headset cuts off at 15 seconds, and Dak is doing a lot to orchestrate the offense, move guys around, getting up to the line of scrimmage quick, 25, 26 seconds left, and then orchestrating guys around all the way up until almost the snap of the ball. And so it's clear that
now, did it
there's
turn
a lot
out,
of,
didn't he say afterwards a lot of those were dummy calls?
which I wondered in the press box if that was the case, because there was just so much and it was so obvious that I wondered if he was just trying to get them to react, and then they'd run into, like, they do a stretch run after all this orchestrating. But Brian doesn't think so. Brian Broaddus and I were talking about this. Brian thinks he was genuinely trying to get them in position, and there wasn't a whole lot of decoy stuff.
Okay, at the very end, we asked Jerry if he would like to add anything or clarify his original comments when asked after the Giants game about the Arkansas photo from 1957 that has been in the news.
Yeah, well, I think the key thing is that, for me, is that it's a misread if you think that I don't recognize how monumental those days were. I think those were years before Martin Luther King even. But and respect the people that were involved in trying to make their, if you will, change things. And I have a lot of respect for that.
So that was Jerry. I think the biggest criticism that came with the awesome Tolo phone calls yesterday when we discussed this topic in the 720 segment during the Expressway was take a little bit more accountability for knowing what the event was.
Yes.
Not just, I heard some ruckus. I heard some kids down the hall, and I wanted to go see and check out what was going on. That didn't sit well with a lot of people. I guess I was surprised at the amount of Tolos who said this was an overreaction to try to cancel Jerry and call him a racist, but that seemed to be the biggest criticism that came through the Diamond Factory hotline.
Yeah, I think that there was probably that thought you just said about overreaction to try and cancel Jerry. I would guess that was probably 80-20, the reaction from the listeners. But yeah, I think that was the biggest thing, was just don't make it sound like, well, I was curious. Like I was just like, oh, what's this sound over here? It was the biggest national story. It was the biggest story in Little Rock at the time. There was an awareness there. Just own that.
Does Lamar Jackson need to own being anti-gay? That around the rest of the NFL? And what Disney movie are they going to torture your kids with next? All that, then Crosstalk with KMC, the 9 o'clock hour of Sean and Bobby, continuing on The Fan. But first,
sauce, that's soda.
By the way, the Jared Sandler Sandlot charity auction is officially open for bidding. It opened 25 minutes ago. This is the awesome event at Top Golf, swinging for a cause that benefits kids with disabilities. He puts together a stupid list of items that you can go ahead and bid on. KMC raised $50,000 last week with their awesome list, and Jared's is open right now. You can find it at 105throughthefan.com, social media. And right now, my buddy Brian is texting me. He is the top bidder on the Sean and RJ Nick and Sam's experience. It will be a morning show dinner with somebody who wins the bidding. If you indeed want to even come out and golf with us. And they got the musical act as well out there.
Am I going to Nick and Sam's with y'all?
You know,
I'll show up 30 minutes after dinner starts.
Yeah, that's a good question.
I'm just kidding. I think actually there is one. No, there's it's because I already knew the answer to this because Jane and I are doing a dinner for Slater. For Sandler.
Oh,
he's already got a dinner.
Oh, already have a dinner.
Yeah, they wanted me to get to dinner at 5:30, and I said only if it's at 6. And they said, well, then you can't come. And I said, okay, fine.
Where's your dinner?
Where are we going? Carte Blanche.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yes, of course you're going to be involved in the dinner. Peyton will see how well he trolls Warriors fans tonight. That'll probably be the deciding factor as he's going out to the AAC.
Dang, we've already forgot about Stephen A. That's out the window.
That got you a contract.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
So now another step. Okay.
Stephen A. got you paperwork.
Nice.
And this can get you a ribeye.
It's like Russell Wilson. You got the contract, and now you actually have to perform once you have the contract.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we'll get rid of you.
Yeah. And then Ryan, I feel like we should get Ryan out there. I'd like to see how much Ryan can actually eat. As he looks like he weighs more than Matt Ryan, which is like 120 to 115. So we'll see if the guys in the back can tear it up as well. But it is open bowling for soup. You didn't have that off the top of your playlist?
No, I know bowling for soup.
Yeah, I think Jared got them to perform.
Yeah, that was the replacement for Coolio, R.I.P.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That is. I was sitting right here when he found out.
Really?
Yeah. He was like, Coolio just died. And I was like, oh, crap. I'm sorry.
Wow. So there it is. The Jared Sandler charity auction. Bidding on the golf bays. I think I'm allowed to say the guest list of people. I'm just going to anyway to get you to bid right now. Darren Woodson. Jose Trevino. Drew Pearson.
My word.
Derek Holland always stops out. IKF is going to be out there. We're going to have some Dallas Stars representation. I think Ludwig is going to be there. So
Sean Sharif. Yeah.
My nemesis, Jose Trevino. Sandler asked me who I wanted in the Bay yesterday, and I said anybody but Jose. And anybody. We got this on again, off again. It's really like a high school dating relationship. Unfollowing, following. Very petty.
Why?
He got mad that I criticized the Rangers for I think they intentionally dropped like a foul pop-up to keep a perfect game or a no-hitter going. It was something like that. And I was like, a little bush league, little cheap.
Oh, I think it was a strikeout record or something, wasn't it? With, I think Mike Minor.
Yeah.
I think it was a strikeout record.
To get to 200. When Mike Minor got to 200 strikeouts, you got him for that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I mean, yeah, Jose's a great dude. Seems like a great family guy, huge Tolo, but he got mad at me, so whatever. 877-881-1053, truckwreck.com text line to hit us up here on the show. Mike Maddox is going to be joining the KMC Masterpiece at 10:20 today. John Harbaugh was asked to respond to Lamar Jackson. Well, Lamar kept responding yesterday. A Ravens beat reporter, I guess he's the one responsible. Yesterday, I'm looking at the Lamar story across the screen for the tweet, and it has anti-gay included in the story. Lamar Jackson with an anti-gay tweet when he told someone criticizing him to ED and not the RJ Choppy. ED.
I was gonna say Blue Chew can fix that.
It's not Blue Chew. So this was called anti-gay by this Ravens reporter. And John Harbaugh was asked if he had a problem with what Lamar did in his presser.
Just talk to these guys. We talk a lot. We talk a lot about football, but we also talk a little bit about that stuff too. You know, what goes on in terms of the media and everything. And really, you know, it's just beg guys not to not to get into the Twitter world right after the game, especially after a loss. It's never going to be positive. It's not going to be a nice place, And I think that's kind of reflected in Lamar's response, because what he said was just so out of character for him. That's not the way he speaks. It's not the way he talks. It's not the words he ever uses. I've never heard him say things like that before. But like you said, Bo, he wants to win. I'm sure he's frustrated, just like we all are. And that's just a place you just don't want to live right after a game.
So I guess the question is, was this anti-gay from Lamar Jackson? You and I seeing this a little bit different. The now deleted tweet is, MF never smelt a football field, never did S, but ED. Go ahead.
I mean, I think that's. I don't think that has anything to do with it being a man or what. I think it just has to do with you're performing a vulgar act. That's all you do. Like regardless of orientation or anything else. I don't think he had anything in his heart about homosexuality or gay.
My dad,
whatever word we're not allowed to use now.
Always used to have a saying, "Go fly a kite." That's what he would say. Go fly a kite, like get lost.
Yep.
Many people would say that's all Lamar was saying, but it turned into an anti-gay story on the 4-letter.
Look, like language-wise, if you want to take a straight read of it and say that's I don't fault you if you see it that way. I don't think that's at all what's in Lamar's heart.
And John Harbaugh agrees. Stephen A. Smith apparently apologized for using the term homosexual. He said the proper word was gay. Said, I should have uttered the word gay. The LGBTQ community prefers that over other words because obviously other words are believed to be derogatory in their eyes. So I did not know there was a difference and that gay versus homosexual was to be used, and Stephen A. apologized for that yesterday.
Yeah, I didn't know this was one either. That
I think one of the great accomplishments of my radio career, whenever it ends, which is probably going to be very soon, 10 years, 11 years in a major market without getting fired or stepping in it for a phrase or a saying in the times that we're in right now. I think that's
Keith Olbermann would disagree.
yeah, that's right. And look at that nutcase now.
That's true. You outlasted Keith Olbermann.
I think he's on an Odyssey. He might be doing an Odyssey podcast or something with Dan Patrick. I don't know. Well, right?
Mm-hmm. Are they? I didn't know that.
I think so. Stephen A. Odyssey podcast.
I didn't realize they were even on good terms anymore.
Oh, yeah. They're like boys. They just love reliving the old Sports Center days, crapping on how miserable they were at the end. So, anyway, that's where we stand with the Lamar Jackson story. As he called out this reporter saying, that's defamation of my character. Not once have I ever mentioned or disrespected anyone's sexuality, orientation, gender, religion, or race. You are reaching. So that's where we stand. And around the NFL. Crosstalk with KMC coming up at 9:40. What childhood movie are they trying to use to torture the next generation now?
It's interesting because is it any more torturous than the original? They're going to, as the Guardian reports, many childhoods have already been traumatized by Bambi, the classic Disney animation about a young fawn whose mother is murdered, and it's like super. Yeah, sorry, spoilers. Sorry.
You got a Lassie preview next?
Yeah, or Old Yeller. Now, two filmmakers are seeking to continue the upset for adults with a sinister remake, which rethinks Bambi as a vicious killing machine. Which this has become like a niche lately.
Yeah.
Like almost a bit.
Wasn't Winnie the Pooh out? Aren't they doing something to Winnie the Pooh?
This is one of the creators of Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey, which is just
Blood and Honey? What is a revolver beer now?
Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey.
Awesome beer.
Which is like he's bitter that Christopher Robin left them, and now Christopher Robin comes back and he's going to take out Christopher Robin and his friends.
Wow.
And so this is what happens when things hit the public domain, which I guess Bambi must have since they feel they can do that. Bambi the Reckoning, which is scheduled for release around Valentine's Day next year, was reportedly inspired by Netflix horror The Ritual, about 4 men tormented by a mysterious creature on a woodland hiking trip. Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey imagines Pooh and Piglet turning feral after being abandoned by a college-bound Christopher Robin.
Wow.
I like this bit a great deal.
I don't. I
wouldn't watch it, but I like the bit of you're actually investing the time to do it.
All right, what else could we turn.
What was dark? What was subtly? I mean, honestly, if you want to do like a modern Hansel and Gretel, which is dark as hell to begin with, like oh yeah, I'm feeding these kids to plump them up and eat them.
Like the Little Mermaid, like drowning people.
Oh my god,
keeping them under Pinocchio, like I don't know, splintering you to death.
Those Caroline movies with the button eyeballs and stuff.
I don't know that.
I did not like that at all.
Caroline?
Coraline,
not Caroline.
Yeah, Carol. I was thinking like Caroline in the City. What are you talking about? No, yeah, I think that one's good. Maybe you go Jungle Book, Mowgli, right? Like Mowgli is a like a sinister cannibal who uses the beasts of the jungle to help him hunt.
But people will be into this. People love this type of stuff.
I do too.
Did you watch Hannibal?
Hannibal, like the sequel to Silence of the Lambs years ago.
What was the Dahmer? I'm sorry.
Oh no, I watched the first 2 episodes of Dahmer. I've not finished it yet.
And
it was good. I mean, it was well done. It wasn't good. It was obviously disturbing.
Where are you with the?
Isn't that the anniversary of Dahmer dying? Is like today.
Where are you with the age cutoff? Like, what will you watch? Allow your kids to watch? Like Chop was watching. Chop and his ex-wife were letting the kids watch Jersey Shore and Housewives at like 7.
No,
okay.
I mean, generally PG-13, but it depends on the PG-13 thing. Like for instance, I would not let my kids watch. I mean, the older one can, but I would not let like the 9-year-old watch Stranger Things. Like it's too dark. Like to me, I just think that like. And my wife, she's all concerned that if they watch something that dark, they'll start having nightmares. Then we'll like deal with stuff like that. So
yeah,
I don't know. It's just kind of a feel. You get a feel for what they can handle and how they react to certain things.
Can you remember your first R-rated movie, Peyton? Mine was Pretty Woman.
Oh, mine was American Pie. Yeah.
Stripes.
That's an awesome one. Stripes for you.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
All right, so they're turning Bambi. Bambi with rabies.
I mean, is that any worse than the trauma of like, oh, we watched Bambi's mother killed in front of Bambi?
Again.
Sorry,
Bobby,
dump that, Peyton. We got to dump the 90-year-old movie.
Bobby, let's crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece. All the fellas joining us next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we take the air at 2, which will be halftime of USA-Iran. We'll keep you updated through that. G-Bag of the Day, 2:30, Nation 2 to 7 on The Fan.
RJ Choppa here for Platinum Ford. Stephen Gilchrist owns Platinum Ford. They've opened up this brand new location.
rankings at 8, and the return of RJ Choppy to join myself and Bobby Bell here on 105.3 The Fan. What?
I just really liked the bold programming when you guys took about 6 minutes to talk about 9/11 conspiracy theories and impact on draft status. I thought that was amazing, and I was not prepared for it. Like, it just took a pivot, and I thought it was really interesting.
That was Deshaun Kaiser describing his meetings with Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay, where Rodgers closes the door for film study and goes, "You believe 9/11?
Which I like that. It's like, do you believe in ghosts? I'm like, I mean, it happened. Do you mean like, why did it happen? I mean, I get his point, but the way he said it, I thought was hilarious because I was like, when people go, I don't believe in this. And I'm like, it's not like an alien or something. Like, it's a thing. You don't have to believe in like the validity of it.
Are you saying ghosts are legit?
I think aliens are more likely to be legit than ghosts.
Okay. But you're not. Oh, Corey with a very
What?
nasty look.
If you think and you can believe in one, why can't you believe in another?
No,
Why
you
can't you
100
believe in 9/11?
You 100%.
Yes.
Okay, I believe in that the most. You can believe in both for sure. I just, if I'm ranking my hierarchy, I would probably go aliens, then Bigfoot, then ghosts.
Then 9/11?
No, 9/11 isn't the most believable.
What do you guys think of
picture
9/11?
in the last
I think it
70
happened.
years?
It was a tragedy.
I think it happened legitimately. That's what I think.
I agree too, except
Please, I'd love to hear what you're going to say.
the building that like at 6 p.m. that fell down. The small World Trade building.
World Trade Center 7.
Is that number 7?
Building 7.
That's the only thing to me that doesn't make sense. I get I get terrorists, at least, and I get that people don't have to believe it, and that's your opinion. I think that terrorists did take over that. It was a planned attack. They executed that. But to me, the only thing that doesn't make sense is Building 7 doesn't look. No other buildings, as far as I know, started crumbling down later in the night that weren't affected by the airplanes. So that's the only thing that I think is a little bit.
What is the conspiracy? What's the crazy conspiracy theory that you actually believe or buy into?
1,000,000,000 billion% do I believe that the envelope was frozen for David Stern to make sure that Patrick Ewing goes to the Knicks. I believe that with every fiber of my being.
So brilliant too. Corey?
We didn't land on the moon.
What? Oh, I don't know why I said that. I've heard you for years.
Can't wait for this Barrett Sports
Although
article.
I did see...
Man, talk about a gotcha website. They wait for us to slip up. Bam. There's an article about Sean and RJ with controversial statements.
I did see a really funny meme yesterday that showed 1996's Raiders of Tomb Raider.
Oh, yeah.
CGI, and it was very terrible. So if they were able to CGI that back in the, 50s, 60s?
60s. So,
then I'm in.
I mean, it didn't get CGI'd at all. It definitely happened. But there's this amazing documentary. It's called like Room 237. It's about The Shining and how people can't accept, like, it's solid, but they were hoping it's a Kubrick movie, so it would have been like Change Your World and and I really like that movie. But it's all these people's different conspiracy theories, and a lot of people believe that 2001: A Space Odyssey was a test run to see how good your visuals could be to fake the moon landing. And so this guy in Room 237 is opining about how The Shining is really about Stanley Kubrick admitting that he faked the moon landing. And there's this amazing moment where that little kid stands up and is wearing an Apollo 11 sweater.
Yep.
And that guy's like, and at that moment, I knew.
That's what I knew.
He was admitting that he faked the moon landing. And I was like, my goodness gracious.
Corey, what's coming up on the show?
We have Mike
More of
Maddox.
that, I hope.
Mike Maddox at 10:20, Kevin. Do you want to talk conspiracy theories with Mike Maddox? Because I bet he'd be in.
Man, because if you ask that question every time, you'd eventually find somebody who's like, let me tell you something. And they like really get into it.
I asked Bobby, how many necks has Mike Maddox, how many random stranger necks has Mike Maddox touched?
Not strangers.
I don't know. I think if you see Mike Maddox at a bar, I told Bobby, it's like the boxer photo. But Tyson, hold up your fist. Let's do it, De La Hoya. Let's box each other. Take the photo. We're punching.
Everybody wants a picture of that.
You have to get that photo with Mike Maddox if you see him at a bar. If you recognize him without a mustache.
It's like Nolan has a trunk full of those
Put me in a
shots of him
headlock.
beating up Robin Ventura, and he just autographs them and hands them out. Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
No, that's probably the thing.
That's what you think.
100,000.
Oh my God.
You don't think of anything else besides Mike Maddox and that comforting hand on
better.
your nothing else. Nothing else.
That is what I think
mustache.
of. That's true.
I think of his mustache.
We learned what he said. We did learn what he says. He really says, he goes up and he just says, so who's got second base on a comebacker? That's about it.
Really?
Yeah. It's like, it's really just kind of
ease your mind.
Just set you back in the, hey, you're here. You're nowhere else, but right here on the mound, what are the responsibilities of everybody on the team? It really, and that's what Derek was telling us the other day. He's like, he did his job very well because he just got you back into focusing on pitching. So I'm really excited about it.
Ask him if anybody's ever like removed his hand. Like when he puts it up on his shoulder, just like, no, get off.
What
Stop.
time that
I'm not
Alexio
happy.
Gondo pushed him off the mound and then threw a no-hitter for the rest of the game?
Is that what happened?
No, it was a joke. When we were a weekend show, we used to have a segment
good old
called
days.
That's hurtful.
Where we were able to be more creative. I get you. I see what you're saying there, Sean.
Did you miss who you used to cross off?
You're able to be creative. Listen to lazy narratives out there.
What was the segment? Rangers Price is Right.
Yes.
And we would tell people to text in like the wildest possible thing that could happen today.
And every time Bobby would text in, trade Martin Perez.
Yeah, and then so
Reasonable.
somebody said that Alexio Gondo pushes Mike Maddox off the mound, finishes a no-hitter, and then screams, and then from the outfield, David Murphy screams like a boss. That's how we got David Murphy. We'd always add that into the element. We got David Murphy recently to scream like a boss for us, so we have that drop in the world. And he thought it was hilarious because he knew about it. So that's cool.
Any other teases?
Oh yeah.
How about 1 p.m.? Do you care?
The C Block starring Corey Majors.
Not
Hell yeah, I care
what it
about
is.
us winning the soccer match.
Okay, there you go.
Oh yeah, 1 p.m.
It's
is
the
C
biggest
block.
thing on my mind. I can't wait.
I think I should unite you and Bobby right now,
Unite the
as
cleanse.
Bobby tweeted during the Argentina-Mexico game that soccer's not a sport, and we
Soccer's
had
a
to.
sport. It's great. It's just something that I'm not into.
Well, then it's not great for you.
Well, right. But I think for the world, for a lot of people.
Well, right. What I said was fake.
I got the feeling when you joked about going to those uptown bars to have the experience that you were being very sarcastic.
Why?
It's a house
You're
party.
you're gonna see me like running around with like sparklers and crap, like just celebrating my Americanism today.
Have you? I'm a drive-by soccer fan. You know, I'm just trying to be patriotic. I'm bandwagoning. So I don't disagree that I don't enjoy soccer.
Well, and let me be clear to anybody who's just now tuning in and heard Sean say that. I was joking. I know it's a sport,
It's
so
a
don't
sport.
lose your mind.
It
I
is
was
a sport.
kidding.
You just don't find it an entertaining one.
Yeah, and it's probably just because I'm dumb. But like,
It's not that you're dumb. You either like something or you don't.
I know,
like
but
something.
I don't
Kevin's
see
not-
the beauty in the game or whatever. Like, I mean, it's whatever.
Okay. What about hockey?
I enjoy hockey. I just don't have time to include following a fourth whole sport.
Well, sorry.
No, I'm just saying. Like, I mean, it's
a busybody.
No, even if I didn't have this job, if it was just like following it on my own, like it's hard to follow 3 sports.
Warriors Mavericks tonight should be fun.
I will admit, though, like
After Porzingis last night.
I know. I will admit I'm way more interested in the U.S. Soccer match than I am Mavs Warriors.
Really?
Like, way.
Why?
Yeah, because that game is inconsequential. Like, they win, they lose, people continue to bitch. Like, if U.S. wins,
Justifiable.
they move on. I get that. But the U.S. wins, they move on to the knockout stage. And I'm not saying they're going to win the World Cup, but that'd be cool to be one of the last 16 teams.
So you have no interest
In soccer?
today?
Yeah, I'm going to play golf after the show's over.
No, 1 p.m. they play though.
Well, yeah, but the match won't be over. He'll go
Mike
play
has
golf.
to pay attention to the C block, which he does. He listens during the
It'll
C
be
block
on
better
TV.
than anybody else.
It will be on TV.
Okay. I mean, it'll be on TV up here. If they score, I'll say yay. If they don't and they give up a goal, I'll say, oh no, that's not good.
Okay.
Is there
Fair enough. How about Olympics? Do you get more into that?
Not Olympic soccer. Is there Olympic soccer?
There is.
Okay,
Olympic
good
baseball.
for soccer.
They're doing big things out here,
Yeah,
soccer.
it's
Good for
great.
them.
The most popular sport in
You
the
made
world.
the Olympics. All right. The
The
Olympics
Olympics in general.
The Olympics in general. As time has gone by, I just think that there's just so many things in my life that it's tough to really concentrate on. All right, I'm going to sit down and learn what's going on here and who's doing what. I mean, I know who Usain Bolt is. I know he's retired now, but
and Usain, yeah.
And when the next guy comes along that runs faster than him, I'm sure I'll be like, hey, when does he run? That'll be fun to watch him run
Michael
the 100.
Phelps.
Yeah, Michael
Tuning
Phelps.
in for
Right, it has to be something special. If it's
shark.
just, hey, here's 10 guys who run fast, but they're not the fastest people God ever created, but they are right now. I'm like, all right, whatever, run your race. It's great. Somebody wins gold. It's awesome.
So you're a front runner, is what you're saying. Like you only want to see the
You're in
I
the
need
right
for-
city.
I need for fringe
In the
sports
right
to have
city.
Tiger Woods.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. I get
Fringe
that.
sports or fringe sports?
But even with baseball, you want to watch the best pitchers go at it,
like,
right?
no offense, I won't name any Rangers starting pitchers, but if it's the fifth starter on this
Say it,
team
Kevin.
versus the fifth starter on that team, it's like it was like I texted Bally's the other day when the producer when
They have a text line
when Lucas sat out and the
877.
same producer's producing the Mavs game, and I'm
Zero.
like, this is like when A, B, or C is the starting pitcher, and where you're just like, this just isn't something that I can sell too well as we go into the C block. I know we're going to the C block at 1 o'clock, but the C block right before the game, I'm like, hey, here's the starting pitcher. What do you think? And I'm like, I hope he pitches 5 innings.
Many Tolos asking us why we didn't replay the number one moment of the Jerry Jones interview this morning. So here it is as we get you set for the KMC masterpiece next on The Fan.
Well, we just talked about Dak's ability to set it up against how they're defending us, and that has everything to do with these receivers really not only doing their own execution but getting in a position to make the play. All of that's working together. You work that with what we're doing now with our tight ends and coming out of the backfield with our backs. But then I'm really pleased with where we are, and we've got help on the way here. Well, Washington's got a good chance to be joining us here real soon. Excuse me.
You all right?
Get me some oxygen. Better still, how about a big shot of Jack?
You're listening to Sean and RJ on The Fan. Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Mike's football questions have been circulated around the room. They should be very intriguing. We are moving those to 11:20 today.
Why?
Because, in part, we had to move a few things. We have Mike Maddox, the new pitching coach again for the Texas Rangers at 10:22.
I really love your brother. He's my favorite.
That is 100% how I was thinking about starting off the interview. And I have found a question that could soften the blow of just being like, hey, why isn't Greg here?
What if he hates his brother?
They like each other.
Oh.
Okay, good.
Okay.
I was about to, I might have had to chicken out for that
It
question.
might have changed over the last 3 to 5 years, but they liked each other like 3 to 5 years ago.
Okay.
You never know. Thanksgiving could have gone bad.
That's true. Well, you know what? Now for you, I'll have a follow-up question. I'll be like, Mike told me 3 to 5 years ago you guys got along. What has happened since then?
Are things going well?
Yeah. All right. So ESPN put out a list. You can debate and squabble over this all you like, but the list is the top 25 under 25 players in the NFL.
Luka.
No, I mean, yes, if that was the NBA. In the NFL, how many Cowboys do you think make the cut, and who is your number one player in all of the lands?
3 come to mind, Corey. Parsons, CeeDee Lamb, and Trayvon Diggs.
Oh, he's in the conversation.
Yes, in this.
He's only 25.
Is he 25 already?
He's 24.
Okay. So those are 3 that come to mind. You know who I don't think is getting enough love for what he's doing?
Dorrance Armstrong.
Sure, but he can't be under 25, can he? I would say Tyler Smith. But I don't think for some reason he's going to be on this list. So I don't want to put him there. But I just think that Tyler Smith is not getting enough credit for what he's been able to do filling in for Tyron Smith. But I'm going to say 3, and Corey, help me out if you feel like I'm missing a guy right now.
By the way, Dorrance Armstrong is 25, so he's not qualified. You have to be under 25.
I think you're right with the Tyler Smith part of it. The additional part of it is and that's future. I think Sam Williams might be considered in the future with more playing time. So I think those 2, I don't know, Kevin, I haven't looked at this list to see if there are any rookies on it. I feel like there are going to be a lot of second-year guys.
I'm sure
here.
Sauce Gardner will make it.
Yeah,
a super stud like that.
Yeah, he's having a fantastic year. So.
Or Ahmad, which I didn't know his first name until I pulled his card the other day.
Yeah, we pulled an autographed number to 25 Sauce Gardner card at RJ Dukes, and Mike was just kind of like, "Oh, Ahmad Gardner,"
Yeah,
and I was like,
way to
"That's
go.
Sauce."
Oh, I was like, "Oh, well, this is actually a good card. I didn't know who this Ahmad guy was."
So just to show you how tough this list is, here are some of the players that did not make the cut. Devin White for the Tampa Bay Bucks, which that is shocking. Like a year or 2 ago, there is no way he would have been off the list. T. Higgins, not on the list. They're an honorable mention. Creed Humphrey, Javon Holland, and Trevor Lawrence, all in the honorable mention category.
Trevor, after what he
did
just
they not
did on
watch
Sunday?
him play
Yeah.
this week?
Jeez.
320 and 3 touchdowns.
That's not even possible.
29 of 37 against the mighty Ravens defense with Ray Lewis and Ed Reed.
Well, their defense hasn't been super great for a while. It's okay.
And Suggs rushing the passer.
None of those people. All right. So you say 3. Corey, do you think Tyler Smith makes the cut? Or do you think either one of the people that Mike lists did not make the cut?
I think that CeeDee Lamb's 5th in the NFC in receiving yards right now. I think he's made his case to be one of those top 25 under 25. So I think Mike's got the right 3.
Is there anybody better than Micah who's under 25? I'm thinking of quarterbacks. Joe Burrow's already 25. Now, Herbert's still under 25 as far as I know.
He is.
So Herbert's going to be in the top 5. He's, to me, the best quarterback I think that's under 25. Right? I'm asking you, Corey. I'm just
Herbert.
Herbert is the only guy that I think's under 25 that could beat Micah Parsons on this list.
Yeah, I don't think Herbert at this point has done enough. Honestly, I know he's
agreed.
Record-wise, he's doing things though. I mean, if you look at what he's doing, throwing touchdowns,
stats, yeah,
nobody's ever done it better than him.
He's got to win some games. He's got to win some games.
I thought he beat Dan Marino.
No, he's second, I believe, behind Dan Marino is
Dan Marino played
He doesn't
for a lot
know.
of
You
years.
just hate
Kevin.
Herbert. You're just making things up to make
he
him
is
worse.
second behind Dan Marino.
Why do you hate Herbert
yeah,
so much,
right.
Kevin?
I mean, that's still pretty darn good. By the way, somebody asked, I'm behind Dan Marino. You're a spare.
Yeah, right.
Tony Pollard is 25, so not eligible for this list. All right, so my next question is, if you think those are the three Cowboys, how would you stack them? Like, does it go Micah the best, and then who?
Yeah, Micah, Diggs, CD, still. I mean, what Diggs did last year was unprecedented. All right, it's like or not. I don't.
Yeah,
it just doesn't happen that often.
I like his list. And
Okay.
I do think Diggs and Lamb are tough, as in you can mix and match them. Micah, it's not tough. Micah's one of the best defensive players I think anybody's ever seen up to this point. We'll see if he continues it, but he's one of the best defensive players in the history of football through whatever 25 games,
Yes.
whatever he's played.
From the 682, they brought this up. Where does Justin Jefferson fit in your hierarchy?
Top 5.
Okay. I think he might be my number one.
I would say like top 3. Yeah.
Well, I'm going to go. I mean, I guess I'm homering it up here, but I'll go Micah Parsons as the number one player in the NFL under 25 years old.
Holy crap.
All right, let's see where we get with this. Here we go. Top 25. Antoine Winfield, the safety from Tampa Bay. They do have some elite young defensive players. Kyle Pitts at 24. That just kind of shows how maybe his fault, probably not his fault because of the quarterbacks they're rolling out, but the hype level of Kyle Pitts becoming the greatest tight end in history is
Jerry
off to a
Rice
slower start.
Jerry Rice did make Joe Montana's career, so
That is preposterous.
You don't know
Joe
that.
Montana won 2 Super Bowls before Jerry Rice even got there.
those were Bill Walsh's Super Bowls.
Okay. All right.
The next
How
ones
many of
were
those?
Jerry Rice.
So Jerry Rice won 1 Super Bowl realistically without Bill Walsh, with all due respect to George Seifert. Christian Darrisaw is 23. Penei Sewell, 22. That is a person that we talked about a lot in terms of Cowboys interest. Justin Fields, 21 on the list.
That's amazing to me that he's 21 and Trevor Lawrence is off the list.
Because you think that is wrong.
I think that they're going off of really recent bias right there, but that's fine.
Do you think Justin Fields has had a better career thus far, though, in terms of impact?
It's close, but I would lean. I can't lean either way. They haven't really made a major impact, but if you're going off of Trevor, you can't. They didn't include Trevor Lawrence's last game. I guarantee you they did this list way before Sunday.
Probably so.
They were going off of the last 3 games of Justin Fields, because before that, Justin Fields was 5th on the list of the 5 first-round picks going into this season.
So Corey brought up he believes Sauce Gardner will make the cut. Sauce Gardner does, in fact, make the cut. He is 20th. CeeDee Lamb, 19. CeeDee Lamb, 19. So top 25 NFL players under the age of 25. CeeDee Lamb, number 19. Jonathan Taylor, 18. Again, just to show you how competitive this list is. A year ago, it felt like Jonathan Taylor might be staking his claim to the best running back in all of football. A.J. Terrell is 17. Rashawn Gary is 16. And I want to say underrated, but he is ahead of Jonathan Taylor. 15 on the list, Trayvon Diggs.
This is interesting because when I scouted A.J. Terrell, I was like, I'd love to have that guy. I really would like to have that player. And then to see he and Diggs where they are, like that kind of lets me know. I thought Diggs would be this kind of player too, and here he is. Kind of, I think last year made the big splash.
Yeah.
This year is making the look. I'm this good at cornerback.
You know what? And it's wild just to show how elite this talent base is, because right ahead of Trayvon Diggs is Jalen Waddle and DK Metcalf. So I can't say like, oh, Trayvon Diggs got screwed. Jalen Waddle is incredible, and so is DK Metcalf. So that's 14, 13 on the list. As we move towards the top 10, Andrew Thomas, number 12. Brian Burns, number 11. That's somebody that the Rams were willing to give up 2 first-round picks for, and he's only 11.
By the way, I wrote this down real quick. How many more yards do you think Trevor Lawrence has thrown for this year than Justin Fields?
800.
Yeah, 1,000.
Okay.
Quite a bit.
Sure.
Now, I know it's 834 yards rushing to 179 yards.
So he gets almost all of it back right there.
Yeah. I mean, I am looking. I tell you one thing, and I do like Justin Fields. Don't get me wrong. I like him as a player. He's improving. You want to know one of the luckiest stats I just accidentally found on Justin Fields?
What's that?
8 fumbles, none of them lost.
Oh, that's pretty good.
So when you look at that,
he always gets the ball back.
That's bad. As in future, like he might not be learning his lesson.
And Justin Fields is just ahead of Trevor Lawrence in QBR for the season. He's 15th in the NFL. Trevor Lawrence is 16th in the NFL. All right, top 10. Still no Micah.
Where was CD again? I'm sorry.
CD was 19.
19.
And Diggs 15. Still no Micah, but him being in the top 10, not a particular surprise. Tua is number 10. Top 25 players under the age of 25. Just ahead of him, Jalen Hurts. I believe I might flip those.
I would flip
two.
those right now. It took Tua a minute to boot up,
Yeah.
This year, especially with the injury and everything, but that offense has become the most fun offense to watch. The whole team's an absolute blast. Jalen Hurts, I understand, though, Kevin, at this point, the record this year, that's where they're putting it.
And I'm going to help some people out because I know we had some technical difficulties and breeze back through this really quickly. Antoine Winfield, Kyle Pitts, Christian Darrisaw, Penei Sewell, and Justin Fields, 25 through 21. At 20, Sauce Gardner, CeeDee Lamb at 19, Jonathan Taylor, A.J. Terrell, Rashawn Gary, number 16, Trayvon Diggs, 15, then Waddle, Metcalf, Andrew Thomas, Brian Burns. We get to the top 10, Tua, Jalen Hurts, Patrick Surtain, and Rashawn Slater. The interesting thing about that is Patrick Surtain at 8, Rashawn Slater at 7. Those are 2 more players that we had talked about quite a bit through the draft process. But the good news is Micah's either not on the list, which would be insane, or he's ahead of both of them. Quinnen Williams is number 6.
Powered by Oreos.
What's that?
Powered by Oreos. When he ran his 40,
yes,
he said I had Oreos for breakfast. And we were trying to get him. We were trying to trade for him the last couple of years, and it never came through.
I tell you the top 5 are these 5 players. Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson, Micah Parsons, Tristan Wirfs, and Justin Herbert.
It's a good list.
How does your order go?
Well, you just read them in that order. I bet he mixed them all up.
Yes, I did.
My order would be Micah Parsons 1, Justin Jefferson 2, Justin Herbert 3, Jamar Chase 4, Tristan Wirfs 5.
Okay, mine would be Micah 1, and that's Homer. Justin Jefferson 2.
We're the same.
Jamar Chase 3.
Oh, no, we're way off now.
Herbert 4, Wirfs 5.
So we switched 3 and 4.
Hey, you guys both have Micah at number 1. Let's see. Number 5 on the list, 24-year-old quarterback for the Los Angeles Chargers. That is Justin Herbert. He is the highest-ranked quarterback on the list. Number 4, Tristan Wirfs, the tackle for the Tampa Bay Bucks. I would probably swap him and number 3, who is Jamar Chase. So Jamar Chase is 3rd, Tristan Wirfs 4th, Justin Herbert 5th. So
it is so crazy that Joe Burrow had Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase on his championship team.
No wonder that team was so freaking awesome.
And for the most part, most people that have had situations like that, nothing as good as that, but people that quarterbacked at USC like Matt Leinart, or you think of some other quarterbacks that have 2 premium wide receivers, and they don't really do that good in the NFL. And we find out, oh man, their talent was just so supreme at their school that they're really struggling because of the talent that they are going up against in the NFL. But you look at it and you go, man, Joe Burrow came into the NFL. I know he got to carry one of them with him in Jamar Chase, but he hasn't struggled, that much in the NFL.
Well, he worked on his arm strength. Leinart always had light arm. And some of those guys, there was always something with them. Either they couldn't read something or whatever.
The number 1 beef that people have with this list thus far is Jonathan Taylor. Should be higher, and I could definitely get that. And from the 254, Chase is better than Jefferson, guys. I disagree.
The list has them different.
Yeah, but I personally disagree. I think Jamar Chase is awesome, and he might have been better at LSU, but thus far, in terms of the NFL, I'll take my chances with Justin Jefferson.
I do think it's really close. I think it can keep flipping every year, honestly. Like, I think that they're that close.
All right, top 25 players in the NFL under 25. You guys say Micah 1, Justin Jefferson 2. I say Justin Jefferson 1, Micah 2. Well, guess what? It's a good thing that I'm not in charge of making this list because I would be wrong. Justin Jefferson, second on the list. Micah Parsons, number 1 in all of the lands. He's 23. So guess what? When they do this list again next year, he should probably still be number 1. Although I guess Jefferson is 23 and Jamar Chase is 22. So they might try to get in the mix right there. But yeah, Micah Parsons, best player in the NFL under the age of 25, and he's 23.
He's going to be like that forever, man. The best player under 25 until forever.
Do you think he'll still be like the best player under 30? And I mean, that's wrong. We in 2 years, that will be inaccurate. Yeah. But like, will he stay on the list of like best player under 30?
I think he might be a top 5 player under 30 right now.
Wow. All right, I'll have to get back with the research on that.
Yeah, I mean, that's how good of a player he is. That's how much of an impact he makes on every game. And that's what you're looking for in playmakers is can they make an impact on every single game he does?
Absolutely, and he does. He is number 1 on the list. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will talk with Texas Rangers pitching coach once more, Mike Maddox, right here on The Fan.
All right, let's talk about DFW security. With DFW security, you're
Frankel & Frankel. There's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. So frankly, you need Frankel & Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, we bring to you Texas Rangers pitching coach once more. It is Mike Maddox. Good morning, sir.
Morning, guys. How are y'all doing?
We're doing excellent, and I promise you, promise, the rest of this entire interview will be all about you. But I do need to tell you that my favorite baseball player of all time is Greg Maddux. So if there's any way you could tell Greg that Kevin loves him and that is his favorite player, I would really appreciate it as I'm going into business for myself. I do have a question based on that as well is, do you think if he was coming up in the ranks right now, like we go back to 1987, do you think they would try to change his style of pitching?
Man, I would hope not. Looking back on what we know.
Me too.
If stuff works for you, why change it?
You know, Mike, when it comes to that, obviously you were the pitching coach for the Rangers for a while. You've been the pitching coach of the Cardinals recently. How much has pitching coaching changed in the last 10 years?
Well, I tell you what, that's might be an individual question that you could get different answers from. But I'm a firm believer in you stick by your convictions and coach with what you're good at. And I've always kind of been a grassroots type guy that, I think you command the fastball and change speeds. That's the recipe to winning. And that's what I've kind of preached for as long as I've been doing it. Now, there's new tools that we can use, all the analytics, the TrackMan stuff and all that. You got all these pitching labs with pressure plates in the mounds, and, we can get so smart. And sometimes we inundate players with information when, we need to pass on wisdom. Now, I think if you have experience and, you have wisdom to pass on, that wisdom will get a player further than information will. So that's kind of my stance. Command fastball, change speeds. Let's keep doing that because it's proven successful over the last 100 and some odd 50 years of baseball.
Now, one of the things we did a study a while back where I think it was like all the playoff teams, Kevin, were 1 through 8 or 1 through 6 in strikeouts. And I was like, man, that seems clear. In terms of getting strikeouts. Pitching strikeouts. And I was like, that seems pretty clear that you want some strikeout pitchers, but you were able to help guide two teams to the World Series with the Rangers here without like dominant strikeout pitchers. Where do you stand on I do want strikeout pitchers versus I just want guys that can execute this thing?
Well, there's a time and a place for a strikeout that would be perfect, with your man on third base and less than 2 outs. Sure, you'd love to have a strikeout at that point. All right, so, situation strikeouts are huge. But strikeouts, people say that the immaculate inning of 9 pitches and 3 strikeouts, they say you can't do better than that. And I say, no, you can. I think 3 pitches and 3 outs is about the best you can do. And if we want to go deep into games and we want to see what that 8th and 9th inning look like, well, you got to hold your pitch count down, and the only way to hold your pitch count down is to get quick outs. And naturally, we would love to have a strikeout pitch or something that I can strike a guy out with, but the best result for me is 1 pitch and 1 out. And, if you get the ball on the ground, take the sting out of the bag, keep the ball in front of the outfielders, good things are going to happen. And, you look at your team behind you, and just through the years, there's been a lot of gold gloves, that sat behind, the pitching staffs that I've, had the luxury to work with. So I think that's the big thing is utilize your defense, have the ability to strike a guy out when you need it.
I think that we're going to be great friends because as unreasonable as it might sound, Corey and I have always dreamed of seeing the 27-pitch perfect game. So I think that you and I are on the same page right here. Now, I am really curious if you could kind of walk us through what's the draw to come back to Texas. Is it the front office? Is it the owners, the players? Is it the past success that you had here? Like, what brought you back here?
Well, the number one, the draw is always going to be the players. Fans come out to watch the players, and they like to see the players win. And that's bottom line. Who's in the dugout coaching, managing, front officing, scouting. That's all by the wayside, man. It's all about the players, and our job is to, prepare the players to be the best they can be that day. And I think that's the draw is, having prepared players go out there, play hard in front of the fans, hustle their tails off, and play the game the right way. I think that's the draw. On an individual basis, my draw coming back here was, I talked to CY, heard his vision of what he wants, a little bit of retro baseball, a lot of blood, sweat, and tears when you go out there, and that was very appealing to me. And I had been away for the last, 7 years or so, and, it's a time in my life where I need to slow down, and I thought sleeping in my own bed would just be perfect. And so I'm very happy to be back.
Is it hard to find that mentality across baseball? I know you said you've been out for a little bit, but that, old style or like mix of the old and new, is it hard to find franchises that want to pursue that?
Well, I've kind of only been privy to the ones I've been in.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of pay attention to, what I can do with this staff or what I can do today to make myself better or to make somebody else better. And, worrying about 29 other teams, I think it's tough enough to handle your own team,
right,
much less to handle 29 others. So I've always just tried to really focus on what we were doing and how we could be the better team that day.
Man, a guy who you had with the Texas Rangers was Martin Perez, and last year he had a breakout year, all-star pitcher. When you look at the Martin Perez that you had early in his career versus what you saw last year, what was the major difference you saw?
I thought that Martin was able to handle the situations better. Martin always had the delivery. I mean, man, his delivery is like textbook. If I always said, 15 years ago or whatnot, I could watch this guy throw all day just because he was so smooth and effortless and body moves well, everything else, had good command. But, like a lot of young players, you have to know what the best version of yourself is. And he would get in his way a lot of times by letting the moment dictate his emotions. And I think the guy that we saw last year was a guy that has overcome, he's flipped a 180 on that in that he controls the situation. And when emotions get tough, he's able to step off the mound, catch his breath, say, no, I'm in charge here. And I think just by doing that, you really saw the maturation of Martin Perez. And, 196 innings, that's pretty darn good on anybody's ball club.
So when it comes to the Texas Rangers, there's a lot of prospects that we like, whether it's Owen White or Cole Winn or Jack Leiter and Kumar Rocker. And I know you're going to be concentrating on your major league staff. But when I got called up to the major leagues, Dick Pohl was my pitching coach with the Cleveland Indians. And I got into the game, and he said, so what do you throw? And I'm just wondering now, that's 2001. I'm just wondering how much information will you have? Let's just say it's a Cole Winn in June who gets called up to the major leagues. How much information do you have, and where do you get that from to try to help out a Cole Winn when he were to get called up to the Rangers?
Well, I think in spring training we will build, even before spring training, you have your pitching department, and I think it works from the top down. And I'm always in communication over the course of the year with the AA and the AAA pitching coach, and even friendly phone calls to all the pitching coaches. But there's so much up and down between AAA and the major leagues that you need to know who's pitching in AAA, and you need to know what they're doing. And then you have your prospects in AA that might be knocking on the door and passing some guys up. So, being in communication with the AA pitching coach about who's doing this, who's doing what, and it's kind of an open forum, and we do get minor league video, and I like to watch those guys on the just to get a glimpse of them and see what they're doing. So familiarizing yourself not only with your big league team, but with the depth from the guys that will be coming up eventually, whether it be somebody goes on the disabled list or maybe it's production based. It's tough when to have, like Dick Pohl told you, Mike, that what do you throw? That's kind of a humbling thing for the player. Like, yeah, I'm really important here, aren't I?
I'm a hot shot, and he's like, but what do you throw?
Rangers pitching coach Mike Maddox joining us here on 105.3 The Fan, your home of the Texas Rangers. And Mike, we've never really gotten over watching you and the group that we had here back in 2010, 2011, and what y'all did. We've always loved the personality that came along with it. What do you know about Bruce and y'all's working relationship that y'all are going to be able to kind of grow there?
Well, Boch was always across the field, and he was always just the calm. You could look over there at Boch, and you didn't know if they were up 10, down 10, if they were throwing a no-hitter or getting no hit. Man, just talk about as even keel as you can get. And you could always watch his teams play, and the teams were all in. And you knew that was one guy that could get everybody on the same page and playing hard every day. And, his success speaks for itself. That's not by dumb luck. It's by doing something. But I think he deflects all credit and gives all the credit to the players. And players love him. Coaches love him. Everybody in the game loves him. Just very well respected. And I'm tickled pink to be working with him.
We had a bit back when we were working nights. We did a bit where you walk out to the pitching mound and you say, pitch better. Like that was the advice.
With the hand on the
you
shoulder.
Put your hand on the shoulder and you put your hand in front of your mouth with the two fingers, and your advice was pitch better. And then it seemed like every time you walked to the mound, the pitcher was pitching better the next moment. I've always wondered, what is your advice when you get up there?
It depends on the situation. It depends on the pitcher. It could be a pat on the back. It could be a kick in the butt. But more often than not, it says, you want to get this guy out, here's what you do. And that comes with, the advanced work that we put in, that we kind of know the hitter. We'll know the hitter more than the pitcher does and more than the catcher does. And that's kind of, let's attack your strength to his weakness or whatever we have, but try to come up with a formula to get that guy out quickly.
I'm guessing not, but I just have to know, is it ever a non-baseball topic where you're like, I don't really think the Olive Garden is that great? Just to kind of reset their mentality.
There can be. I recall Larry Durker coming out one time and started singing the Eagles, I got a peaceful, easy feeling. And you're like, all right, hey, I know that song. Yeah, a peaceful, easy feeling. But you can't sing, Larry. You can't sing, though. Well, you sing it then, because I got a peaceful, easy feeling. You never know what's going to come out of the horse's mouth out there.
That is outstanding. And then kind of another question is, I know you were talking about focusing on the guys that are here and under contract, and I think we all understand that. But I am curious, since the Rangers have been caught up in the rumor mill of so many big-name pitchers, do you kind of follow that a little bit, or do you read some stuff and be like, oh, yeah, that would be lovely? Or do they ask for your input about bringing in specific guys?
Well, needless to say, I've kind of been out of town. We've had the holidays since I come aboard. I'm not privy to everything that's been said and spoken about, privy to some things. But the names that are being mentioned are appetizing. They're definitely got proven track records. And if you can get some guys that have those proven track records and give your younger guys a opportunity to develop so that when they are more prepared when they come to the big leagues, it'll have a better impact for your team and better longevity for your younger players. So I do like the names that are being thrown out there. And, I like some of the young guys that we have on the way up. They might not be ready this year, to open the season, possibly mid-season or maybe in 24. But in the meantime, those proven players that can go out there and carry the weight and give younger players a chance to develop, I think that's very healthy for the organization.
Yeah, we figured if the Rangers this week, since they've got you back, Mike, if they just go get DeGrom, Verlander, and Rodon to add to Perez and Gray, that would be a pretty fun starting five for you to work with.
Yeah.
Man, how smart would all the coaches be then?
I feel like the owners are listening right now. Be like, golly, I'm going to need another checkbook, man.
Mike, we really appreciate your time very much. Thank you very much. We look forward to talking with you a lot through next season, man.
I look forward to it also. I appreciate it, guys.
Absolutely. There you go. Mike Maddox right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's interesting. I know he was joking right there at the end about how smart we would look at coaches, but I did think that was some interesting insight. I used that word twice into his philosophy about if we did bring some people on and it helps slow the process for some of the young guys, not a bad idea.
I like that. I do think the Rangers are going to sign a starting pitcher. I'd love for it to be two, but I do think they're going to sign a starting pitcher. And rumors are that probably Rodon will probably be the guy that they have a better chance of getting than DeGrom or a Verlander or somebody like that, which would be really nice to get. Now, here's what I love, and I don't know if it's going to come to pass, but the Rangers recently have been, you strike people out. Yeah. You do not get quick outs. And then they sometimes revert back to now they have 100 pitches in 3 innings. They're like, hey, maybe we should get some people out early. And it's like, yeah, you guys are teaching this thing backwards. And I do love what Mike Maddox just said. He wants the 3-pitch inning. He wants early contact. He doesn't want you showing your 5 pitches that you have to the first 2 hitters of the game. Like, that's what the Rangers have been doing. Hey,
That's why Cliff
you got
Lee was able
fastball,
to-
curveball, slider, changeup. I need you to throw all 4 of those pitches in your first 10 pitches. That's wrong. And I love that Mike Maddox is like, that's not the way we want to do it. Sometimes you have to, but we don't want to do it that way.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's talk Mavs and try to fix some problems. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we take the air at 2.
draws the turnover. Here's Giannis. Oh, wow! Giannis all the way! The emphatic dunk for 34.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Boom. Is negative Joey is here. I like it. He did not need, it's usually positive Joey, but he's like, look, you saw what happened in that game. We need to play a realistic highlight. Let's talk about the Mavericks and, dare I say, let's try to tinker with a few things and perhaps fix a few things, because I have some staggering numbers for you thus far.
You know, it's interesting before you get into it. I feel like, you know, I follow Chuck Cooperstein, who calls the games on radio for the Dallas Mavericks. And I think that a lot of people that are even really tight with the Mavericks are confused that Jason Kidd's not really trying anything different. He's just hoping the old way works eventually.
Yeah, and I think that is the most perplexing part to me is I don't like entirely that we're also taking everything as a this game determines the future every time, you know? Like, I would just love to say, hey, there's going to be 5 straight days of competitive basketball, or 5 straight games of whenever, or 5 straight games where you're in competitive basketball. There we go. Is you're going to play Christian Wood in the last 5 minutes every single time. And like, then we'll take that sample size, because it feels like game to game, and a lot of this reflects on Christian Wood, even though there's more to it than that, is like, well, Christian Wood didn't do this and they lost, or Christian Wood did this and they still lost, or Christian Wood didn't do this and they won. And like, it feels like whatever happens in the next game is directly reflected off of only the last game. We don't take any bigger sample sizes. And the Mavericks got to check some stuff out right now.
Is that because there's this, that's kind of how we treat football season? And the Mavericks had a very successful postseason last year, and so now it's like the tension is more on what they're doing because they have to get back to it. So we study it like we do each individual Cowboys game.
No. I'm saying I think the Mavericks are doing that. For fans
are too.
No. Knock yourself out. I got no beef with that. I'm saying it feels like the Mavericks are making those type of reactions too.
And Kevin, I'm just going off of Brad Townsend's tweets here.
So you know Mark Cuban told him what to say.
Which are everybody tweets Brad Townsend is like, why haven't you asked him this yet?
Sure.
Why haven't you asked Jason Kidd about this? He's like, I literally ask him this every day.
Yeah. And I do. And
believe.
I
think that when I wonder how much that affects Jason Kidd's decision thoughts on things when they're like, you know what, we do need to be a little less this and a little more that, or a little more this, a little less that.
Which that I actually don't like, believe it or not, is I would like my head coach, and maybe that's exactly what he was doing. I want my head coach to know exactly what he's doing, and he's like, you can ask all the fancy questions you want. I'm still going to do it this way.
And I think that's how I have a feeling is that he's very focused on, look, my process is this right now.
That's fine.
And we'll take a turn whenever, hopefully they can take that turn.
As long as it's a big picture process. I don't like the big picture right now, but obviously I'm not coaching the team.
You didn't draw it.
That's a good point. There are some reasons for concern. The Mavericks have lost 4 consecutive games. That is their longest streak since they lost 7 straight times in March of 2019. That was late in Luka's rookie season. And then to go along with that, the idea that if Luka doesn't show out, your team is doomed. Luka has scored less than 25 points 4 times this season. The Mavericks are 0-4 in those games. And so
I think even if he scores under 30, they're 0-5.
I think that is correct. And so first of all, that shows you like how much he's been scoring points. Secondly, and probably the vastly more concerning aspect of it is if he doesn't, you're going to lose.
Yeah, but who else is going to show up, Kevin?
Okay, and that is, I'm glad that you brought that up.
Can't wait till Dorian Finney-Smith is our point guard.
Look, not that.
Scoring 30 a night.
You know what? I appreciate that you're bringing ideas to the table. So I do not want to reject that idea straight up. I will say it's maybe not my favorite idea.
Okay.
And perhaps we can consider a couple of other things.
That sounds good.
I would love to. I'm not looking for Hardy to come in here and change everything. I would love to see him come up and get a look of 8 to 10 minutes and then make determinations about just in this space. if that's probably where you should cap him, or if you should send him back to the G League, or if he shows himself to be usable enough in terms of he can also move and pass the ball, that maybe you shouldn't consider 15 or 20 minutes to like alter some of the usage rate. And then maybe Hardy and Dinwiddie could help fill more of the void of running the offense and moving the ball that Jalen Brunson did such an excellent job with. I would like to see more all in for Christian Wood. Maybe it works, maybe it doesn't, but I would love to see more of a definitive sample size.
At some point, is kind of the desire that you would see those three guys on the court as the dominant group, as opposed to, I know what Finney Smith and Bullock have given us in their defensive efforts. Like Bullock said very clearly, my defense is first for me. I mean, the three's not working right now, so it better be. But would you love to see, the contributions from Hardy and Wood be in the starting rotation?
Not yet for Hardy. For Wood, 1,000%. For Hardy, I'm okay with taking a slower approach, but what I don't want is, he just bounced back up to the roster, but that's just a placeholder till Kemba Walker probably. What I would love to see is if they were like, you know what, as long as you're here, let's go ahead and roll out 8 to 10 minutes, and let's give you at least 1-2 more games, however long it takes Kemba Walker to get acclimated, and then take a look at those three. And then you're like, you know what? Maybe we do need to figure something else out and keep you up here because you can be a usable part of the rotation. I'm not anticipating that, but I wanted to throw out a couple of ideas so it's not just like, oh, the Mavericks suck, blah, 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 blah. There are ideas.
I've thrown out this, and I don't think he's going to do it, but there's still 60 more games to try. Stop playing Luka Doncic the first 12 minutes of the game. I think
the entire 12 minutes you're saying.
Yeah,
don't play him
the
in
first quarter. I think play him, let's just say the first 6 minutes, and usually they take out Dinwiddie there. Well, maybe leave Dinwiddie in there for 3 more minutes. I mean, you're limited on what it's going to be bad. When Luka goes off the court, it's bad.
Yeah.
But rest him 3 minutes and then bring him in the last 3 minutes of the first quarter. So you try to have a good close. And then play him in the second quarter, the first 3 minutes, then sit him out 3 minutes, then play him the last 6 minutes. But right now, Luka is scoring half of his points almost in the first quarter. Half of his points for the whole game are the first 12 minutes of the game. Well, he's everything to our team. We're not a very good team if he's not scoring or at least really getting a lot of easy looks for the team. And I feel like he is giving all this energy to the first quarter. And I'm not saying don't try in the first quarter, but playing him the whole 12 minutes, then sitting him out 6 minutes, I feel like the Mavericks lose a lot of momentum, a lot of everything when he sits out 6+ minutes of game time. And maybe he wants to play a lot, then get a big rest. But would it be better to give him shorter rest and not have the team have to play such long stretches with him out of the game? He's not a good fourth quarter player statistically, and I think part of it is all the energy he wastes playing all 12 minutes of the third quarter. No other player does that.
No, and we talked a couple weeks ago, I believe, about how his shooting percentage, true shooting percentage, and points were all down in the fourth quarter. And the first quarter I love when we win the first quarter, but it feels like that's not a quarter where you obviously win the game. And so we're selling all the way out for first quarter when we should you could sell a lot of the way out, but maybe not all the way.
And Corey, Luka did this when Porzingis complained to Carlisle's last year here. He was taking Porzingis out after 5 to 6 minutes into the game, and Porzingis said, I don't like this. I don't like playing 5 or 6 minutes then coming out of the game. I need to get into more of a rhythm, and I want to play longer. So what did he do? He said, all right, if Porzingis can't play the first 5 to 6 minutes, and then he's going to say, my next 36 minutes are going to be horrible if you do that to me, I'm going to play Luka 6 minutes and then sit him out for 3 minutes. Then I'm going to take Porzingis out, 3 minutes left in the first quarter, and bring Luka back in. So Luka has done that rotation. But I feel like this is the weird thing is that Kidd isn't trying any different rotations. He's not really trying any different players for the most part. He's just going, what I did last year is eventually going to work.
Kevin, here's you said you wanted to see those minutes from Hardy.
Yes.
Here's the best way for that to happen and continue to happen.
Party.
Make the shots.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, like,
that's fair.
Make it to where the coach can't take you off the court. You know, just he's too hot right now. I got to leave him out there and keep being that guy. And maybe Jason Kidd, I'm using this term a lot. You'll hear me. I think Mike Maddox said it without using the term. You got to turn the light on for the player.
Yeah.
That's a Bill Parcells-ism, is sometimes you have to tell them what they're about to do. And then they go out there and execute it, and they trust you that, hey, you just told me what I was supposed to do. I can do this all the time now. And so he just maybe he needs Jason Kidd to say, you're about to go, you're going to catch a three from Luka, and you're going to make it, and then you're going to get on the defensive end, and then you're going to come back down and hit another one. And if he does that, then Jason Kidd has no other options, but got to keep getting that guy in.
You know, I think that is a fair perspective at a time when this team is absolutely hurting for quality shooting. Like, I know with Reggie Bullock, somebody brought up the shooting struggles of last year, and you're right. Reggie Bullock, like, traditionally turns it around in January. We can be hopeful for that. Tim Hardaway Jr. has started this season off horribly. So I think you're right. If Hardy can hit shots, they'll pretty much be stuck. And they're like, well, we got to have somebody that can make shots.
It's kind of how we got with Hardaway.
And we are asking for Nico Harrison on the show. We're going to try to speak to the general manager of the Dallas Mavericks either later this week or next week to kind of ask how he sees the first quarter of this season.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 Through the Fan. Coming up next, we have our Dallas Cowboys insider, Mickey Spagnola, right here on 105 Through the Fan.
Commercial free. about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Wanted to remind you about a couple of things real quick. This weekend, Saturday in Arlington, will be the Fan. I believe we're calling it the Fan Holiday Party.
Let's go.
So get excited for that. And also 1053thefan.com/Sandlot. The auctions are now open for Jared Sandler's annual charitable event. I know it's not happening just yet, but you can get your bidding started. That's where I won my autographed Undertaker hat last year.
And that's what you use in the bedroom? Is that
No.
what we confirmed, Mike?
No.
Was that
You haven't tried it yet?
No.
Still not? All right. Well, you still got time. I mean, that's cool.
It's in the privacy of your own home.
Yeah, you don't have to talk about that
You
in
don't have
public.
to do
I
it
get
in public.
Yeah.
Okay, my God. Please save me here, Mickey. Right now, brought to you by Ford, built for Texas, built for you. It is Mickey Spagnola. Good morning, sir.
I know I'm pretty versatile. Maybe I can help.
Yeah, please. I just, honestly, if nothing else, just having you bail me out of that conversation is super helpful. Now,
get us back into it very quickly.
Okay, yeah, that's what she said. All right. Let's focus here, Mickey. I'm losing focus. People ask us about this quite often. I know we've asked you about it, so please forgive me. What is the latest for James Washington?
You know, I think there's a chance maybe tomorrow they get him going on his 21-day ramp-up period that they're allowed. You know, the reason they didn't do it last week because they really didn't have a practice before the Thanksgiving Day game, so you would have basically wasted a week of ramp-up. So I think, I mean, he's ready to go. I mean, he was ready to go a week ago. And maybe even before that, they just wanted to time it right. So my thinking is there's a good chance that they get him going on Wednesday.
What is this? You've used the term mini buy before, right, Kevin?
Yes.
To describe kind of where
that's where we are.
This is a great time of year for the Cowboys. It feels like, in that we asked Steven yesterday about Zeke and the way he's running. He just looks a little fresher from his little break. Are the guys, is the GPS saying this mini buy is helping out?
Well, we'll find out, right, when they get back and actually do something after the mini buy.
Mm-hmm.
I think the biggest benefit was this was a team that was struck by the flu bug these last two games. The number of guys, I think there was 3 that didn't play on Thanksgiving because of it. And I would imagine there was a good half dozen that played through it. So the fact that they were able to get away from everybody, right? I think that'll be the biggest benefit of this little interlude here between Thanksgiving and then getting back into practice tomorrow. So I think that'll be the biggest benefit, is those guys that have been ill probably have a good chance of recovering by now.
When you look at the kind of the remainder of the season and the snaps, where would you see Clark versus Barr in kind of where Clark fits in with this defense?
Yeah, I think they keep playing them. I see no reason, maybe they share snaps with Barr. I mean, this last game, I want to say he played over, I had it right here. He played over 50% of the plays in that game, and might have been closer to 60. And he's played well, as a matter of fact. And there's one thing to play, and then there's another thing to play well. I think he was up at the top of the guys with tackles. So as a matter of fact, he was second with 7 tackles. 6 of those were solo, and just one behind the leader, which was Van Der Esch, with 8. So that's being awfully productive. Now, again, they used Parsons primarily as a defensive end in that game. So when they were in 2 linebackers, Damone Clark was out there. This guy's going to be a starter next year, okay? Just mark it down right now.
Okay, hold on. I got to mark it down.
You said he couldn't.
I did. Well, Actually, you might have a point. It was nothing against him, but I definitely did not think he was going to contribute this year.
No, I get.
Yeah, I think most
understand
people thought that, even when, they said, well, we're going to maybe by December, this guy can play. And I was like, oh, I don't know. After that surgery, and then having no off season, all you were doing is rehabbing from March to, through October. It's like, how's this guy going to play? But I think this tells you something about him, how hard he worked and rehabbed. But not only that, stayed up with things and learning the defense and what his responsibilities would be if they actually played him. Because if you remember, when they first activated him for that first game, it was going to be special teams. And then Barr goes down, and it's like, hey, big boy, you're in. And I think it was like 2 minutes to go in the first half. And he played well, and he's played well since. So I think they've gotten a steal in the 5th round with Damone Clark.
Now, there's some non-surprising things in the Pro Bowl voting, like Micah Parsons leads the outside linebacker, Zach Martin leads all the guards. But Donovan Wilson, 4th among the strong safeties. I just wanted to take the opportunity to talk about him. We've brought him up some here and there, but man, there's not a game that goes by that you're not like, oh man, who just made that open field tackle?
Yeah.
It was Donovan Wilson.
Yeah.
What has he meant to the team, and do you think he looks like somebody who could be in the Pro Bowl?
I don't know about the Pro Bowl because normally here's how it works, and we understand it. You got to do it, and then the next year they'll know who you are and do it again, right? And I'm not sure, he's that household names that guys would, or fans even for that matter, would vote for. But I think he's been an integral part of this defense, not just, as a run-stopping safety too, right? A lot of safeties, that's usually that's your second responsibility. Well, he's been pretty darn good at it. And I can take you back to this summer when, last year he played through that sports hernia, groin deal, and then had the surgery after the season. And he spent the whole offseason rehabbing and then, trying to get in shape for the season. And he won the offseason award for the guy that did the best in improvements and just consistency on working out. He won the award. I don't know if you guys remember, they gave him this golden whistle that they put on a chain for him. And he was pretty proud of it too, by the way.
Sure.
And so, his preparation, I think, led to what's going on, and he's been able to play, right? He hasn't missed games like he's had last 2-3 years. So, I think he's been one of those unsung heroes on this defense.
Has Dan Quinn mentioned that this is a revenge game for him since Matt Ryan didn't win that Super Bowl?
I would imagine he would like to forget that. Probably as much as Matt Ryan would like to forget it too, right?
I bet Matt Ryan would like to forget a lot of things right about now. But
maybe even the first half last night.
Yeah, no, for sure. I get.
He spent 6 years with the guy.
No.
I'm just kind of also that too.
I know why it doesn't happen, but I would just love it if Dan Quinn or whatever coach just came out and was like, yeah, it is. And I hope we go in there and beat their ass into the ground. Like, I think that would be amazing.
Yeah. And I don't think you'll get what you're hoping for, right? They're going to say all the right things and
he said, don't think, though, Corey. So it could happen.
Right. Yeah. No, I don't think you're going to get that out of him.
Like Crash Davis to Nuke LaLoosh.
Yes.
Don't think meat.
Just throw.
In this day and age, you got to be so politically correct, right?
Sure.
Go ask the U.S. soccer team, right?
Yeah.
Not to digress or anything.
Yeah, I was going to say, but the great thing about our culture is if you win the game, then everyone will let that go. And so, like, if he said that and then they went out and stomped them by 20 points, everyone would be like, oh, Oh, Dan Quinn was right all along.
Maybe you just wait and say it afterward.
Yeah, that is a good.
Providing you did, and you go, okay, take that.
All right. Now, here's what I just heard Mickey say, Corey. Tell me if this is what you heard. He would like to wait until after the game. Then Dan Quinn goes out and he goes, yeah, I wanted to whip their ass, and you saw what just happened.
Yeah, that's fine.
And I still don't think he'll do it, but that would be the best time to do it, right?
Yes. No, absolutely. Now, also since we ran down a few of the names in the Pro Bowl voting, Trayvon Diggs, 3rd in the cornerbacks, CeeDee Lamb, 8th in the wide receivers, DeMarcus Lawrence, 9th in the defensive ends.
Brett Maher.
And yeah, I didn't see that. He feels like he should be number 1. And Tony Pollard, 10th among the running backs. Do you feel like that's not the only thing that goes into it, but do you feel like that and Brett Maher is an accurate representation of some potential Pro Bowlers from this
Yeah,
group?
I think so. Those two guys. And I think especially Maher. I mean, what have people been looking at? I mean, I can't quote you suck-ups, and he was the one that was in first, right?
I believe that is correct.
I mean, I can't quote you what he's done so far, but
I thought you were calling us suck-ups.
Suck-ups?
I was like, what? Wow, Mickey coming at us.
That's the unfortunate one of those unfortunate last names, right?
He picked up the Dan Quinn philosophy already. He's like, I'll tell you what.
I was just trying to see where he was, why everybody's so high on. He's 23 of 26 field goals. Yeah, but as long as only 54. Come on.
I'm talking about.
Brett Maher has
Be a man.
3 kicks more than
60,
that.
right?
Yeah.
And he had 2 of them, by the way.
Yes.
I'm still counting the first one.
Okay, I think you should.
I agree with
much like we couldn't convince the NFL to accept that research project about sacks being official official statistics. We'll count that as an official statistic.
Well, after what I saw last night, that sack count this year may go up.
Yeah,
immeasurably.
Yeah,
it's at 45 right now, right?
Yes.
I bet after Sunday, we're looking at 50 for sure.
Wow.
Don't you think?
No, I get it. I was going to ask you for over/under. In my head, I'm like, could we get 6 or 7 sacks in that game? And
well, let's set it at 5. And
okay,
let's see where you guys go with it.
Hey, Mickey, you want me to ask you a Mike Ask All the Football Questions question to tease our next segment?
Go ahead.
These guys can't answer, but you can answer. Take out the Eagles game. What's the toughest game left for the Dallas Cowboys?
Take out the Eagles.
Yeah, because the Eagles I know is the toughest game on Christmas Eve. But, like, what do you think is the second toughest game left on the Cowboys schedule?
I would say having to play on a short week at Tennessee.
It's a good answer.
On the road.
I mean, you're playing this game pretty well on a Mike Ask All the Football Questions.
Because you know why? Mickey plays not to lose.
Well,
right.
I mean, and they're, they'll unless they, fall apart here, they're 7-3 right now. And they got a home game, and it's a home game on a short week, right? How do the Cowboys, I guess they get a home game at Thanksgiving on a short week, but they had to play on the road. Somehow Minnesota got to play at home and then at home again on Thanksgiving.
What's your percentage that the Cowboys are the division winners at the end of the year?
Ooh, boy. At this point, and I'd like to see what Philadelphia has left besides the Cowboys.
Right.
But having said that, I think they got 75% chance to do that. Providing, they got to win that game, right?
Right. Sure. That's a must.
Or else it's a 0% chance, probably.
It's a must. But, I mean, as much as it looked like Philadelphia just wiped out Green Bay, yeah, it was pretty close, right?
Yeah.
And they gave up all those points, too. And that was the Green Bay offense. Well, they scored 31 against the Cowboys, I guess.
Yeah.
That's going to be an anomaly of this year.
What I did is I just teased our next segment.
That's
right.
You
answered my first football question. These guys respond next.
Aha.
See how I did that?
That was excellent. Thank you very much, Mickey.
All right, guys. Talk to you tomorrow.
And Joey, you know what to do. You heard Mike's tease. It's next right here in the Fan.
He brings the energy.
Frankel, there's a reason you need a special license to drive a big truck. So companies that hire drivers and put them in a big truck should be held accountable for what happens when one hurts you. So frankly, you need Frankel and Frankel. The consultation is always free. Visit truckwreck.com.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for Mike to ask all the football questions.
All right, so I think you guys agreed with Mickey, but if you have another game that concerns you, tell me about it and why. The Cowboys, after that Philadelphia game, when you're looking at this schedule, what's the toughest game left for the Cowboys?
Jags, easy. Actually,
oh my gosh.
No, I mean, I the Commanders game, I don't think that there's going to be really anything on the line at that point. I think
for either team.
Yeah, I think. Well, I think you're kind of sitting there. Well, maybe for the Commanders, but I feel like you're kind of sitting there and you're going to be out in front enough to say that you don't have
the Eagles.
No, of the Commanders. You might be behind the Eagles by one, Kevin, and you don't have a shot at it. Like the tiebreakers out of your hands and all those things.
Now, just remember this: if the Cowboys beat the Eagles already lost to Washington, so you would have a better division record.
Yeah.
Head-to-head, you'd be tied, and then the division record, as far as I remember, is the next tiebreaker. So you would have the tiebreaker on Philadelphia in that situation.
That's why I was intrigued by that.
You need the Eagles to lose
one time.
Yep. Besides the game that you're playing.
Yeah, and you got it.
To either the Giants, Bears, Giants again, Saints, or the Titans.
Yeah, that's not an easy schedule.
All right. That is cupcake.
He's a big Justin Fields. He's a big Justin Fields.
Not for the Bears, but I mean that's 3 games against teams that already have 7 wins. So.
I agree with Mickey, and I think I agree with you guys. It's the Titans game on a short week at Tennessee that looks like a tough scheduled game.
Do you want to know what's crazy? This is how much the ESPN analytics love the Cowboys. Did you know on the rest of their schedule, they do not have a single game where an opponent has more than a 30% chance to win, and that includes the Eagles game.
Wow.
I think the Cowboys-Eagles game...
The Cowboys will be really disappointing if they don't go undefeated the rest of the way.
That game, I think, is 2 teams that score 32 to 35 points in that game. I think that's just an absolute blast of a game where you're just like...
So that game is going to dominate all of Christmas Eve because it's going to be 325. It's going to go 3.5 hours with the scoring. And you're going to be like, oh, man.
With all that being said, right now today, what percentage do you give the Cowboys of winning this division?
Billion.
1 out of 100. I will put it at
28%.
All right.
I'll go 22%. Just because the Eagles
is all the other on the Eagles. Yeah. So you're going 72% and 78% Eagles.
Yes.
Yeah. It would be insane to think that Washington can do it. But, yeah, I think the Eagles just are in the best position right now.
If Washington or the Giants win this division, something catastrophic has happened.
I agree. If the Cowboys pull it off, will the Cowboys be the 1 seed with the bye?
Yes.
Because they have the tiebreaker on Minnesota.
Yes. I believe Minnesota can lose one more game for sure.
To whomst?
To whomst. Let's go ahead and assign their loss to...
I like assigning losses, the Jets.
I'm curious about the Giants. Yeah, the Mike White era is rocking and rolling. You look at how close they played the Lions the first go around, and I just wonder if Jets, Lions, Colts, Giants, Packers, back to back to back to back, like if they'll get tripped up one spot along the way.
The Jordan Love-led Packers.
Oh.
Late in the season, January 1st, he turns, he's like, all right, this is my organization now.
I'm going to go a little bit away from the Cowboys, but I'm going to bring it back to the Cowboys maybe with my next question. Tampa Bay is 5-6. Atlanta is 5-7. I've kind of written off Atlanta all year, and I don't think they're going to play over 500. But that might not be bad enough to still lose the division. They might win the division. Let me give you guys the schedule left for both teams. Atlanta still has a bye coming up, so they have played one more game. They're 5-7. Tampa is 5-6. Their bye has already happened. Here's Tampa Bay's schedule. Just kind of put in your head win-loss to give me what their record's going to be at the end. They play New Orleans, at San Francisco, Cincinnati, at Arizona, Carolina, and last game of the year at Atlanta. Those are their 6 games remaining.
I have them at 3-2 going into Atlanta. I'm sorry, 2-3 going into Atlanta.
Oh, so you have them at 7-9?
I have 3 straight losses, one against the Saints.
I have them at 8-8 going into the Atlanta game. But either way, not an astonishing run.
So
right
7-9 and 8-8 going into the final game at Atlanta. Okay, you ready for Atlanta's remaining schedule? Pittsburgh, at New Orleans, at Baltimore, Arizona, and Tampa Bay.
I think they're 7-9 going into that game.
I think they're 3-2 going into that game.
Well, they need to be more than that, but I hear what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
They only have 5 games left, so they
3-1 going into that game.
Wow.
Yeah. So they would be 8-8.
Yeah.
So you have them.
I also have them winning the
8-8.
division. I bet against Derek, so I have that sitting on my plate. I'm really hopeful on that one.
But both of us seem to think that it could very, very
so
well come down to that last game.
At Atlanta, Tampa at Atlanta could be who the Cowboys play in the first round.
Dude,
if you're putting it at 28, 22%, then that means you're going to probably be the first wild card team, 5 seed, playing the somewhere 9-8 or 8-9 Tampa or Atlanta.
And this sounds wild. No, it doesn't. I would much rather play the Falcons because I think they're good enough to beat the moderate teams, but I don't think they're there yet. I like Arthur Smith. I think he's a good coach. I don't think they're there yet. I think the Cowboys can roll through the Falcons pretty quickly and move on. Tampa, if they have any life in them, they always have some life. But Kevin, I think everything you're hoping for is that you eliminate Tom Brady before he even gets to the playoffs, and then he just crawls away from his career instead of gallops off into the sunset.
Man, I got nervous the other day. Maybe it was yesterday. He was like, it's better to play in a football game and lose than not to play football at all. And I was like, oh, God, he's not going away, is he? But you're right. All logic in my head tells you Cowboys wild card on the road against Tampa. Cowboys win by 10. But then there's that part that's like, I don't know, man. Tom Brady, and he's going to bring up his old man strength, and he doesn't want to have to be stuck in regular people life. So I hope it is the Falcons. I think you will destroy them.
Okay. Back to the Dallas Cowboys. You know, a lot of times we look at the draft, and I don't think we've looked a lot at the draft throughout this season with the Dallas Cowboys. I want you to individually grade. For the most part, the Cowboys were picking 24th in every round until you got to the 5th round where they had a zillion picks. But let's look at this Cowboys draft, and you give me a grade so far. Since we're through Thanksgiving, you've played 11 games. You tell me the grade on first round pick, 24th overall, Tyler Smith.
A.
I'll give him a B+.
Wow. Hater. All right, so why do you hate Tyler Smith?
I don't hate Tyler Smith at all.
You're just disappointed.
Yeah,
No, a B+ is a good grade.
What has he done so wrong in your book?
The penalties are still a little bit of an issue, or at least my nervousness about the specter of penalties if officials start focusing on him a little bit more, because there are some moves that he makes that are dangerously close to getting us in trouble. But he's been excellent. So a B+ is a really good grade.
So now, Corey, rebuttal right there. Why has Tyler Smith gotten an A?
Man, he's just so great.
Can we play? I don't know if the mic pick up that noise. It's just my favorite noise.
Let me ask you this, Kevin, since the penalties are a big problem for you.
And like I said, these spectrum.
Do you like Penei Sewell?
Yeah.
Same number of penalties. So they're the same player.
Well, like I said, the addition there is the specter of
And
penalties.
he's a rookie. So
Okay.
I'm going to. What are you saying?
Next player, Sam Williams, 24th pick in the second round. Corey, Kevin, what are your grades for Sam Williams so far?
I will say B, because I want to see him more. When he's on the field, it's like A+. But I will say B because I just want to see more of him.
I will say B+, because he's already showing, because like you stagger these for lower expectations as you go through each round, and I think he's already made an impact. He already has 3 sacks as well as 3 fumbles forced or recovered. He is making up for Randy Gregory. Like we talked about Dorrance Armstrong. Dorrance Armstrong has surpassed Randy Gregory, and Sam Williams is looking like he could be that kind of Randy Gregory starter since Micah sets everything up amazing.
Can I ask a football question here, Mike?
Hurry up.
Oh my God.
Do you know who's second on the team in penalties this year, Kevin?
Who's that?
Kelvin Joseph.
We're not grading him.
You know who's third?
Not great.
Dante Fowler. Do you know who's fourth? Peyton Hendershot, your favorite player of all time.
He does commit too many penalties.
Back to you, Mike.
Agreed.
First 2 picks, I think, are great picks for the Dallas Cowboys. Now we get to the third
F.
pick. Jalen Tolbert, F for you.
It's an F.
I got NA.
Which means an F.
Not available. I just don't have enough information.
I hear
on
you,
him.
but he's been healthy. He just hasn't been able to.
I don't know why.
On a team that's deficiency we thought was wide receiver.
Until Noah Brown stepped up and said, I got this.
Yeah.
So you gave him not an A and you gave him an F.
Yeah, not an A. Thank you, Mike.
All right. Next pick, 4th round pick, Ferguson, really, just one person. He only drafted one tight end.
Wow.
Why is
fourth round?
Schultz still playing if Ferguson's that good?
they did franchise tag him.
Okay,
I think
Ferguson.
Jake Ferguson has been a B-.
Okay.
C-.
I'm running out of time here.
Worse.
The first 5th round pick is the dude. Is he from North Dakota?
NA.
He hasn't
Shoulder
really
injury
played.
in camp.
How about though the next 2 5th round picks, Bland and Clark? Is it Clark or
Yeah.
Those have been heck of picks in the 5th round.
A-. They've
Now the other 5th round pick is
B+.
Ridgeway, who the Cowboys released, and he's doing a really good job.
Yes,
for
he is.
Washington.
He powerbombed somebody.
I'll give a B+ to Bland and Clark.
And then the 6th round pick is Harper. Did he even make the team? Linebacker. Have I forgotten about him? Is he on the team?
He's hanging around.
Okay, but that's a heck of a draft. Real quick, guys.
And your undrafted tight end is making an impact
This has
too.
been a heck of a rookie class for the Dallas Cowboys. I get there's no Dak Prescott in it type of deal like quarterback, but good job, Dallas Cowboys. All right, my next question, and we might be out of time for this. I'll just pass it on to Mike Likes It if we have time, because it's all hypotheticals on what the Rams do this offseason and how much you would give up for Aaron Donald if he became available on the market. My last question, which we do have 30 seconds for. Will Zach Wilson be a Jet next year?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't think Mike White's that good. And I also don't think that you give up on a quarterback that early.
I know you're fascinated by how they repair that relationship, but I think he'll still be there. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on
Mike
105.3
asked all the football questions.
You did an excellent job. Maybe we'll get more of those football questions in Mike Likes It. Coming up next,
Trying to
it's
tell you how to do
time
Mike likes it now.
for. That's fair. I did not mean that. I'm sorry, Mike. You do whatever the hell you want. Josiah Corey in that segment, not me. I was doing so well. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy. Even though he's gone, the Jags are still happy that Urban Meyer isn't around. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
You know what else is gone, Kevin? Black Friday.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Buyers Barricades. If you're in need of traffic control or barricade rentals, Buyers Barricades is a full-service provider taking care of your project or special event, no matter the size from start to finish. Buyers Barricade, the Texas authority in barricade rental. That's buyersbarricades.com.
Fake. Mahomes, a lot of time. Now over the middle. He's got his man. Kelsey at the 15. Gets a block inside the 5, and he's in. Touchdown, Kansas City.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan. I'm glad that you played that clip. And Corey, I'm going to start with you because we talked about this for just a hot second, is where Travis Kelce fits in the hierarchy of all-time tight ends, because he has checked that. This is an amazing statistic to me. Travis Kelce, now listen carefully and be prepared to have your mind blown. Lucky for your mind. Travis Kelce has the most receiving yards in tight end's first 11 seasons in NFL history. But Travis Kelce is only in his 10th season.
What?
And Travis Kelce did not catch a single pass as a rookie.
He's ahead of schedule then.
So in 9 seasons, he has more receiving yards than any tight end does in their first 11 seasons. So with that in mind, and I know you were mentioning him yesterday as like your potential non-QB MVP, where do you think he fits in the all-time tight end hierarchy?
Well, this is interesting because I'm trying to figure out, he was with Smith for 2 years. And in those 2 years, I think maybe even more than that. Yeah, he was with Smith for more than, but his first 1,000-yard year, he had Alex Smith as his quarterback. That was 2016.
Yes.
He has 1,100 yards and 4 touchdowns. Only 85 receptions.
I mean, 1,100 yards is still a lot.
But only 4 touchdowns.
Are you going to go after Alex Smith?
Then in Alex Smith's worst year,
oh no,
1,000 yards and 8 touchdowns. So they were able to obviously get to the end zone.
Why is that Alex Smith's first year?
Then Mike, Mahomes' first year, 1,300 yards on 103 catches and 10 touchdowns. Bam.
Okay, I'm not here to dispute that Patrick Mahomes is better than Alex Smith. Like, that's just, I agree.
But how much better?
If it was Alex Smith versus Justin Herbert, different story.
Alex,
over there.
yeah. Alex Smith has had a better. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding.
I knew it.
I'm kidding.
Then that's the point that I'm trying to get to there, though, is it's 1,000 yards every year since 2016. So, and then on top of that, he's become a key target. 103, 97, 105, 92.
Yeah.
And he's on pace to get over 100 receptions this year, too. And he's already got 12 touchdowns. He is the focal point of the Kansas City Chiefs offense as a tight end right now.
Do you think conventional wisdom is Tony Gonzalez and Rob Gronkowski are probably the best 2 tight ends of all time? Do you think Travis Kelce will go down in that group or better than that group?
Like get hurt?
No.
How many years left do you think Kelce has?
5.
Because I'm looking at yards right now, Kevin, and Gonzalez had 15,000.
Okay.
Witten, 13,000. Gates, 11. Sharp, 10. Kelce, 9.9. So he's almost at 10,000 yards.
And
then Gronk is at 9,000 yards too. But Gronk, you put him in that category because that dude won Super Bowl after Super Bowl.
He scored a lot of touchdowns.
Yeah, lots of touchdowns.
I do know Travis Kelce already has more 100-yard receiving games for a tight end than anybody in history. So that's a nice start.
Gates, 116 touchdowns. Gonzalez, 111. Gronk, 92. Travis Kelce is currently at 69. Nice.
You would think that would be Gronk.
And let's say Kelce has 12 this year. That's the most. So let's say he averages
10.
over the, how many years you say?
5 at
5
10.
years.
So give me 50 more touchdowns.
And that puts you over 116, right?
Yes.
He'll be the greatest tight end ever. If he plays 5 more years and keeps up these types of numbers, he'll be the best ever.
To you, do you believe that?
I will believe that.
Okay.
I've watched his entire career too.
Yeah.
And I watch a dude that yards after catch, you're just
yeah.
Whoa. He not only does he get the ball, like Jason Witten, we got so used to Jason Witten would make a catch, and when he was younger, he would make catches on the run.
Yeah.
But Jason Witten would make a catch and then do what we've watched Ezekiel Elliott do the last couple months. So I think that Travis Kelce can go down as the best ever to do it. And maybe I wonder where because there's not so many, but where does that time of, okay, these guys are better suited as receivers really than they are as what used to be a tight end. It's such a great position to be able to not mutilate. That's not the word I'm looking for. To manipulate defenses.
Yes,
it's a great position to be able to
Either
really
one
change.
works.
Okay,
I mean, it could.
Yeah, go mutilate that defense.
I think you'll like this next story, Mike, because it has stuff that we'll both enjoy. Is Andrew Wingard, the safety for the Jags, after their win with the incredible 2-point conversion over the Ravens. He said, quote, "I'm so happy for Trevor because he had to deal with Urban Meyer last year. It's like he didn't even have a real rookie year," which is amazing. And then he added that person said that they would die for Doug Peterson, said, "I swear, I love the guy." And so...
Is this because the ice cream?
I think it's just because he's not Urban Meyer. I think makes Doug Peterson look all the better. It's like if you've ever seen somebody in a rebound relationship where the last person they dated was a real scumbag, and then this person's like, they're solid, but they're like, oh, they're the best. And they're like, are they? Or is the last person you dated just so terrible that you reset your bar too low? The Urban Meyer's that bar.
A couple things on that. One, yeah, I agree that Urban Meyer's bar is that low. But Kevin, if after every film session your coach is like, and don't forget, guys, I'm buying y'all ice cream.
Yeah.
You love that guy.
What's your choice?
What?
Like you get one ice cream item.
Doesn't matter.
No, but I want to know.
Blizzard. Give me a Blizzard.
After watching
Butterfinger
Michigan
Blizzard
versus Ohio State,
good answer.
I just couldn't believe Urban Meyer was on that broadcast.
Yeah.
After everything he didn't accomplish and then everything he did accomplish at that bar, I was just like, wow, that was quick that he was just back on the tele. Hey, what do you think, Urban, of this Ohio State-Michigan game? He's like, I don't know. Where's the bar at with the 40-year-old blonde? You know, like I was like, man, that's not good analysis, but that's what you're going to go do.
I don't think he really said that.
I mean, but he was thinking it.
From the 214, Super Bowls shouldn't be used for players unless it's quarterbacks. Gronk couldn't stay healthy. Gronk got famous because of Super Bowls. Like
Sure.
he became not only his wrestling, his WWF premiere, but like
is he was the most famous New England tight end?
Is he?
No.
Who is? Oh, Aaron Hernandez. Because he's so hot. Said the girls that you're.
I don't
just murdered people, and you're like. Anyway,
I don't think that's why. No, not allegedly. He murdered people.
But yeah, like Gronk became a bigger star because of the play, because he was in the national spotlight every year.
Now, potential issue for the 49ers going forward, depending on what you think about this player, is Kyle Shanahan. We told you about the injury to Elijah Mitchell. Kyle Shanahan said he's expected to be out 6 to 8 weeks, which would, of course, most likely trickle into the playoffs. We go from that to the Saints. The Saints had the longest active streak without being shut out. They had gone 332 games without being shut out. And then they were. So that streak is a wrap.
Every streak has to come to an end.
That is usually true. Let's go to the Jets. Robert Saleh said we're week to week on the quarterbacks. There's things we'd love to see Zach accomplish over the course of a quality reset. Wow. This is Mike White's opportunity. That doesn't change. Mike's got an opportunity to go stack another great day up this week. When we feel like Zach is ready to roll, he's going to roll. But did say that Mike White will once again be quarterback this week because of course he will. What a terrible decision that would be if you're like, well, you know.
The guy that just won us that game and looked really good doing it, we should not play him this week.
Exactly. And so they're not going to do that. How many more games, since you asked about will he be on the team next year, do you think Zach Wilson's going to start again at all this year?
I don't, because of Thursday night football. Look, I like Buffalo more than New England. So I think that Buffalo wins that game, pushes New England to 6-6, but then New England starts winning some games. And I think New York versus New England is probably the last playoff spot.
Okay.
And I don't think all four are going to make it. I think 3 of the 4. I think obviously Miami and Buffalo are in great shape. And then I think New England versus New York is going to be the last spot in the AFC playoffs. And because of that, I don't think they can play Zach Wilson the rest of the season, which means I think Zach Wilson's career is done in New York.
I think Mike White gets hurt before the end of the season.
Yeah, but then you go to the old Flacco man.
Oh, he was an MVP first 5 weeks.
He threw a lot of passing yards, didn't he? Is good news. Other good news for the Jets. The word going around is that the Kansas City Broncos game will thankfully be flexed out of the Sunday Night Football spot for Week 14.
Oh, now we don't get to watch Patrick Mahomes because of how crappy Russell Wilson is?
That's true. But the Jets will be flexed in. The Jets have not played on Sunday Night Football in 11 years, and the word is their game against the Bills will be flexed into that spot because of how terrible Russell Wilson is.
What did you just say? How many years?
11 years.
That's
since they've been on Sunday Night Football once.
And they don't even have a case. Like, they can't go to the front office and be like, hey, we got to be on Sunday Night Football. And then the NFL office is just like, be better.
Yeah.
You stink.
And they're like, hey, we're better now. We benched our diva quarterback. And you're like, you know what?
Have you seen the Broncos lately? They're like, you know what, valid point.
You know what? You're right. That's the best case. It's either us or nothing.
Yeah.
And so
never compare it to what you were. You compare it to what somebody else is that's bad.
That's a good point. Did you see Sean McVay? I know we didn't get a chance to hit this yesterday. Did you see him almost get knocked unconscious by one of his players?
Mike, have
on
you
the
seen
sideline?
this? He's a special teamer. He was a practice squad guy, I think, until like last week. Just level Sean McVay. Putting his helmet on, running out there, elbow helmet hit Sean McVay right in the mouth. Could have knocked teeth out, dude.
You could see Sean McVay say, whoa, and then spin around, and one of his other coaches
He
had
should have
to
gone
like,
into
catch
protocol.
him.
Yeah,
That's
for
why
sure.
he's retiring after this season.
That's why?
Well, he is, because he traded all the picks and they don't have any good assets and they're not ready to compete anymore. So Sean McVay retires at the end of this season, then takes a year or two off, and then waits for the perfect opportunity to become the Dallas Cowboys' next head coach.
Well, that is an intriguing hypothesis, which is probably helped by the fact that they're probably going to have the worst record ever by a defending Super Bowl champion.
And it goes to Detroit.
Matthew Stafford, we're not sure when he's going to come back. And then he also announced that Allen Robinson needs foot surgery and is out for the rest of the season. And I will let you get to your other question about another player they have who is hurt later in the show. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I'm really intrigued to see how this plays out. We want you to text in. We've talked a lot about the recruitment of Odell, but Cowboys fans, do you want the wide receiver here? 877-881-1053. We'll do it next.
No.
Right here on The
Is
Fan.
what some will say.
Next.
Listen.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We have talked a lot about the recruitment of Odell Beckham, and Jerry this morning was like, nah, who cares? No big deal. What happened on the plane is, do Cowboys fans want the wide receiver here? Because I have a couple of people who listen to the show who've messaged me repeatedly is like, this is a bad idea.
Hold on.
Which I don't think.
Do you have a problem with the thing that happened on the plane?
It's a little concerning. I don't believe the attorney's story of, oh, what's the big deal? He fell asleep, no problem. And I'm like, yeah, like if cops show up and like ask you to do something, you're like, I'm not going anywhere. That, I don't always know if that's the best idea. I know in certain circumstances there could be more to it, but this did not feel like one of those deals.
Also, he didn't fight anybody. Like, it didn't become that. It was like, hey, put your seatbelt on. And he was like, no.
And then he had to be removed.
Okay, I will put it on.
Can
we please go? Can we just go? Can we just go? And they're like, nope. Now's our chance to show we don't show favoritism to anybody, especially you, if you're not going to play for the Dolphins.
So you think it was still the airline lobby or the flight attendant
I've
group?
been on airplanes, Kevin. I know about those people.
Okay.
On the airplanes. All right, so the question is, do we want him?
I mean, if we get him from the 817, fasten your seatbelt.
Yeah, it's going to be a bumpy ride. I understand the idea that signing a player with significant money, I think it's going to be significant. I don't think it's going to be something that you're just like, oh, that was nothing. It was super team friendly. I think you're going to go, oh, man, that hurt just a little bit, but not too much. I think that idea, because you're always then measuring, does he live up to the contract?
Sure.
And I think that's part of the price you're going to have to pay to get a player, add a player like this. And that's just part of what goes into it. Now, I'm looking at this text that says he's a better third receiver than Noah Brown. Possible. Like, that's like, from his history, it would say that he is a better number one than maybe even CD. But right now, he's probably a good 2B.
Yeah.
All right. And Michael Gallup has shown me in the last couple of weeks that he's shaken off a little bit of that injury, although I was very scared recently when he was laying there on the ground.
Yeah.
But he's shown me he's willing to be tough and go get the football. And there are some other things that I'm liking about what I'm seeing from Gallup. So, yeah, I want my offense to have as many options as possible. They're really good with their tight ends. So I don't think that I'm going to need Odell Beckham Jr. to go save me all the time. But I now line up and present lots of mismatches that people don't have. If you're telling me that this guy is going to come into this locker room and wreck shop on it, I think you're wrong.
Okay.
And I think you don't have a clue what this locker room really is right now. And this locker room is well defined in my mind by itself. And this goes back to the Green Bay game when Micah Parsons and Jaron Kearse stood up in front of everybody and said, this isn't good enough.
Yeah.
And then the next week during practice, Micah and on the other side, Dak said, this is what our standard's going to be and what our accountability is. I don't think Odell Beckham Jr. is going to walk in and say, my wide receiver room, fellas. You know what, Dak? I got this offense now. You know what? Nobody's throwing me the ball enough. I was here all training camp, and I never saw this coming. No, dude, he's got to come fit into this thing. And so that's where I don't think there's going to be any locker room problems with him.
My concern when I see a text like this is I don't think this is how it's going to play out, but I would love this from the 302. Beckham on a team-friendly deal, only on a team-friendly deal. It's an awesome depth piece, not a need, just based on what his agent said. Although I guess his agent probably isn't as likely to come out and go, oh yeah, we're desperate to sign wherever and we'll take any amount of money. But the number he threw out at $20 million, I think, is patently absurd. But I do wonder if that is the kind of money they're looking for per year on a multi-year deal. And I know that the Cowboys are not apt to sometimes spend some of their money. From the 817, I don't want Odell here because I feel like he's going to hamper CD being a number one and get in the way of Michael Gallup gaining confidence.
He didn't really get in the way of Cooper Kupp.
Yeah. in Los Angeles, and he was spectacular in the playoffs. Like I said, I thought he was going to be the MVP of the Super Bowl. I know it was early, but before he got hurt against Cincinnati.
Think about this for a second. Just dream with me for a minute, guys.
Okay.
Why did Cooper Kupp get lined up on linebackers so often? Because you had Odell Beckham on the outside and you had Robert Woods or whoever else on the other side too. And I mean, Van Jefferson became a deep threat, late in the season. So now if you want to move CeeDee Lamb around, a cornerback's not going to be chasing him because that cornerback in their defense is probably going to be lined up on one of our other wide receivers, and CeeDee Lamb's going to eat some people up. Now, the dream is you can do that with all three of the receivers, but CeeDee Lamb's probably the one that you're going to try and target and get those set up for the most, and that's going to be beneficial because now CeeDee doesn't have to be on the outside. Beckham can be that guy.
I swear it's one game that makes me want to go sign him. It's the NFC Championship game last year. Like, he was a force against San Francisco, and I mean, look, that is, I think a lot of us still think, the scariest playoff foe.
I am looking at, because a lot of people are saying it's not so much for this year, it's for next year.
Then I'm not interested.
And
I agree.
I am looking at free agents to be, and it's not a good list if you're going to be shopping hard in the wide receiver free agent market. That being said, when have the Cowboys ever shopped in the free agent market when somebody cost over, let's just say, $10 million? So I look at it and I go, I just don't see how the Cowboys are going to pull this off. They don't spend in free agency. And if Odell Beckham Jr., who, let's be real here, he's at the age where a career starts coming to a close as a wide receiver. Look at Julio Jones. Look at A.J. Green. Look at the guys that came just before him, where their careers are at. And I just don't see the Cowboys spending a lot. It doesn't mean they don't want Odell Beckham Jr., but they're not going to want him at a price that he wants, to your point, Kevin, because the Cowboys just don't do that type of thing.
I'm not interested in him for the future, because if that is the metric we're working off of,
you're going to have him for the future, though.
I know, and which is fine, but I'm buying him for now.
Yeah.
And because, like, if you're looking at the big picture, all right, he hasn't had 50 catches in 3 years. And if you're looking at going into next year, it'll be 4 years. In the last 6 years, he's had more than 50 catches twice.
If this website is right, Spotrac, Juju Smith-Schuster is maybe the best wide receiver on the free agent market.
Oh, crap.
Yeah, so
I don't like Juju. I mean,
he has the
the
most yards so far. Your other guys are Jacoby Myers, Alan Lazard, Mac Hollins, and Darius Slayton. Those are your top 5 receiving yards that are going to be free agents.
And so, and like, I mean, and maybe Beckham helps you out in the future and like rock on, that would be great. I'll just speak for me. I feel like you make this move because you think you can win the Super Bowl now.
Yes.
And that is the only reason they are making this move. Now, the rest of it, fall as it may, hopefully he stays healthy, like rock on with all of that. But you want to get him now because you think he can play in the next month and make an impact in the playoffs.
And yes, this is acid raindrops by people under the stairs. Just wanted to throw that out there for you. If you're hearing this beat underneath us, what we're discussing. But yeah, the only reason, and Kevin, I want to also add this: how much of a long play would it be for Stephen Jones at the end of the year to go, we just added this receiver, but we'd been talking about this pretty much since the entire offseason. When we moved on from Amari Cooper, we knew this was going to happen all along. And look at what we just, how many teams typically add a receiver like that this late in the season? Now, I guess my biggest thing, there are two things. How quickly you implement him in the offense. I think he can run a bunch of routes. I don't think he has a problem with that. How does he connect with Dak Prescott quickly? They got to get that moving fast. And I don't know if you guys agree with me. I mean, did Amari Cooper and him hit it off immediately, or did it take him a minute?
I felt like that impact could be felt pretty quickly.
And I agree. I want this for this run because you have a top 3 defense. You just added a potent wide receiver to an already good group. It should be better for you in the future, or even maybe for just this season. I don't know. how healthy can he stay? The injuries are definitely a concern for a lot of people that are texting in, and that's where you just really have to trust the medicals. You have to trust Britt Brown. You have to trust that group with what they do. And, Cowboys have been known to take some risks there and it work out and also not work out.
Sure. Now, we did promise some of the...
read them all.
Oh, my gosh.
Read every one of them.
And
text back to everybody, too.
So many. From the 682, no. From the 817, absolutely want Odell Beckham. From the 469, yes, I want Odell Beckham as well. From the 972, and I think that this is the way a lot of people feel as well, is they're like, I just want a decision to be made. Is I'm fine with it either way, just be done with it. And that is totally what I get. But I realized, we hadn't really gone to the people about, do you want this or not? We talked a lot about it, and my God, don't you wish that meeting was yesterday and not next Monday? Because it feels like we still have, a week to go, and that's problematic. But it looks like there are a lot of texts. It's about 55 to 60% go for it.
Man, that's the most reasons to not go for it. The pros cons list says injury and diva, and those are the things that we're not that concerned about. Is that that's where I kind of stand on that? Is the injury I am concerned about for the future because I don't know how that works, but I have no problem with the diva part of it.
And I don't really have a problem with the injury part, because when people bring that up, and I 100% get why, that's the future, right? For once, we're here. Let's just sell out and let's go for it. The Cowboys have been mediocre to good for years and years and years and years. You see a chance. You think this could be great. Jerry said it. Steven said that. I believe that. I know a lot of other people do as well. Just sell out, man. Spend your money. And I don't mean sell out like getting Odell Beckham as a sellout. I mean use all of your assets. He's available. He could upgrade your team. The hell with carrying over salary cap space. Go for it.
From the 817, this kind of goes what you just said. I want him if we don't have to hear Steven talk about not being able to sign our own because of his contract.
Yeah.
I think they have a plan in place there.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. When it comes to Catboy, I'm not the expert there. There are some other people that understand Catboy far more than I do.
I'm going to say rest in peace to his mentions on whatever his actual Twitter account is if Kevin Gray goes at, because if they don't sign him, Kevin Gray is going to take over the Get Right and bury him, man. I'm telling you, he already gets mad at Steven. If that doesn't happen, then
that's why you Tolo right there.
We're 45 minutes away from U.S.'s fate. Will Iran take over the U.S.?
I think it's just in
will we take over Iran?
Yeah, rephrase that just a little bit.
Will the U.S. take over Iran?
No, just mention that there's soccer involved here.
And
the soccer game determines the fate of both countries.
No, I don't know.
And also, not that about who moves on to the knockout round, but also the narrative that T.O. was not good here, because that's the equation you get, right? When you say diva wide receiver, people automatically say T.O. It is false to think really that he was not effective here. Now, did he have things to say? That's my quarterback. And
he also had the
accusations about
the
Witten
suicide attempt or whatever. There were some weird things.
And then Witten and Romo going to their room and drawing up plays and everything like that.
What about his numbers?
Yeah.
What about his productivity?
Numbers. He was here for 3 years, had at least 1,000 yards and at least 10 touchdowns every single year.
10?
Every year. All right, so
he's a monster while he was here.
Yeah, and Corey's got a good point. If all it takes is Odell Beckham to come in here and your culture crumbles, guess what? Yeah, your culture wasn't very good to begin with. And maybe that's why people say that, because they're like, hey, Corey, I don't think the culture is good to begin with. You know what? You might be right. I don't know. I hope it's different now.
This was always a saying of who in that locker room is going to stand up to T.O. And a lot of guys couldn't. They gravitated towards him.
I think Micah would.
There's
think Dak
nobody
would.
In this nobody can walk into this locker room and Micah not stand up and say, hold on just a second.
I wonder about DeMarcus Lawrence too.
Yeah, no, I think he has a lot of cachet in there, but I think it's Micah's team, man. He's earned it.
That being said, does it get done?
Yeah, absolutely. I've been saying this for whenever it started.
Yeah.
I've been saying this is going to be done.
I think it will get done as well. And then, yes, I see people from the 806. And there are a couple of others. Good thing is Beckham has a huge catch radius.
He does.
I see what they're saying,
What are you
though.
trying to say?
No, they're trying to take a shot at Dak. You know that's what they're doing. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next should be a fun combination segment. Nobody cares about your fantasy football team, but today we do. Plus, soccer talk and stars, and Mike likes it. Holy cow, it's going to be a bonanza. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
The Cowboys' DeMarcus Lawrence lets his opinions fly with the
Fake it to Henry. And now throw it to Henry. Henry getting to the outside. Look out! Derrick Henry! The king is on his way! Loses the football and scooped up in the end zone! Touchdown, Tennessee! Just like they drew it up. Traylon Burks.
Fancy masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan as we enter the lunch rush as part of the expressway. It might have felt hilarious in that moment to the announcer, and I totally get why, but how many people's fantasy football teams were screwed over by that move? Because nobody cares about your fantasy football team, but today we do.
Oh my gosh, yes.
Plus, we're going to talk about soccer. So the play football, I will never call it that,
You just did.
Nope. Is the play goes down as a 69-yard catch and run for Derrick Henry, 7.5 points in half-point PPR scoring leagues, and a 6-point touchdown for Burks on the fumble. So I want to know how many people had games that shifted because of that. Maybe it's Burks got the credit, maybe that sunk you, or maybe it was just not getting those points for Derrick Henry or any of the other bad beats, because I will tell you this. It's tough to beat this one. Along with that, did you know that numerous people bet at 130 to 1 that every team in the noon games would score a passing touchdown? 130 to 1.
That every team would score a passing touchdown in the noon games. Which the noon games I don't know if you did you feel they were kind of boring?
A little bit.
Most of the day I was kind of like, meh. That's interesting. Like, why did that happen? That's a weird that's an anomaly.
They have odd prop bets like that all the time, and the only one that didn't hit was Titans Bengals, because that was not a passing touchdown.
Wow.
130 to 1.
I lost another week, Kevin, because of that play.
Did you really?
Yeah, I lost to let's see, who did I lose to this week? In Henry Given Day, so Alec, I lost to Alec, which I'm fine with that. Okay,
that's a good name.
I'm okay with that because Alec's a good kid. Joey, on the other hand, we have thoughts.
Fair enough.
He has thoughts too.
But yes, that did affect me, Kevin. No, that's a crazy thing to bet on. How many bets came in? Did you say 100
I just
billion?
know no, I don't believe that. I know there was a handful of them, and they were multiple of them were at least $10. And so now you're talking about that's $1,300.
I want to do 1 week of Mike betting with Bassett where we just do weird prop bets like that.
Oh yeah,
like just something random that we're like, let's just see.
Like, remember the one I told you about the Dolphins? The Dolphins point scored over under was 30.5. They scored 30 in the first half and then no more points.
No more points.
From the 972, the only thing that screwed me over was Josh Jacobs. From the 479, my fantasy team lost to Josh Jacobs walk-off touchdown. Then from the 541, Josh Jacobs straight up won my fantasy football game for me. So thus far, Josh Jacobs hurt more of the Tolos than helped, because there's this. From the 214, Josh Jacobs was questionable before the game, so I benched him.
Oh.
And he had more than 300 yards from scrimmage. And then from the 817, I lost by 0.72 points.
Oh, no.
And my opponent had Burks. So if not for that fumble by Derrick Henry, they would have won. Or if anybody
Can you
else,
imagine that person had Derrick Henry, lost the 2 points for the fumble, and Burks gets it, and that happens.
Or if anybody else would have recovered it. It's not even that. It's just anybody else would have recovered it, then that person would have won.
So Sean's tiny hands had Josh Jacobs. That's Larry Flores.
I don't know why I thought that was Sean's team for a second. I was like, well, that
I
don't know. That doesn't make any sense.
Tiny hands.
That doesn't make any sense. You're
the
right.
grand pianists is Eric Chiafalo. Chiafalo did defeat Sean's tiny hands, even though Josh Jacobs had 48 points scored. So I just wanted to point out there is, and I still think that there is some with Carter, there's still some colluding going on as he's the commissioner and he's still destroying everybody. So
it couldn't be just because he's better.
Nope.
It has to be collusion.
If he was any other person than the commissioner, then yeah, sure. But because he's the commissioner, you have to deal with he's cheating.
You have to deal with collusion. All right.
Yep.
Hey, people get in trouble for collusion, so be careful.
From the
Carter.
817, ATN killed me. How's ATN doing this year for all the people?
He'd been fantastic.
He didn't have a good game last week because, T-Law went to town. But before that, he was having a
He
great
was
year.
averaging 6 yards a carry.
Yeah. Yeah, things
Just wait
have been
till
pretty
next
good.
year.
What's going to happen next year?
He thinks the Jags. You're picking the Jags to win that division next year, almost guaranteed, aren't you?
Yes.
Okay.
Unless, T-Law gets hurt, which I do worry about that Cowboys game.
How do you feel about Christian Kirk this year?
Christian Kirk's been good this year.
Like this is he destroyed.
They overpaid him still, but
he's there.
He's solid.
He's got 725 yards and 56 receptions and 7 touchdowns.
And next year, who are you going to cover? Kirk or Ridley?
Oh yeah,
I'll tell you what. Just don't give Calvin Ridley odds on that.
Yeah. So
He'll take 'em.
So yeah, Christian Kirk would be on pace for 87 catches, 1,100 yards, and 11 touchdowns. That's a very good season. Again, they still overpaid him, but a very good season right
From the
there.
469, Pollard let me down this week, Kevin. He didn't have quite the big impact. He didn't, have 3 touchdowns again. And that's kind of screwed everybody over.
From the 469, I lost to Miles Sanders. I was 11-0. Oh, that stings.
Mike, that's because Miles Sanders is finally getting the respect that he thinks he deserves. From the 806, I lost my game by 0.43.
Ooh.
I have Brett Maher, and he lost a point for his missed field goal. The one that they didn't even really care. They just went out there. They're like, might as well go for it. Let's just kick the field goal. Let's see what happens. And he misses it.
Yikes.
Like 80 yards out.
Yeah, that is a tough one. By the way, remember we mocked when Miles Sanders at the beginning of the season got mad that his over-under touchdown, I think, was 5.5 or 6. And we're like, dude, last year he scored 0 touchdowns. He has 8 this year. So he hit the over and he was like, give me some respect.
This is either good news or bad news for Packers fans, Kevin. Aaron Rodgers on the Pat McAfee show.
That's his buddy.
Says, I got good news with the scans yesterday, so I plan on playing this week.
Okay.
So there you go.
He did say yesterday he was going to play. So, I mean, good for him. We'll see how that goes. Do you think
he's my starting quarterback in fantasy, so I kind of I don't know. He's been bad. Did
you bench him against the Cowboys?
No, why would I do that?
So you were rooting against the Cowboys?
No, I wasn't. I was rooting for him to score lots of points and the Cowboys to
win.
Why wouldn't I? I want my team to do well and my team to do well.
All right, we're less than 30 minutes away. So let's hit the soccer.
Pulisic on the run. Pulisic has Weah. Pulisic rolls it in. Tim Weah!
That must have been the tie.
What happened?
They tied.
He just said his name.
He screamed because there was a shot on goal, I assume.
That was the goal against Wales.
Against Way.
Well, I was going to say Weah against Wales.
Oh, well.
That happened during our show.
100 and, well, there's extra time. 200 minutes the U.S. has played. And how many goals have they scored, Corey?
1.
In your face.
How many have they given up?
None.
Exactly.
One.
They gave up 1.
They gave 1. Yeah.
And
Follow the soccer.
It felt like none.
No, during our show, how many have they given up? 0.
Yeah.
So
During
you're
G-Bag,
saying
how
bet
many have
on
they
the
scored?
first half
0.
of the
Yes.
Iran.
Here are the facts. Here are the facts.
Oh, no.
During G-Bag, the United States has scored no goals and given up 1. During KNC, the United States has scored 1 goal and given up none.
So what you're saying is they should have scheduled this match for 10.
Or even 12 would have worked.
Any time that would have put them entirely in our time slot.
Yes.
That's whenever Team USA is at its best.
Yes. And it'll hold firm if we end up choking a lead again.
You know what they say about this show?
What do they
the
say?
The KNC masterpiece.
What do they say?
The Americanist show.
Is that a... Okay.
Yeah, it's the show that is a
What?
lot of what American sports is all about.
Mm-hmm.
The Americanist sport.
No,
show.
you need to stop what you're doing.
Sounds about right.
All right, no, Joey.
Thank you, Joey. I
No,
appreciate that.
and I was going to get to some stars.
Is that
but now
not the
because of that, I
tagline?
don't know.
Is that not the tagline you want to carry around from now on? Our banner is the Americanist show.
Yes, I don't hate that. All right, here are the betting odds for today, and then we have a moral soccer compass. Iran plus 270 to win straight up. Tie plus 230, which would not work for the United States. And the United States is even to win the game. So, and the United States has to win to advance to the knockout stage.
I think they can.
Christian Pulisic is the favorite to score a goal if if the United States scores a goal. Let's hope they do, but clearly that has been a struggle.
I'm going for west of Little Elm.
Weston McKinney.
Weston McKinney. From Little Elm.
He is from Little Elm.
West of Little Elm, yeah.
That-
the west part of Little Elm.
That is true. Now,
That's who I would bet on.
that's not bad.
Does he kick goals?
I mean, he's more like, he's not necessarily up front as much as he's usually like a facilitator for some of that stuff, but he can score.
Was Ferreira? What's his
I don't have,
odds at?
he's not in the top
He has a
five.
weird voice.
He's not in the top five. So somebody said this. Here's our soccer moral compass, because I don't think we're going to abide by this. They said, hey, I love y'all's show. Can you not talk about soccer or give any updates while the game's on? Because I'm DVRing
This
it.
is very important for this person. Do we do this or no? Do we just ask them politely, today's not the day to listen? Because we have to cheer if something happens. Otherwise, we won't continue to be the Americanist show.
We can't do the show for just that person.
Yeah, so are there
because
other
there are people that would just like to know updates. And we're really not going to give like the best of updates.
Yeah.
But we're going to give an update like,
because we're still trying to do the show.
Like,
we can't just go in the C block, just go, all right, they're continuing to move it up the midfield. Oh, here comes a counterattack. And like, that's
Mike should do play-by-play.
that sound way
Problem
too
solved.
interesting.
You're the
So they
play-by-play
pass
guy.
the ball in the middle, and then they they've passed it back, and they're passing it back and forth. And they're kind of going for they turned over the ball, and now Iran has now slowly moved the ball back to midfield, and they've passed it down a little bit. They look like they might they've passed it back 2 times. They're back into the middle of the field.
Yeah, I don't want to do that. Although I do want Mike to have a list of soccer lingo that he has to throw in there and see if he gets it right. If he
Goalkeeper.
Yeah.
Goalie.
Yeah.
And somebody said, give a warning before you update. I hear you, but that's going to be tough if they score a goal. I can't be like, oh, God. Hold on just a second.
Nothing happened.
Yeah.
Here's your warning that nothing happened.
Now, the concern I know some people have is there was a report yesterday that families of the Iranian, soccer team had been threatened with imprisonment and torture if the players fail to quote unquote behave in the lead up to the game. And then there are other reports that there could be torture and murder if they lose this match to the United States, which if I am one of those soccer players, I am talking with the Qatari government or the United States about getting my family the hell out of there if they can help at all and defecting to the United States or whatever other country where losing a soccer match doesn't get your family tortured.
What is considered behaving? Like only winning?
I think they said leading up to the match. So I think the players have abided, at least I hope they have abided by that, because I don't want to see anybody get tortured or murdered or anything like that. And so I believe that has been the case. And then obviously there's like weird geopolitical stuff with these two countries, which makes it fascinating that they're asking the players and different coaches about that. Cause I'm like, all right, great. What is that guy going to say?
Yeah. Kevin, I have a question. This is non-soccer related. What do you think this means? Take advantage of every opportunity you get, ...
Please tell me that's not from Odell Beckham.
From Christian Wood.
Oh, he's like, look, I don't play a lot, but when I do get to play in important moments, I'm going to make it count. Does that mean he's going to start tonight?
Or does it mean he's going to play in the last 5 minutes?
See, and he knows this is his only shot. He's like, look, Jason Kidd is judging this. one at a time. And so this is...
What do you think he means, Mike, when he says take advantage of every opportunity you get on Twitter 2 minutes ago?
Oh, yeah, real quick. Multiple people are saying the players need to sing along during the national anthem. And that was a big to-do, is that they didn't sing along.
Our players?
No,
their players?
Yeah, their players didn't sing along during the last national anthem. Thanks for the heads up, y'all. Back to you, Mike. Basketball.
Okay. First, what does it matter if they sing or not sing?
Those said we're torture your family. That's why it matters.
Can I just sing it in my soul?
Iran?
Yes.
Yep. Oh, has to sing along or their family gets tortured.
Yes.
All right. But
You'd
United
sing along
States,
then,
it's
right?
not the same.
I don't.
Yes, I would sing
It
along.
would be pretty shocking.
If President Biden said, if you do
would
not
be.
sing the national anthem before your show, we are going to go torture your family. That would be a pretty big motivating factor in singing the national anthem.
What a shocking turn of events that would be for all of the news coverage. I'm sure CNN would still be like, hey, gas prices are going down though, so don't worry about that.
Back to basketball.
Politics.
I will be shocked if Christian Wood starts.
Okay.
I just don't think Jason Kidd wants to do it. And I don't think he wants to. Definitely when the media and the fan base is screaming for it, I don't think Jason Kidd wants to give in to that. I hope he does start. Really, to your point, I hope he plays the last 5 minutes. But I don't know if either one's going to happen. He just doesn't trust them. Now, the weird thing is, who cares about the starting spot, except Christian Wood does so much better as a player on the Mavericks when Luka's on the court.
Yeah.
And it seems like Jason Kidd goes, no, I want you playing your best when Luka's off the court because we're so limited offensively. I need you on the court when Luka's not out there.
Which is weird because, I know they did that some with Brunson, but it's not like those two didn't get plenty of minutes together.
Yeah.
If we're just subbing out, that was your second best player. Now this is your second best player. That's a weird philosophy to me, but now I will pay closer attention to those opportunities that Christian Wood gets. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here at 105.3 The Fan, and now we'll transition into some Mike Likes It.
All right, so I was thinking about this as I'm headed to New York Thursday, and we're taking a family trip. I'm really excited. I love New York. I love visiting New York. I played for the Mets, if you don't know who I am, in 2002, 2003. I played for the New York Mets. I didn't like living there. It's a very different thing, living there and visiting there. Visiting there, amazing. Living there as a Texas guy, it is jam-packed. It is...
Is everything as expensive as we always hear?
Yes.
A couple dollars more for everything.
It's probably to live. It matters where you live, but it's probably anywhere from 3 times to 10 times more expensive in your housing than here.
And that's what I was curious about, because when I went there, it felt like regular prices were 2 times as much. But since you live there,
it was 20 years ago. But having a house here at the time, I'll be blatantly honest. I lived in Fort Worth. I had a house, a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom house. We paid $89,000 for that house.
Whoa.
Now that house is worth a lot more than 2000 when we bought it. But just to give you an idea, house payment, right, is a little over $1,000 a month for a house payment when you have a $90,000 house. There, I was paying about $2,500 a month for a 1-bedroom, 1-bath small apartment. Wow. Not in the best area, not in a bad area either. But just to give you an idea, so I'm guessing that's probably $4,000 a month there, and probably now I do know how much that house is worth now. It's worth about $300,000 in Fort Worth. So obviously we can see how much the housing market has gone up. But I'm assuming in New York, also renting a small 1-bedroom, 1-bath kind of apartment is probably in a decent area, $4,000 a month.
I'm assuming no, but I was always curious because I know this was an issue with some of the minor league players. Does the big team ever say, hey, we can help you find better housing or anything like that?
They can help, but it's also kind of illegal if they help with payment.
Oh, because
you can
circumventing the cap.
That would be. I know there's no cap in baseball, but that would be paying the player extra. Huh. What I did a lot is, when you're getting called up and down, you find another guy that's getting called up and down, and you're like, hey, you want to just share a hotel room? And you get a cheap hotel.
Okay.
And, and you're like, all right, we can share the cost of a hotel room.
How cheap? Like with vibrating beds?
No, not that cheap.
Okay, all right.
man.
It was across the highway from Shea Stadium. It had a Bobby V's in it. So there's still one Bobby V's alive in Arlington off of 20 there, in between like where my parents live, and it's near, I guess, a Cracker Barrel, right? If I have the area over there.
I feel like if you just say it's near a Cracker Barrel, that's at least a decent guess. You're like, oh yeah, sure.
But yeah, there was a Bobby V's in that hotel. I met some people that worked on Sesame Street, and they said they definitely smoked weed while writing scripts.
What?
I mean, how else are these giant Muppets coming to life and teaching you the alphabet, also not to use drugs? Like, those people are using drugs.
Yeah. But I think a room at that kind of, it was like a Holiday Inn. I believe it was about $190 a night. So obviously, you know, splitting that, you're looking at almost $100 a night. And then obviously you're not paying any money when you go on the road. But that means you're literally living out of a suitcase all year.
Yeah.
So New York is expensive. But my daughter, luckily she's really smart. And it looks like St. John's. She goes to a Catholic private school right now, and St. John's is a Catholic private college. It looks like that she could maybe be getting a scholarship to St. John's.
Ooh.
And she has thought about going to school in New York. She loves kind of liberal arts is possibly her path on where she wants to go. So we're going to go visit St. John's on Friday, which isn't far from kind of Manhattan. It's in Queens, which is 15 minutes away pretty much. But I was thinking about St. John's as a kid, because when I think St. John's, I think Chris Mullen, I think Bill Winnington, I think some really good
Lou
Carnesecca with the sweaters, right? The Big East. And so when I think of St. John's, I think of St. John's in the Big East, especially versus Georgetown and Patrick Ewing at the time, right? And John Thompson. And when I was watching, and I think you too, Kevin, when you're watching the NFL game of the week or the Dallas Cowboy game, and they go next Saturday, St. John's versus Georgetown, Chris Mullen and Bill Winnington versus Reggie Williams and Patrick Ewing. I think if you're younger right now, if you're listening to us, and let's just say you're somewhere between the ages of 20 and 35, I don't think you realize when they would show a college basketball promotion of something like that, that was as big as the game of the week in the NFL.
It felt like it for sure.
I
And
mean,
they would be like at the Mecca.
Our family, it was like Saturday. As long as I wasn't playing basketball at that time, we're going over to Grandma and Grandpa's, and Grandma's cooking up spaghetti and meatballs, and we are sitting down, and we are, as a family, going to watch every second of St. John's versus Georgetown, or we're watching every second as time progressed. Maybe it was Larry Johnson and the UNLV Running Rebels versus Arkansas, and Todd Day and Lee Mayberry and the Big O, Oliver Miller. Like, it was must watch. They would promote a college basketball game, and it was as big as promoting a college football game. And so that, just going to St. John's, reminded me of that. And I wanted to kind of ask this question: when do you think it completely and totally died? Because now I don't even know if they promote college basketball during these games, and if they do, I'm not interested at all, because it doesn't even register in my brain that they've promoted a college basketball game.
Ooh, that's a good question. It would.
You're the one that like will text me in a couple of days and be like, "Hey."
So I think you're a good person to ask this, even though you still engage in a lot of college basketball. For me, I've watched a little Kentucky because of Cason Wallace from Richardson, and I've watched a little Arkansas because of Anthony Black, who went to Duncanville for a year, and then that was kind of the issue on why they don't have a state championship last year.
It would have to be sometime around, I think it's sometime in the 2003 to 2008 range, because I was thinking about it remember 2003, Carmelo Anthony and Syracuse won the championship, and I remember like Carmelo at the victory celebration and stuff, everyone's like, one more year. And he was like, I'll keep saying one more year. College is 4 years. And everyone's like, and then immediately he goes, I'm going to the draft.
But he was talking about for his teammates.
Oh, okay.
They needed 4
not
more years.
Not him.
Yeah.
And then I remember just in that same time frame how shocking it was that so many players from the 06 Florida team came back and they won again in 2007. And so I think it's somewhere in that is because you saw a super freshman win the national championship. And then in 06, going into 07, it was shocking that everybody from that team, or most everyone from that Florida team, came back and they did defend the title. So I think somewhere in that range, it changed.
You said it earlier, Mike. You said Larry Johnson and the Rebels. The Running Rebels.
Right, there had to be a player with it.
They had the names and the faces that stuck with it.
Christian Laettner, obviously, right?
And I don't know,
Shaq
did
with
those guys
LSU.
have to be there for more than a few years before that? I don't know that it was the factor.
Here's what I think, Kevin. I know Kevin Durant went to UT for a year, and there was some hype as that season progressed that they would promote Kevin Durant, and it was like, dude, I have to watch this skinny kid play because he's pretty darn special. But to your point, they couldn't promote him the next year. And so it was like, I didn't really know who Kevin Durant was maybe the first 5 to 10 games of UT's year. And then as the season progressed, you're like, dude, this skinny kid is really good from Maryland area.
And have you noticed that's why the blue blood programs, whatever you want to call them, have become an even bigger deal, because now it used to be Coach K is coming up or Roy Williams is coming up. And now it's Duke's coming up, Kansas is coming up, North Carolina, Kentucky. Like, they push the program. It's like, you don't want to miss it. It's Duke against Michigan State. And you're like, who's playing in the game?
Doesn't matter.
It won't come up.
It's the schools.
Right. Yeah, it won't come up.
They don't even promote it. And I'm wondering this, and I know they're not going to do this, but coming up here pretty soon, 2025 draft or 24?
I think it's 25.
Okay, so it looks like the 2025 draft, they're going to allow high school players
super draft,
to enter back into the draft. But I know they won't do this because I know this isn't fair either, but they do this in college baseball, and I would love for this to happen because I really do miss the days of when the Fab Five, and I know they were only together for 2 years, but I remember that being a big deal whenever, especially their sophomore year, ever played anybody. And Christian Laettner or Allen Iverson and Ray Allen, Georgetown versus Connecticut coming up, and you're like, dude, I got to watch this. Like, this kid is unbelievable at Georgetown, and I've seen Ray Allen play for 2 years. He's a really good player, and so I'm wondering if they could, and I know they won't, but there's so much money in college basketball now. If they said, look, if you want to come on out as a high school kid into the NBA. But if you choose UT or you choose North Carolina or Duke or whatever it is, you got to go there for 3 years. But you're going to make good money there.
And no, I would be interested in that. And some people are already talking about, I know we're talking about college basketball, but I'm curious about this as an experiment. I've seen multiple articles that are like, Texas should take all of their NIL money and make sure Bijan Robinson stays another year. And that's a fascinating aspect to it. But that is one thing I would be 100% fine with going the baseball draft kind of route, although I know
you have to be 21 or 3 years of college.
My concern is the NBA already opened up the Pandora's box by saying, or you can go straight into the G League.
Right.
And so that's my concern. But if they switched it and said, you can come to the NBA draft straight out of high school or you stay for 3 years, I think that would be tremendous.
I do wish college basketball played a bigger part in my watching of sports because it used to, and it's totally
like
died
Monday
off
night
for me.
was Big East night, and you just knew it's like, you're gonna have this Big East game, and like you're gonna have to watch, and that, I mean, it doesn't feel the same.
As right now, college football is ending. You would then look forward to the Saturday basketball games that were going to happen, and now you don't get to do that. Now, the next thing about Mike Likes It is I'm really excited about going to New York. It just so happens that the Mavericks are playing Saturday at 12:30 in New York, 11:30 here when you're going to watch it. And I want to go to that game, but I don't want to buy tickets until I know that Luke is actually going to play in that game. So my wife is like, well, you got tickets they're going to go see Almost Famous, the Broadway show, which is exciting. I love Broadway shows, but my boys I don't think would. I would love to go to that, but they don't want to. And I said, well, how about girls, you go to that while we go to the Mavs game. But my God, are tickets expensive? Going to a New York Knicks basketball game is like going to a Mavs conference finals playoff game.
Really?
It's to sit in the upper deck is $150.
Wow.
At Madison Square Garden. So I'm trying to work on seeing if I have any connections that can get me tickets to that game. And that being said, I do want to wait because they play Thursday in Detroit, and then it's a day game. Hell, I don't know what the way the NBA runs. I don't want to pay $600 for 3 tickets and then Lucas sit out the game. I honestly don't care if Christian Wood sits out or whoever. Wow. I just need Luka to play in the game because if I'm going to pay $600 to go to a Mavericks game with my two boys at Madison Square Garden, I need Luka to be in the game. And that could be really fun because I'll tell my boys, hey, we're standing up. I know everybody will be, but when Jalen Brunson gets announced as the starting point guard for the Knicks, we're standing up and cheering. He did a lot for this Dallas Mavericks organization. I wish he was still here. He's not, but that will be fun. Luka versus Jalen's first matchup. And the Mavericks play horrible against the Knicks. Ever since they got Porzingis, that is like playing the 93 Chicago Bulls somehow to the Dallas Mavericks. I mean, you get hammered every time you play the Knicks. But I'll still want to go, but I just got to make sure that Luka's playing in that game.
Will you boo Larry Dolan?
Yeah, I will. Does he have a brother? Because I know I said Larry multiple times. It's James. But if Larry Dolan's there, no. And I have gone to Madison Square Garden. I think I've told this story before when I was on the Knicks for like winter caravan thing, and I was there for a week, and they gave us tickets on the floor. I was about 8 seats away from Spike Lee on the floor. But it was when Dan Dickau was the best player for the Atlanta Hawks. And I can't even tell you who was on that New York Knicks team. It was that bad of a team. So I have sat on the court for Madison Square Garden, New York Knicks basketball. It was just when the Knicks were really bad and the Atlanta Hawks were even worse.
Okay. I hope you get that opportunity, and it is great.
I believe.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan.
I believe I'm going to get tickets to that game.
I believe we can win.
It's coming up next.
Oh, my gosh. It's the block.
And the C block starring Corey Majors.
Lots of stuff to get to. I believe we can win.
Okay. Next.
Hey, we know you work hard, Tolo. you're about to be masterpieced, KNC style, right here on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Update on the soccer match, Kevin, 0-0.
Okay.
Warning.
So, sorry about that. For the person who's out there who's like, hey, I don't want updates. Is that an update? 0-0?
Here's my update. If the United States wins and England loses, you will win your group.
And then what? What does that
You'll
mean?
get a more advantageous seed in the knockout round.
What seed? Who do we want to play against? Do you know?
I just want to play Iran again.
Oh gosh! All right,
which might not be fair. I guess we'll see.
There are a lot. I got a couple of updates here in the C Block, Kevin. Update number 1. My HOV plans backfired this morning.
Did you get a ticket?
I did not get a ticket as expected. I got into the HOV lane as I was getting onto the highway. I did see at the Mixmaster that it was at 75 in the bush that I was that it was already backing up. So I said, I'm going to get on at like Collins or something like that. And guess what happens? It's backed up still. And so I said, I'm going to get over into the HOV lane.
Okay.
Get all the way over in the HOV lane, and I go about 20 feet before I realize the wreck is in the HOV lane.
Oh, no.
So therefore, my decision of I will never sit in traffic again because I will just jump into the HOV lane backfired this morning. And I'm just going to have
backfire.
I'm really going to, it was the ultimate backfire.
How many people remember that segment?
Nobody. 877-881-1053 if you remember the ultimate backfire segment.
So basically, Joey, we would just do a regular segment, but anytime somebody said ultimate backfire, we would fire off the knowledge bomb, and then we just turned into people just saying ultimate backfire. And just
I think Dawson loved it for a little bit. He enjoyed that. He liked that segment because it was stories like something would happen and then it would all go wrong, and that was the ultimate backfire.
I kind of thought he was going to have.
I really did too.
It's disappointing. Joey.
So that was update on my HOV plans. I think.
Will you take that lesson and stop, or are you like, that's probably a one-time thing? Let's see what happens.
It's weird that I announce my plans, and what's the best way to get God to laugh at you is by announcing your plans.
Yeah.
And he was like, show you. So I think I'll still do it because I think it'll, like, the percentages are in my favor, that it's going to be more often. I mean, there's 5 lanes, Kevin, with the HOV lane. So the percentages are, it's 20% my favor. Or 80% my favor. Yeah? Is that how it works?
There you go.
I know math.
May the percentages ever be in your favor.
Thank you. Never tell me the percentages. Another update. I sat down this weekend to watch whatever I could find.
Okay.
And I found the Guardians of the Galaxy holiday special.
Should have watched the Pepsi documentary.
And I did not expect, I was like, how good can this be? Since the last kind of spacey holiday special, which was the Star Wars holiday special, how good could this possibly
be?
With
Legos?
Yeah, no, the other one.
The original
one was miserable.
It was set on Life Day.
This one was great. It was really good. And Kevin, I know you can't see it because you gave up Disney Plus and car insurance.
I can see it.
Okay, good.
I told you I started watching Andor.
It's an hour and 15 minutes. And one of my favorite bands is the Old 97s, who when I heard them in the breakup, I was really excited because Time Bomb's a fun song. Anyway, long story. They're in it. They're dressed up wearing, alien gear and playing music. It's awesome.
Oh.
Then Kevin Bacon gets involved. But on top of that,
he
Kevin
needs to make some money.
Yeah.
Was he dancing?
You're gonna have to watch, Mike.
I know.
I'm gonna leave that tease up to you.
I know who you're building up to.
They go to a bar in LA where Flula is the bartender for this movie. And dude, I was so excited about this because we just had him on. And so I text you guys. I'm like, Flula's in the Guardians of the Galaxy holiday special. And Mike says he was just in the Macy's Day Thanksgiving parade.
I was watching the Macy's Day Thanksgiving Day parade, and he was in it, lip syncing.
Yeah. And then Derek texts back, your mom was in the Thanksgiving parade. And I thought that was really funny.
I did too, actually.
The Mike and Derek dynamic is really fun. But
that would be awesome.
Would she like that?
I think so. It's cold.
Yeah.
But if she wore enough clothes, I think it'd be pretty cool to be in the Thanksgiving Day parade.
Would you rather do that than New Year's Eve?
I think so. New Year's
Sorry,
Eve.
Corey,
I don't know.
this is your
Choppy
Pat,
made it sound
yeah.
bad. He talked about he peed on himself and all that. And
Excuse
I was like,
me?
Yeah.
What?
Choppy talks about there's really nowhere to go to the bathroom, so you just do it in your pants. And I was like, oh, that doesn't sound like a fun time.
Maybe for Chop.
From the 817, in June of 2016, one evening, I remember an ultimate backfire that made me laugh so hard I fell down folding clothes. Good. That's what we're here for.
I like that they knew the month still too. That's impressive.
Is Flula a bigger celebrity than we think?
No, because I give him all that credit, because think about it. What also happened the day Peace-a-thon came out? The new Pitch Perfect series hit Peacock that he's like one of the featured players in. And so Wednesday, it was that. Thursday, it was the Macy's Thanksgiving Day Parade. And then maybe
the Guardians thing dropped that day on Thursday.
On Thursday. So like boom, 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 boom. And everybody loves him when he's always on. I have a lot of respect for the level of celebrity he's in, which makes it all the more amazing that like the second you text him, he's like, yeah, what time?
Maybe that's where I stand with this. Maybe, Kevin, I'm more of a celebrity than I even know.
Oh my
I want to give a quick soccer update.
No, we've been asked not to do soccer updates.
Here's the update.
All right.
Gavin Dawson is in the other room watching it on a mini phone. Well, his phone. They have a 30-inch TV in there that they could turn the game on. It's like
broken.
It's
Or they're resetting it.
Oh, okay, because I was like,
he can come in here. You can come in here, Dawson.
I was like, why doesn't he turn on the television and watch it instead of looking on his little phone?
They're
watching it?
rebooting the DirecTV in there.
Oh, but that's taking like a month.
It takes a long time
Between the hours of 9 and
yeah,
3.
it takes a minute.
I think my kids were messing around with that while we were during Peace.
Oh my God! Did Carter break the vending machine and the TV?
We
have an amazing video up, by the way, about Carter causing problems.
You can see it on Twitter at 1053 The Fan. You can see the video we did on Carter. He didn't cause problems. He demands his money back.
He broke the vending machine.
Somebody said, "Who the heck is Flula?" Flula is, I guess, he's our friend. And again, Kevin, I think maybe we're bigger celebrities than we think. That we can just text a superstar like Flula, and he's like, "Yeah, buddies, what's going on?"
I will say on different scales, our ascents happened at similar times.
Yes.
Is because 682.
You trying to say Hollywood's bigger?
Yeah, I
Okay.
never heard of Flula until y'all mentioned him. Not very many people had, but we saw this video, the German Moses, that it was amazing. He was like, Toronto Raptors, and then another video is burning other teams. He's like, Toronto Raptors, you look like a Raptor. And like, that was my just favorite line, talking about Chris Bosh. And so like, then he became bigger and bigger, and he got involved with Conan. They went to Germany together, and like, then we started working our way up here at the Fan. So yeah, no, there's some similarities, just he's on a different level.
I'm going to go to cut 8 here, Joey. And I know you're paying attention to things there. Bobby Belt's been kind of carrying this conversation along for quite some time. And he got a chance to ask Jerry Jones this morning about CeeDee Lamb. And there was kind of this, hey,
Shot on goal.
we need more of an alpha mentality out of the receiver room. Like,
Yeah.
that was kind of the idea, was y'all got to grow up fast.
Agreed.
And he asked Jerry his thoughts on what CeeDee Lamb has done, become a leader this year.
Well, I think that you're emboldened as a player by how you're playing, how well you're playing, and it's hard to be up front when you feel like you're got more to put out there on the field, and he's doing that. And boy, listen, he's a talented receiver. It's all ahead of him. He's improved dramatically, not just into this year, but during this year. And there's no doubt in my mind that he's going to be a big factor for us, and he's going to give these defenses something to really have to adjust for.
So I think that's the idea there, Kevin, is that finally CeeDee Lamb has stepped into, he's progressed over this year, even to what he's becoming. And, like we said, fifth leading receiver in receiving yards right now. Can he do more?
In the NFC.
Yeah, in the NFC. Can he be more than that by the end of the year? There's some great questions there. The other one, Kevin, should we just assume that this team will have penalty issues?
No, absolutely not. That is in our control. That's something that you can focus on. That's something you get better at. Absolutely not. We have got to. When we were talking earlier, we hurt ourselves early, and you saw very visibly it taking the starch out of you. And it'll wear on you, boy. It'll take it out of you. We can't compromise that. As a matter of fact, it should be just an additive interest. Just pile it on. We have to. It took the starch out of us right at the start of the game the other day. Our own mistakes, penalties, if you will, really took the momentum away from us. And so we've got to make sure that we're really cognizant of that. Teams have to do that, and they have to do it individually, big time. But then that's got to carry over to the unit.
The Hall of Famer.
No, we've got to improve our penalties. Have to improve our penalties.
Look, man, you're not the only person who tries to cut off Jerry every time we have him on.
He talks in a distinctive pattern that is sometimes difficult to identify. I mean, look, I agree with that 100%. I feel like Steven is like really on that. He's like, look, it didn't catch us yet. It will.
Yeah. And I don't know exactly as a coach how you get a group of guys to be that focused enough whenever they just aren't sometimes. You know, you got to kind of go through focus training, I guess, with them at some point of, we're going to do some things. I would love to find the coaches who've had the low penalty teams and see what they think was the big factor there that changed that versus Mike McCarthy, who I believe we looked and traditionally his teams weren't very high in penalties. So what's the difference in Dallas? Is there just a different focus around here, Kevin? Is that what you're trying to suggest?
I know people are going to be like, it's the star. They call it against the star.
And then we're going to go to cut 20. Now, Kevin, we've all had a moment like this in the history of us. I had mine on NFL Network once, live on television. Jerry Jones.
We've got help on the way here. Well, Washington's got a good chance to be joining us here real soon. Excuse me.
You all right?
Get me some oxygen. Better still, how about a big shot of Jack?
There you go. That's what I'm talking about. Listen, man, we've all had that moment where we're talking and maybe our throat gets a little dry or whatever. We're trying to make it, and all of a sudden we're coughing. Right. And Jerry Jones fought through it and made a joke out of it at the same time. Congratulations to him. What's your biggest cough moment that you can remember? Because mine is definitely NFL Network, live on TV. Is it Andrew Siciliano?
Yeah.
I'm on with him, and I'm got a shot. My kids are running around the backyard. I have my phone. I'm trying to tell them to go back in the house. It's cold outside.
No.
And I was already sick, and I'm coughing on NFL Network, and they never called me back.
I think you ruined it for everybody. They've never called anybody up here after that.
Just because of that, they're
that
like,
was the moment.
I don't know,
Those
dude.
fan guys.
We had this guy
They
on.
made
It didn't
promises.
really work out for us.
And that's the C block, everybody.
We're the KNC masterpiece right
What's
here
the
on
score?
105.3 The Fan. It is still 0-0 like many soccer matches, and then apparently, especially those with the United States, it is 0-0 in a match that the United States, just crossed and missed, has to win if they are to advance to the knockout stage. Coming up next, college football on a Tuesday. The game
TCU
turns into the rout. Plus, does this mean Nebraska is about to rule? We'll do it all next right here on The Fan.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truck right.
action, back to pass. Steps up in the pocket, looking deep. He's got a man wide open. It's Cornelius Johnson again. He's in the clear. CJ to the 10, to the 5. Yes. One play, 75 yards. Touchdown, Michigan, and the Wolverines lead.
It's time for college football on a Tuesday, and a good time to remind everyone that Michigan whipped Ohio State's ass, and we will have Derek Holland as part of our show tomorrow.
Is Michigan playing this weekend on Saturday?
Yes.
Maybe while we're going to be hanging out and partying.
Ooh, I think that might be
so we
true.
can watch football, listen to football, and all party. And,
Boomer Jackson, Arlington people,
and USA will play maybe.
Yeah,
I don't know when their next game is.
I think their opponent only needs a draw to make it, so they might be trying to stall out. Who knows? Or maybe we're just not good at finishing chances. Who knows? Any of those seem like viable options right now.
It's been a really exciting game, though.
Yeah, I don't think. You know what? Actually,
Mike's being sarcastic.
We're probably, hopefully, going to get to some of this college football, but here is, I think. This is The Simpsons. This is what I think Mike would describe soccer as, and then we'll get to the non-Mike person.
Halfback passes to the center. Back to the wing. Back to the center. Center holds it. Holds it. Holds it.
Halfback passes to center. Back to wing. Back to center. Center holds it. Holds it. Holds it.
That is how I feel like Mike is watching this match versus maybe other people.
Other people get very excited
match.
about every single moment. Mike is really going through the motions of who has the ball right now.
And I get there is great cardio in this game. There ain't a fat person on that field. But there are a lot of times where there is relax, stand and watch moments.
Yeah. No,
so it's not a constant movement for 45 minutes / 90 minutes / extra time. But there's just a lot of times as a casual fan, it's just like I said this, like whenever they get the ball into the center part of the field, 30 to 40 yards away from the goal, that's like a single.
Yeah.
In baseball. So I get it. I get how people are like, hey, baseball's not really fun. Like, I don't enjoy it. I totally get it. Like, there's a lot that goes into actually liking baseball, and it's not a basketball, football type of sport. But soccer's, for me, the same way. I just watch it and I go, all right. I mean, there's moments every 5 to 10 minutes. There's kind of a moment where you think, could this be exciting? Could something happen?
And I wonder if the United States will change their structure if it's scoreless at the half, knowing that Iran is just trying to get a draw in hopes that England beats Wales and they advance, whereas the United States has to win if they're going to advance. Now, Ohio State got throttled by Michigan because they quit caring about playing defense, especially in the fourth quarter. Props to the Big Ten commissioner, though, for saying this. Now, keep in mind, Ohio State was a 7.5-point favorite and played on their own field, and they lost by 22 points. He said Michigan's win over Ohio State was a, quote, instant classic, and that Ohio State, without a doubt, should end up in the college football playoff, and they should have 2 teams in.
What?
I would like to know who he is bumping out.
Georgia.
So he says no to maybe so. He says no to USC, but then again, USC has a huge game coming up against Utah, who they've already lost to, that they need to win if they're going to advance. And we're going to get to that in just 1 second. But one bettor in New Jersey bet $753,000 on Ohio State to beat Michigan on the money line. It would have net $239,000, but instead it net $0 or a negative $753,000 because, of course, Ohio State lost.
So there you go, Kevin. Now this is a dumb bet.
Yes.
This is a very dumb bet.
Agreed.
Because it's not like this was Mayweather versus McGregor.
Holyfield.
Okay, yeah, all right. It's not like it was that. This is a situation where, like, this really could have gone poorly for you, and you could have done anything else with almost $1 million.
I know, and like I know people will say, well,
anything else with almost $1 million.
It was Michigan's first win in Columbus since 2000, but Michigan had at least beat them last year, and so you're like, I mean, it could conceivably happen. They're like, no, it can't, and so I'm going to go ahead and make this bet, and you lost all that money. But guess what? That bet has been surpassed as a bettor at Caesars bet $900,000 on USC to beat Utah on the money line this weekend. That's a minus 130, but they would still get $700,000.
Okay.
So they bet $9 million to win really 1.6 in total with their original bet, but they would profit $700,000 if USC gets the job done. And obviously,
what? No. We can't give updates, Kevin.
0-0.
Another inside the box opportunity with, I mean, it was an inside the box opportunity, so it was a good opportunity, but the header on goal was less than enthralling for the second time. But they're peppering a couple chances on the goal, still scoreless right there. But that would put USC in the championship. If they avenged their loss and won their conference, they will go to the playoff as opposed to Ohio State. But if they lose, I absolutely think Ohio State can get back in there. And then there's Nick Saban, who says, no. Alabama should still be in the college football playoff. They beat Auburn 49-27 in the Iron Bowl right here on 105.3 The Fan. And he was like, look, I don't make those decisions, but we only lost 2 games by a combined 4 points on the road to both top 10 opponents at the time.
And that's why they should be in all the conversations.
They are not going to make it because Ohio State doesn't play again.
Oh.
Like if Ohio State also played and lost and USC lost, then I could maybe, well, you know what? Actually, I shouldn't say that.
Then they have to jump LSU because they've had a great finish to the season.
LSU lost to a crappy Texas A&M
What?
team.
How did that happen?
I guess it's possible if TCU also lost their Big 12 championship game to Kansas State. I guess if all of the favorites, I don't think that's going to happen.
We have one team in Texas that we're pulling for.
I hope that TCU defeats Kansas State. I will tell you this. TCU is still not respected. TCU is favored by 2.5 points over Kansas State. Kansas State is 9-3. TCU is 12-0. TCU already beat Kansas State by 10 points. 2.5 point game.
In the 9-4-0, solid chance both TCU and USC lose this week.
That is what the bettors think. I do not think they will both lose, but those two betting lines combined, I think, are like 4 points. So it could happen, and then I guess you're going Ohio State. But if you take Alabama, I get it. If you take a 2-loss Alabama team over a 1-loss TCU team, oh, Lord, are we going to have to hear about that? But the betting community does not like TCU. And if they had to play Georgia, even though I think they would be ranked 3, they would be underdog by 14 points to Georgia, probably.
From the 817, I have to DVR the Cowboys game this week. Can you ask Brad Sham not to give the game away for me?
Yeah, great point. A+. A+.
Mike likes your text.
Yeah. I mean, I don't get it either, but how would you feel about, I've got coaching news for you. David Shaw, he resigned from Stanford.
Don't tell me I'm DVRing it,
Okay.
please.
Arizona State hired Kenny Dillingham, who is 32, which...
Wow, that's young.
I know, we need to do more with our lives. And then Deion Sanders was offered, well, depending on what you think, an interview or the job at Colorado, and he quickly confirmed it and said, they're not the only one.
Yeah, which is smart on his part.
But he was in the Popeyes line and couldn't confirm in time. You guys see that?
No.
Oh, he did an Instagram, I believe, as he got really mad at Popeyes. He wasn't too mad on there. He still had kind of a smile on his face. But he was at the window at Popeyes, wanting his food. He'd already ordered. He'd already paid. And he said, it has now been 30 minutes and nobody is coming back to this window, and nobody is giving me food.
Yeah.
I keep saying hello, anybody, and he's just like, come on, Popeyes. I've done 15 and 20 minutes with you guys before, but I've never done 30 minutes. And he wouldn't leave because he said he already paid.
So, have you ever played like a boxing game on PlayStation, Kevin?
No.
What you do, you'll start out as a nobody, right, with a 0-0 record, or as a trainer. Or whatever.
Oh, I play Punch-Out.
And then you work your way, just very similar to that, but you work your way with tin cans, and then you try and get to a place where you're in that mid-level, almost to the point of being able to meet up with Errol Spence. You know, you're trying to get to that point. That's where it's interesting. It seems like Deion should and could just say, hey, Texas, I'm ready. You know, one of those schools. But he's going to get another opportunity, just be above Jackson State.
Yeah.
And then say, look, I'm going to bring these guys to compete. And if he can compete in 2-3 years, then all of a sudden the big colleges are calling Deion Sanders. That's amazing to me. And I appreciate his approach to, I'm going to start here and we'll see where we go from there.
By the way, on the soccer front, a player for Iran got slightly hip-checked and acted like he had been shot 18 times in a hope to draw a card
They
and get a
sprayed
penalty
his
shot.
hamstring or groin with ice spray.
Soccer players are the worst actors, or so soft. I'll let you decide. They're incredibly fit and incredibly soft. He got like slightly hip-checked, and you would have thought he got shot point blank by a shotgun.
You're just used to watching guys in full body pads run out there running into each
Even
other.
basketball
and act like nothing
players,
happened.
even basketball players are so bad about that. They are not even close to the shenanigans of soccer players. Somebody asked, what if Georgia loses? Georgia can lose by 30 points and they're in. All right. You don't have to like it, but they're in. Now, Oregon is investigating after one of their linebackers, DJ Johnson, can be seen punching a fan from behind. I have no idea.
What's that called?
That's assault, brother. Okay. Oh, I see what you're doing. I have no idea what the fan said. He probably did say something idiotic.
Keep your hands off people.
As he was storming the field because Oregon State beat Oregon. They were storming the field. He probably said something dumb. I don't know how dumb what he said was, but it pissed the Oregon player off. The dude had turned around and he tried to punch him and ended up like grazing his ear and the back of his head. But yeah, he is now being investigated because of that. Don't do that. If you made it on the field, your team won. Shut the hell up.
Let me ask you a question, Kevin. How long will y'all's new offensive coordinator last?
You know what? Have we hired him yet?
No.
Because realistically, what we need to do is shift Jimbo down to head recruiter. And look, if he wants to be the offensive coordinator, I guess that's fine.
Head recruiter?
Yeah, we need to make him the head recruiter because he's great at that. In terms of being the quarterback whisperer, still be determined. There are people speculating that they told Daryl Dickey he could like take a demotion, and he said no. And they're like, well, you're terrible at this, so you're fired. Or they're not going to renew your contract. But then other people are like, hey, doesn't Jimbo still call the offense? And I'm like, yeah, that's why we need to demote him to recruiting coordinator. I would be all about that.
Or just fire him.
Yeah, look, it's not my money. When
And then
people are like,
and
it
then hire
costs
Deion.
$95 million. And I was like, who cares? There's no salary cap. Those oil people got plenty of money.
You said you wouldn't be a fan if Urban Meyer was hired at A&M. What about Deion?
Deion Sanders is way better than Urban Meyer. Sure, Deion Sanders created a fake high school, but
Hey.
we dealt with that on air with him.
It was for football.
And he was like, I see your tone has changed. That's a thing that happened. We have that audio probably somewhere still. That was a thing that happened is Deion Sanders created a fake school. It didn't work out.
Prime prep.
But he's been doing other things since then. Yeah, that was the moment in the interviews when he's like, we're helping these kids get scholarships. And I brought up and I was like, didn't every single one of those kids that you mentioned already have a scholarship before they came to Prime Prep? And that was where I see your tone has changed. And yeah, I would take Deion Sanders in a heartbeat ahead of Urban Meyer, but who the hell knows? The Aggies have been a dumpster fire, even though they beat LSU and we acted like it was our Super Bowl because we didn't qualify for a bowl game.
Do you feel like you bragging about the United States Olympic or men's World Cup team bragging about how they scored on our watch has really gone to shame now, as they have not even
We still have
come
20 minutes.
close to scoring.
It's not looking super good. We have 9 minutes plus stoppage time, because then they'll be in halftime and
So it could be 20 minutes.
Yeah, it could be. By the way, Nebraska hired Matt Rule. They're paying him like $9 million a year, so they're going to be awesome now.
I heard he's bringing in Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold to compete.
Don't know. I don't believe that is factually accurate. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine is racing to finish the year number 1 in the nation. They're leading the way by never charging more than MSRP. Plus, they always pay full market value for your current vehicle. Find new roads. Classic Chevrolet. Relax and enjoy the difference.
K&C Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan, where in just... Whoa!
It's so difficult to do a show and do this at the same time.
It's like a Tim Hardaway Jr. pass.
Is why you
You're
have
playing
to
on the
listen
blue team.
to the commercials, because the United States scored at the end of our Frankel ad, and I believe you could hear it again. It was reflected accordingly. The United States now up on Iran 1-0. And
good pronunciation.
Did you say it right?
Thank you very much.
You did say it right.
And they can't sit back anymore. That was the issue going into this match. They could sit there and be like, no, I trust England to beat Wales, so let's just do nothing and we'll advance. But now they are not going to have that position anymore, and that is now 2 goals. The lone 2 goals in the World Cup scored by the United States have happened during the K&C Masterpiece.
Overtime.
Man.
Overtime.
That means you too, Corey.
I have to go pick up my kids from school.
Bullocks. Is that guy who made a bad pass? Is he good?
Carter will just be standing there like, what happened?
They get it. They're Americans. All of our players are they Americans or Americans?
They have each other. Yeah, it'll be fine. All right, well, now, so we can continue to pay the bills, D&M Leasing brings you our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. I have to imagine you're doing pretty good right now.
Yes, and I would like to edit that last statement I gave to Mike. Everybody but our forwards are good. Okay. Josh Sargent, no disrespect to Jesus Ferreira. I know he's looking for an opportunity to get in there, but the skill drops off significantly from midfield to the actual striker, the number 9. Not our strong suit at the moment. We get one of those, sky's the limit.
Who has that last touch?
Yeah.
Yeah, they can, yeah.
That nose for goal.
Yeah.
Is that supposed to be Freddie Adu?
yeah.
Was he 33 years old now, Freddie Adu?
Well, and when Messi comes to play MLS soccer,
That's
then can we
right.
claim him as a citizen and then throw him into the mix? Or
I think he's done with the World Cup, but I guess technically if he got dual citizenship and renounced one, that would be a shocking turn of events that I'm here for.
Yeah.
No, I'd be here for it, Corey. I want to make that very clear. You know what I like that they do in soccer, and especially in the World Cup, is they give you the standings as if what's happening right now were the finals. Like, that's the final score. I like that they're like, all right, but if this match was already over, here's what would happen. So you don't have to project. They'll tell you. They're like, if this is the final, the United States is moving on. And obviously, I'm hoping for that fluke goal from Wales, and they win 1-0. And then all of a sudden, you win your group instead of just advance. I think that would be freaking incredible.
Okay, that's how that would work, because then we'd have 5 and England would have 4.
Exactly.
Okay, all right. Yes, let's win the group, Hagee.
Yeah!
Let's go. I hadn't even thought about that all week.
Right.
Let's score more goals. Does that help?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
No,
They're going to need another goal.
What about 3? Like, if we score 3,
I want
will
a
that-
3-0.
Okay.
Yes.
If we do that, will that give us more points?
Or 6-0 blunts.
I mean,
How does this work?
that would be great, too. Every soccer coach I know you and I ever talked to said 2-0 is the most dangerous lead in soccer.
It
And I
is.
was like, I hear you, but like, wouldn't you rather be up 2-0 than 1-0?
They all said no.
I
Every
know,
one of
which
them.
is always super weird. And they're like, no, because at 1-0, you got to stay on
What
your
were you
toes.
doing? Why did you score?
Yeah, you stupid idiot. Now it's 2-0.
Darn it.
We're screwed.
Yeah, your team ends up.
You got to pull that ball out.
What?
Like, get it back to center field.
Yeah.
Don't you pull it out?
He's using baseball
When you-
terms.
That's what you
Pull it
say in
out.
soccer?
Pull that ball out. Yeah.
Eric?
Play it back.
Thoughts?
Maintain possession.
So anyways, I was also going to
Good luck, buddy.
shout out the Stars. They were victorious 4-1 over the St. Louis Blues. And I know they have played more games now, but I saw this stat that was pretty remarkable about Jason Robertson, who, by the way, had a goal against the Blues.
Of course he did. Hell yes, he did.
Hell
What's
yes,
his
he
point
did.
streak at now?
16. A million.
16.
16, yeah.
I like that.
15 or
Good
16,
job,
that's
Joe.
what I thought. Yeah.
Now, and just to show the company he's in, most points in the first 20 games for the Stars ever. I know we've passed that now. It's Jason Robertson. He's ahead of Sagan and Ben. Most goals ever in the first 20 games of a season for the Stars. Jason Robertson was tied with Mike Modano. and now he's put another one up the board. So he is putting up remarkable numbers. The issue the Stars are going to run into is they're 0-4 in overtime and shootouts, and then they lost another 1-goal game. They're 0-5 in 1-goal games. And, like, here's the thing. They're still doing very well. They're still atop their division. But if you could even make that mediocre, you could run away with this division. And this is a good division.
Better chance. Dallas gets better at 1-goal games, or the Cowboys get better at penalties.
Oh, the Stars get better at 1-goal games.
Yeah. I know Mike McCarthy said he went back home and watched all 36 pre-snap penalties or whatever it was, but I think I'm going Stars. Yeah, I think I'm going Stars. What say you guys? I know the match is still going. Help me out a little bit.
We've heard McCarthy lie about how much he's watched of certain things before, right?
What? How dare you, sir?
Didn't the Cowboys have a good streak, though, of not having
No, they
any penalties?
did. The first game was catastrophic, and then after that, they moved into the middle, and then they were like, that's stupid. Let's commit more penalties.
Or the Cowboys, yeah.
Yeah, or maybe it's just Thanksgiving.
I think the Stars have a better chance. I think the Stars do have a better chance of kind of figuring out these 1-goal games. But, man, the Dallas penalties, just get ready. Just hope you don't lose one late in the season or whatever because of, like, some stupid defensive holding or hands to the face or something like that they probably shouldn't have needed to do. They had an interception, a great turnover the other day, and then they get Diggs gets called for holding, and he was holding. You watch the play. He held the guy down the whole way down the field.
Is that, besides pre-snap, is the penalty that bothers you the most the one that would have had no impact on the play?
Yeah.
Like, I get the hold when they're like,
get off the field on 3rd and 7. You get pressure. You force them to punt, and then the flag comes from the other side of the field because of illegal contact or hands to the face or something like that.
Yeah, I feel differently when it still hurts, but there's like a 22-yard run, and you see the clear hole is what sprung the run. I'm like, well, I wish they hadn't have called it, but I get it. That Diggs one, I was like, come on, dude. Like, that had nothing to do with.
Offside.
Spanish officials need to go back.
Mike was the only one not cheering
because he knew
he was offside.
I think he was offside by a mile.
No, he was on. He was on.
Oh, hit the VAR. VAR. Yeah.
He looks on
Let's
to me.
get the VAR going. That stupid official is going to feel stupid.
Yeah, that was on.
Here's another amazing.
Do we get to check?
We didn't even get to check.
Oh. We don't know the rules of this game.
The hell?
Well, every 4 years we figure it out.
Here's the thing, Brian. Soccer doesn't know the rules either because it's a 45-minute half. There's 5 minutes of injury time. We're now 7 minutes into injury time. And so I like how they're like, no, there's like others because it's the pace.
Soccer only has a start watch.
Yeah.
There we go. They don't know where the stop button
Only
is.
in Qatar.
All right, good half.
And then they decide, hey, did you stop progressing the ball? Okay, now the half's over. And you're like,
are you mad, Dawson?
Yeah, that was a goal.
I don't know. Do we not stop and check goals?
I can't believe
They should have gone to VAR. They didn't go.
Gone to VAR.
They thought he was so open that there was no way he was onside. They restarted the game.
I need a Dean Blandino explanation for this bull crap.
I'll never listen to him again.
One thing soccer does that I wish other sports would do is they're like, all right, I know the time's up, but the Mavs have gone on an 8-0 run. Now it's a 2-point game. Let's let them keep going. Because that's what they do in soccer. They're like, the time's up, but that guy's running towards the goal. Let him keep going.
I was watching a Maverick game earlier this year. 10 minutes later, they said that Lucas stepped out of bounds.
He was off by just a skosh.
A knee, it looked like.
It was just like very similar, Gavin, to the one that started the Qatar versus Ecuador to start the entire thing. Very similar, about the exact same amount of off.
What do you guys got coming up on the program today?
Pure goal as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking.
Don't give up a goal.
We're going to have
It's your damn fault. We asked you to stay.
Bobby Krell at 4 o'clock talking Mavs.
Okay, looking forward to that. Obviously, they will be locked in and give you the latest on the soccer front as well. Roll home with the G-Bag Nation.
Overtime.
Is Dawson angry?
I think he is.
There's some.
Dawson is angry right now.
This is awesome.
So tune in for that.
I didn't see the shot they saw.
Among many other things with the G-Bag Nation. We've been the KNC Masterpiece tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Can score another one, Kevin.
Score another goal, United States.
Say USA, Kevin.
USA! 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 USA!
Where you going? Your take. from the Classic Chevrolet Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It is hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a terrific day as we're sitting at halftime. A 1-0 USA leading Iran. General at your service. There's Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup, Woolchuck, Chiafalo, Carter Freeman. Along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And this is a lot of fun. It's, the most important 45 minutes of U.S. soccer since Belgium in 2014. It's about to restart. Pulisic with the opening goal. What was that? Around the 35th minute or so of the first half. Yeah. He was hurt. Yep, it was a very nervy moment as he didn't get up to celebrate. No. And I thought that might be a significant hip injury. I had visions of Bo Jackson dancing in my head, or Tua. Those hip injuries can really be a problem. I was considering ourselves lucky already just to have Pulisic playing in 3 consecutive games in these World Cup because he keeps getting hurt so damn often.
Hamstring, you're worried about the hamstring?
It's the hamstring. But, it was a blessing. He came back in a few minutes after the restart, after the goal. And they've had lots of chances. And it does not appear they're going to take their foot off the gas. Maybe they learned their lesson against Wales, and they're going for more goals here. But it is incredibly exciting, And this Iran team is pretty good. They beat Wales on Friday. They're around, the 25th or 30th best team in the world by the FIFA rankings, and the USA is like just inside the top 20. So it's not like you're way better than these guys. They have a great coach. They have a great player on the pitch for them as well. So this is most likely, it is win or go home for the Americans. And all Iran needs is a tie. So expect them to throw players forward there in the second half and try to get an equalizer.
Yeah, it's the oldest team, as we've learned in the World Cup. And they're very good. And you listen to people talk about them, very good at counterattacking. That's why they were able to score goals against Wales. Opportunities. I hope the U.S. doesn't just hang back and try and play defense for 45 minutes.
That's my fear.
They've had the better of the half. They really, really have. They've had the better of the opportunities and things. So, but you're right. A veteran team, maybe, we'll see. Maybe young, fresh legs will prevail tonight in this match.
61% of the possession so far for the U.S. They've definitely generated a lot of good scoring opportunities, and I hope they learn their lesson from the Wales match, where they did sit back and they basically played not to lose. You've got to continue to put the pressure on, because if you sit back and you end up in a draw, Iran's advancing,
especially after how the Wales second half went. If you do that again, Beerhalter doesn't make it out of this month before he's fired. 817 OMG, who cares? Okay, there's still that texter out there.
The rest of the world does.
Yeah,
yes.
Yeah. And I will say the 93% of the money that came in on America to win today absolutely cares.
Hagelin's back.
And the U.S. against. The U.S. against Iran is now the most bet team in any game this World Cup, according to Caesar Sports. There's a lot riding on this one. A lot of people caring about it.
Yeah, where is it on your radar, Chiafalo?
This is, I will say, this is like when it's on, it's fun. I don't know all the intricacies the way that you guys do, but there is fun. And I love looking up at the screen, and at every turn, there's a new fan being shown donning some interesting wardrobe choice, whether it's a Statue of Liberty lady that's floating around in the stands as a fan. I saw Elvis Presley make an appearance. I saw the Cheesehead, Green Bay. I imagine it's a Packer. I don't know if that guy's getting ready to protest and say, hey, real football gets played in America. I don't know if he's about to pull something like that in halftime, but I do love what I'm seeing. So this is fun. And watching Broaddus cheer like a kid on Christmas when you get a goal. Broaddus is in on this thing, man. Like, you were in public watching this with Sandler over the weekend, and I can't imagine. I guess you fit right in with all the other soccer crazies.
This is how in I am.
Oh, he's got the American
I got the Crocs. I got the U.S. Crocs on today for the country. So,
Brian was calling for the full court pitch earlier.
He wanted the press. I wanted the press.
Full pitch press.
I'm sick of them wasting time.
Yeah, they're not going to be wasting time now.
Go in.
Our turn to waste time.
Yeah, go up and now it's our turn to waste time. Take that, you
the full pitch
bastards.
press.
Yeah, so a couple of weeks ago we did the best jerseys topic. And I described my Clyde Drexler Team USA jersey from 1992 that I bought at the Tournament of the Americas, the qualifying tournament for the Dream Team. And I'm wearing that jersey currently. I bring it out usually only for 4th of July. July, Memorial Day, Veterans Day, things like
Looks
that.
hot, and the Dream
Thank
Team
you.
might make an appearance later on the show today.
Oh, the Dream Team might
be in
That's
the top 10.
The OG Dream Team?
Yes, sir.
Wow, look at us, man. So we're all donning special things. Wolchek, you got the bleeder shirt, right? That's like a one of one.
Yeah, you should see my
that's a
underwear
special
today.
One. The underwear, you gotta turn a little audible call on the Cowboys game day thong.
Oh,
maybe.
yeah.
And I'm wearing the T-shirt that I was wearing on both birthdays of my daughters when they were born. So this is a very important shirt to me as well.
Nice.
All for America.
Thought
today.
it looked familiar.
Well, okay, Wales and
yeah, you've seen it.
Wales and England, the other game in the group, is now underway. And if Wales does find a way to get a goal and beat England, England would be eliminated. USA would then win their group, and their first game in the elimination round would be against a team that finished second in their group. So if they do finish second and things hold, they would face Netherlands.
That's correct.
Is that correct,
That's
Brian?
correct, yes.
Okay. Go USA, says the 405. 214. I just love hearing you guys react to what's going on. It's a hoot. That's Sarah in Forney, a longtime Tolo. 405. Damn, I turned G-Bag on and did soccer analysis. G-Bag ain't no one-trick pony. Okay. And to anyone who says who cares, get bleeped. That's from the 405, bringing the high heat for you.
I like that.
Okay. I have a... wait, I thought Kevin hated soccer. Oh, no, that was Broadus. No, Broadus, you've never hated soccer.
Never hated
soccer. You've been on record. Now, hating soccer has been a long-time sports radio bit.
Yeah.
And it's kind of, I think it's a sport in itself, is hating soccer on sports radio. So if you want to have fun with that, that's fine. DFW cares, third highest viewing rate for USA versus England.
5.8, I believe it was.
That's respectable.
Credible numbers for that.
Yeah, local guys.
817 says, my daughter's even watching it at school. Yeah, now Abby's school had it on at lunch. They were watching the Brazil game yesterday. I don't know if they're bringing TVs into the classroom. They should. It's a big community thing. I don't care either, but I'm glad you're covering it for those that do care, says the 903. Well, thank you, East Texas. That's very good of you. Haters, bruh, says the 940. Okay, so we'll keep you updated. As this second half is about to get underway, and Aronson is on. Is Pulisic off? Is Pulisic okay? I just caught some substitution, so it does look like maybe yes, Aronson is on, and I believe Pulisic is off. Is the one move that they have made at the break. Aronson is just an absolute workhorse, and he's going to help win the ball, track back on defense. Pulisic probably not feeling great. The texters are saying he just got kneed in the groin really hard.
It looked like to me it was maybe like in the hip or the thigh area, and I thought maybe he had a Charlie horse. Very painful hip pointer, something like that. I don't think it was a ball shot. I think it was a hip shot.
It was more limpy than I got hit in the huevos, and I'm like tucking for getting in the fetal position.
My initial thinking was it was a nut shot, but you're right.
Yeah.
When they showed the replay,
Damn great goal, whatever.
But it was gorgeous.
Yeah.
Okay, no cap. Not many times this world sticks together on anything. The World Cup brings the world together for a purpose. It's a beautiful thing. I'm at the gym, and everybody is doing a set and getting up and watching the TVs, and it is a wonderful feeling.
Damn right. I love that text.
Yeah, I just don't think anything in the Olympics brings in this kind of energy, because the basketball team, unfortunately, you're just sitting there like expecting them to win, right? Mm-hmm. I guess the hockey team and the 80s was special, but that captivated the nation on a big like underdog vibe like this. And for whatever reason, like hockey people get into the U.S. hockey team and trying to beat Sweden or Russia or whoever it might be. But I don't know. I think this is the event now that maybe brings Americans together to root for a common thing more than anything else. I mean, can you think of anything? Tiger Woods at the Masters?
Yeah.
I think we're all into that.
Yeah. But even that, you have the expectation that he's going to do it. Well, maybe not as of late. Maybe he's been the underdog story as of late, but for the most part, it was always, we're rallying around the guy that we all imagine is going to win. This is, we're rallying around our own little underdog, I guess.
Yeah, when it's the Olympics, I think it takes like a dominant individual performance, like maybe Team USA Gymnastics when they're all going for that, or you have like Michael Phelps dominating and the entire country's all getting together to watch him. But yeah, I see your point, and I agree.
Okay, England has tallied. It looks like Marcus Rashford 1-0 England in the 50th minute. So your hopes of getting a Wales victory and winning the group, that is out at least for now. Wow, the USA right back in front of goal with Josh Sargent being denied. At least he put it on frame, and the keeper had made a meal of that, didn't he?
He did.
He that came off of his knee, and it was almost disastrous. Okay, empty gym for me today, says the 972. I was screaming at the treadmill during that goal. Yeah, you know what's crazy is I was sitting in there and we got it brought up on the TV after watching it on the phone for like the first 20 minutes. They finally got the satellite reconnected, so we're watching it on there on the TV. And then at like 1:36, 1:37, I have to, get my stuff and bring it in for crosstalk, but I also had to use the restroom. So I bring it up on my phone. I realize my phone is running 30 seconds behind the television. And I walk to the restroom, and midstream during the live spot, I hear the KNC Masterpiece explode, and then I hear, the halls liven up a little bit. So I missed the goal live, which is unfortunate, but it's still quite glorious.
Thank God you were in the bathroom for that vinegar stroke moment.
Yeah,
I didn't want to see that, honestly.
Yeah. Okay.
Makes one of us.
All right. Yeah, I am. The text pointed out, maybe you never heard me this fired up. This is my number one sporting event. I guess that Paige Spiranak, she brought up that topic in a video or something. What's the number one?
Yeah, she did.
She sure did.
Yeah, she did.
2-0 England.
Went viral. It's certainly a video you should check out.
Could have tweeted it out maybe, but she went ahead and did the video.
Yeah, the video is, I think, why it went viral. But she did ask the world, what is your favorite sporting event? And she got many comments as to what people's favorite sporting event is.
Such as?
Maybe hating on soccer on the radio.
Yeah.
That was the number one sport, especially
watching,
especially when
movie watching is a sport.
Team building is a sport.
No, but the Super Bowl was certainly a favorite. The World Series gets loved. The Stanley Cup Finals. I think the Daytona 500 Broadus got some. Kentucky Derby for the horse fans out there.
Cornhole championships.
The Cornhole championships is big, and then squash. I think pickleball is making a serious run. Gavin, just for you.
Yeah. I hear it's quite a game.
It's quite a game.
I think I'm going to play some actually with my brother in Bend. We're going to meet up there and visit my parents for the holidays. And it's huge in Bend. It's like an outdoor type of sporting type of place.
That'll be you'll be playing in the elements a little bit, right?
Yeah, probably 45 degrees or so.
Kurt Warner wouldn't be a fan of that, but I actually respect that.
It's nice. I think Brian was talking about that a couple of weeks ago, how the cold weather is what you want to be running a marathon in.
Absolutely.
For the spectators, it's not fun.
No.
But, if you're, playing a sport where you're working up a sweat, like under 50 degrees is great. Okay. What'd you guys think of the Colts last night?
Holy cow.
We got a new team to watch for sideline management, right? Game management.
Okay. Yes.
He went to the locker room with 2 timeouts left in that game.
He wanted to make damn sure that he walked out of that stadium with 2 timeouts.
I'm glad you brought this up because
does he get 2 free drink tickets with that?
I don't believe you get to turn those in and exchange them for tickets at the end. Unfortunately, maybe he was confused and he thought that. Which would make more sense than his explanation that he actually gave, right?
We have the audio of his explanation. Now, first, Joe and Troy were just as astounded as we all were that why would you not take a timeout here in that final possession where you have Matt Ryan scrambling. You have 3 timeouts. You're down 7 points, and you allow the clock to go from 1:36 to 34 seconds, and the plays were a scramble and a sack. Right. Mm-hmm. But here's Jeff Saturday afterwards, Lucius, if we have this audio of his explanation as to why he did not take a timeout.
I didn't feel like time was really of the essence at the moment. I thought we had a good play. I thought we would get to and I felt like we would get to it. Obviously we don't do great on the backside, so it's worse than it, but I felt good about the call before. Felt like we had time. We would have timeouts afterwards. We were in striking distance. So, I never felt like the pressure of needing the timeout. Like I said, I thought the call was good, and we were in that mode pretty much the whole second half, so it was pretty consistent with what we were doing. So, again, it wasn't like a change for us. We just didn't execute it.
Blame the execution.
Yeah, that's when your inexperience,
3 of them
really hurts
it's not
you.
Like you're trying to save the one.
Yeah.
You had 3.
He had a great debut. And maybe he got people off his back and even in his corner a little bit. But now I think the hatred's got to come back in a big way now. If you're in Indianapolis or if you're critical of Jim Irsay, you're like, see, I told you. You guys thought I was the idiot.
Bill Cowher's got to be grinning from ear to ear right now.
Yeah.
He's like, I told you. That chin's like, ooh, I told you.
Saturday is now looking like Nathaniel Hackett on the sidelines and some of these other more qualified coaches. But it's a shame. He fell into the rabbit hole at the end of a game where these coaches just lose their mind. He's also got a first-time play caller as well offensively that is, I guess he's expecting to rattle off a great play in 5 seconds and not need the timeout. I don't know. That was a bit maddening. The shine is clearly worn off. I was hoping to get some level of Jim Irsay on Twitter today, but we didn't get any of that. No Jim Irsay victory laps of sorts.
He's like, that's still my guy.
Yeah. But my gosh, that was... And it's always on national television. It's one thing when you can hide in the noon slate on Red Zone of games that half the people don't really care about, Steelers, Colts. But on a Monday night, a Thursday night, and that's what's bested these Hacketts of the world, where the Broncos are given all these primetime games. Now you have Saturday on a prime. That's the worst time to fart away a coaching game management clock decision is the primetime game. And there it is for Jeff Saturday. The best thing that ever happened to Jeff Saturday was being fortunate enough to have the Raiders as his first team he got to play.
All right.
He got to come out of the gates on fire.
No doubt, dude. Yeah, that's a good point. Iran is energized. They've put in 2 crosses in the last 2 minutes here as they're now within, 37 minutes of having their World Cup end. They need a draw. U.S. is leading 1-0 here in the 54th minute in Qatar, and there's a ball out to Dest. U.S. is going to threaten to score here again, but it is denied by the Iranians. Okay, 54th minute. We're going to keep you updated all the way through the end of this game. G-Bag of the Day is coming up at 2:30, and I believe we're back with a little mini sports hodgepodge. Chief, where are you going to take us?
Yes, we have a new NBA beer chugging champion. We have a bar tab for the ages, and shouldn't this be a red flag? That's next.
20 years.
Welcome back, Nation. 7 minutes from the G-Bag of the day. Here's Eric Chiafalo with a sports hodgepodge. Still 1-0 USA.
Right before the microphones turned on here in the studio, Brada said that, and I believe verbatim, my butt would be so tight if I was playing in this game. Don't bleeping pass it to me, was the words that were uttered right before the microphones turned on in here as we continue to watch USA versus Iran.
Yeah. Go ahead. Somebody else. Somebody else.
Please no.
Hey, damn cow.
Broadus is Ben Simmons out there.
I tell you what.
Can you imagine being the goalie, Brian? It's passed back to you and your leg just shivers like it's jello when the ball rolls into your own net.
There's only been a couple times in my life, like
and your country loses in the World Cup.
No, where I had to make snaps in games, like
he was the
snap.
blipping center.
And I wasn't even that nervous to do that, but I couldn't imagine playing in this game right now. Yeah. Not with, just with so much on the line for your
I don't blame
country.
A little footy will bring the worst out of you.
Yeah, there's nothing. LSU, that's one thing. Losing one of these games, I don't know. I don't think I could do it.
Man, yeah, I hear you 100%. Okay, before we get to the G-Bag of the day, first of all, shout out the amazing situation that's going down this Saturday. Looking forward to hanging out with the Tolos for the holiday party, Fan Tolo holiday party this Saturday. Boomer Jacks in Arlington Highlands. Right off I-20 in Arlington. That's going to be fantastic. Yeah. We are all going to be out there. The round tables are going to be great leading into the SEC championship game. But from noon to 4, we party with the Tolos for the Fan Tolo holiday party this Saturday, Boomer Jacks Arlington. That is going to be fantastic. Now, this was fantastic last night at the Lakers game. Crypto.com is the arena, which is still weird. It's supposed to be Staples. But there was...
It's always going to be Staples.
A Laker fan that was in attendance.
Is Staples the office supply store?
Yes, sir.
It is, yeah.
Okay, well, it's not too far off.
Fair point. But there was a lady that was in attendance for this Lakers game for the very first time. She was voted fan of the game because when she got put onto the Jumbotron, she took off her prosthetic leg and drank a beer out of it. And the entire arena went nuts. And
the Lakers still lost.
She was named fan of the game. LeBron had a legendary, the Lakers, but it goes on the ledger of LeBron where it's like the second time in 500 tries where a LeBron team has actually lost in a game where they were leading by 17 or more points in the fourth quarter. So LeBron is getting some of the Brady things going down where it's like, this is like the first time we've ever seen these types of losses or these low moments.
And historic streaks. Now, did LeBron also say afterwards that he saw this coming?
Yeah. He knew.
Yeah, he knew.
I've been knew, and she had the prosthetic leg and she could chug out of that.
I knew tonight was going to be the night. I've seen her a few nights, but tonight she was going to chug. I knew it.
No one saw this coming but LeBron. That Annika Hutzler, a USMC vet turned model actor, who was at her very first NBA game, ripped off the prosthetic leg, pounded the brew, and crowd went nuts. So shout out to her. That I guess that unseats David Bakhtiari's courtside beer chugging at Milwaukee Bucks games.
I think
it has to.
I think it does.
She's leveled up the game now. Now it's like kind of return serve on you, Bakhtiari. If you can ever get back on a football field, I would imagine physically he can at least continue to sit courtside at Milwaukee Bucks games.
A cold beer out of a prosthetic?
I don't know how you do that.
Beer out of a gym shoe, I think could outdo that.
Yeah, well. Imagine if that gym shoe had a plastic sweaty leg connected to it.
Oh, it had a sweaty foot.
It did have a sweaty foot going on.
Maybe if you got like LeBron to open 2 beers and then pour them over you, and you're like drinking both of them.
Okay. At the same damn time.
Like he does his pregame chalk routine.
Yeah.
He brings the beers together. That's the only thing I can think of.
Underneath, like fumbling.
Yeah,
that'd be fun.
That would be fun. Almost as fun as it's going to be to look back on that moment of Walchuk doing whatever he just did on the fan cam there, partying like a rock star.
You know what to do, Carter.
Now, we also have an update on Dawson's favorite crypto FTX people.
Oh, what's going on?
I guess the paper trail is starting to make a public appearance.
Okay.
So they owe $4.6 million to Amazon Web Services. But that's not nearly as fun as the almost $60,000 they owe to a Margaritaville spot in the Bahamas. They just racked up
a tab of $60K,
nasty boy bar tab of about 60 Gbos. So good for you, FTX.
That's a drop
people.
in the bucket. I think they stole $4 billion from users' accounts and lost it all. gambling on crypto.
Honestly, I would have thought that you would have used more at Margaritaville in the
Right?
Bahamas. So kudos to them.
Cheeseburger Paradise.
They were there
are
for
pretty
2
good,
years.
Yeah.
Oh, that place is fun.
Cheeseburger Paradise?
Yeah.
It's terrific.
In the Bahamas?
Well, it's
Wait, are you
it's
guys
like
a
Margaritaville, but the cheeseburger that they have on the menu.
No,
is
I've
called,
been to the Margaritaville in Orlando.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Cheeseburgers are good there. Yeah.
I was not familiar of the cheeseburger at Margaritaville being.
Oh no, it's
top
good.
notch like that.
No,
That's
it's good.
awesome.
Kind
yeah.
of expensive.
And the conch
there,
chowder.
so-
Yeah.
You
Oh, that's
gotta eat-
good.
I mean, the cheeseburger was like.
You said clam chowder?
Conch.
What the heck is that?
Conch. It's a little
That's
animal.
what you
that-
put in your hair to make it nice and pretty.
You conk it up.
What would Broadus know about that?
Well, he did have hair once.
That's true. When he was born.
At birth. At birth, I had
When
an
that baby
idea.
hair fell out, that was like, damn, that was
Yeah,
actually his adult
yeah.
hair too.
Damn.
Okay, I'm sorry, Broadus.
This is all you get, brother. Keep care of it.
Dang, Chia Fallow's putting people in body bags
sorry,
today.
no, I'm
this is
sorry.
great.
That was,
I hope you're just getting started.
I hope so too. I hope I don't fade out on you guys at 3:30 in the afternoon. Okay, and then how about this? Hugh Freeze going into the SEC, Broadus. You'll be seeing
Yes.
quite a bit of him with your LSU Tigers. How about this little nugget in the contract? Similar to the Kyler, like you can't play Call of Duty or whatever.
They took his social media away from him?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
It is Hugh Freeze has agreed to relinquish control of his social media accounts when he becomes the Auburn coach.
Trying to DM hotties too much.
Yeah, it's probably a good thing.
He is it's definitely a good thing, but I think to myself, like, is that not a red flag? I trust you with my program and my 18-year-olds or whatever, like the youth of our generation, but I don't trust you with your own Twitter account. And that is, yes,
I wish somebody would take mine away.
Yeah,
your
you're
Twitter
old
account.
and look at your history. We're not going to do this.
Yeah, I guess Hugh Freeze is a perpetual slider of DMs, and that is something that has gotten
That's
them.
what ball coaches do, man.
Yeah, of
Serious
course.
football coaches, coaches don't care.
He did
They-
have
they
the
really
work
don't-
phone
Yeah.
prostitute situation. He
Don't
claims
care.
misdial, but you know how that goes.
Those are lovely ladies.
Thank you, sir. There it is, a sports hodgepodge with Eric Chiafalo. Krusty's Corner's coming up at 2:40. It is time now for the G-Bag of the day. Created by Lucius.
Wait, you said he misdialed?
Yeah, he said it a couple
I
different
just
times.
so happen to misdial these hoes. That's hilarious. That's rich.
The 6 looks like the 9. The 9 looks like the 6.
That
He was
is
looking for both. Yeah.
I'm gonna try to use that one day. It was a misdial.
Misdial, I swear.
And then we ended up at Chili's. I don't know.
Strange things happen. Small world.
Yeah.
It is 1:68th minute. U.S. with a free kick about 25 yards out in front of goal, Lucius.
Oh, that's all gravy, baby. I had a tuna sandwich for lunch.
Respect.
Cool.
From Jersey Mike's.
Oh,
How is their tuna? I have not done
It was
one.
good. It was good. Yeah. I have a whole story to why I had tuna. I'll do that at 5:45 tonight during the LA Live. What a hell of a tease. I'm talking about 4 hours ahead, huh?
I was gonna guess you had a craving for mayonnaise today.
Okay, craving is the word, but it comes with great audio. I will play great audio to go with this conversation about tuna fish sandwiches later. Anyway,
love tuna.
Our winner and champ is Hornets announcer Eric Collins. He was stressed during the last little moments of the Hornets game. They were up by 3. All they had to do was kill the clock.
Point lead. Terry. Batted around. No! Yes! Just hold the ball. Oh, wow. And P.J. Washington is fouled. Wow. Kelly Oubre almost fired that up there. He did. Kelly Oubre almost pulled a boner.
Almost, not quite.
That would have been a foul.
Almost. Don't talk to me. I'm losing focus. Don't ask me questions like that. You mess me up. Let's see. How about this guy? There was a fella. He was on his back porch. There was a whole lot of coyotes howling. Like it was a whole lot of them. You seen the eyes and everything, really.
Wow.
My man farted.
Oh.
And the coyotes stopped howling.
Wow.
It's kind of weird. Listen.
Self-defeces. That might be tough to beat.
That's
If only
hilarious.
the New York rats were that easy to get rid of. Dear God.
Anybody knows me know I hate rats.
I hate rats.
He's hilarious.
Senator Christie can get rid of the rats in like a week or two, right?
Get the wise guy vote.
Yep. He's up there in Jersey. He is up there in Jersey.
He is.
Let's see. Emotional support pig. How about this lady? She had a big emotional support pig at the park, and someone else is not a fan of it. I guess they call them Karens out here. Anyway.
Look at that! Look at that! Right on our lawn. She's picking it up. Look at how much is in there. Seriously.
It's fine. You are being a grumpy pants.
Leave
Leave us alone.
Grumpy
Call
pants.
the association right now because
Go for it.
It's emotional support animal first. Emotional support. You have a pig.
Get away.
As an emotional support animal.
Get away from us.
Again,
Leave.
So what is the
Leave.
What is the pig's name?
Hey, Karen, go bother somebody else.
Okay, what's the pig's name then?
What's the pig's name?
Prove it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's tough, man, especially in a neighborhood.
Grumpy pants.
It's like
I like
you
that.
have a pig for a support animal.
Yeah.
I mean, she was calling her out on that.
It is. Because if it ever comes down to it, I'm going to slice this pig up, baby. We got bacon.
Oh, we do. We have got bacon.
That's emotional support when you're hungry.
Yeah.
Let's see.
That was good conflict resolution, though, calling her grumpy pants.
I like that.
I love it.
I'm going to use that at the soccer game next time a coach wants to fight me on the
Really being a
sidelines.
grumpy pants.
Oh,
sir.
really?
Yeah.
Oh, he's going to tell that story forever.
Okay, Mr. Grumpy Pants.
He's in the other coach said I was being a grumpy pants.
How are you going to stay mad at that?
All the girls in your team be like, ooh,
You got it.
Get him, coach. Let's see. Someone hired the O'Reilly parts singers, the O'Reilly, to sing their wedding, dude. Listen.
O'Reilly! Don't risk getting stranded with a bad battery. Our professional parts people
Bro, they even had this dude voicing it.
Auto Parts will test your battery for free. If your battery does need to be replaced, we'll help you find the best Superstart battery for your vehicle. Don't wait until your battery is dead. Get it tested for free today at O'Reilly Auto Parts. O'Reilly! Auto Parts.
Yeah.
Someone would say, wow, that was really good.
Yeah, someone at the end there's like, that was really
Somebody's easily impressed.
How rich do you have to be to just do bits like that at your wedding? That is incredible.
Was it an O'Reilly family?
That I was trying to figure out. I was like, there's got to be some type of connection.
Yeah.
Because what kind of whole commercial spot?
Or maybe they met at an O'Reilly's.
Yeah.
There's gotta be
That's
something there.
Definitely not a bridezilla, though, if she's letting you get away with
Well,
that.
No.
What a
I was
great
thinking,
show.
with that being said, that with my wedding, they should have done that diarrhea ad. That when
For
you've
yours?
got nausea, diarrhea.
That's me, Mom, on the commercial right there singing diarrhea. That's me, Mom. Diarrhea. I got one more for you.
Played a soda
I got a new
spot.
Cowboys song, fellas. New Cowboys song from Fat Pimp LexCorp right here.
Yeah.
The boys. It's my homeboys right
Nice.
here. We got a new one. It's Hot as Fish Grease. Shout out to Fat Pimp and LexCorp. Let's go.
They are an accident waiting to happen. Stephen A, hush your mouth, talking all that noise. You can hate all you want, but we still them boys. Dirty, dirty D, Texas where we stay at. Me inside in order till you know that's where we play at. Hey, this year, this the payback. Yeah, we them Cowboys, and now we don't play that. Work. This is Cowboy Nation. Work. Welcome to Cowboy Nation. Work. Y'all can keep on hate. Work. But this is Cowboy Nation. Cowboys. How about them Cowboys? How about them Cowboys? How about them Cowboys? Prescott throw the pass up to CD Lamb. We go Cowboy crazy, used to see these fans. We rep Cowboys forever like my boy.
All right, Fat Pimp and LexCorp, the official rapper of the G-Bag Nation, by the way, had him in studio probably 6 years ago. That was up on 12 in the old studio. But yeah, great guy, local, and a terrific musical outfit over there with the guys. Is it him? Is it a couple hires O'Reilly Auto Parts people? Is it emotional support pig lady being confronted by Karen? Called her what, a grumpy pants? That's my line, grumpy pants.
Grumpy pants.
Man stops Coyotes with a fart. Eric Collins play-by-play there. Kelly Oubre's boneheaded move. I'm going to go with the guy in the Coyotes, man.
Strong play. I think the O'Reillys tickled me the most today.
tied at 1, Lucius.
Welcome to Cowboys Nation. I wouldn't mind playing that again.
Still tied.
Shout out to Roger and Zap.
Salute to you guys. We're tied at 1 still, Chuck.
I did love the Cowboys song, but I'm going with the fart and the Coyotes.
Nice. Brian?
Man, I was going with Fat Pimp today myself.
Let's go. Okay, it's tied at 2. Jump onto @GBagNation Twitter account, @GBagNation. Follow us when you get there. I'm going to hit the follow you right back. Okay? So I'm going to create an Insta poll, and then when we're back, it's time for Krusty's Corner. And where are we headed with that, sir?
Yeah, which one of these players would you like most for the stretch? We'll talk about that next.
Coming up Wednesday morning.
work hard, Tolo, and we also realize you have to force a smile as you walk into your work holiday party. That's why we want it to be the opposite for you. So as a way to say thank you to our Turn It On, Leave It On fan teammates, we're throwing a Tolo holiday party this Saturday from noon to 4 at Boomer Jack's at their Arlington Highlands location. Party with all of our fan hosts, plus win some amazing stocking stuffers. Fan hang with us as we say thank you for an amazing year, Tolos. We'll see you at Boomer Jack's this Saturday with the Fan.
At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, it is an all-out sprint to finish number 1 in the country. Custom order your vehicle online and lock in today's pricing. Because they're number 1, they'll get it to you faster. Find new roads at Classic Chevrolet.
All right, welcome back, nation. 83rd minute. USA leads Iran 1-0 in the final match of the group stage of the World Cup. If the U.S. can hold this lead for the next 10, 12, 15 minutes, however much stoppage time, they will be on to the knockout stage, the group of 16. And here he is, Brian Broaddus with Krusty's Corner.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, General. Man, this is going to be a rough 15 minutes or so, so hang on, USA. That's all I can say. All right, just kind of going through my mind about these questions and stuff, especially with the Cowboys coming up and all that, with the way they're playing. You know, they got all these AFC South games coming up against teams you should, probably beat. And so, but I had some questions along the way I wanted to get for you guys. I know here we are watching the game, but I'll do my best to make you think about it a little bit. Chief, I'll start with you on this one. Which move would you like the best of adding, Tyron Smith or Odell Beckham to the lineup?
Ooh, if you promised me that Tyron Smith was going to be completely healthy all the way, I might go Tyron Smith, but I think you've done a really nice job with this offensive line as it is right now, and I know they have some struggles there. It's not perfect, but I think it is plenty good enough, and adding another dynamic weapon like OBJ, I think OBJ ends up being able to help you more this season. And it has to do with a lot of things, but especially, is Tyron Smith going to play more than a couple of games and then go back down with another random injury?
How about you, Zach?
Yeah, I mean, I think you're okay right now on the offensive line. I think getting Tyron is certainly a boost, and he can be an improvement, but your offensive line hasn't given up a sack in 2 games. Tyler is coming off of a game in which he struggled. I thought Thibodeau was really good, but give me Odell Beckham Jr., and I get the question marks of how quickly will he be able to help you, but I just think he's a big-time player in the postseason that will just find a way to come up with a big play for you, and this is a team that is going to need that. So I'll just take my chances with a guy like OBJ.
Gavin, you got a thought on that one?
Yeah, I want to go Tyron Smith because of how poor Tyler has been in pass protection. I really had Dak under fire against the Giants a little bit too much for my liking, but I just don't think Tyron is going to stay healthy. And I'm hoping that he can. I'm excited about his return and the possibility that he could, but chances are Odell Beckham Jr. will be able to help you more.
I kind of feel the same way about Beckham. I was like, if you had Beckham, I think on that 4th and 3 play against Green Bay, you might have had a better play. You might have had a better opportunity. You might have been able to keep the ball. I think there's going to be some games where, with Odell, it's going to be, maybe it's not going to be 10 or 11 targets, but it'll be 4 or 5 targets a game. And I think those 4 or 5 targets he gets a game, I think are going to be difference-making kind of targets. First downs, keep the chains moving kind of a thing. I just feel like, and down the red zone too, he's got to go get the football. He's hard to stop down on the goal line because the way he's able to release, and you just got to hope that his knee checks out. And I need to get that when they're going to bring him in to check that knee out. I think the Giants are first
Monday.
For sure.
Cowboys will be Monday.
For sure. Okay. Well, I was going to see from talking to the doctors and stuff what that was all about, but okay.
So do you feel like the Cowboys, do you trust the O-line depth more so than the wide receiver depth? Like, you feel like you could overcome a Tyler Smith injury or
that's what you got Jason Peters for.
Right.
I mean, that's the Jason Peters thing to me is that's why I kind of asked this question, just because if something happens, I don't know, would you put Tyler Smith back out at tackle if in fact that something happened to Smith again?
To
Tyron Smith, yeah.
I would.
Yeah, I think you should. I think you should start looking at it right now. I see what Peters can do at tackle and Tyler Smith at left guard now.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. All right, how about this one, Zach? To advance in the playoffs, you're going to have to probably beat one of these teams, Tampa Bay, San Francisco, or Philadelphia. Put them in order of how you would like to face them.
Tampa, Philly, San Fran would be my order. I don't love the idea of having to play the Bucs, but they're the worst team of the three overall right now. I mean, hell, they just lost in overtime to the Browns on the road. You have the same fear of when the Cowboys played the Packers, where it's like, here's a quarterback that you've struggled to beat in your history. Is he going to play his best football against you? And, well, Aaron Rodgers did find a way to play his best football that he has all season long against the Cowboys. So you have that fear against the Bucs, but they're the worst team of the three. I think the Eagles. You match up better against the Eagles than you do against the Niners. I think the Niners present more matchup problems for the Cowboys than the Eagles do.
I co-sign everything he just said. It's weird. I'd rather see Tom Brady than Jalen Hurts and Jimmy Garoppolo, but it has more to do with the supporting cast of Jimmy G on both sides of the ball and Jalen Hurts on both sides of the ball. And to me, it's just Tom Brady, and he's not getting much help right now. So I would have it the same way. I'd rather see Brady than I'd rather see Hurts than I'd rather see the Niners.
Yeah, I can't disagree with anything they said. If it was close, I would prefer to face Philadelphia, but I think Tampa is just a shell of what it used to be. And I feel like I can win a lot of those matchups. The Aaron Rodgers thing was weird, but that was just a bizarre series of events. And I don't think the Cowboys would have a bad game plan again against Tampa. It sucks though. I think clearly you don't want to face San Francisco, their ability to defend and run, but now Jalen Hurts 150-yard game. Either way, to beat one of those two teams, you're going to need to run Dak. You're going to need to take advantage of these opportunities and pick up an extra handful of first downs throughout the game in order to get it done, and I just hope the Cowboys are prepared to do it. I think you could beat Tampa by just playing a clean game. You don't have to do anything extra. Just don't screw it up. You got Tampa.
Kind of felt like that maybe I might have put Philadelphia first. I feel like you maybe, and I know it's Hurts and all that, but even with a backup quarterback and three turnovers, you seem like you were okay matched up with them. I do worry about Tom Brady finding something. Playoffs roll around, all of a sudden it's like it's on the road. Yep. We're down. Now he didn't get it done the other day. When it came down to the 2-minute drive that they had to go win, they lost in overtime, but. There was a side of me that thought about putting Philadelphia first. Just kind of feeling about that. I know they got a lot of great players over there. All right, Gavin. In the month of December, it will be the offense that carries this team. In the month of December, it'll be the offense that carries this team.
I think the defense is still going to be a big part of how you win, but the offense will carry the team more than at any point up until this season. Let me look at the Cowboys' schedule real quick. Can you give me the teams in the month of December? What is it? The AFC teams?
AFC South.
And Philadelphia?
Right.
And then the Titans. Okay, so you got all four of them plus the Eagles here inside the month of December. I still think the defense can dictate victories against all these teams. But the offense will have an opportunity to win these games as well.
Zach?
Defense, I think ultimately that's that's probably going to be it. And ultimately, I think the defense kind of hurt you a little bit in the playoffs last year. But I think the pass rush is what makes the difference. Like, how many times have we seen a hot pass rush? You go back to that Giants team. The Bucs got hot with their pass rush, able to get to the Super Bowl. Like, you're going to need your offense to make plays for you. There's no doubt about it. But I think if their defense can really get dominant at the right time. Like, even the Niners last year, it wasn't their offense that necessarily got them to that conference championship game. Their defense was elite against the Packers. They didn't even score an offensive touchdown. I think the Cowboys' defense needs to be awesome.
Eric?
I think when you look at some of the advanced stuff, you'll see that the offenses that you're going to be playing against the rest of the way are pretty much the second easiest offensive opponents the rest of the way, outside of what the Chargers are going to get to face. So I think your defense is going to be better set up for it. But the Cowboys are in a great place right now where both sides of the ball are just freaking clicking, man.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
Great questions on the Cowboys. We are now into stoppage time. 92nd minute. They have issued a full 9 minutes. So we have 7 minutes to survive. The USA not really attempting to hold possession at midfield or even go into the attacking third unless Iran's just way out of position. They're basically clearing it and then taking another challenge from Iran. So we're going to break. When we come back, there will be 4 minutes remaining in this game. And it's the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan.
Be a part of the show. Text us on the truck. Buick Chevrolet Studios.
Let's do this.
You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 2 of the nation. 2 minutes remain in stoppage time as the USA battles Iran in the final match of the Group B round robin. USA holds this lead. They will be in the knockout stage of the World Cup, the round of 16. That would be against the Netherlands at 9 a.m. on Saturday. Iran continues to play it directly into the front area of goal for the USA's defensive side. Rather impatiently, just trying to do anything, maybe catch a lucky break, get a ball through. There's another high serve from beyond midfield into the box, a header. It's on the, oh my goodness. It was right in front of the 6-yard box as Matt Turner messed that play up significantly. Luckily, the defender retreated behind him and cleared the ball. USA still in front of their own goal. There's a big clearance out to midfield. Okay, 1 minute to play at the FIFA World Cup. 1-0 USA. That was crazy. The ball came into the top of 18. It was headed into the middle, right there, and then another foot nearly got it through Turner's legs. A defender was behind him to cover. Look at that. Just a little bit more power on that push of the ball through Turner's legs, and it would have been a goal for Iran. Holy cow.
I think they're asking for a review.
On what?
They
want a penalty?
They want a foul on Turner.
For what?
For what?
The Iranians slid into him with both feet.
They're not going to get this.
No.
But how about Zimmerman?
No handball.
Who gave up the penalty in the Wales match is
Yeah,
the one who ends up being able to clear that ball out.
Great catch. Great catch.
They're wasting time.
What do they want?
Oh, play on. Yeah. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, it's 99 minutes then. They wasted their last minute arguing with the ref. Call the game. The ball is on the Iranian end.
He's going to give him one more shot.
There's another direct service about 40 yards out. It'll be contested. A couple of headers. There's a clearance for the USA. Is that it?
Come on, whistle. Has to be it, man.
Is that it? Another clearance. Come on, send it.
Call it.
Send it. Okay.
Or is it score?
It's gone on too long.
Okay, the Iranian keeper has it.
Oh, my gosh. He's still letting him play.
99 and a half minutes now. The full punt going down in front of the USA goal. Header contested. Okay, Iranian now possessing maybe 40 yards out front, and they're going to get it out to the right wing. The entire U.S. team is back. Now it's in the middle of the field.
This is just so stressful right
There's a service into the box.
A
header clearance. A header clearance.
Dive.
Okay,
in this thing.
99-53.
I think they did.
54. Did they call it?
I think they just called it.
They have called it?
Final.
It's final. It's a final. Yes! Woo! Oh my goodness, that was torture.
We got it, boys.
That was unbelievable torture.
They're exhausted.
Thanks for riding with us here, G-Bag Nation, as they have done it. The U.S., after not qualifying for the World Cup in 2018, have advanced to the knockout round with a 1-0 victory over Iran. 1-1-1 in group stage play.
They're acting like they've been here before. I thought they were going to be celebrating more.
I think it's just relief.
They're just
They're
exhausted.
They are exhaustion.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Sorry,
and terrified, traumatized by that near goal that they gave up in the 99th minute.
USA.
USA.
USA. USA. USA. USA. USA. Let's go.
Pulisic in the 38th minute with the winner. He was injured. We'll have to stand by for details on that in the post-match interviews. There is Iran, who had the government threaten their families before this match if they did anything in support of the protesters back home. Now they get to go home, as the USA will stay in Qatar for at least 5 more days and take on the Netherlands at 9 a.m. on Saturday morning. There better not be a youth sporting event that I have to be at. But I don't even know how I'd handle that. I mean, do you just tell the girls go for it and you go sit with the parents and watch on your smartphone if you're the coach?
I think
how do you handle that?
That's the only choice that you can make there.
You could have an earpiece in,
Couldn't you-
run it up, and have your phone in your pocket and listen to the match while it's going on. You have it kind of like concealed, like you're into their match, you're into your team's match, but you're listening to your.
I could get like a little Bluetooth earbud.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly.
I think you're about to get a little flu bug going on about late Friday night, Friday evening. It's going to set in.
You're
Saturday morning is going to be a bleep show for you, brother. You're not going anywhere.
That assistant coach Art, he's really earned this opportunity to coach a game.
Hell yeah, Art. This one's for you, brother.
He's a great guy, though. All righty. Well, there we go. That 4 minutes of radio was badass, guys. 4:05. Well, thank you. I know there's a lot of people out there that are working and they can't get a satellite radio feed. Or they can't watch it on TV, and all they have is the radio on in the background. And if they stop to go try to watch it, their boss is going to be mad. Plus, I could not have imagined trying to broadcast through that. Alrighty, it is the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. That's 9 a.m. Eastern time on Fox. Okay, so that'll be 8 a.m. Texas
Yeah, that's
time.
I think they have a pre-match show that they do with an hour.
Right?
So, yeah, I have a feeling you're going to get it at the 9 a.m. Yes, sir. Yes,
Okay,
sir.
well, get your local Twin Peaks for each drink, scenic views, and some brunch specials.
Man, how about that? That's going to be the pregame to our Boomer Jacks fan holiday party. Yeah. Are you kidding me?
What a great Saturday. You're going to have the USA and Netherlands. We've got conference championship Saturday. We're going to have our fan Tolo party bonanza at Boomer Jacks.
On many sides.
Gosh, we're just going to be freaking hammered from
Wait a
morning
minute.
till night.
I'm starting to hydrate right now.
You should.
Fellas. And Broadus, you are driving both of us, right?
Well, I mean, we're going to be pre-gaming at BetQL. So what's Brian going to do? Going to leave to come pick us up?
I can pick you guys
He'd
up.
be down.
Oh, no, I would.
Yeah.
No, I did. But
Broadus would be down.
bet payoff, you have to paint your face completely? Bet payoff
for the event?
match? For the match? Well, the match will be over,
but that's fine. I mean, that would be it'd be.
But you have to wear the.
You have to wear it to the.
Well, we're going to beat the
Boomers.
Netherlands, so we'll be fine.
I can see Gavin with a painted up face.
I think it has to be. Well, we don't have any payoffs this week.
Yeah, we won't
don't
have a
have any.
loss.
Yeah, but then we have a game on Friday.
It would be torturous if I had to paint my face for red, white, and blue next week after they were eliminated.
That's what I was going to say.
That would be
next
miserable.
week.
Yeah.
That would be fun for an entire show. Having Dawson as a rabid USA fan, who of course is a week late on their exiting the World Cup. That would be pretty legendary.
817, that 4 minutes was not badass. Please do not talk soccer. Thank you. 940, Ed from Denton. Do they have a baby dolls in Qatar? It's a good question. I don't know.
No, they don't.
Maybe they could have some in a palace basement somewhere.
Yeah,
I do appreciate the ask, Ed, but I can tell you Baby Dolls is probably alive and popping right now if you want to go check that out, 10250 Shady Trails.
To this day.
You think they got the A-team out on a World Cup TD Tuesday?
I bet you they got the A-team rolling in a little early today.
How about the 903? That's the most I've been interested in the World Cup or any soccer in my life. Y'all made it enjoyable. Okay, there you go. Let's go around the Mavs here, G-Bag Nation. Talk about some of the other big sporting things happen. This is a huge game. I do have some chicken soup for your Mavs soul.
Thank God.
So we're going to get to that.
Please.
Have you seen who is the most improved defensive player of the year so far? That's a tease. Who do you think it is? But we're going to start with this Tim Cato article in The Athletic about how the offense is struggling more than it should, and that taking away Brunson should not make this whole thing tumble, but at least over the last 4 games it has. And it's kind of getting worse as the season goes. In the past 10 games, Dallas is now scoring 109.3 points per 100 possessions. That's the 4th worst mark in the league over that period of time, guys. 10-game sample size is pretty significant.
Yes.
And the Mavs offense has been the 4th worst in the entire league in that stretch. Luka tired, maybe. I mean, he's playing 42 minutes. I never thought he would play that much. But he is. He's trying to do more. He's ready to do more, and he is doing more. He's added 5.5 points to his scoring average. It's crazy. But there isn't a lot of great explanations for this other than they really miss Brunson's dribble penetration, and that's why Kemba Walker's coming. Because as Cato points out, it might seem like the misses are a simple explanation for these struggles. But there's one problem. Dallas isn't shooting worse than last year. Tim Hardaway Jr. is. Bullock is. But as a team, they're making about the same number of threes as they did last year, both catch and shoot and wide open looks. Dallas offense built around the 3 for years, writes Cato, and this team has consistently finished bottom 10 in shots taken at the rim since Doncic arrived, but this season the team's inside-out approach, drive to the basket and kick out, has been something closer to outside attack. Dallas has the league's 2nd lowest percentage of 2-point attempts with just 52.5% of its shots coming inside the arc. Last season, it was at 56%. So the lack of an ability when that outside, let's pass it around and find who's going to hit the open 3, when that's not working, there's only one guy. And that's kind of what the eyeball test has been telling us, but here's like the analytical, statistical backup to that, right?
Yeah, they're not taking 2-pointers. Their offense, they are so, and that's why you see these big swings in these games where they're leaning so heavily on the 3-point shot, and when they're rocking and rolling, boom, it looks great, building all these leads. This is wonderful. But they are a real case of you live and die by the 3 because they're just hoisting up so many. And when they're going in, it looks amazing because there's no better way to extend a lead than just by draining threes. But when you go on that 3-point drought, they don't have a counter punch other than just Luka.
Yeah, there you go.
Can you go make magic happen, Luka? Because we don't have anybody else now, like you mentioned, Brunson, who could get into the paint and make scoring happen. And his mid-range, like Jalen Brunson from the mid-range, was a nice element to that offense last year that is no longer there. So hopefully Kemba Walker can bring you a little something. I am somewhat hopeful, but I think you're insane if you think that is going to do much in the way of fixing this offense. And Cato suggests maybe you rearrange the approach offensively to prioritize more 2-point shots, so you give more minutes to guys who can create and convert them. And that would be like Christian Wood, Josh Green over Bullock and Hardaway at this point. And then you just are they bringing up
they just recalled Jaden Hardy from the Legends today.
So there's another guy that you could mix in as maybe a dude that can do some dribble penetration for you.
What's interesting though is it's not like they're the only team that's doing this, because you look at the other 2 teams that have a less 2-point shooting percentage in the NBA. It's the Boston Celtics, who are in their vicinity, right? And then the Golden State Warriors. And you think of them, and the Warriors have struggled this year, but they're still the defending NBA champs, and the Celtics are the best team in basketball right now. So this offensive approach, other teams, the best team in the NBA right now and the reigning champs, are also playing this style. So you're not alone in this way of thinking. They're just right now executing, and the Mavericks aren't. So, I mean, they say it's a make-or-miss league. Right now, the Mavericks are just missing their shots. So it's one of those things where I don't know that you want to completely just change who you are as a team. It's a struggle. It's very, very different. I don't know that what they're doing is wrong necessarily.
There's got to be some sort of balance, right? And getting to the rim, even though it's only worth 2, it's kind of like the passing versus running the football thing.
Sure.
Where it's like, well, why don't we just shoot all 3s?
Yeah.
Because there's something to attacking the rim that makes the defense more vulnerable to the 3. And Cato wrote in the article, the Mavs might become the first team to prove that there's such a thing as shooting too many 3s, and maybe that's what we're in the process
They're trending
of seeing.
there now.
But they can't get enough quality looks from 2 was one of my takeaways. It's one thing to say we need more 2s, but how do you get the quality looks?
Yeah, because they're not built for it. That's the problem. Like you were getting quality looks with Jalen Brunson last year. Luka can certainly get those, but now they're throwing the kitchen sink at Luka, and things are being made much more difficult for him.
Well, you'll throw it off to Maxey, like Bassick talked about in that Toronto game, and Maxey's got an open look at the rim, and he doesn't want to take it. He's just not comfortable with that. It's almost like when you give it to Ben Simmons and you've got the yips, and you just don't want to shoot.
Okay.
So sometimes it's on other guys on the floor to take the 2 as well. It's not all just on Luka.
Whenever Dwight Powell or Kleba catches the ball facing the basket from 12 to 15 feet out, I think, what would Christian Wood do with the ball? And it would be a lot more impressive than anybody else not named Luka. And that's, to me, what could be the solution, is getting Wood involved in the high post, or, maybe even initiating offense and looking to go to the basket a little bit more. But, Dalton Trigg pointed out, he's a must follow on Mavs Twitter, the Jason Kidd quote on the third quarter Sunday night. They lost to the Bucks. The only quarter the Mavs won against the Bucks was the third quarter, and Christian Wood started that third quarter coming out of halftime.
He did.
And Jason's answer was, well, did I like the result? We lost. If we're at the CYO and everybody gets minutes and shots and everybody's happy, then yeah, that's cool. Well, you won the quarter, so the way that he's avoiding that, he's so dug in on it. I don't think he's going to Christian Wood. CYO, by the way, is a youth sports league. I had to Google that. I didn't know. We called it the YMCA, but apparently in the Bay Area, it's the CYO, or other places it's the CYO. But it's confusing. It doesn't make any sense. It's one thing to be the staunch coach who's like, what are you talking about? But this explanation makes no sense. The one 2 weeks ago where he was like, well, we got a lot of bigs, so everybody's got to wait their turn with Christian Wood. Kleba was hurt, and even when all the bigs are healthy, none of them are even half as talented as Christian Wood. This story goes on, and I'm willing to acknowledge the coach's side of it, but at some point it's becoming way more detrimental to the team than anything Christian Wood is doing on the defensive side. Jason Kidd's approach to Christian Wood is the bigger problem than Christian Wood's defense. I firmly believe that right now. Okay,
Agreed.
and then I promised I had chicken soup for your Mavericks soul. Great story in the morning news about Luka's improved defense, which you could see in the games. But again, your eyeballs tell you one thing. What are the numbers saying? We got morning news coming through strong. Okay, he's increasing his scoring average by 5.6. How many MVP voters, and for that matter, Mavericks fans, know that Doncic's 3.3 deflections per game ranks 9th in the NBA? His 1.4 loose balls recovered average leads the league, okay? Or that his 1.8 steals average ranks 4th. Or that his defensive win shares estimate of 1.0 ties him for 4th best in the league, among others, fellow MVP favorite Giannis Antetokounmpo. So Sunday night he was asked about Giannis, and he was like, yeah, Giannis is the best player in the league. And I would agree with that probably, but Luka's closing, and it's because of his commitment to defense. You know, last year he was called out in the playoffs. This year he got in shape, and he's as committed as ever. I don't think he's a great on-the-ball defender, but these numbers show you he's finding ways to impact things on the defensive end of the floor in a pretty dramatic way. Sean Sweeney had a quote in this saying, well, there's 450 players in the league, and last year, Luka, you were 450th. Yeah. And now you're up to 250th. And they told a story of last week, Luka's jogging back down the court, and he hollers over to Sweeney, 150. And then after he got another stop, he was like, 125. So it's a fun, feel-good type of story, and confirmation that this isn't Luka like trying not to suck. He's actually become a pretty good defender, which is what Dirk found a way to do. Magic Johnson found a way to do. It's like, hey, I can't stay in front of anybody. Right. What else? I can anticipate everything, though.
There you go.
I can get my hands on loose balls. Mm-hmm. I can maybe put a little risk into reading the passing lanes and seeing if I can get some deflections and help my team in that way.
Yeah, give me something on the defensive side, because you're doing everything for me offensively. Just don't be the biggest liability in the world. Don't be number 450 out of 450, and we can work with this.
Buy in.
Yeah.
He's buying in. We do have some Cowboys news.
Okay.
The Cowboys are waiving defensive end Terrell Basham. And so we knew that they were maybe trying to trade him, and they've got a surplus at the position. So now you have Basham is going to be on waivers. So that is the latest Cowboys news. You're on your home of the Cowboys, 105.3 The Fan.
Creates that roster spot for somebody, huh?
Sure does, doesn't it?
Yeah. I can't believe Iran almost scored. I still haven't recovered from that.
It was stressful. Wasn't
that
it?
went right through the keeper's legs.
Yeah, it did.
Freaking Zimmerman.
There's never a doubt,
hell.
man. There's
Zimmerman.
never a doubt.
That's a better redemption than CeeDee Lamb in week 3 or whatever that was.
Woo-wee.
4:05. I don't even like soccer. I'm out on my run, and while you guys were announcing the win, I was fist pumping like Rocky running up those steps. It was fun to share that moment with you, sir. 936. Des was man of the match. Weah should not start again. Weah was off he needs to be the forward.
Robinson was really good.
Robinson was great.
Robinson I never saw anybody get past him.
I love soccer. Screw the haters. Glad you're into soccer, General. Okay. We got to go. NFL true or fart false is a fun one, and we'll take a look at some of the big storylines across pro football here as we head off into the week. That's coming up next in the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. I want to chat about D&M Leasing, though, because these guys are the best. When it comes to acquiring new vehicles, especially today, it's more important ever that you use the best guys. It's D&M Leasing, because it started with
Chevys, full-size Broncos, Raptor F-150s. All you need to do is get over to Terrell, see him and the team, and start the process. You can do it at PlatinumFord.com as well. Be sure to drive a little further, save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
The upcoming segment of The Nation is brought to you by AutoFlex Leasing. Oh, yeah.
Are the current gas prices changing your travel plans? Are vehicle prices scaring you away from transitioning to a new or pre-owned car? The Flex Lease can calm your fears and save you money. Call AutoFlex at 234-1234 and let them show you how they're helping people save money every day.
All righty, welcome back, G-Bag Nation. I hope you're having a great day. USA over Iran, 1-0 the final, and they will face Netherlands Saturday morning at 9 a.m. It is time now to talk some pro football with you. NFL, true or fart false? With Zach Wolchuk. Here he is, Bully Bully.
Thank you very much. We, of course, love to play a little game called NFL True or Fart. It's essentially a little true or false, but we did have a slip-up on her, and it was the great Robert Flores of ESPN. And if you missed it, well, this is kind of what happened.
All right, we've moved to the red zone as far as the running back conversation goes here on this SportsCenter Fantasy Draft Special. True or false? Marshawn Lynch matches last year's production.
Oh, the great professional that he is. And there, that moment, NFL True or Fart was born. Play along with us at home, boys and girls. And I begin by asking you, Eric Chiafalo, true or fart? The Jets should just stick with Mike White the rest of the way, baby.
The rest of this season, yes, I believe they probably should. Now, I'm sure, I mean, I actually don't even want to go all the way towards, yes, Mike White should be their guy the rest of the way. But he is, up until he has a crappy game, he should probably deserve to continue to get the starts. And a lot of it has more to do with just, I think, how the locker room feels about Zach Wilson, and especially how those wide receivers feel, where you have a couple of those guys who get no touchdowns when Zach Wilson's the quarterback, and if Flacco's the quarterback, here's 2 in a game for Garrett Wilson. Or when Mike White's in the game, here's 2 in the game for Elijah Moore. So the wide receivers, everybody in that locker room, just anybody but Zach Wilson. I don't even have to commit. I'm not committing to Mike White the rest of the season, but I am committing to not playing Zach Wilson at all costs.
By the way, did you guys see the memes that were coming out from Zach Wilson on the sidelines, and he's got his hoodie up and he just looks just angry, and then they put the side-by-side of Anakin Skywalker going to the dark side, and it's virtually identical.
Yeah, he's got that affluenza thing going on. You know, he can't handle any sort of failure. Any sort of no.
It was funny when they put him up and he's salty on the sidelines, and then they put up the graphic about how he led his team to under 3 inches per play in the second half.
I mean, Steve Mariucci walked 2 steps and was like, that was their offense in the second half under Zach Wilson.
Mike White's done this before, though. He's had a good game. Right? And then the next game, it was horrible. So I think it's a fluid situation.
So are you going fart?
I'm going fart.
All right, we got a fart. We got a true. Brian Broaddus.
I think they need to go with him the rest of the way, but he's about to get exposed. They're going to play Buffalo here in a couple of weeks in Buffalo, and that's probably going to be the game where he looks really, really bad. They got the Vikings this week. You know, the Vikings, we've kind of seen.
Hell of a game. Could have been flexed for Sunday Night Football.
Vikings have one of those teams that, you know, not very good on defense, but yeah, he'll get exposed against Buffalo in a game in Buffalo.
Okay, all right. Sure. Brian, let me stick with your. Lucius. Lucius, I love it. We got the farts coming. All right, smelling stinky in here. We had two trues and a fart there. I'm gonna stick with you, Brian. The NFC East. They currently have all 4 teams in the playoffs. They're gonna finish the season with all 4 teams: Eagles, Cowboys, Giants, Commanders, making the postseason.
I'm gonna say that's true, because I kind of don't see what's going to happen in the other. I mean, if you look at like the other divisions, you know, the Lions, how do you really trust them? Falcons, you know, I mean, you know, to me, I could see division winners, but I don't see anybody else picking. The problem with the NFC East is they play each other. You know, you're going to get, you know, I think the Giants and the Eagles have a couple of games. I know the Commanders have got some games, you know, 2 games, you know, I just kind of feel like that maybe they might kind of like eat each other going forward here.
Cannibalize
each other. Yeah. But I just don't see any of the other divisions, you know, like unless like Seattle, you know, Atlanta every time I want to like Atlanta, they lose. So yeah, I mean, if these, you know, the Commanders keep winning, the Giants keep winning, I mean, I could see the Commanders getting past the Giants here, and the Giants being the fourth best team in the division, but they've already won 7 games. All they have to do is find a way to win a few more, and they'll get in the playoffs.
Ooh, we got it true. General, all 4 NFC's teams in the playoffs?
No, I think either the Giants or the Commanders will falter, and I think Seattle's going to go 4-2 down the stretch. They do have 2 really tough games, the Chiefs and somebody else, maybe the 49ers, Chiefs and 49ers for Seattle. But, yeah, I mean, Washington and New York play twice, so if one of those teams wins both of those, I think the other one is gone. And Seattle's just taking a little half step back here. I think Pete Carroll, they get their – what are they? They're 6-5, and Washington 7-5.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, no, I can't see it because of what Brian said. They play each other too much.
That's exactly right. And so it will not be an all NFC East playoff. The Seahawks will be the 3rd wild card team, and either the Giants or Washington will not be making it. That's for sure.
Man,
like I said, I'm farting on that.
We got farts all the way around.
He'll see a big
I'm gonna go fart.
Baby powder.
Oh, the baby powder, Zeke.
Training camp baby powder.
You got to use that
That's
baby
a must
powder.
have.
That's kind of the best when you just get the cloud. I'm going to go fart as well. I think Seattle ends up sneaking in there over the Commanders. I think you're going to have your typical Heine man who fades come December. I think the Cowboys are going to beat them up pretty good.
Well, it is funny.
I think it's New York that's going to fade.
When you see,
I'd
New York.
be fine with that. One of those two. Something's going to happen. And Seattle will get in over them.
And Seattle beat the Giants, right?
Seattle did beat the Giants.
So they would have any sort of, I guess, tiebreaker between if it came down to those two.
I got to fact check that.
I'm pretty sure we had
they
Seattle
did,
winning at home.
27-13.
Cool. So absolutely, and seeing Heineke at the bottom of all of these advanced quarterback metrics is pretty funny. It's like Washington's winning and Heineke's floating around at the bottom of these things. It's like, is this sustainable? Of course not.
Of course not.
See, this is the problem that the Giants have. They've got the Commanders twice, and they've got who else? They've got twice. They got the Commanders twice, and then they got the Eagles left. But they've got some games, and they've got the Eagles twice too. So that could be a problem.
And we just saw the Giants are broken right now. They have. I mean, that's why by the time we got to before kickoff, I was like, yeah, the Cowboys probably will absolutely blow the doors off these guys because they're injured everywhere.
They have a lot of injuries. That offensive line really, really bruised up. All right.
In the secondary.
We've got Gavin Dawson. How about the Bungholes? They're 7-2 in their last 9 games. They're 7-4. Ravens 7-4. But the Bungholes, a.k.a. the Bengals, are going to end up repeating as AFC North champs.
There's a gentleman that doesn't listen to us anymore because you call them the Bungholes.
Who?
There's actually a guy that was a Tolo. He said, I've had enough of you guys.
Really?
The guy can kiss my bung.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Well, it's a joke.
He's a Cincinnati fan.
Well, it's not meant to be serious.
Well, he thinks you're talking about his team.
Well, I actually love Joe Burrow. I've been trying to cape for him as a top 5 quarterback since the offseason.
Oh, then maybe you should call him the Bengals.
Well, maybe he shouldn't be so damn sensitive.
Yeah, he's very
Brian.
sensitive. We have a lot of Eagles listeners, and I've been calling them the bird turds for years.
I mean, my God.
Cincinnati, am I right?
I like it. That's good stuff.
I'm not backing down. I'm a man of my convictions,
credit for
Brian. And when they're in first place, I'll call them the Bengals. And they're very, very close.
They're
very close to getting back there.
No having
they're
fun.
actually tied, right? I think. Didn't they beat the Ravens?
I'm going to say yes. The Ravens have they have a hard time winning. I just don't know if it adds up for them. And the Bengals defense is great. Their offense is reassembled. Bengals, yes. Not only will they repeat as AFC North champions, but they'll win a playoff game.
Ooh, I love that. Okay, so we got a true. Eric?
Yeah, I'm going true here. I am a believer in the Bengals. Their offense is consistently at the tops of all of the numbers where you want to be with the Chiefs and you want to be where the Cowboys are and where the Dolphins are. You see the Bengals floating around in there, and they've done it recently without their guy Jamar Chase, who is about to step back in here.
Mixon too, been out as well.
Yeah, and Mixon.
Hey, Pirine.
That's a good one. That's
Been
a good one.
back for them.
So yeah, I believe in what
Got a lot of love for the Bungholes.
And dude, to go into Tennessee and beat the Titans without Jamar Chase and without Joe Mixon, I would say pretty dang impressive.
Yep, that's a team that can travel, man.
Let's see if they can do it this week at home against Kansas City.
They do have the Chiefs number a little bit, don't they?
They beat him in a playoff game,
AFC Championship game.
I think there was a regular season victory, Bengals over the Chiefs as well.
Yeah,
so I think they're
Cincinnati.
2-0 in their last 2 versus the Chiefs.
Maybe Burrow owns Mahomes.
Hashtag got their number.
So that's gonna be fun.
I like the Bengals better than the Ravens. I think you talk about broken. Like the Ravens, they lose.
Their spirit's broken.
They
now.
lose double-digit leads.
Yeah.
They just can't find a way. I think they miss Wink Martindale.
I think this
they
is
do.
true. By the way, we had a 972. It's a Vikings fan. I'm a Tolo, and I don't get upset when you call my Vikings the Vikings. #, don't be soft.
Yeah, we got a lot of Giants fans that don't get upset when we call them
all
the
out of
Giants
love.
either.
I like the bunghole Bengals.
The Bengals are kind of like the Chiefs' Aaron Rodgers. They've won 6 of 7. It goes way back.
Yeah, way back. All right, so we're all going true. The Bengals win the AFC North. Now, some of this might be because we're leaky on Lamar Jackson. You were just talking about this, Brian. I want to go back to you. Lamar Jackson is actually playing his way out of his mega contract extension in Baltimore.
I don't think that's the case.
You're going a big smelly fart on that.
Well, that's because Broadus has smelt a football field before. Remember what Lamar Jackson was alleging in his tweet the other day? All his haters haven't even smelt a football field before.
Wow, this is long.
Broadus, is there any better smell than a fresh cut football field?
Oh no, yeah, you're absolutely right. That's
the hang time on that fart was.
That is
a good one. That was.
I thought you were
was fantastic.
I thought you were
bro.
going to ask me if there was any
Gut
worse.
cleansing, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Talking about a gut feeling, I got one out.
That was really
Intuition's on fire.
I thought you were going to. It was long. I was trying to talk, and all of it just kept going.
Yeah, that continued to surprise me.
I thought you were going to say that. Is there any worse smell than a locker room?
The worst smell in the world, I believe, is
two-a-day locker room.
Middle school locker room with
a middle school locker room.
I think it's a football glove that's been worn since two-a-days, and now you're sitting around Thanksgiving, and that thing has
two-a-day locker room is bad.
A girls' middle school locker room is funky. I'm telling you. I promise you,
bro.
I promise you. They haven't learned yet.
Yeah.
All right, so you're going fart.
Yeah.
I think we're all. Are we all
Everyone's going
farting?
fart?
Wait,
I'll go true on that.
No.
You say he's playing it out?
He's heading for the tag.
Well, he's not going to get. Is the question the guaranteed? He's not getting the guaranteed.
He's playing his way out of his contract extension.
Negotiating his way
Well,
out of the
he's
contract.
still going to get the extension. So I will.
But Lamar might not settle for. And he wants what he wants.
Well, at some point you say, okay, I will take the 140 guaranteed instead of the full 250 to 300 guaranteed when you're sitting there with no other options.
Well,
right?
you don't think Washington's an option for him?
I guess that's a good point.
You know,
it's a good point.
He's going to walk over to Lando.
I was going to say I don't know if Washington can afford him, but that's Vegas, who probably wouldn't be able to afford him.
There's another edition of NFL True or Fart in the books. I appreciate you guys playing along.
Oh, thank you, Wolchuk. I'm just
relieved.
basking in the glory of that USA victory.
Oh, me too.
I was going to say basking in the glory of that long fart
That was a good fart too. It was very satisfying as well. All righty. When we come back, G-Bag Nation, Chiafalo, where are we heading?
Land, air, and sea, where the effing frontier stands for bleep yourself. That's next.
All right. We got to talk Frankels, though, before we do anything else, though, because if you are hurt in an accident and it's not your fault, you got to call the Frankels. Because
Fan.
Yeah. At Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, it is an all-out sprint to finish #1 in the country. Custom order your vehicle online and lock in today's pricing. Because they're #1, they'll get it to you faster. Find new roads at Classic Chevrolet.
Well, thank you, Lucius. It is the G-Pack Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. It is time now here for some fun with Eric Chiafalo. And here he is, the Chief.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. Friendly reminder that we have our Fantolo holiday party this Saturday. Boomer Jacks in Arlington Highlands, right off I-20. Going to be outstanding, noon to 4. It'll be the post-game celebration for another USA victory over the Netherlands on Saturday morning. It'll also be conference championship Saturday in college football. I believe Walchuk is going to be open as well to doing live impersonations for Tolo. So he could bust out the Bane on you at any moment. He will be like a piano bar. You could just walk up to Walchuk and say, give me Brett Favre. Boom. And then there he goes. He rattles it off.
Mama gave me 8 of them flapjacks, and Mama take away 5 of them flapjacks. I want to stay hungry for the Crimson Tide.
So that's going to be pretty dang kick-ass.
And I'll get naked for you.
Looking forward to the Fantolo holiday party. Boomer Jacks, Arlington,
Well, not
Saturday.
until your back heals up. I mean, nobody wants to see your back.
Yeah, can we get a progress report on the back wax postpartum pimple disaster?
I don't want to talk about it.
Is it still problematic?
It's getting better.
It's getting better.
It's getting better.
How's the ointment helping?
Good.
Good.
I think it's really solving the problem.
You got to use it on your back.
Better than you can say about that other rash you had.
No, the other rash never existed. You always say that to try and bring me down.
Sure.
And then I told
You had another rash?
No, I didn't, Brian. See, this is what happens.
He had another rash, didn't he?
I never had another rash. I didn't.
Broadus, he had another rash.
I did not.
What kind of voice is that?
He went to that.
I'm trying to be a D-bag.
What voice is
He
that?
had to level with you.
He went to that. Yeah, I had to get real
rash.
serious with you for a second.
He had Mark Bashara.
That
I had a scalp rash.
that Ohio State Buckeye weekend really took its toll on his epidermis.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay. That land, air, and sea. That is the word for skin scientifically. Walchuk.
Intercourse?
Epidermis. So we have some news here. Land, air, and sea. I want to actually start with the sea because this is the headliner. Did you guys
they were
see
doing at McDonald's?
28? No, this is not the McDonald's fight. This is the Carnival passenger.
Yeah, these
on
sound
the
like
cruise
these are
ship.
disasters.
I did
I've
not
never
see
done
this
one.
until your email, and I read it and I was like, "Holy crap!"
Yeah.
Was it an all-white party?
It was.
Were they wearing all? I've never been to an all-white party that did not end in a fight or argument.
Well, this ended up with a man lost at sea.
Yeah.
And the reasoning behind it is pretty dang special of what they're alleging made this guy vanish from everybody. So it's a 28-year-old passenger on a Carnival cruise, miraculously rescued after spending 15 hours treading water in the Gulf of Mexico.
Holy cow.
And it was cold in that water, like sub 70 degrees, which for water is like really dang cold, I guess. When they found him, he's like hypothermia and everything. Like he can't really talk. The dude was like, he was in some bad shape. But kudos to him. What a beast for
That's
15
some Navy
hours.
training stuff right there.
Dude,
that's what they make us do.
You know how scary that is to just imagine what is.
At what point you just give
underneath
up? Just give up.
Right, yeah.
At what point you just like sink?
Lost at sea at night in the cold? Are you kidding me?
That is a fear.
That is,
The ocean is scary.
The ocean is vast. It's dark and cold.
No.
For
I think I would
15
take
hours.
my-
Okay, Hemingway.
What is
What the-
underneath you? What is underneath you? I don't even know who Hemingway is. But it just seems like a
He was a
terrible
writer.
Seems like a terrible situation.
He's an author.
So, and the reason why.
Thank you, Brian. I am a scholar.
Yeah, how did he fall in and how did he get found?
Well, I haven't gotten
He's going to the men's room, wasn't he?
I haven't gotten the full details on how he fell in because I think they're still trying to figure out, did this dude jump? Was he just hammered and
Well, he
slipped?
had the wrist pass, so he had the all you can drink.
All you can drink for sure, which I guess is the only way to do the cruise. I've never done the cruise.
That's what I've been
but-
told.
I've been
Buddy
told.
Booze
Well,
cruise.
I will say this: you can't drink enough to what they charge you. That's
Oh,
what I
really?
heard.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they charge you this huge sum of
We'll see
money.
about that.
You're just
and you-
constantly chasing to make
Nobody's
sure
met
that.
Dawson before. Oh shit, are these idiots?
Well,
on
Gavin in his
cruise
prime
line?
sounded like a savage, and one day we
Yeah.
will get that back when the girls have graduated and they're out of the house. So I am
yeah.
looking forward to that day. The 682 asked, wasn't the dude pretty fat?
No, this dude was not a large
So
human.
no, he was not, and I don't know why that has anything to do with it.
Because it would make you
682.
float better.
Yeah.
That along with
buoyancy,
the salt water.
buoyancy. All right,
yeah,
62,
see, I
take
think
it
I
back.
could
Great
tread
question.
water in the ocean for 15 hours. I think I could do that part. I don't know if I'd survive the hypothermia.
Right.
Let's try this.
Well, I think
this ought to be a bet payoff.
He's wilding, bro.
I was about to say.
That's worse than Bobby Belt thinking.
We did it.
There's only one man that's ever been on a boat, big time boat, and he's sitting in that other room.
I'm telling you, I'm just listening to you guys talk.
Not
Tell you what
me.
I can do, buddy.
I respect.
It
being
wasn't
in
the
water.
15 hours of treading ocean water that was that big of a deal.
Dawson's
Yeah.
like, I
I'm
could
just a little vulnerable
out-drink
to
the
the cold.
cruise liner, and
Yeah,
I
that's
could
right.
spend 15 hours in the water.
Hilarious.
That's great,
It's
man.
hysterical.
Whoop your ass at the pool volleyball too. I'm on top of the world.
Oh man,
That pool volleyball is
It was
fun.
a 1-0 USA win, and
I'm on top of
Gavin's
the world.
taking over the world.
who has more confidence, post Soda Walchuk or post USA victory in the World Cup, Dawson?
By far,
I don't know.
Dawson.
I don't know.
He just said he could tread water for 15 hours.
Yeah,
And
You put me in
special.
that salt water.
Yeah.
Lucius is in there, got his
Put me in
head
the middle
on
of
his
that
desk.
ocean.
It's crazy.
As long as I had calm seas.
Oh man,
I need calm seas. Yeah.
There's no such thing in the middle of the
I'd
ocean.
like to see you do it in a pool.
Yeah,
That's what I was getting
me
ready to
too.
say. Olympic size pools, what we do it in, we have to
Yeah.
do it in our boots,
Yeah.
in our full uniform with a sea bag.
See, I'd strip down.
There's people crying for their mothers.
Oh, that's bad, bro.
Yeah, screw that, dude.
Real fast.
And that's not even Navy SEAL training?
No, man.
That's just regular.
This is to see if you're ready for the Navy SEALs. They don't even tell you like you're. We want to see if you guys got the guts, you know?
Yeah.
Because we might move you over to this side of the training.
Yeah.
And then once they tell you, oh, it's Navy SEAL training, you qualified. Like I didn't sign up for that. I didn't sign up for that, fam.
Good to know, though. It's pretty cool. Good conversation starter.
I just want to go to college, bro.
Exactly. Officer. Yeah.
So the dude disappeared after he was repeatedly told on the cruise ship to stop vaping by the staff.
Oh.
So what they're alleging
You
there,
got to be a little sneaky about that. You can't just be doing that out in the open.
yeah. And so like the next morning, I guess there was a passenger on board, this lady that said she sat next to the missing man's family at breakfast, and the family was talking about how he didn't come back to his room that night, and that that his family was talking about how he kept getting in trouble for vaping in non-designated smoke areas because there's only one area where you can really go smoke. So apparently they think he left the crew to go, vape it up, and then somewhere along that process where he's probably hammered, he slips over, or maybe just tries to do like the Titanic move where he's just standing at the, and then he falls over. I don't know if it was incidental or if he thought like Dawson, where he just thought, no, I can beat the ocean.
How did he survive the fall?
I think somebody threw him overboard.
So yeah.
I think somebody got ticked off. He was vaping. They got in a fight. There was a little scuffle. And he got thrown overboard. And nobody wants to admit it because it's murder.
So the family...
There's cameras on these things?
Attempted murder. Yeah, he survived.
He survived, yeah. And that's what's incredible about all this.
Honestly, it's a disappointment.
The family was searching for him on the ship until 3 a.m. They go to sleep without having found him. They wake up, go about their breakfast. It's not till noon the next day that they even report to anybody that they can't find this dude.
So they was happy he was gone.
They were, yeah.
They were already dividing his stuff out of his cabin.
Always getting security on our case.
He got his wallet.
He's the Aaron Rodgers of that family.
We don't need his passport anymore.
Thank God, he's out of here.
Yeah,
so that's pretty crazy. He lived to tell the story. I look forward to getting more details on this story about how this happened, but that is just absolutely insane. And that is the C portion of our land, air, and sea here. We'll get to the air, where Frontier Airlines has ended its customer service helpline, and I guess officially, planted itself as the worst airline known to the world. They said that most customers prefer, and I've never heard this by anybody, that you'd prefer to chat with the computer fake box guy where you instant message. They're saying that customers would rather do that, so you're not going to be able to just call them and switch your airline or change a flight or whatever. So thank you to Frontier for that. And then as we get to the land portion of this here update, looks like the Cocaine Bear movie is officially about to be welcomed into theaters.
Cocaine Bear?
Cocaine Bear,
Oh,
yes.
man, I saw a trailer, and it's awesome.
February 24th, the Cocaine Bear, which I guess is just like a reenactment of Scarface, just using bears instead of humans.
This looks incredible.
It's Cubans in bear suits.
But
I'm Cuban, B.
It's actually inspired by a true story after a bear ate a duffel bag full of cocaine in 1985.
Yeah, and wait till you see what this bear does.
38 years later, the world will finally get to see Cocaine Bear on the big screen, February 24th, 2023. So Walchuk's fired up
I
for
am
it,
pumped, man.
That's
It's like
awesome.
Cocaine Cowboy 2.0.
You've seen it?
The trailer.
Okay.
And he's in.
I'm down.
That sounds great. Sounds entertaining. You know, they need new ideas in Hollywood, so whatever you got, I'm up for it.
Absolutely. And I love a good based on a true story, you know?
Yeah, loosely.
Has to be the loosest true story basing ever, right? Like, because were people there watching the Cocaine Bear do cocaine-y things?
Of course.
I bet that damn horse was broken, too.
Yeah.
How much cocaine you get at Bear High? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You probably had a good weekend playing, and all of a sudden the bear got into your coke.
Take it all.
My God.
That's
a horror movie.
That's the storyline that I want to get on this. What happened to the guys whose bag that was?
Hey, take the food. Take the food.
What are you doing?
There's steaks in the bag. What are you doing? Give us back the cocaine.
Take the steak. Leave the cocaine.
Bobby Carella, Mavs Insider, is going to join us next. We'll talk about what this basketball team needs to do to get back on track tonight as they host the Warriors. That's the next year in the G-Bag Nation. I want to chat about Twin Peaks, though. Great place to go watch the game. Of course, they're going to be open Saturday morning bright and early for you to go watch the World Cup USA in Netherlands. It is hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. How much of a concern is the Mavs' 4-game losing streak and the fact that over the last 10 games, they have the 4th lowest points per 100 possessions? Things have gone awry here in this Mavericks season after a pretty promising start there. Just a week and a half ago, we were excited about where this team was heading, but things have not progressed swimmingly. So let's investigate. We bring on Dallas Mavericks insider Bobby Carella here on 105.3 The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How you doing?
I'm good. It feels like the last time I was here, things were a little happier. So hopefully we can turn it around soon.
Yeah. How confident are you that this group can turn it around?
Fairly confident. And that's not just towing the company line or anything. I think, one big difference between this season so far, it is still early, of course, but one big difference between this season and the last 2 seasons, so 22 and 21, in both of these last 2 years, guys up and down the roster have shot career best percentages from 3, which on the one hand is great because you like seeing guys get better, but on the other hand is like, okay, well, what happens if they get a little worse? Well, now this year, Luka, Hardaway, Bullock, they're all shooting career worse. Maxi Kleba also shooting career worse from 3. Dorian Finney-Smith shooting his worst percentage from 3 since Luka's rookie year. And so, whereas the last couple of years you had guys playing and shooting better than they'd ever done, now you have guys shooting worse than they ever have. And so you just have to think that eventually 1 or 2 or maybe even 3 of them will turn it around a little bit. And the margins they're working with, they're still super small and super narrow. So if they just make 1 or 2 more shots a game, it was a totally different team. So that's my reason for optimism, and there's plenty of reason for pessimism too, but it's still early.
Are they too 3-point dependent right now, Bobby?
Maybe. They play the slowest pace in the league, and so all of their per-game stuff is going to be really low. But the Mavs take the fewest 2-point shots per game in the league this season. It's like they take something like 43 or 44 shots per game from inside the 3-point line, which is pretty low, obviously. And Luka and Spencer Dinwiddie combined to take about half of them. And so the entire rest of the roster combined takes like 22s, and many of them are taken by Christian Wood. So outside of the big 3 guys, Luka, Dinwiddie, and Wood, they are very 3-point reliant. And there's good and bad. The good is that it always creates a lot of space. The bad is if you can't buy a bucket, then it's really hard to engineer easy ones. And so there's a little give and take with that. I think the way they're playing, they are generating good shots, a lot of corner threes. They still get a pretty good amount of shots at the rim, and also they shoot a lot of free throws. So that's really good. But those shooters, especially the wings and the guards, they have got to heat up soon.
Bobby, do you think they're getting tired, or I know you live with this team, so you know them better than any. Do you think they're getting tired with all the Christian Wood talk in the media and the questions about Christian Wood?
Maybe. I think J-Kid gets a little salty every now and then, not as maybe aggressive as Rick Carlisle would have in a similar situation, but, I think it's definitely a big storyline, a big thing that people are asking coach and players about, including Wood himself. And, I think it was last week or a few days ago, he gave kind of a cryptic quote after a loss about, well, I'm just doing, what I'm told. I'm just playing when they ask me to. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's some secret sauce or if there's some sort of reason or plural reasons why Wood doesn't play more or whatever. But these last few games, I thought he gave him pretty good minutes against Milwaukee. And I thought he was pretty good, obviously, against Boston as well. Now, the Toronto game and the second Denver game, his minutes were down in both of those. He played, I think, under 20 minutes in both of those games. But those teams blitzed Luka and trapped Luka a lot, and I haven't seen that connection between those two when Luka is getting double teamed. And so against teams that, for the most part, switch or will go under or head or show or whatever against Luka, like not play as aggressively, I think that opens the door for Wood to play a little more on offense until they're able to kind of get on the same page against those more aggressive defenses. And it seems like over the next few games they're playing slightly more conservative teams, and so I would assume that Wood's minutes are going to go up a lot.
Bobby, you referenced the numbers on the percentage of the Mavs 3-point shooting, and Tim Cato had a great article that we talked about earlier in The Athletic. When you reference that to some other teams like the Celtics, who are the best offense in basketball, they're playing a similar style of offense. So is this for the Mavericks? You kind of just wait it out and hope eventually these shots start falling? Or do you think they do need to tweak kind of how they're playing offense right now?
Well, I don't know. I think 6 of one and half dozen of the other. So the answer to your question is just yes. I think last season, very similar start. Now, different circumstances. Obviously, there were guys out with COVID, and but it was the same sort of deal. Like, how do we work in KP? Now it's how do we work in Wood? Trying to find this big man connection with Luka, and then it's a bunch of guys struggling from deep. Reggie Bullock, Tim Hardaway Jr. both got off to slow starts last year. Dorian Finney-Smith did as well, and if I remember right, Maxi Kleber did too. And now things just randomly clicked for them right after Christmas once Luka got back from his extended absence of COVID and injury and fitness and all that stuff. And they were great the rest of the year. They were like a top 10, even I think for most of the season, top 5 3-point shooting team. But also the big fundamental switch they made along the way was trading KP and, leaning more into guard play and relying on Brunson more and acquiring Spencer Dinwiddie. And so, I think if they want to keep shooting jumpers, and if they want to keep spreading the floor, then maybe finding another guy that can sort of grease the wheels a little bit. Maybe that's Kemba Walker or Jaden Hardy or whoever. Maybe that can open up looks for guys. But at the same time, the open looks they are getting, and they're getting so many already, they're just not knocking them down at a high enough clip. For Dallas of all teams, Dallas has never been a huge corner 3 team, but this year they're number 1 in the league in number of attempts from the corner, which is fantastic. That's where you want to shoot it from, but they're bottom half in percentage. And so it's like, this is very similar to the same roster as last season. And last season they had no problem making these shots for like 6 months. So do you abandon ship and just say, we got to change everything because we're having, one bad month, or do you try and ride it out? Of course, the risk with riding it out is maybe it never gets better and all of a sudden you're like the 12th seed in February. So hopefully things turn around soon.
Bobby, is with all the things that are kind of going on through this losing streak and all that, are we really missing a chance to talk about how well Josh Green has actually played? I mean, or his looks like his development for this team?
He's been really good, playing with a lot of confidence. And that was kind of his own confidence, I feel like, was his biggest enemy earlier in his career because, and these were kind of different circumstances, but his rookie season, Rick Carlisle was very, the leash wasn't very long on Josh Green. I guess that's the fairest way to say it. If he made one mistake, he would come out. And it was kind of the same way last year, only a little less so because there were so many injuries and COVID absences and stuff where Green was able to kind of finagle his way into the rotation. But this year he's kind of entrenched. And so, what I'm really looking for and what I've really been impressed with as far as his game is concerned is in instances where he makes a bad pass or he misses a couple threes in a row, or maybe he, is a little out of control on defense and commits a couple fouls back to back, is he going to take a step back in terms of his intensity? Is he going to take his foot off the gas, or is he going to keep playing? Is he going to take the next shot? Is he going to put the ball on the floor again? Is he going to try and make another pass? And he has kept playing in almost all these circumstances, no matter what's happened on the previous play. And that's really important. And also from a statistical standpoint, I mean, he's one of your only players on the team right now outside of Luka and Dinwiddie that is willing to go to the basket and that has the ball handling and the quickness and the skill to go to the rim and finish at the rim. And that's really, really important too, because for a while here, a lot of these wings have been either catch and shoot or catch and immediately pass back to Luka. There's just not a lot of dynamic play from those guys. But Green has been providing that at a very high level, I feel like, these last couple weeks.
Bobby Carella, Mavs.com. When do you think Kemba Walker is going to play? And how much do you think he's going to help?
I don't know. I think, they got to wait for Campazzo to clear waivers, of course, which wouldn't happen until tomorrow at the earliest. And then I'm assuming there's going to be some sort of, get him up to speed with everything. But, maybe next week. I'm not really sure. I know that they have a lot of back-to-backs coming up, and so the sooner the better as far as I'm concerned. But as far as how often he'll play, how much he can help, I mean, it's pretty obvious. This offense needs some juice. This offense needs some scoring, some creation, no matter how they can find it. Now, whether that comes in the form of Walker or Jaden Hardy or both, that would be fantastic. I guess it just depends on who's going to play better, maybe. Maybe it's a ride the hot hand thing, or maybe it's let's play both and see what happens. But this team needs more dribble penetration, need more quickness on the perimeter, need more guys that can create their own shot. And Walker, throughout his career, has really been able to do that. And so hopefully he's able to come in and contribute right away. And if not, then it's going to kind of be wait and see, or hope that Jaden Hardy can kind of make a name for himself up with the big team.
Now, things could change pretty quick, couldn't they? With the trade market and the picks the Mavs could trade, is there going to be opportunity here in the next 2 months going into the trade deadline to address their concerns? Or do you think they'll want to wait until the offseason to tweak the roster?
I mean, I think, based on the kind of the nature of some of the contracts they have a few contracts that are expiring, and then they have a couple that are non-guaranteed or not totally, they're basically expiring contracts. They could make a move, some sort of consolidation move, or like what they did with KP last year, trade one big contract for two smaller ones. But if you're looking for like an all-star or borderline all-star kind of trade, I think their best bet is in the off season, because then they'll at least know, right now, actually, sadly, that pick to New York would not convey. The Mavs would actually have the 10th pick in the draft right now, which isn't super ideal, because they would kick the can down the road even further on when they can trade future picks. But if they do end up conceding the pick to the Knicks, then this summer, all of their future picks are available for trade. They're going to have a couple more expiring contracts, and that's whenever they can maybe make a real move, like push their chips into the table kind of move. In the meantime, I think it's going to be, maybe stuff around the margins, but that's where the Mavs are losing games right now. And so if you can find 2 points here or 3 points there, save yourself some points on defense with the trade there, then you have to do it, because right now you need guys that can come in and play, and you got to find something that can work.
This losing is temporary, right? There's no way that in a couple, 2-3 months, we're going to be talking about a shot at Wembanyama in the draft lottery or something, right?
God, I hope not. I think, I hope that, yes, I hope the losing is temporary. Yes, okay. I hope that we're not talking about ping pong balls. That's what I hope we're not doing. Miserable. But yeah, you have to hope that guys do not continue to shoot it worse than they ever have in their careers. That's the difference between winning and losing right now. There's a bunch of other stuff they can fix, but if you don't make shots, if you don't make open shots, you are not giving yourself a chance to win. And the same goes for free throws too. They got to do those things. Otherwise, literally nothing else even matters.
Do you have some Jaden Hardy optimism?
I do. I do. I think he's got a lot of confidence, and he's definitely got some pizzazz to his game, some flair to his game. He knows he's good, but not in like a super conceited way. He plays with energy. He's got a really nice jump shot. I think just the gap, the disparity between his numbers this year and his numbers last year, when he was also in the G League. He's shooting like 20% better from the floor, 22% better from three. He's averaging 12 more points per game this year. Just looks like a totally different player. He's actually being coached. He is cutting back on his turnovers. Like, he's making real, like, measurable progress. And that has to make, that gets me excited. That has to make everybody excited, because what the Mavs haven't had in a really long time outside of Luka is a super talented 20-year-old that can score from anywhere on the floor. This is like a totally new thing. And, he fills a lot of the gaps or checks a lot of the boxes and kind of qualities that they're looking for in a player that is missing from this thing. Now, I don't know if he can be that guy today or tomorrow or next month, but maybe next season, maybe in April, who knows? At some point, I think he's going to earn himself a chance, and it just comes down to what he does with it whenever that chance does come.
Bobby, Jalen Brunson, the Mavs are going to see him on Saturday, and I'm sure a big storyline will be him leaving for New York. We talked to CA, and it seemed like maybe he just had his mind made up. He wanted to be a Knick. It didn't matter what the Mavericks offered, but did they maybe misevaluate how much they'd really miss JB, him not being a part of this offense and being a part of this roster?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I don't know about misevaluate. Obviously, once he did leave, it's kind of like, well, he can't really replace a guy that's making $30 million. They were already over the cap. So it was always going to be, if he did leave, they were going to have to find a guy basically for the minimum, or veteran minimum, or use a draft pick on them like they did with Jaden Hardy. So, it's not like they could just sort of wave a wand and replace Jalen or his production or what he brought to the offense. But I don't know. I'm sure there'll be some book written about it in 10 years or 15 years, and we'll know exactly what happened and whether the Mavs kind of fumbled the bag or whether Jalen's mind was made up. I have reason to believe both sides, but I also think, too, Jalen's dad agreed to work for the Knicks, and so it seemed like this was going to be something that was going to happen. But yeah, I'm obviously still a little bummed about it. And no, I never check the box score. I never look at his numbers. I never watch his highlights late at night while listening to sad music or anything. I'm totally over it, and I know everybody else is too.
Bobby, what we're not over is the fact when the opponent, half their best players sit down and then the Mavs take an L. Have you ever seen anything like this where, it used to be like, well, hey, their best player's not playing. Okay, they're good. This gives you a chance. I look at it now and say, well, this is going to be a really competitive game. What is your thoughts about that?
Yeah, it is kind of weird, right? I mean, I think we've seen that more over the last couple of years just because of massive COVID outbreaks and stuff, but it seems like every time until this season, every time the Mavs did play a team that was just totally ravaged by injuries, they also were too, and so it was just, the game was a real toss-up. But I don't remember having seen a stretch where it basically feels like, for 10 or 12 games in a row there, every team they played was down one or two or three starters, oftentimes all of them all-stars somehow, and they still couldn't get it done. I think, not that this explains it away, because I do think that, some of these losses are, about as close to inexcusable as November regular season losses can get. But, the Mavs they openly say that their defense is basically 80% the same from game to game, and that final 20% or so depends on the opponent. And so if you're preparing for Denver, you're like, all right, well, here's how we're going to defend Jokic. Okay, well, Jokic is out. What do we do? And it seems like what they've done in these games where starters are out is kind of wait to see who on the other team is having a good game, and then eventually they make adjustments. Eventually they started trapping Bones Highland, and it actually worked in that game they lost to Denver because they started getting stops. But by the time, they finally did that, like, he'd already scored a career high. So, I feel like it's maybe like there is merit, obviously, to specifically game planning for a certain opponent. But if you take one variable out of the equation, suddenly the whole deal is different. And then you have to go back to square one, and all of a sudden it's like the third quarter and you're down 10. And so, some of that I feel like is maybe game plan or coaching related. But also, too, players play, and the players just got to go out there with a little bit more, intensity and a stronger disposition at both ends of the floor and just beat down those guys. These are backups you're playing. You can do all the game planning you want, but if the other team is going to play harder than you, then it doesn't really matter. And like Toronto gets 25 second chance points. You just can't let that happen. You cannot let that happen up and down the roster. Guys have to just play harder. So, part of it is schematics. Part of it is just effort. And, it's very dispiriting, very disappointing, of course, but, luckily the only silver lining is it's still early enough in the year to where this might not cost you at the end, but they do have to change something in order for that to not be the case.
Well said, as always, Bob. We appreciate your Mavs insights. Enjoy the game tonight.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate you.
There he goes. Appreciate you. Mavs.com. Bobby Carella, a must listen, a must follow on Mavericks Twitter. Okay, we got to run. When we come back, it's time for Wolchuk's Top 10 at 420. Where are we going with that, sir?
In honor of Team USA winning today and moving on to take on the Netherlands, we've got the top 10 greatest U.S. sports moments. What do you think's the best?
I love it. Let's go. Hey, you want to make this the most unforgettable? USA beats Iran 1-0, and they advance to face Netherlands Saturday morning at 9 a.m. There's a video at 105.3 The Fan on Twitter of it happening during a KNC Masterpiece live read. The reaction and watching the buildup and Corey checking the TV, and then finally hollers in glory. It's a lot of fun. I just retweeted that at GBag Nation. Thanks to everybody for making this part of your day. This segment's brought to you by Soda. That's state of the art. And here's Wolchuk.
Hell yes, baby. We've got the top 10 greatest moments in U.S. sports history. What do you think the best is? 877-881-1053. After an epic 1-0 victory for the U.S. as we will advance to play the Netherlands on Saturday. Now, what's also happening on Saturday, we look forward to hanging out with our Tolos, our Turn It On, Leave It On listeners.
Yeah.
We got the holiday party at Boomer Jack's in the Highlands location off I-20 in Arlington, just east of 360. It's going to be from noon till 4, ? Might be partying a little bit later than that. I know Eric and I probably will be because we've got BetQL until 3, so we're going to be late arrivals, but don't worry, we're going to be definitely going ham with you, the Tolos out there. Now, before we slide into this list, I did want to play some audio because I don't know where else we're going to fit this into the show, but this is DeShone Kizer, former Notre Dame quarterback, and he bounced around the league a little bit, but at one point he was the backup to Aaron Rodgers in Green Bay.
I'll never forget his college coach, Brian Kelly, at the time, just absolutely crapping all over him throughout the draft process when people would ask, like, what do you think about DeShone Kizer in the NFL? He's like, not going to be any good.
Don't take him.
Not going to be any good.
Not your guy.
He's 100% right, but it doesn't make him any less of a bleep hole.
Yeah, I think the Browns still ended up taking him in the second or third round.
Yeah, sure
didn't go well. So he does an interview with Adam Brenneman. And DeShone Kizer tells a story about Aaron Rodgers and his conspiracies. And I don't think this is a shocker knowing what we know about Aaron Rodgers, but these are the conversations and questions he was asking his backup quarterback, DeShone Kizer.
The first thing that comes out of Aaron Rodgers' mouth was, "Do you believe in 9/11?"
I don't know.
What? Do I believe in 9/11? Yeah, I mean, why wouldn't I? He was like, "You should read up on that." Okay. Now we start learning about the playbook and stuff. I'm like, wow, like I don't know where this is going, but what it ended up being was just like a real thought experiment where he wanted me to go back and look into some of the conspiracies around it and provoke a lot of great conversation, and we really bonded over that. And we started sharing some books and talking about some other things and got into history and business and finance.
Do you have any other conspiracy theories?
Inner Earth, moon landing.
The moon? Oh, he's probably got some crazy theories on the moon.
Reptile people.
Reptile people.
Y'all are laughing. Go do your research. I'm telling you. Go do your research. I might have to take you guys to Agartha. I'm telling you. Do your research. You guys are laughing. This isn't. It sounds like joke.
Yeah. I mean, with the ayahuasca makes a lot of sense.
He likes to be open-minded, man. Consider all options. Question reality. I think Aaron Rodgers would be interesting, as long as he's not like trying to impose it on you, and convince you constantly. You're like, okay, bro, give it up. But if you just want to chat about it,
just look into it.
That sounds great.
I do love that seems to be like the Aaron Rodgers icebreaker for incoming rookie quarterbacks. Hi, DeShone. My name's Aaron. And by way of hello and introduction, do you buy what they're selling on 9/11?
And do you think the moon landing is fake?
Yeah. What do you think about the moon landing, by the way? What do you think about JFK?
Was it made in a Hollywood studio?
Who knows?
Can you imagine Aaron Rodgers and Kyrie Irving just sitting around like a campfire together?
Bring Shaq too. Remember, he thinks there's 2 moons up there.
Good call. Yeah, he does.
It's a good call.
And the X-Files has to be Aaron Rodgers' favorite show.
I believe this is the soundtrack to his game days. Like when you see him like warming up and he's got his headphones in, it's just this on repeat.
Yeah, or that might be that strange sex thing he's into. Remember that? They said he's into a weird kink. He might be like, turn it up.
That's right.
The reptile people. That's what it is. It's the reptile people.
Oh, it's the reptilians.
That's what he's into. Holy hell.
I bet it's a YouTube channel with a couple of old guys with white beards that take turns talking about abstract things. Mm-hmm. They have like 12,000 followers.
Shout out to Aaron Rodgers.
And Aaron's just all over it.
He's the man.
He's fronting them.
He's fronting.
Yeah. His cash, when the little cash thing is on the YouTube.
Yeah.
Ding, 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 ding. They're like, oh my God.
Yeah, the super chat.
Oh my God. Yeah, the super chat going crazy. Somebody dropped $100K for us.
At discount double check is in the comments.
Exactly.
All right, let's slide into the top 10. The 10 greatest U.S. sports moments after the U.S. beats Iran today, 1-0. Number 10. Hank Aaron becomes the all-time home run king. April 8th, 1974. Hank Aaron takes Al
That was kind of
Bell.
dangerous, right? When old boy ran out there, was hugging him.
It was.
Two boys ran out there and hugged him.
715 career home runs.
Great looking video, by the way.
It is.
Great video.
Yeah.
Great video. Number 9, 2002, the Salt Lake City Olympics opening ceremony. It was right after, it was the following the September 11th attack. And in 2002, you had the NYPD and FDNY. They come out with the Olympic flag. Pretty cool moment there. Number 8, this one you'll love, Brian. Dale Jr. wins in the NASCAR return at Dover following 9/11.
Oh, there you go.
That was a powerful one on September 23rd, 2001. NASCAR fans certainly.
I thought you were going to say after he
remember that
won,
one.
after his father passed.
That one would have been cool, but personally,
Yeah.
I'm sure NASCAR fans love that one.
Sure.
But for the country, that one was a cool moment. Number 7, we talked about this one earlier. Like, what are things that kind of galvanize the country? Because everyone gets behind the U.S. national team, but the Olympics, maybe it's just individuals. I think everybody was locked in anytime Michael Phelps was swimming 2008 Beijing. Number 7, he dominates at Beijing. And he's setting world record after world record. 8 gold medals in 2008 for Michael Phelps. Just unbelievable.
Pure dominance.
I mean, it resulted in 22% of all the gold medals won by Americans during that Olympics. This is just craziness.
That might be
what Michael
Reptile
Phelps did.
Man.
He might be Reptile Man.
That's weird.
Aaron Rodgers is probably into Michael Phelps.
Oh, yeah. Dude,
Man
Phelps
crush.
that was such a fun time.
And he does love his weed.
He walks up to him and says, let me see your gills, man.
Yeah.
You're part of
Come
the
on,
record.
show it to me.
Come on.
Water World.
Number 6, shout out to your jersey today, Gavin.
Dream Team.
1992 Dream Team.
This is where it's about to get good.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
The Olympic Games in 92 in Barcelona. Michael Jordan, Magic Johnson, John Stockton, many more. Oh, that Dream Team was sexy.
So I'm live.
Did you?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so jealous.
Qualifying tournament.
Dude, that is legit.
We were cheering for Larry because he had a bad back, and he had sat the whole weekend. We were like, Larry, Larry, Larry. And he got up, threw his sweats off, came in, nailed a 3.
Yeah.
It was so badass.
That is-
They beat Brazil by like 50.
That's so cool.
Yeah.
Number 5, 1999 FIFA Women's World Cup.
That was pretty epic.
They took down the Chinese national team in dramatic fashion. You had Brandi Chastain. She scores the winning penalty shot in the shootout.
I'd probably have
rips the
Dream Team
shirt
ahead
off.
of it, but yeah,
Hell
it was
yeah.
iconic.
I probably would, but it was a very powerful moment for women's sports. Put the national team on the map. Number
Good point.
4, this one was texted in quite a lot. Jesse Owens takes gold in the 1936 Munich Olympics.
That's huge.
It says bleep you, Hitler.
Sure did.
Ooh, how about the 912, the carry shrug
He got in
vault?
trouble for that.
Did he?
Yeah, didn't those guys get in trouble for all of that?
Raising their hand?
Yeah.
Well, that was 68 Tommy Smith and those guys.
Yeah.
John Carlos.
The Olympics were Jesse Owens in 36. He befriended a German a competitor. And the German competitor told him, I wish I could remember the gentleman's name. He was doing the long jump. And the German competitor kept fouling. And the German competitor says, "You're the best at this. Just take your start one step back." And it gave him that advice, and he won the medal on that. And it was a German who gave him the advice that won him the medal.
No way in hell I'd do that.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
The little German dude hit him with the LeBron. Yeah, I told him how to do that.
Yeah.
I seen that coming.
I think the German dude just stood on his little spot there in second place and just said he knew. He saw Jesse. Oh my God! He's like, this guy. We don't have many guy like this.
Jeez.
Yeah.
817, I remember the first sporting event to kick off after 9/11 was the Australian Open. And a 16-year-old American, Jennifer Capriati, won the whole thing. And it was so damn emotional.
I thought you've got some more to go, right?
Yeah, we got the top 3.
Okay. Well, I'll let you. I'll go.
So, yeah, and this might be what you're thinking. Maybe I could be wrong. Number 3 is President George W. Bush throwing out the first pitch.
There you go. There you go.
At the World Series.
Yeah, there you go. They had the flag from the
Game
World
3.
Trade Center flying in center field and all that.
And
that was very emotional.
Didn't we just have a 30 for 30 or some kind of E60 on SportsCenter that came out about that? And he wasn't sure he even wanted to do it.
Well, his interview was really interesting too because he threw it he had a vest on. He was thinking about, they made him wear that vest and stuff like that. And he was like, I don't want to do this if I have to wear this vest and all that. But he went through a whole big thing. And then he's like, no, I got to go out there and do this.
Yeah. Number 2, we have Jackie Robinson breaking baseball's color barrier, April 15th, 1947. Now we have Jackie Robinson Day every year. It's always a pretty cool tradition.
And a retired number.
Major League Baseball, everyone wears the 42. But number 1, the greatest moment in U.S. sports history, flooded the truckwreck.com text line. Do you believe in miracles?
Yeah, 98. Or 1980, excuse me.
The Miracle on Ice, February 26, 1980, Lake Placid. A bunch of college kids knock off the Soviet Union 4-3. The U.S. get the victory there during the Cold War. And
you know that game? You know what that game? And in watching the game, it was on tape delay. It wasn't live.
That's right. I've heard that.
We did not see live, and you didn't know because there was no way to figure out the score or anything. I mean,
you didn't have like Twitter or social media like today.
You're not going to tell you. Yeah,
you're not driving around. You can.
Yeah, you're thinking you're watching the game.
Gosh, how far wild. Al Michaels has come, calling the Miracle on Ice to now just like railing against every Thursday night football game he's calling on Prime Video.
They get $16 million a year, like
for the Miracle days.
Can you believe they put me on this game, Ken Dryden? Yeah.
Thanks, Wolchuk.
My pleasure.
Mike Maddox with KNC today. Does this bring hope that your baseball dreams are about to come true? It's next here in the G-Bag Nation fan.
Let's go ahead and celebrate your TD Tuesday by cracking open an ice.
Even though shortages in demand are driving up prices, Classic Chevrolet will never charge over MSRP. Not now, not ever. Experience the difference today. This is Texas. This is Classic. Find new road, y'all.
Thank you, Lucius. You know, Mike Maddox used to be the Rangers pitching coach, and Mike Bassett was always talking about how amazing he was. And the day he left, he said, well, the Rangers pitchers are screwed. I was like, man, he might be overstating that, but I think he's dead balls on. And I think it's the equivalent of Bruce Bochy coming in when it comes to sage baseball wiseman, in very important spots in your coaching staff. So it was great to see that news. Mike Maddox was on with Kansas today. We'll have a couple of cuts. But, guys, we should mention another fun thing going on with the Rangers and Jared Sandler's auction. That's now live, isn't it?
Dang right it is. Yeah, the auction is
1053thefan.com/Sandlot, baby.
And one of the many amazing things that you can bid on is a night out, a little meal at Pecan Lodge with the G-Bag Nation.
Oh, it's going to be fantastic.
So how exciting is that? I've never actually been inside of Pecan Lodge, which is very exciting for me. The food has been incredible anytime it's been brought up to the station or anything like that, so I cannot wait. Hang out with some Tolos, all for a great cause, eat some delicious food, and that's not even to mention the Bay, the Topgolf Bay, here in just a couple of weeks. I believe it's a week from Sunday. We will be top golfing our balls off together, and those bids, I believe, will take place next week.
Yeah, next week.
We'll be teeing that up all week long.
Next week.
Highest bidder. That's going to be a great time.
So it is Sandlot season around here, and we thank you so much for your participation in those. Mike Maddox, what drew you back to Texas? Here he was.
Well, the number one, the draw is always going to be the players. You know, fans come out to watch the players, and they like to see the players win. And that's bottom line. You know, who's in the dugout coaching, managing, front officing, scouting. You know, that's all by the wayside, man. It's all about the players, and our job is to, prepare the players to be the best they can be that day. And I think that's the draw is, having prepared players go out there, play hard in front of the fans, hustle their tails off, and play the game the right way. I think that's the draw. On an individual basis, my draw coming back here was, I talked to CY, heard his vision of what he wants, a little bit of retro baseball, a lot of blood, sweat, and tears when you go out there, and that was very appealing to me. And I had been away for the last, 7 years or so, and, it's a time in my life where I need to slow down, and I thought sleeping in my own bed would just be perfect. And so I'm very happy to be back.
Yeah. Well, it's great to have him back. And that's interesting. Talk to CY. He wants to go a little retro baseball. Do you think that's a good idea, Wolchuk?
Yeah, I mean, I think that he has his pulse on what maybe this rotation needs, and he did a fantastic job when he was here previously, and he's done a fantastic job in his other stops as well. But
stylistically, approaching it from that old school use your gut more than the numbers, does that make you nervous or excited?
It makes me more excited than nervous, I think. I think this team has done the numbers approach, and maybe getting a blend of the two might be the perfect way to go about it, because CY likes the numbers.
Yeah.
So you will still have that implemented. So having the coach perspective of the old school approach, I think might be perfect.
Yeah, I like it. It sounds like they're actually going to be kind of tough and be gritty, instead of like,
Bochy's going to do that.
Trust the process, don't get too emotional. It's a long summer. All this crap we've heard for the last decade just drive me nuts. Okay, 10, are you privy to what pitchers the Rangers might be bringing in? Here's Mike Maddox.
Well, needless to say, I've kind of been out of town. We've had the holidays since I come aboard. I'm not privy to everything that's been said and spoken about, privy to some things, but the names that are being mentioned are appetizing. They're definitely got proven track records. And if you can get some guys that have those proven track records and give your younger guys a opportunity to develop so that when they are more prepared when they come to the big leagues, it'll have a better impact for your team and better longevity for your younger players. So I do like the names that are being thrown out there. And, I like some of the young guys that we have on the way up. They might not be ready this year, to open the season, possibly mid-season or maybe in 24. But in the meantime, those proven players that can go out there and carry the weight and give younger players a chance to develop, I think that's very healthy for the organization.
Yeah, you're not bringing guys up and then asking them to rise to the challenge, which I think was JD's approach quite often.
Are you upset about that, Brian?
I'm crying inside.
Why?
Right now.
You want to see some lighter?
I
Why?
just,
He's not ready.
You know what, though? I mean, they keep talking about this minor league, and we've seen some players come up from the minor leagues and, have some success here. But it just seems like, I mean, you bring in one of the better pitching coaches in baseball. You have a proven manager. When are these guys going to be ready? When are
they might not ever be ready, and thankfully Mike Maddox is here to say they ain't ready.
I'll tell you, he's not
veterans.
ready when he's struggling in Double-A. Throwing him up here to the Wolves in Major League Baseball, you want to scar this kid for life?
You know what?
That's not your answer.
No, but it's fair to be bummed that he's not ready.
We're talking about playing a G League kid for the Mavs.
1 year out of college. It's just not how that goes, So, I mean, I think that 2024 is what you're envisioning. So a year from now, probably. And what he's looking at
So you're saying we're
is
after another bad season of Ranger baseball here on the Fan?
not if you go get Carlos Rodon. Now you've got 3 really good starting quality pitchers.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe 500. Could be average, Brian.
Okay.
Be optimistic.
No, I just, like I said, I mean, it seems like this organization is built on development or trying to develop.
And they haven't had developmental people. They haven't had baseball people around in leadership positions to help drive that initiative. They thought they were going to be developmental by using a spreadsheet to look at high school pitchers and pick the one who had the best velocity and numbers. Okay, now they got actual baseball guys. Mike Maddox and Bruce Bochy can go look at the minor leaguers and be like, hey, this guy needs to change this guy needs to change that, and maybe you'll stop wasting so much minor league talent. I think that's, there's quite a few reasons, not only the big league players, but the wisdom that can be passed down through the farm system as well.
Do you feel like, okay, I'm going to ask you guys this question. You remember when the Astros were losing like 100 games every year? And they had all those picks. They had like several of those picks that they were able to make that were high draft pick. You feel like we've been picking in the top 5, top 6 the last several years?
This will be their 3rd year to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they need to start, producing some talent. But the Astros also went on a really unbelievable run of luck. When you look at the
I'll take some Astro luck right now, then, if that's the case.
Yeah, I'd love it. I'm for tanking, by the way.
Brian, you're right. I mean, they got a hit on Leiter and Rocker. I mean, the Astros hit on every single one of those top
picks. That's what I'm
picks.
saying. I just wish there was one time when we'd wake up and we would go, wow, this is a guy we drafted. This guy, another guy we drafted. It seems like to me every time when the Astros were losing like 100 games every year, and we were laughing at them, they were building like a championship team.
It took time, though.
That's why JD's gone.
I'd love to feel like that right now. You're probably right about that.
Jerry Jones on what will determine their level of success in the playoffs. We have some cuts from Jerry coming up next here on 105.3 The Fan. But, hey, winter's coming up fast, and they're saying it's going to be even colder. Temps are dropping, costs are up. Today we're getting a slight reprieve from it with slightly warmer weather, but projections say your winter heating bills will reach an all-time high, and that's another reason to love Window Nation. WindowNation.com/Cowboys, because they can put new windows in your home that can save you up to 30% on your heating bills and increase the value of your home at the same time. These windows are made right here locally in Texas by Texans for Texans. The average installer has over 16 years experience and have installed over 20,000 windows. So they have this great deal going on, and you can get the Cowboys customized jersey and get in to win tickets if you put in the House of Windows.
Live from the Classic Chevrolet Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
It's hour 4 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Hope you're having a great day. We have Jerry Jones audio. He addressed a number of subjects, including, does the Odell Beckham Jr. Story deter you at all from signing him? And we'll get his answer to that and other things here in just a second. General Manager of Service, salute to you. There's Brian Broaddus, Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup over there at Master Control. Woolchuck and Chiafalo, Carter Freeman, along with you. We are the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. Woolchuck, what's going on? You almost cussed?
I almost did.
Yeah.
I had a yawn. I fought it off. So we're good. We're good. Energy level is high. I'm hitting myself in the face. We're all right. I think it is. It's the sun that's starting to set now at like 5:30-ish.
That'll do it.
And it's like, what the hell?
Yeah, your circadian rhythms are thrown off.
Yeah, it's not
bedtime.
fun. But we used to be nighttime, so I'm kind of just starting to get alive.
Well, the nighttime is the right time.
Right?
Okay. And
That's what I'm telling myself.
And the USA got the dub earlier, 1-0.
Oh, L. Duncan.
And I'm still riding high from it, you know. I barely even need this caffeine over here to stay as alert as possible. A Diet Coke.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going to Diet Coke. Had a Celsius yesterday.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you saw another Celsius.
It was outstanding.
I was thinking Dawson must be down bad if he's going into the Celsius bag. Like, if he needs the Celsius, he needs a pick-me-up.
Yes.
He needs a post-Thanksgiving Monday pick-me-up.
And it charged me.
Mm-hmm.
But this morning at about 1:30 a.m. as I was sitting in my office watching YouTube videos and doing show prep, I was like, am I ever going to get tired?
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how you sleep.
I don't either, man.
Did you pop over to Brazil again, buy something, buy some NFTs?
No, I should have. No, that Nord VPN, no, that's outstanding.
By the way, I believe I have this correctly. Happy birthday to Diet Coke on this day in like 1983, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh, wow.
Gavin Dawson's, and maybe I believe Diet Coke has actually surpassed the original Coke as like the most popular soft drink in all of the world.
Once you get used to it. It might take you 10
better
or
once
20,
you get used to it.
But you'll be like, wow, how did I ever drink regular Coke? That was just nasty. You can feel the sugar in your teeth.
Yeah, the grittiness.
It's too
I live
much.
for that.
They need
I
to
live
put
for
the
that.
Coke back in
That's what
it.
you love. That's the feature, not the bug.
Yeah.
Okay, cut 6. Do you feel like Dak has taken more control of the offense recently? Here's Jerry Jones.
Well, I'd say he's at the top of his game of doing that, of making those adjustments, and it's a real plus for us, major plus. His basic, really, if you will, just feel for getting us in the right chance on the next play to make the game, and that's a big payoff. He's excellent at the time he spends working on this, and of course he's got the strong arm to back it up, and all of that's good.
Yeah, so you could hear him right there starting to fight off the cough. The cough came back with a vengeance a few moments after that. And I thought he was going to have to step away for a few moments. But,
I did too.
I think when you're talking about Dak, to me, these next 6 games are going to tell the tale of, is he a Pro Bowler or not? But right now, it's been so hot and cold.
Yeah,
it's been, I think, 3 great games and maybe, or 4 good games and 2 bad ones, or 3 and 3. But it's just hasn't been consistent. Brian, what do you owe that to?
Yeah, and I think Dak actually helped you, even though they had the 2 interceptions in this last game against the Giants. I think this is where Jerry's right that Dak was on top of his game, because I don't think they practiced very much, and I don't think their game plan was probably not very expansive. And so when you saw, and Dak even talked about it, well, there were some dummy calls and stuff like that. I really do believe that Dak in that game, there was some times where he's like, listen, that play we have right there might not work, and I'm going to have to check it to this one. And it wasn't so much about checking out of runs or checking of passes. I just think that was one of those games where he had to get them in and out of some things that they probably didn't work on, to be honest with you. That like, okay, my left tackle's struggling a little bit. Tyler Smith played one of his worst games this year, and I think it's because he didn't have a lot of practice time. They didn't have the game plan. And this is where a veteran quarterback like Dak can say, okay, well, hey, I know in this formation I can do this, or I know I could do this. I have guys that, he had, a couple of guys, the rookie left tackle, probably I could say probably wasn't ready for that game.
I don't know. Maybe I'm not watching enough of the plays, but it seems like when he audibles, it doesn't go well. And maybe I just focus on the negative, but I rarely notice him kill something and go to a play that works really well. And to me, I wonder, are the defenses fooling him? But, the guy doesn't play with great anticipation or accuracy, and he's leading a top 3 offense. So he's got to be doing a lot of this other stuff incredibly well.
He is. And, there's, like I say, I just feel like this game there was, maybe not in the first half, but in the second half, there were some things when they started to kind of figure out that maybe some of the things that they tried in the first half that didn't work, they went to a more of a game plan where it's like, okay, if you feel something's good for us in this particular play, go for it. Have that kind of freedom.
Yeah.
And I felt like they were much better because you could tell offensively that the game plan just wasn't. And I'm not saying you just didn't get the practice. You just and that's where when you have Zeke and then you have Pollard, you have receivers that are kind of understanding. You got tight ends, even though it's young tight ends. These guys are smart guys. But I think they overcame it, and I think they overcame it in a way because of Dak in this game and his ability to get them in and out of place. You're right about the lack of consistency. Okay. They've got to figure out something about that. Before half, they've thrown interceptions in 3 straight games?
Yeah,
where they've tried to fit the ball in the middle of the field, and the one the interception that he threw that Holmes knocked in the air. I told you guys in Krusty's Corner on Monday that was Dak with Tyler Smith in his lap, and I can only sense Dak trying to throw a ball with somebody in his lap after he had his thumb smashed, and he had to have surgery. How much you really going to step into that pass? And not defending Dak, but I'm just saying Tyler Smith was right in his lap when he's trying to complete that.
I think Dak deserves plenty of defending across the board right now because outside of those, and I think there are great explanations for both interceptions in this particular game. Mm-hmm. And so when you look at the overall numbers of just this Cowboys offense, and it is ridiculous since him coming back, and even in spite of those couple of quarters or halves where you're going, the start of the Green Bay game, the start of that Detroit game, and then little moments here and there, by and large, you're talking about this offense absolutely humming, and the red zone 4 for 4, 7 of 11 on third downs in a game where you averaged 8 yards to go on third down. So I feel like he was bailing you out quite a bit. I think Dak is, outside of the interceptions in all of these games, and then that start to that Green Bay game that he was just completely off, and that was weird. Overall, man, he's played really, really well, and bringing him back, I wonder how much he's checking into some of these runs, though, because they had 24, and I know it gets skewed towards the end of the game because they were with the lead, but they ran the ball 24 times on first down. And threw it, I believe, 8 times. And I think it's because he's going, man, we're getting really good looks because now you've shown that you can throw the ball to where defenses are like, oh, crap, they can throw the ball. So now you're averaging 50 yards more on the ground per game than you were when Cooper Rush was playing because now teams actually have to respect your passing game. And that goes back to Dak being pretty dang badass.
They're also running well in loaded boxes. Like Zeke was successful with a loaded box last week, which is a counter to what we talked about last year, where it didn't matter if they had favorable fronts, they struggled to run the football. So now your offensive line is succeeding, even if the numbers aren't balancing in your favor. Your offensive line's winning the battle up front. But I think the big thing is 3rd and long, specifically that 3rd and 15 play with Dalton Schultz, where you're put back. It's 3rd and goal from the 15. That was a beautiful ball to Dalton Schultz. Mm-hmm. Dak Prescott has made that time and time again. But here's the thing why things are trending positively for Dak.
He's healthy, huh?
He's healthy.
Yeah.
You're starting to see Dak Prescott play like Dak Prescott.
Yeah.
It's the mobility. It's breaking out of tackles inside the pocket. I'm going to run and get 5 or 6 dirty yards. It's, oh my gosh, we fumbled the snap. Let me pick this up. Let me find Jake Ferguson over the middle. Yeah. We're going to pick up a first down. It's that read option outside, pitch it out to Zeke. These are things we didn't necessarily see last year, the year before, coming off of the injuries. Dak's starting to find what made Dak Prescott really, really good, but I'm still with you.
A good running game?
Yes. Well, and him being able to run the football, right?
Yeah.
Like, that's a big part of his game. That's what sets him apart, because you're right. He isn't always the most accurate passer in the world.
That's true.
But that is what kind of sets him apart, and it adds another element in the Cowboys offense.
Well, I'm excited. You know, this is an interesting time in his career where he's coming off the injury and hadn't played great over a 15-game period, but these last two have been outstanding. And now you get the Colts, who can play some pretty good defense. The Texans are nothing. The Jaguars should be a dub. Eagles, Titans, Commanders to end the season.
Yeah.
You know, so the final three will be against some pretty tough defenses. And we'll see, you know, if we're this confident or if we go like 2 steps forward, 2 steps back,
right,
you know, through the month.
Yeah, 2 of the last 3 won't let you run the ball. Tennessee won't let you run the ball, and the Commanders won't let you run the ball.
And I think at that point, you know, if you're playing for first place overall in the conference, you got to run it yourself. That's where Dak has to be like, well, I can have a 70-yard rushing game too. You can't be so scared of that injury that you turn down the greatest gift to running quarterbacks the league has ever seen. It's finally incentivized for your quarterback to run. You're not a burner by any stretch. You're not a great running quarterback, but you're definitely athletic enough to do it and punish the defense in some ways that'll open up the passing game. If you're not willing to do that with first place in the conference on the line or Super Bowl on the line, then I don't know. I don't know, you know, if you can get over the hump against those really good teams. Okay, next cut here, Jerry Jones on with Sean and RJ. Talk about the way your receivers have progressed. It's CeeDee Lamb with 200-yard games over the last 3 weeks. Here's Jerry Jones.
Well, we just talked about Dak's ability to set it up against how they're defending us, and that has everything to do with these receivers really not only doing their own execution, but getting in a position to make the play. All of that's working together. You work that with what we're doing now with our tight ends and coming out of the backfield with our backs. But then I'm really pleased with where we are. And we've got help on the way here. Well, Washington's got a good chance to be joining us here.
Yeah, there he went. I think that was when the coughing really took over and maybe, I don't know, he muted it or hung up or something. But he did mention James Washington is close. Is that why they cut Terrell Basham today? Is James Washington that close?
Yeah, no, I think Washington's ready. And I'm just me personally. I feel like they don't want to not dress Tolbert. You know, Tolbert's, has played some special teams and stuff like that. I really do feel like that they're holding off on Washington to see what happens with Odell Beckham. You know, that like, okay, if they don't get Beckham, then they'll activate Washington in a way they go. Washington's ready to play right now. They're just kind of keeping him in ready. And, but
because he doesn't play special teams.
Because he doesn't play special teams. And that's the thing about it. But, what you could do is, you could sit Tolbert and then have Noah Brown be your special teams guy. I think that's what they're going to do when they get Beckham. They're going to have, you're going to, with CD, Gallup, Beckham, and, then that's kind of where you're at, with your receivers, and then have a Brown play special teams the whole time, not be much of a receiver.
Okay, at the end of this interview, Lucius, I'm going to jump to cut 11 here, Jerry Jones. At the end of the interview, they asked him 5 straight questions about Odell Beckham Jr. It was great radio. We'll give you his answers to all of those coming up in the 620, but here was the first one for the tease. Did the OBJ plane incident have an effect on you wanting to sign him? Here's Jerry.
No, it did not. Those are not his overall team compatibility, his judgment, his behavior is not an issue with him. It is with many, but not with him.
Yeah, it's not a big deal. Totally greenlit. I think we're good to go. He talked about him quite a bit, Brian, and my one takeaway after, I think he's using an assumptive sales technique where you just like, oh yeah, it makes sense for everybody. We obviously got to do this. I think they're trying to get Odell Beckham Jr. wrapped up in the idea of playing for the Cowboys because they're not going to compensate him. And is that value? He's going to talk with the Giants on Sunday. He's going to come to the Cowboys on Monday. I don't know how close you have to be, but I'm getting, once again, for the last 2 weeks, it's been nothing but this sort of, technique of assuming, of course, Odell Beckham Jr. wants to be part of this. Read between the lines. He's saying the value is in being part of this, not in the contract we're going to offer. So I will not be one bit shocked at all if the rug gets pulled out from underneath us when it comes to this Odell Beckham Jr. story because of Catboy.
Yeah, we'll see how. But it might also be because they look at his knee and they don't feel like they want to compensate him for that.
If that knee's not right, then there's no point.
Yeah.
If you don't think that this guy's healthy and is going to be able to contribute, then yeah, you stop the conversation. But I did think Joel Corey, that was an excellent interview on the Get Right last night. And he was kind of saying his feelings when it comes to the Cowboys. They might want to look at the money similar to what Michael Gallup got, which is around $11.5, $12 million a year.
Well, there's some thought, and I was with the Cowboys today. There was some thought that maybe that if you do the Odell Beckham deal, you have to go ahead and start with CeeDee Lamb.
Oof.
That you go ahead and do both. They might be working on 2 contracts.
So it's a multi-year deal for Beckham.
CD can't officially sign until after the year, right?
Right, but you could start on that.
Gotcha.
You could start on that contract. So yeah, and another thing too, I had somebody tell me just recently here the thing because I was asking about Basham. They want to play Tack McKinley more.
Okay,
that's why they moved on from Basham.
Mr. Guns himself.
Yeah, they want to move on from Basham.
He's got some cannons up there, doesn't he?
I
mean, I think those might be 20-inch pythons. We got to go, Nation. The Expressway, including Bobby Belt, coming up at 5:30. But I got to chat about my friends at Absolute Beauty Solutions and what they can offer you right here. The holidays.